Secretary of State embarking on another European tour to show Russia the West remains united. In Washington, the president tightened the sanction pressure on Moscow.
Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates.
It's ordinary Russians feeling that pressure so far. IKEA, the latest foreign company to close its doors. As all over Europe, countries are throwing open theirs. More than 1 million refugees have left in the first week, crossing the border to safety but uncertainty. A massive humanitarian operation spreading across Eastern Europe, one that will need to cope with much, much more in the weeks to come. When you consider what they've left behind, how must this show of humanity feel? Such a welcome for people who have no idea when, if ever, they'll go back to those they've left behind. Greg Milam, Sky News.
Well, many of those fleeing the fighting in Ukraine have sought refuge in the country's western city, Lviv, next to the border of Poland. Our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons is there and sent us the latest.
Tens of thousands of people, maybe 100,000, have come through Lviv already. This is a gateway city, very near to the western border of Ukraine. You come to Lviv and then you can get on a out to Poland or indeed to any of these other regions. This is seen as a sanctuary, something of a safe city. But of course, what are we now, more than a week since the Russian invasion? The city's actually pretty busy. You see other cities in Ukraine which are deathly quiet. There's no one on the roads. Quite the reverse here. The roads are at times absolutely gridlocked with people coming in and out. The buses are still running. And as you can see, you have this constant stream of people arriving with a bag, with a suitcase, with a pet, with their possessions with them. Coming down from, well, over there will be a train station. There are bus stations around us as well, and some of these people are going straight on trying to get on a train to take them out towards near where you are, Jane, towards the Polish borders. Others are just trying to get on other transport, take them to smaller towns. There are people also who are arriving in this city without a plan. They were just fleeing. We've spoken to quite a few of these people. Just say we just spoke to a woman who got off a train. The train has just arrived in Kyiv. It was absolutely packed with people. I just spoke to a woman who was, I would guess, in her 50s, who said she lived very near to the administration building that was hit by that devastating missile. She's here. Her parents didn't want to leave Kyiv, and she just told us that she doesn't know if she'll ever see her parents again. And we are seeing these emotional moments happening repeatedly. I think there is a question now about we've talked a lot about the resilience of the Ukrainians, but every bit of elastic has a breaking point. And I think today it feels to me like I've seen a lot more people who look utterly spent, utterly exhausted at getting towards the end of their tether. And of course they read the news, they see the images of places like Kherson and Kiev, they see about Odessa. They're now hearing about this attack on the nuclear power plant and that fear of what the repercussions of that might be. And of course, like any Ukrainian city at the moment, they wonder just how safe this place is. By any estimate, Lviv at the moment is a long way from the fighting, but at the same time, who knows what will happen. Air raid sirens have gone off a few times already today. That isn't actually an indication of an air raid here. It probably reflects something that's happening a long way ago. But of course that makes people jittery. It brings home the fact that this is not a normal time, not a normal place. This is a country embroiled in a pretty dreadful war. And so you have refugees, displaced people. It is a cocktail for frayed nerves. That's what we're seeing.
Adam Parsons there. Well, Google says it's stopped selling online advertising in Russia. The ban, which also covers YouTube, comes after the company blocked Russian state media from their platforms in response to the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian nationals in the United States can remain in the country for up to 18 months after being given temporary protected status. The Biden administration says the move, which could benefit as many as 30,000 Ukrainians, would protect them from being deported to their war-torn homeland. The World Health Organization's warned that the next wave of refugees to flee Ukraine are likely to be even more vulnerable to illness and economic hardship as Russian troops surround and bombard major cities. The UN says more than 1 million people have already fled their homes. And if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you can listen to today's edition of the Sky News Daily podcast. Today, Anna Jones speaks to our correspondent in Ukraine, John Sparks, his cameraman, Garwin McCluckey, and his producer, Emily Upton, who all travelled across the country with people fleeing the war. You can subscribe to the Daily wherever you get your podcasts from. Do tune in to that. Coming up, stocks tumble and oil prices surge amid fire and fighting at Europe's largest nuclear power station. Stay tuned to Sky News.
United Kingdom.
These last few years have seen some huge stories. And these stories have been driven by politics, by politicians, the people in power.
You must stay at home.
And it's my job to figure out how these decisions made by politicians impact all of us in our everyday lives.
This is the worst thing I've ever been through in my life.
People turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, I don't want them.
And that is what it is. It's first-class poverty.
Is this an example of the welfare state failing?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
These are stories that affect us all. Millions of children are now having to catch up. Some stories have changed all of our lives. Because like the residents, the staff are being infected. Politicians, they make decisions all of the time, and it's our job to hold them to account.
I wonder if you will take this opportunity to apologise to those families.
But in the end, the real power doesn't actually lie with the politicians. The real power lies with the people. I'm Nick Martin. I'm the People and Politics correspondent at Sky News.
Welcome back. Well, the fire at Europe's largest nuclear power station has sent financial markets into the red. Yesterday, the price of a barrel of oil surged to close to $120 a barrel. Well, what's the latest on the markets? Let's bring in our business presenter, Ian King, who joins me now from the city. Ian, give us the latest.
Well, Simon, we've had a pretty choppy morning here on the markets, to be honest with you. Overnight, Wall Street finished lower, and then when news of that fire at the nuclear power plant began to seep out, well, Asian Pacific equity markets also sold off. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong off by some 2.5%. The Nikkei 225 in Tokyo off by 2.25%. European stock markets opened 2.5 hours ago, and it's been a pretty similar situation, as you can see from the screen there. All of the main indices down by nearly 3%. or more. The FTSE 100 there in the top left-hand corner, a slight outlier, rather more defensive index than some of the others, heavy in stocks like tobacco and utilities, which of course investors will reach for at times of trouble. But nonetheless, as I say, it's a pretty severe sell-off, and it's intensified as the morning has gone on. Now, on the commodity market, some interesting moves there to mention. Brent crude currently trading ahead by some 1% on the session, currently at around $111 a barrel. I should say it came close to $120 yesterday, sold off a bit overnight, but back now above $110 a barrel. Natural gas prices, they have spiked higher this morning as well. Forward delivery for tomorrow currently trading at 425 pence a therm, which, to put that in context, it's getting on for twice the level that it was Thursday last week. That's for day ahead gas delivery. On the metal markets, aluminium has hit an all-time high this morning on the London Metal Exchange, and nickel, again, where Russia is the third largest producer, well, that's at an 11-year high. So a lot of causes for concern. A couple of other developments to mention. S&P, the ratings agency, well, they cut Russia's credit rating overnight for the second time in a week. It's gone from BB plus to CCC minus. So that is cutting Russia's credit rating further into junk status. The Russian stock markets, of course, remain closed as they have done all week. But I can tell you on the bond markets, we're only getting vague indicators on Russian government debt. But I can tell you that the 10-year Russian government bond right now has a yield of some 13.93%. So that's implied borrowing costs on a 10-year basis for the Russian government, which is pretty well close to the highest level for more than a decade or so. Now, it could be a very interesting session as the day goes on, because at lunchtime today, we get the non-farm payroll figures out of the United States. Normally, it's the biggest single most important and most watched piece of economic data that crosses the market screens every month. It's usually a trigger for some sort of movement on Wall Street, either up or down, and the bond markets too take it very, very seriously. I suspect with everything going on in Ukraine, it won't be as closely watched as normal this time, but it could nonetheless lead to more volatility this afternoon.
All right, Ian, thanks for keeping us across all that's going on in the city. Thank you. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll get reaction to that fire that was caused by a Russian attack at a Ukrainian nuclear power plant. This is Sky News. The top stories this hour. The biggest nuclear power plant in Europe has been shelled by Russia overnight. A fire has been put out and radiation levels are said to be normal. And in the past few minutes, the Ukrainian state nuclear company has said 3 Ukrainian troops were killed and 2 wounded in the attack. A number of Ukraine's southern cities and towns are being surrounded by Russian forces. Electricity and phone services are being targeted, with homes and shops facing food and water shortages. The Home Secretary is in Poland meeting refugees who've fled Ukraine. Priti Patel is to launch the Ukraine Family Scheme, which will allow Britons and those settled in the UK to bring their relatives over to join them. Let's get more now on our top story, that Russian attack on a nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Although a fire there has now been put out, the International Atomic Energy Agency says there's been no release of radioactive material.
Overnight, a projectile hit a building within the plant site. So it's important to say that all the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all, and that there has been no release of radioactive material. No release of radioactive material. Importantly, in this regard, is the radiation monitoring systems. So the systems we have to measure the radiation are fully functional as well.
Let's bring in Dr. Patricia Lewis, who leads the International Security Programme at Chatham House and is also International Advisory Board at the Centre for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament. Thanks very much indeed for joining us on what is an incredibly worrying morning after this, what has now been confirmed to be a Russian missile on this nuclear plant in Ukraine. It is undeniably serious and incredibly worrying, but what has accentuated the seriousness of this is Rafael Grossi saying that he is willing to travel to Ukraine because he wants to try and gather some kind of framework between the two warring sides, between Ukraine and Russia, not to compromise the principles of nuclear safety. How concerned should we be about that?
It's an extraordinary press conference and a really important thing that Rafael Grossi has said. I think to offer to go himself before any of his inspectors would be sent there is an act, I think, of true courage. He's also been much more forthcoming than normally the IAEA would be. He said it was a Russian projectile that hit it, not a Ukrainian, which was one of the questions asked. And he's got a framework that he wants to set in place to make sure that the safety and security, the energy supplies, and the whole way in which the plants all over Ukraine that are operated remain safe and secure, not only for Ukraine, but also for the rest of Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. What are the principles of nuclear safety that we need to see being upheld? I mean, clearly that's already been compromised, hasn't it, by this Russian projectile?
Yes, it has. And in fact, you know, not long ago, a few years ago, the IAEA made a very strong statement collectively, which would include, of course, Russia, on maintaining the integrity and not attacking civil nuclear power installations. So really, it's a really disgraceful situation. But he's put down 5 areas. One is physical integrity. One is all the safety and security systems for monitoring, etc. The issue of the staff, making sure you have the right staff and that they are able to operate. At all times, off-site power, that we know from Fukushima how absolutely vital that is. And of course, communication and the ability to communicate to the IAEA any rise in radiation levels.
Right, and full transparency, which of course we all know we didn't find at the time of Chernobyl. I want to talk to you about the concerns about radiation levels. Those concerns have been allayed by Rafael Grossi. He has made clear that no change to radiation levels in the area, no radioactive material was released. But there is also an issue of spent fuel, I understand.
Yeah, so the building that was hit is a training facility, so there's no radiation and no radioactive materials there. But there are 6 reactors on site, but there are also spent fuel areas. So when the reactor fuel has reached the end of its useful life, it's taken out and put into cooling ponds. It's extremely radioactive, really what we call dirty. And it's always at risk. These ponds are always at great risk of being attacked. They are covered with concrete structures, which are designed to withstand an aeroplane attack or an aeroplane crash, I should say, not an attack, but a crash. And that was partly after actually 9/11. So these things have been put in place, but whether they could withstand a missile attack, I think that's of great concern. And that would obviously be a major radioactive incident if that were to occur.
Can you give us a sense of the situation on the ground of what we're talking about when we talk about this? It's a very large nuclear power station for Europe in particular. There's 6 reactors. Give us the layout and the sense of the other nuclear power plants as well across Ukraine that we might need to be concerned about.
Yes, so Ukraine has quite a large number of nuclear sites all around. As you know, originally the Chernobyl site was the first one to come under fire. That's not an active reactor site at all. Ukraine depends very heavily on nuclear power for its energy. And I think it provides something like this particular site provides a fifth of Ukrainian electricity. It is really a very large site with 6 reactors, with a huge output. It basically, the measure you could perhaps think about in terms of your own energy usage is it would power 4 million homes year round. So it's a really significant site. And it has, of course, a lot of radioactive material on the site, all safely looked after, all securely looked after in normal time. This is not normal times. And that's going to be true for other sites as we go through. I mean, it's either blatant disregard for human safety and security, which is obviously the case in other respects, but it's also perhaps an intended warning to the rest of Europe that you may think it's just Ukraine, but actually this could affect all of you. And so, I think this is something that Director General Grossi has really taken on to volunteer to go himself after he visits Iran, by the way, which are, in these talks going on at the moment and a crucial moment. Then he would go and put himself directly in harm's way in order to try and sort this out. And to me, that's the kind of leadership we need from the IAEA.
OK, Patricia Lewis, thanks very much indeed for your expertise and insight into that. Thank you. Well, the United Nations Refugee Agency says it believes up to 4 million people may flee Ukraine in the coming weeks and months. All will need protection and shelter, of course. Over 1 million people have fled to neighbouring countries so far, with that number rising by the hour. Some 90,000 have already travelled into Western Europe, but the largest number have crossed into the border in Poland, around 500,000 there. More than 130,000 have gone to Hungary, which has changed its hardline policy on accepting refugees. Neighbouring Moldova has received nearly 100,000 people. Almost 80,000 have crossed into Slovakia, and Romanian authorities say more than 150,000 people have arrived from Ukraine. Alistair Bunkle reports now from the Romanian town of Siret, just south of the Ukrainian border.
The stream of refugees crossing the border now is almost constant, and it's increasing all the time. It is snowing here, it is bitterly cold, but at least it's safe. Almost everyone has left someone behind, decisions they'll never forget.
When I tell my mom that I will go abroad to save my life, Mom was crying and told me that maybe she never see me again. It was most scary words which I heard in my life. I'm still I'm still scared. I'm still afraid that I can't see her anymore.
For a few, there is sheer relief at being reunited with family. Most, though, arrive dazed, unsure of what's next.
I hope we will win soon, the war will end and we come home again.
At the moment, the authorities here are coping. There is enough food, there is enough shelter, there's enough help. But what if the numbers double, triple, quadruple even?
It's fair to say that at the moment, the Romanians have kind of got it sorted. It's a pretty good operation. They move people here as quick as they can do. There's food, there's hot food, drinks for them, they process them, buses, free buses, and then into the local towns and villages. But the numbers are getting more. It was 8% more refugees yesterday than the day before that. And there's already been more today again.
On one side of the border, there are humans killing humans. Just the other side, humans helping humans. There is something quite life-affirming in the way Eastern Europeans are doing everything they can to look after their neighbours. Alistair Bunker, Sky News, on the Ukrainian-Romanian border.
Well, NATO and EU foreign ministers are meeting at the moment in Brussels to discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'm joined by the EU ambassador to Ukraine, Matti Maasikas, who's currently in Poland. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Well, first of all, really your reaction to this Russian projectile hitting a nuclear plant in Ukraine?
I think it shows how outrageous this war can be and can become. Every time you think it cannot get any more outrageous, any nastier, it still can.
Russia has been accused of putting the security of the whole of Europe at risk now after this attack overnight. There is huge concern. The IAEA's own Director General has offered to go not to mediate, but to ensure the safety of the site and other sites across Ukraine. What else do you think needs to be done as far as protecting, at the very least, these sites in Ukraine? Could Europe do more?
Indeed, and the EIA is in the lead on that. You have seen very concerned statements by European leaders, and we will definitely be ready to facilitate whatever needs to be done for the IAEA inspectors teams getting there, and of course use all our possibilities to make this stop.
Right, but what will that be? We've heard a lot of discussions over the last few days of whatever is possible, try to make it stop, but we're not actually hearing what that means in detail and what Europe is willing to do. This, many people are saying, effectively does amount to a nuclear escalation. So what does Europe intend to do about it? What are you discussing with your colleagues and counterparts?
The EU's foreign ministers are meeting today to discuss that, and you just have heard everything from the responsible agency, the IAEA.
What about the support that the Ukrainian Prime Minister is asking for on the ground? He seems to be sounding frustrated now that Europe, NATO, is not stepping up. How do you feel? Do you feel the EU has done enough?
The EU has done over the last 2 weeks things that everybody thought completely impossible earlier. The support you just shown the report on what the EU member states are doing at the border. Here, I want to underline also yesterday's decision by EU interior ministers to activate the temporary protection mechanism, which would mean that all Ukrainians who arrive in the EU will enjoy the similar to refugees status for at least 1 year. The EU is supporting Ukraine, including with weaponry in the military space, and the EU has imposed most severe sanctions on the aggressor state Russia that should effectively stop Russia's ability to finance this war.
There are some humanitarian corridors agreed, and that seems to be an avenue of some kind of hope. But then President Macron has just said that the worst is yet to come. How concerned should we be?
Obviously, I'm not in a position to comment on President Macron's statements, but it is clearly so that the Russian initial plan did not work. To take Kiev quickly, to neutralize President Zelensky and his government. Now, some advancements have been made most notably in the south of Ukraine. But clearly there is now rethinking and regrouping going on the Russian side.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Matti Marsikas, Ambassador for the European Union to Ukraine, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
I'm Tom Cheshire, and I'm Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Beijing. We help you understand the world with us.
Welcome back. Developments in satellite technology means the war in Ukraine is visible to millions of people in a way that hasn't been seen before in a global conflict. Well, images of the Russian convoy heading for Kiev were first picked up by Google Maps and could be openly viewed, not just by the military, but by ordinary citizens, as our science correspondent Thomas Moore reports.
It's satellites that can be as small as a shoebox that are giving us a view of a conflict zone we've never had before. These are nano-satellites being assembled in Glasgow and soon to join a constellation of more than 100 already in orbit, listening in to signals from ships and aircraft. They spotted the Russian Navy in the Black Sea switch off tracking beacons just before the invasion.
So by shrinking satellites down and miniaturizing the technology so these small satellites are more capable, you can deploy them more cost effectively. But what you can also do is deploy many more of them.
Slightly larger commercial satellites are providing the crisp images of convoys, damaged airfields and bombed buildings. Their cameras are so good they can spot objects just 30 centimetres across, even catching a missile being launched. And with so many satellites in orbit, it's possible to monitor the same area several times a day.
The military has had access to that kind of detail for many years, but the Ukraine conflict has launched it into the public domain. Open source intelligence from small satellites is giving us an independent eye on what's going on.
And then once you have training data...
Even an ageing satellite owned by the European Space Agency can lead to surprising discoveries.
This general purple background is what we would expect to get back from the satellite. These lighter blue splotches are something on the ground, a military radar most likely, causing interference.
It's a training exercise in Belarus just before the invasion, and the scientist has now written radar detection software so anyone can search images from the Sentinel satellite.
In the conflicts that I've lived through, the invasion of Iraq and all of that, the only imagery that came out of it were the images that were being released by the U.S. Department of Defense, and you just kind of had to take their word for it, Now anyone with an internet connection can check for themselves.
But even if governments can no longer control what we see, the images can still be used to shape public perception.
From a propaganda point of view, NATO could use this and turn around and say, this is what the Russians are doing, specifically to prove that the Russians are not telling the truth about this conflict. By being able to use public available images, they can turn around and say, hey, this is what's happening. You can see it for yourself.
2, 1. But satellites are giving us eyes and ears on parts of Ukraine beyond the reach of TV cameras and civilians with mobile phones. The horror of war is being seen from above. Thomas Moore, Sky News, Glasgow.
This is Sky News coming up. Russian troops targeted a nuclear power station in southern Ukraine. We'll bring you the very latest. Stay tuned. This is Sky News at 11 o'clock. Coming up, an attack on the security of Europe. Russia condemned for shelling Ukraine's largest nuclear power station. 47 people have been reportedly killed during airstrikes in the northern region of Chernihiv. Everything's on the table. EU and NATO foreign ministers are discussing imposing fresh sanctions on Russia. And Putin's crackdown at home. A new law is passed threatening 15 years in jail for those who spread fake information about the Russian military. Good morning. Russia has been accused of putting the security of Europe at risk after shelling Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant. A fire at the Zaporozhye facility has now been extinguished, and officials say no radioactive material was released. But Western allies have reacted with fury, describing the incident as reckless and dangerous. They're now weighing up fresh sanctions. Well, this morning, Ukraine's state nuclear company said 3 Ukrainian troops were killed and 2 more injured in the attack on Zaporozhye nuclear power station. Officials say a training building was hit in the attack. Overnight, as we've heard, a fire broke out at a training building outside the Zaporozhye nuclear power station in southern Ukraine, near the city of Enerhoda. It's Europe's largest nuclear power plant and among the top 10 biggest in the world, responsible for 20% of all of Ukraine's electricity. It's now reportedly been seized by Russian forces. Moscow has launched hundreds of missiles and artillery attacks on cities and other sites around the country, making significant gains in the south. Well, this week, Russia announced the capture of the southern city of Kherson, a vital Black Sea port of 280,000 people. Heavy fighting continues on the outskirts of the strategic port city of Mariupol. The city has no water or power supply, and the mayor says Russia has cut all rail links out, describing what's happening there as genocide. In Chernihiv, which has been pounded by Russian missiles as their forces progress to the capital, authorities say 47 people were killed in yesterday's attack on a residential area. Well, the UN's nuclear chief has confirmed no radioactive material was released during last night's attack.
Overnight, a projectile hit a building within the plant site. It's important to say that all the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all, and that there has been no release of radioactive material. No release of radioactive material. Importantly, in this regard, is the radiation monitoring systems. So the systems we have to measure the radiation are fully functional as well.
Let's bring in our science and technology editor, Tom Clark, who joins me now. Tom, clearly some fears have been allayed with that statement from the IAEA Director General saying that no radioactive material has been released in this attack. But, you know, I was just discussing the danger of spent fuel leaking, and Rafael Grossi offering to go himself to this site, a clear statement and indication of how there are fears about maintaining the standards of safety at nuclear sites in Ukraine.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that the IAEA were concerned about, had warned about, the fact that while nuclear reactors are designed with all sorts of contingencies in mind regarding safety and how they might function with earthquakes and planes accidentally hitting them, they're not designed to withstand conflict and war. And there were warnings about the risk for all these nuclear sites, both the ones that are still online. There's 15 operational nuclear reactors in Ukraine, but many more that are offline in a state of decommissioning with the spent fuel being stored around them. They're like at the Chernobyl complex, which was in the news earlier this week. So this is those fears being concerned. The situation that happened overnight was very much a near miss. It didn't lead to a release of radioactive contamination. But if it had hit other crucial elements around that reactor complex, it could have led to a dangerous situation. I mean, one bit of good news, if you can even call it that, these types of reactor, and they're all the same reactors, in fact, that are in use in Ukraine, called a VVER, are very different to the reactors that were operational in Chernobyl. They have a steel containment vessel around the nuclear fuel itself, and they have a concrete containment building around that reactor. So they're inherently less risky in terms of being released radiation through being hit by a projectile or by a loss of coolant, which is another scenario. So if that projectile, for example, had hit the power coming to the plant and it was no longer able to pump water through the reactor to cool it down, that can allude to a runaway overheating the reactor and a release of nuclear elements. That's exactly the scenario we saw at the Fukushima reactor complex in Japan. And although that led to quite a widespread release of radiation, it didn't lead to the same sort of catastrophic release that we saw at Chernobyl. But obviously, if a projectile was to hit the reactor itself, these aren't things that get designed for or modelled for, so it's very unpredictable what could happen. Hence the reason the IAEA calling for immediate action. They're offering to visit, but they also want dialogue with the Russians and the Ukrainians to figure out how to ensure that facilities like these, and there are 15 nuclear reactors in Ukraine, remain safe and untouched by conflict.
Tom, thanks very much. Let's give you a roundup now of today's latest developments. A Russian attack on Europe's largest nuclear power plant has provoked international condemnation. Foreign ministers from NATO and EU are meeting in Brussels to discuss their response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The lower house of the Russian parliament has passed a law making it an imprisonable offence to spread fake information about the armed forces. Meanwhile, figures released today by the Polish border guard show more than 670,000 people have so far fled Ukraine to seek refuge in Poland. Let's bring in our security and defence editor, Deborah Hayne. She's in Lviv, in the west of Ukraine. Deborah, if we just take an overall view of just how diplomatic efforts are now ramping up, even the Director General of the IAEA is offering, not on a point of mediation or a political viewpoint, he was very clear to say, but to try and make sure that the safety of nuclear plants is maintained by both sides, the Ukrainians and the Russians, and fresh sanctions on the table, or apparently nothing is off the table at various meetings being held today. Deborah?
Yes, and you've also just got the UK Foreign Secretary saying that the UK is calling for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council in the wake of the fire at this nuclear plant here in Ukraine. But again, despite all the warnings and the language and the rhetoric, the war here still continues. The fact is, right now, cities across this country are under bombardment or effectively under siege, with civilians stuck, caught in the middle, often unable to escape. And so it will be really interesting and key to see whether the negotiations that happened yesterday between the Ukrainians and the Russians to try to create some kind of humanitarian corridor, remember they agreed that that would happen in a limited sense at certain cities to enable civilians to get out, along with a temporary ceasefire, a local temporary ceasefire in those areas, whether that actually happens and whether there is an easing of the horrendous suffering that's currently being experienced in cities across the country. And in terms of the actual war effort, I was looking at there's been a sort of Ukrainian military update talking about how there's signs that there could be Russian reinforcements maybe moving to come in. There's very much concern on the Ukrainian side at the potential for Belarus's armed forces to get involved. It was interesting that the leader of Belarus, who is a close ally of Vladimir Putin, in fact, he owes his continuing time in office to the Russian president, who backed him after faulty elections back in 2020. So Alexander Lukashenko saying today that there was no plans for his forces to move into Ukraine. But you'll remember that his territory has been used by the Russian armed forces to first of all hold Russian troops to be able to launch into the country, but also to launch missiles from there towards this country. And on the Ukrainian side, they believe that actually a brigade of paratroopers that they say are close to the border with Ukraine have actually maybe even received an order to cross over, and so very much on alert to that development potentially happening, which would further deepen this crisis and increase the pressure on the Ukrainian armed forces, who, let's not forget, 9 days into this conflict are still fighting hard, are still keeping the Russian troops at bay around, in particular, Kiev. But that is not a position that they can hold indefinitely if the military pressure on the Russian side continues to ramp up.
Deborah, thank you.
Well, welcome back to the Polish-Ukrainian border. I'm in Medikar. This is the busiest border crossing between Ukraine and Poland, and we've moved right up to the border crossing. We're expecting the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, to visit here shortly. You can see behind me people coming across, a steady stream of people coming across on foot. These are people who've perhaps been dropped off on the other side, or they may have got a bus or a train to the other side, and they've walked across themselves. We've seen a few coaches coming across as well. In the last few minutes, we've had latest images out of Ukraine of the attack on the Ukrainian nuclear plant at Zaporozhye. We know that there was trouble with the Ukrainian firefighters being able to get onto the site to put out that fire. Well, we've got these images now of the Ukrainians attempting to put out the fire. As you know, though, from what we've heard from the International Atomic Energy Agency today, they are content that there has been no leak of radioactive equipment, that the radiation levels are still as they should be, and that all of the reactors that are in operation there appear to be fine. But equally, one can imagine that under a war situation and knowing that they were next to a nuclear facility, it must have been a pretty terrifying experience for these firefighters to go in and tackle these flames. Whilst that has been happening, we've also had diplomacy in Brussels today. The foreign ministers have been meeting, the NATO foreign ministers have been meeting to discuss what they can possibly do. Our Foreign Secretary Liz Truss was there, and beforehand she had this comment for reporters.
First of all, can you just tell us about the situation with this nuclear power plant at the moment? How concerned are you, and what more can the West do to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again?
Well, this was a completely reckless act. We've heard now that the fire has been extinguished, but it is extremely concerning that forces are prepared to do this. We've called for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council. This is a threat to European security and stability, and we need those responsible to be held to account.
You're here in Brussels for meetings with NATO foreign ministers, G7, EU foreign ministers. What do you hope to achieve today?
What today is about is showing the strength of our unity in challenging Vladimir Putin, in stopping Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. We're doing all we can to support the Ukrainians through defensive weapons, where the UK led. We were the first European country to donate defensive weapons. And we're also going to be talking about sanctions. We've been very coordinated in sanctions. We've shown huge unity. It's having a big effect in Russia, but we now need to do more. We particularly need to look at the oil and gas sector. How do we reduce our dependence across Europe on Russian gas? How do we cut off the funding to Vladimir Putin's war machine? That's what I'm going to be advocating at both the G7 and the discussions with the EU.
You raise sanctions. Why is the UK slower in sanctioning Russian oligarchs than the US and the EU?
Well, we've led the way in sanctions, first of all in bank freezes, where we're doing more than our counterparts, also in closing our airspace and our ports to Russian vessels and Russian aircraft, and we are advocating more on oil and gas. And in fact, we've sanctioned more companies than our counterparts across the world. We've just sanctioned 2 more major oligarchs last night. But what I'm doing is looking at how we can speed up that process to make even more progress on that front. The number one thing that's important, though, is that we are unified with our partners across the world in putting the toughest ever sanctions we've had on Russia.
that there was an attempt or there was a plot to assassinate President Zelensky, and they have caught some subversive activists. They've arrested some people and foiled that plot. President Zelensky is also continuously in touch in the sense that he's speaking not just to Western heads of state and government, but he's also addressing his people every day. He's also asking the West, how long must he wait before the West provides Ukraine with the weapons that Ukraine requires? Because according to them, this is their last opportunity. The Russians are virtually at the gates, Preeti. Maybe 25 kilometers from where we are at this point of time, the Russian troops are moving forward. And just look in front, Preeti. Just look in front. Full military drill being followed by those soldiers. Now, these are not militiamen. These are soldiers. And look at the stance that they adopt. Look at their posture. There is one man with a cocked assault rifle. He maintains his posture when every vehicle is...
I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. We've got a big world exclusive news break here. Preeti stays with me. We're joined live from Zaporizhia, the place in southeastern Ukraine that the whole world is watching. Nick Nalivkin is live from Zaporizhia, where there has been a Russian attack on a nuclear facility. Nick, welcome. Thank you for being here with us on India Today. What can you tell us? You are there in Zaporizhia, Nick. The world is watching this city. What happened there last night? What happened?
Hello, I really appreciate your attention, and I want to thank all the Indian people who are supporting our people in our war against the Kremlin maniac. And tonight's disaster, tonight's attack on the nuclear power station was another crime, was another war crime that must be punished as soon as we can do it. And we Ukrainians are defending our native country, we're defending our native land, we're defending our homes, and everything could change tonight, because the whole world could be destroyed by the Kremlin maniac Putin. And our President Volodymyr Zelensky has told about it in his official transmission, in his official video, and I can prove to you that we all the city heard the bombs, we heard the booms, and we didn't know what to do. But they can't defeat us. They can't steal our smile. They can't steal our lives, and they can't steal our Ukraine.
Can you tell us what kind of, can you tell us what is the current situation at the nuclear facility? There was shelling that took place there. You heard the shelling. We've seen some of those pictures and videos as well, which have come out in the media. Can you tell us from there on the ground in Zaporizhia? Yours is the first voice coming out of that city where this nuclear facility came under attack. What is the situation at the nuclear facility right now?
The region is inside of war. The region in Enerhodar is in the middle of the big war and of the bloody war. So the situation is not as good as we all want. But as far as we know from the official statistics and from the official statements, the fire was defeated, and now the nuclear situation for now, at the moment, it is not. It didn't happen. The humanitarian catastrophe didn't happen yet, but we are demanding, we are asking to close the sky above Ukraine. We are asking to defeat these absolutely terrorists that are trying to explode the nuclear power station.
Nick, what is the is the Zaporizhia power station, the nuclear power station, is it in the control of Russians? The Russian government says we are controlling the nuclear power station now. Is that true?
As far as I know, they don't. But we are all watching the official statements. We don't know.
Nick, that's the question I wanted to ask, because right now it seems that the operations inside the power plant are being managed by Ukrainians, correct?
We hope so. We hope so, and as far as I know, that's true.
So inside, and you're saying outside, the Russians have taken over. Inside, operations are managed by Ukrainians right now. There is no radiation leak till now, correct?
No, no radiation leak. Yes, you're right.
What is the next step? Are the Ukrainians trying to, it looks like a situation, like Preeti said, Nick, where the Russians have surrounded this facility. They're not letting anybody come in or out right now. So they've basically put this facility under siege. It's a matter of time before they take it over then.
We hope our warriors and our defenders would be strong, and we hope that we will win this war, this local war, and this whole war. But I can't tell you the official information because it is in our media, and I don't know anything further.
Nick, how close did this come to being a disaster? We know that, in any nuclear facility, there is always a very big safety zone. There can be no firing of any kind anywhere close to this facility. Did this come very, very close? Because we understand that there is some small damage to the Unit 1 reactor complex, the auxiliary building, as a result of which one of the units has been taken off the grid. So this was a very close issue. It came very close to damaging the actual facility.
I can tell exactly how close we were to the great disaster and how close the world was to the great disaster. But yes, I think that was pretty close. That was another sleepless night for every one of us. And we were just reading these news, just scrolling the news. And all of us were absolutely shocked by another decision of the Kremlin bloody terrorists. We don't know how it can happen, how the human being person can do this. We don't know. We don't understand.
Nick, I want to ask you, in the town of Zaporizhzhia, which is still under Ukraine control, is there a power crisis at all? Because a lot of power which comes in is from the plant. Has there any disruption in, the power which the plant makes? Is there any disruption at all?
The situation with the power is okay right now. Sometimes we have problems with the network, and I apologize for not having the opportunity to connect with you because I had problems with network, and as a matter of fact, I had some, some business with volunteers and so on. So right now the situation is stable.
Is the city right now under siege? Because Zaporizhzhia is in Ukraine control. The power plant is with Russia right now. Is the city also under siege right now? Is there an assault being mounted?
The city is preparing. The city is preparing for the greatest defense we have ever expected and we have ever happened.
How far is the city from the power plant then?
We are in, 80 kilometers.
So 80 kilometers, you are expecting a massive assault off from the power plant, which is the main city of Zaporizhzhia. It's expected any time is what you're telling us.
Yes, exactly. We are ready, and our people are ready. Our people are gathering around. They are doing their best to defend their native city. But I can't tell you. I can't tell you anything more specific. I can tell you specific information. Sorry.
Nick, how well defended is the city right now? The Ukrainian armed forces have been defending other cities. The city itself of Zaporizhzhia, how well defended is it by the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian ground forces?
We are defended by our military forces. We are defended by our civilian defense. We are defended by our sportsmen. We are defended by our volunteers. We are defended by all of us. All of us are preparing to defend our city, and we are right in this question. We are right here and right now. We are not scared.
Is there an attempt now by those who are defending the city of Zaporizhzhia, which is, of course, you said the citizens and the army, to take back the power plant, which is under Russian control? Will there be an attempt, or you're going to let that be with Russia now?
Well, I don't have any information about that. I don't know, and I am just like you. Yes.
How far away, Nick, are you from the from the nuclear facility? How far away are you from there? Can you show us around you a little bit to see where you are, if you're able to?
Yes. This is our house.
Okay. And how far away are you from this nuclear facility that the entire world is watching right now?
Maybe 80, 90 kilometers.
Okay. And do you know people who work over there? There must be a lot of fear and anxiety right now in families of people who work at that facility, because now it is practically under siege, as Preeti said.
Well, I don't know personally, but I pray for them, and I want all the whole world to pray for them and to be with them, be with Ukraine. Don't save us, but stay with us. That's what I want to say.
You know, the president of Ukraine, Nick, has said that any attempt to damage what is there, the nuclear facility in this Zaporizhia, could make it 100 times more dangerous and destructive than the Chernobyl disaster of 1986. The whole world remembers what happened in Chernobyl in 1986, but this a disaster here would be 100 times worse.
This is exactly why we are demanding and asking to close the sky. That is exactly why we are having the war, you know, with not the enemy. We're having the war with somebody crazy, somebody insane, because that's the crime against humanity. That's not gonna happen. I have never thought that in 2022 we will be having this conversation, and my family will be having these conditions, and my country will be having this damage. That's insane.
Is there a sense of heightened fear right now, because now you feel that Zaporizhia is going to be taken over? Is there a sense of fear in the community around?
The community around has no fear. The whole community is ready to fight. The whole community is doing something to defend their homes and to defend their houses. Yes, somebody has gone abroad, somebody has gone to the eastern part of our country, but the main part of Zaporizhian Cossacks are here on our land, and we are doing our best to be the real defenders.
You know,
in different ways, you know, in different ways. There are volunteers, there are drivers, there are instructors, there are military services, there are civilian defenders, they are informational, frontier, because we are reading the informational attacks from the Russian media, from the Russian blogs, and they are absolutely foolish, they are absolutely lying, because we are living here and we're watching it all with our own eyes.
Nick, how is your city doing? How is your town doing as far as food and water is concerned? Because as the military forces from Russia encircle the cities, like we have seen in places like Kharkiv, in the north, there are food, electricity and water problems. People are not able to get those. How are you doing in your town of Zaporizhia?
At the moment, in our city, in our Zaporizhia, we don't have any problems, but there are some cities around us, such as Vasilievka, Tokmak, and Enerhodar, and they are suffering. They don't have food, they don't have light, they don't have medicine. And we are, our defenders, doing their best to save them too. And we are demanding again, I'm saying it again because it must be heard, we are demanding to close the sky above Ukraine. That is the question of lives, of our families, of our children, and of us.
All right, Shiv, do we have any more questions, or should we let Nick go?
Yeah, just
Nick.
one final question, Nick, and thank you so much again for your for speaking to Preeti,
Thank you.
We very much appreciate it. Just one
Thank
last
you, my
question.
friends.
Just one last question for you. How are you doing? How is your family? What are you planning to do to keep them safe? Are there bomb shelters near where you are? What is your plan?
Yes, now our lives is our life is from the alarm to another alarm, and from the bomb shelter to bomb shelter. But we hope and we are sure that everything will be fine and that we are going to win. And I ask the world to stay with Ukraine, and all the Ukrainians smile to win. They don't take out our smile, they don't take out our spring, and they don't take out our Ukraine. That is the statement that I have created right now.
Well, Nick, that's a very brave statement, and we are beaming it out to our viewers, and there are many, many watching. Shiv and I wish you and your family well. We wish you strength and fortitude to face, whatever lies ahead. May God be with you if you are a believer. Good luck, Nick. We'll keep coming back to you. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you joining us. Shiv, this is it. Every time you speak to a local, a resident, the kind of resilience at times of war, is just astounding. It's spellbinding.
And we've seen it everywhere, in the coverage of the Ukraine war so far. 9 days, and every single day, voices of strength, people staying positive, citizens coming together at a time of crisis of this kind. You're seeing it, on the Russian side as well, as people bid goodbye to their military men. Ultimately, it is the soldiers that come here to do the dirty work when politicians cannot agree. That's the sad reality of war. Let's never forget that that's the sad reality of war. The reality today is that the world may have come just a little bit closer to a nuclear disaster. And that continues to be our big focus right here on India Today.
Russia attacks nuke plant, world on edge. This plant in meltdown will mean 100 times Chernobyl. Biggest global threat on invasion's day 9. No nuclear safety margins by firing forces. Zaporizhzhia secure, but for how long? If this nuke plant leaked, there will be a colossal disaster. As Russia takes control of Zaporizhzhia plant, hair-raising images of fire at plant surface. Nuclear disaster looms.
Thanks for staying with us here on India Today. Our coverage is the most watched here in India of the Ukraine war. We've brought you every step. What we've just shown you is the first world-exclusive live report from Zaporizhzhia, which is the big talking point on day 9 of the crisis. Europe's largest nuclear plant facility has fallen into Russian hands. I'm Shiv Arur, and these are the headlines at 5. Russia ramps up all-out assault on Kiev. Spate of massive explosions heard as Putin's war machine closes in on the Ukrainian capital. These are images of the counter-attack from Ukraine. Can you give us
one more missile strike right now? Did you hear it?
Very faintly, but we could hear it, yes.
It's about 15 to 20 kilometers, and it's also a cruise missile.
Putin's menacing and fearsome invasion army tracked from space in 3D. 65-kilometer-long convoys of tanks, armored vehicles seen heading for Kyiv. It's an India Today world exclusive. World's largest aircraft, another casualty of Russian attack on Ukraine. Images confirm destruction of the single Antonov AN-225 Mriya at the Hostomel airport just north of Kyiv. War exposes Ukraine's big Nazi problem and exposes Western hypocrisy. Extremist Azov battalion accused of harboring neo-Nazi ideology, part of Ukraine's elite guard. Why is the West silent on the Azov Nazis? Prime Minister Modi chairs key meeting on Ukraine crisis, his fourth in the last 72 hours. Another Indian student shot in Kyiv, hospitalized with gunshot wounds. India rejects Putin's charge that Ukraine is holding Indians hostage. And we're taking you straight to the outskirts of Kyiv, where India Today's Gaurav Sawant is reporting on a site that's just been attacked.
सिस्टम को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। इस बिल्डिंग में अभी तक किसी के हताहत होने की तो खबर नहीं है। कहा यह जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर जो लोग थे वो तो भागने में सफल हुए, लेकिन इस मलबे को साफ करके वो देखने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि क्या यहाँ से किसी को सुरक्षित निकाला जा सकता है। फिलहाल कीव पर खतरा बड़ा है और बरकरार है। अगले 24 से 48 घंटे में कीव पर एक बड़े हमले का अंदेशा है। कैमरामैन पवन कुमार के साथ गौरव सावंत, कीव, यूक्रेन, आज तक।
We'll go back to Gaurav in just a moment. He was reporting from a site that's just come under a big missile attack on the outskirts of Kyiv. Very, very dramatic images. I'm going to get them as quickly as possible for you here on India Today. Let me show you in the meanwhile, in 30 seconds, the big defining images on day 9 of the invasion. Gaurav Sawant is reporting live from the outskirts of Kyiv. Explosion after explosion has been heard and seen on the outskirts of Kyiv, just about tens of kilometers away. Gaurav is in frame. As you can see, he's got a burning
rising from a building here in Ukrainian capital Kiev, not far from an airfield here. It is being said that there was not just an air defense system, but also certain other offices. And you can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. You can hear some blasts that are taking place in this area. There was still some time back, there was some kind of sound. There was some kinds of sound where people were being asked to move away from this locality. Why was this building targeted? We are trying to get more details, but one of the officials who was present here seemed to indicate that this is where they had some systems to protect the skies around Kiev, which means surface to air missiles were located in this area. We'll try and get more information on the systematic targeting of the capital Kiev. We have also been told that while there has been no loss of life, at least in this blast, but certain other blasts, certain other areas are being vacated even as we speak, as Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pavan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Gaurav Sawant live with us on the outskirts of Ukraine, of Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, showing us the site of damage. Very, very dramatic images. Like I told you, there's no compromise when it comes to India Today's reporting. We get you up close with where the damage is really being done. We're not sitting in our hotels. We're not sitting in Lviv and showing you what's happening in this war-torn country. We are on the outskirts of Kyiv, which has been a specific focus of targeted attacks for the last 12 hours.
There was some kind of sound. There was some kinds of sound where people were being asked to move away from this locality. Why was this building targeted? We are trying to get more details, but one of the officials who was present here seemed to indicate that this is where they had some systems to protect the skies around Kiev, which means surface to air missiles were located in this area. We'll try and get more information on the systematic targeting of the capital Kiev. We have also been told that while there has been no loss of life, at least in this blast, but certain other blasts, certain other areas are being vacated even as we speak, as Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pavan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. There was still some time back, there was some kind of sound. There was some kinds of sound where people were being asked to move away from this locality. Why was this building targeted? We are trying to get more details, but one of the officials who was present here seemed to indicate that this is where they had some systems to protect the skies around Kiev, which means surface to air missiles were located in this area. We'll try and get more information on the systematic targeting of the capital Kiev. We have also been told that while there has been no loss of life, at least in this blast, but certain other blasts, certain other areas are being vacated even as we speak, as Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pavan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
I want to go across to Maria Pysarenko, who's also with me live in Kyiv. Maria, Gaurav, who you know, our reporter on the ground, is reporting from a site, that was hit by possible rocket fire or a cruise missile earlier today. I'll come back to you, Maria. Gaurav is with us live. Gaurav, you are in an area that's been struck a short while ago by a cruise missile, apparently. Take us through what you're seeing. Be careful, Gaurav. All of India is watching you right now. Tell us what you're seeing.
Shiv, we've just been told to get out of here because there is another missile fire or a rocket fire that is expected in this area. That facility was struck. Apparently it was struck because there was an air defense facility there not far from the airfield. The attempt perhaps was to take out that airfield and the air defense facility before this imminent attack. And that is why we've been told to get out of there because more attacks are anticipated. The air raid siren and information that is coming in seems to indicate that more attacks could take place, and that is why we are coming out of this area in Kiev. This entire place has been sealed off. Some of these localities are actually being asked, residents are being asked to move to safer location in view of an imminent air to ground or a missile strike that's taking place. Shiv, if you look around, this is also the route. This is actually the route that comes from the north. And Kuldeep Kumar is giving us more information. Kuldeep,
wait, just camera.
Okay, we're getting the camera down for a moment, Shiv, because this is a military checkpoint. This is the road.
We're staying with you, Gaurav.
We are just trying to negotiate. Give us a moment. Give us a moment. Give us a moment. Give us a moment. We are just trying to get out of this location. If you can see around.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Спасибо.
So,
these are images of Gaurav, who's at a site that's been hit by a cruise missile or a rocket. We're not sure what kind of weapon has hit that site. Gaurav needs to move away from that particular area. He's in a car right now. Yes, Gaurav, you back with us?
Shiv, I'm back with you. I'm back with you. Shiv, two more blasts even as we speak, as we try and speed out of this place. Shiv, if you look around and camera person Pavan Kumar will show you, many trees have been cut off here. Many trees cut off and put on the road. Many roadblocks set up. This is that road that comes from the north, that 63-kilometer long cavalcade or the Russian convoy that we are talking about. This is the road that convoy is meant to take, and that is why multiple roadblocks and checkpoints are being set up here and barriers being set so that it's not an easy ride for that huge convoy that's coming in. This locality has been asked to move to a safer location. Imagine asking thousands of people to move out of here and move to a safer location, because this could well be a scene of a fierce battle between Russia and Ukraine. Shiv, you see, we barely crossed a couple of kilometers, and the level of barriers and roadblocks that have been set up to stall the advance of the Russian tanks and armored personnel carriers and that logistics convoy. Shiv, we are now trying to move to another safer location. We've been told to get off the main highway, but look, where they don't have enough number of boulders, they're putting trucks on the road, they're putting containers on the road, and now we are actually trying to cross this barricade. Easier said than done. Whether we are able to come out of here on the other side, well, depends on Mr. Kumar's driving skills at the moment. Because one, there is shelling that's happening here. Two, there are multiple roadblocks and everybody is on edge. Ask later what's happening, and that is why we have our passports ready. You know, you switch on the light of your vehicle immediately the moment you're there at a checkpoint, and you show your passport. Like we say, we are journalists from India, only here to cover it. Because of Mr. Kumar, we are able to communicate. There is no language barrier. Otherwise, that Indian student who was shot at while trying to get out of Kiev, and look, people are now asking for lifts to vacate this area, Shiv. This is the area that for lifts to vacate this area, Shiv. This is the area that's likely to be targeted very extensively. An imminent attack on this place, and yet long queues for fuel. People want to stock up, fuel up, and get out of here, Shiv. Extremely tense here in this part of Kiev. That northern route, we were trying to figure out why was the progress so slow? What is the situation on ground? And just when we were traveling on that road, there was a massive explosion. There was a strike, whether it was a rocket strike or a missile strike, we do not know, at an air defense facility. And that's another strike. That's another blast. That's another massive blast that's just happened barely a few, maybe kilometers away from us. We can hear it. And you were speaking to that army officer on that picket. What did that army officer tell you?
उसने यही बताया कि ये जगह थी यहाँ पर अपना एंटी मिसाइल या एंटी कुछ रॉकेट, कुछ एंटी मिसाइल, एंटी कुछ, मुझे समझ उसकी कम आई वो बात, क्योंकि टेक्निकल वर्ड्स उसने यूज किए। लेकिन आपने बम देखा जो गिरा हुआ था, और अभी हमारे होते होते मैं आज तक इतना नहीं डरा हूँ जितना अब मुझे डर लगा, क्योंकि हमारे होते होते वहाँ पर 2 बम और गिरे हैं,
2 धमाके और हुए,
और 1 किलोमीटर की रेंज में। तो और उन्होंने बोला जितनी जल्दी हो सके आप सेफ जगह पे जाइए। तो दैट्स वाई कि अपने जल्दी हम लोग निकल रहे हैं, फास्ट ड्राइव कर रहे हैं कि हम अपने घर पहुंच सके इस समय जल्दी से जल्दी।
Shiv, once again, people here are being told, remain indoors. You are safest only indoors and not outside on the street. But life in Kiev is such that people are venturing out, if at all, it's only to buy food and to buy medicines, and for no other reason. Or if they want to leave the capital, women and children can leave. The men folk cannot even leave the national capital, and that is why you see, Shiv, when we came to Ukraine, when we came to Kiev, these roads, there were massive traffic jams, and now hardly a person in sight. As we speed down, I mean, we're almost at 180 kilometers per hour is our speed as we zip out. And of course, again, another barricade where we will most probably have to show our documents. But okay, only one lane is being checked. The other lanes are through. So, Shiv, this is the situation on ground right now in Kiev. A missile strike, a rocket strike, and now the other part, it's almost surreal. Here, people in these houses, people moving out of these houses, or people stocking up for fuel. और यहाँ पर रुपए, यहाँ की करेंसी का, ग्रेवनास का रेट एक बार फिर काफी गिर गया है।
32. $1 equivalent to 32 grivnas.
So Shiv, within a fortnight, we reached here about a fortnight ago. At that time, 1 grivnas was about 28, if I remember correctly. It's already gone up to 32 and almost not available. That's the biggest problem. Money is not available, exchange not available, food and water shortage at this point of time. So the situation appears to be taking a turn for the worst. And as the Russian President Vladimir Putin warned, the worst is yet to come, Shiv.
Gaurav, stay with me. Please stay safe. If that blast has happened a few kilometers away, then it's most definitely dangerous. That much you and I certainly know. So please take all precautions. Absolutely nothing is a priority over safety. We don't need a report from you if it means compromising on safety. You know that very well. But I need to reassure our viewers, all of your well-wishers who are here in India, who are watching you right now, who are worried, through me, they're going to convey to you, please take all precautions, okay? We're watching you. We need to know that you're okay. I want to play out. Gaurav, stay with me. I want to play out for you. I want to play out for our viewers what Gaurav has just sent us from a site that has been attacked by a missile or a rocket.
Thick plumes of smoke rising from a building here in Ukrainian capital Kiev, not far from an airfield here. It is being said that there was not just an air defense system, but also certain other offices. And you can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. You can hear some blasts that are taking place in this area. There was still some time back, there was some kind of sound. There was some kinds of sound where people were being asked to move away from this locality. why was this building targeted? We are trying to get more details, but one of the officials who was present here seemed to indicate that this is where they had some systems to protect the skies around Kiev, which means surface-to-air missiles were located in this area. We'll try and get more information on the systematic targeting of the capital, Kiev. We have also been told that while there has been no loss of life, at least in this blast, but certain other blasts, certain other areas are being vacated even as we speak, as Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pavan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
And Gaurav and Pavan are in that car along with their friend Kuldeep, who's been taking them around Kiev city right now. Gaurav, coming back to you right now, where are you headed? You know, while you've been reporting right through today, we've actually heard some of those hits. We've heard some of those missiles actually landing. It looks like things have dramatically escalated in Kyiv over the last 15-20 hours.
Shiv, there has been a dramatic escalation in situation on ground. Earlier, blasts were heard at a distance. Now these blasts are much closer, they are more frequent, and they are bigger, they're deadlier than the ones that we were hearing in the past days. It was almost as if earlier the Russian artillery or the Russian missile systems, they were zeroing in on the target, but now they're hitting with deadly precision. The blast that took place at this facility, it's hit right at the center of that facility, and to devastating effect. That place has been completely gutted, that place has been completely destroyed. Beyond that, the blasts are coming closer. Outskirts, closer to the city. Earlier on the east bank of the river, now on both sides. Okay, now we are being stopped at this facility. We've been told to park at a corner. Okay, we'll again have to put our cameras down, Shiv. While the audio remains, you will be able to hear us. But our passports will be checked on both sides. Give me a moment.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Вот, будь ласка. Добре?
A video journalist, they are in that car, checking is happening. We just want to give you a sense of what it's like to report in besieged Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, at this point of time. I know our viewers very much appreciate seeing everything that's happening there. You're only getting to see this through the eyes of Gaurav and Pavan in that vehicle, moving around Kyiv as cruise missiles are landing around the city, kilometers from where they are. It's nothing to glorify, it's dangerous, but India Today is taking all precautions. Gaurav is a seasoned war reporter and he will be taking all precautions. I can assure all of our viewers who are concerned watching these pictures, please don't be unsettled. Gaurav knows what he's doing, but we will once again, Gaurav, tell you, please take all precautions, exercise all safety measures as you move around the city, because clearly things have escalated. Gaurav, air raid sirens have been going off. Life completely punctuated by air raids and bomb shelters in Kyiv. You've confirmed, and Kuldeep ji especially has also confirmed, because he said he's never been that unsettled in his whole life. That is very unsettling. That's one of the most unsettling things I've heard, Gaurav. For a citizen of Kiev to say he's never been this unsettled in his life.
It's very worrisome. It's very worrisome. You and I have covered conflict in Libya. You and I ducked Colonel Gaddafi's strafing by his MiG-27s, if I remember correctly, when we were in Ras Lanuf. So we know what's it like to be in combat zone, but that's actual combat zone. Here, this is an urban environment. It's a European capital where a European capital that's actually famous for its parties, for its high life, for people living it up. And what do we witness here? It's almost like a war-ravaged capital already, and the worst is yet to come. We were reporting from Kharkiv, and Kharkiv today is in a shambles. We were reporting from Mariupol. Now there are tanks on the streets of Mariupol. I was speaking to one of the journalists I was in touch with. He said the hotel we were staying in, the places we were reporting from, those areas have been targeted by the Russian artillery and by Russian rockets. While we were there, the airfield was targeted by the Russian missile path. Now, what do we notice very systematically, Shiv? The facilities here, airfields taken out, which means it's very difficult for the Air Force here to fly. Air defense systems taken out, which means it's very difficult to protect the skies of this area. Strategic other assets being taken out in terms of blowing up ammunition depots and dumps, so that there is no availability of ammunition or replenishment. Fuel depots being destroyed, which means long queues for fuel. Whatever fuel is available is only for the armed forces. Civilians face a hardship. Even a power station has been targeted, and that goes on to show the aim is to bring the city and the country down on its knees, and it's very systematically being done. It's taken 9 days, but 9th day the war is very close to the Ukrainian capital Kiev, Shiv.
There's some very serious firepower that's being used, on Ukraine cities right now. Gaurav has just reported from a site of, what could very well be a cruise missile strike. We cannot confirm that, and we don't want to make a conclusion, but caliber cruise missiles are being used, on Ukraine at this time. Very advanced long-range cruise missiles are being used. Ballistic missiles are also being used, as also artillery and rockets. So Gaurav has just begun reporting from a site where some kind of a projectile weapon. It looks pretty big, Gaurav, to be honest. It looks pretty, the kind of damage to that building looks way beyond what the usual kind of rocket fire can actually inflict. Let me play out for you what Gaurav sent us. Watch this report and I'll go back to him.
एक बड़ा धमाका राजधानी किएव में, ये किएव के पास एक एयरफील्ड के पास धमाका हुआ है और फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां अभी इस इलाके में पहुंच रही हैं। इस आग को बुझाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। ये एयरपोर्ट के पास, एयरफील्ड के पास एक फैक्ट्री है जिसको निशाना बनाया गया। इस फैक्ट्री को निशाना क्यों बनाया गया? क्योंकि यहां पर कहा जा रहा है कि कुछ एयर डिफेंस का सिस्टम इंस्टॉल्ड था और कीव के आसपास के एयर डिफेंस के सिस्टम को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त करने का प्रयास कर रही है रूस की सेना। बहुत स्पेसिफिक इंटेलिजेंस के आधार पर इस तरह के ऑपरेशंस को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। अब से थोड़ी देर पहले यह धमाका हुआ और धमाके इस इलाके में हो भी रहे हैं। वो दर्शाता है कि यहां पर किस तरह के ऑपरेशंस को अंजाम दे रहा है।
Turning a bit brighter here, but still outbreaks of rain across many eastern areas from it. East Anglia, well, many here stay dry. Winds coming in from the southeast. It's further west, though. Sunny spells, 1 or 2 isolated showers, bit of a northwesterly breeze, but temperatures of around 9 or 10 Celsius. Coolest of all down some of those North Sea coasts. Into this evening and overnight, area cloud and patchy rain. Well, it comes confined mainly to eastern counties of England. Away from that, with some clear skies and only 1 or 2 showers around, it is going to be a colder night tonight more widely. Widespread frost, the blue colours here in Scotland, Northern Ireland, down to -4, -5 for a few, but a chance of frost still possible. Wales and western parts of England. And that frost risk will be there throughout this weekend. Increasing chance of some lingering fog too, but the general story this weekend, especially for those of you who've got the wet weather at the moment, it will turn drier and brighter. Now for Saturday, first of all, that cloud, outbreaks of rain and a bit of a cold breeze continues across some eastern parts of England, and through the day after some early morning sunshine will push towards the southwest and southeastern parts of Wales. Away from it though, you start the day sunny and you should end it sunny. A very pleasant day in store. Showers few and far between, most will stay dry. Then as we go through into Sunday, high pressure builds around our weather front. That will start to squeeze the last dregs of rain or drizzle out of it. There could still be the remnants of it to the south where there'll be a bit of a breeze, but with high pressure becoming more established, Sunday, a widely dry day across the country. There could be some lingering mist and fog patches around and a bit of low cloud maybe drifting in off the North Sea as well. Windiest down towards the south and across the parts of the Hebrides, but for most, once you get the sunshine out, that March sunshine is gaining a little bit of warmth. It will feel quite pleasant. Our area of high pressure then nudges eastwards as we go through into the early part of next week. Low pressure systems trying to work in its way from the west, and it's going to be those two there or thereabouts this coming week. So keep an eye on the forecast. There could be some subtle changes, but as for early part of next week, many will be dry and bright, but turning windier and a bit colder too. Bye for now.
With outside source. This is the extraordinary story of climate change. Vaccines, Europe, the Taliban, China. There is an awful lot to consider. Let's take this stage by stage. Here's the BBC Stephen McDonald in Beijing. So help me understand the politics of this. Let's look at some of the international reactions. Tell us what you've been hearing. In practical terms, what does that mean? Next, we have to step back and let's just remind ourselves this is all part of the same story.
Piece the story together with Ros Atkins. Outside Source. Weekdays at 7 on the BBC News Channel.
Never miss a story. Get the headlines as they happen. And watch BBC News live wherever you are. Download the BBC News app.
Got a story to tell?
What I'm going to try and do is go to schools and educate a lot of people about it.
Just because somebody's disabled doesn't mean that they can't achieve something.
If you're aged 11 to 18, the BBC can help you tell your story.
This is the world we're being left, a world made of concrete.
Tell us your story idea. Enter now at bbc.co.uk/young reporter competition.
This is BBC News. A very warm welcome if you're watching here in the UK or around the globe. I'm Stephen Sacker. These are our top stories. World leaders condemn the attack on Europe's largest nuclear power plant. It is now secure. Ukraine's president accuses Moscow of nuclear terror.
We need to stop the Russian military immediately. Scream to your politicians. Ukraine has 15 nuclear units. If there is an explosion, it is the end of everything.
The International Atomic Energy Agency chief confirms the site was hit, but not the reactors themselves. No radioactive material has been released.
All the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all.
Meanwhile, Mariupol in the south of Ukraine has become a city under siege as power and water supplies are cut off by relentless Russian shelling.
I'm Yalda Hakim in Ukraine's western city of Lviv, which has become a hub for those fleeing the fighting.
More than 1 million civilians have now fled Ukraine. The EU says up to 4 million may try to leave, and that it will welcome all refugees with open arms. Russian forces have seized Ukraine's largest nuclear power station after shelling it overnight and causing a fire. The authorities in Ukraine say the Zaporizhzhia site is now secure and radiation levels are normal. Ukraine's energy minister told us just a short time ago Ukrainian staff are still running the plant while Russian military forces surround the outside of the site. It is the latest indication of an intensified Russian assault across several fronts in Ukraine. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear site is in the southeast of the country. It's the biggest in Europe. President Zelensky has accused Moscow of resorting to nuclear terror and urged Russians to protest. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has said it shows the recklessness of this war. Elsewhere, the port city of Mariupol to the southeast is facing another day of heavy bombing with most basic services like running water now cut off. Hundreds of civilians have died. Kyiv in the northeast much of it has been reduced to rubble. Ukraine says at least 47 people were killed by Russian airstrikes in the northern city of Chernihiv. And the Polish Border Guard Agency has confirmed that more than 672,000 people have now fled Ukraine to Poland since the war began last week. More than 99,000 people crossed the border just yesterday. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin has warned neighbouring countries not to escalate the situation by imposing more restrictions on his country. He was speaking at a government meeting broadcast earlier. Many will have travelled to Poland from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv, just over 65 kilometres from the border. And my colleague Yalda Hakim is in Lviv. Yalda, over to you now.
Stephen, thank you. And as you mentioned, we're about 65 kilometres away from the Polish border, where in the last 24 hours we've seen devastating scenes of women and children being separated from the men in their lives who have been asked and told that they need to remain in this country to continue to fight and confront the might of the Russian army and deal with the shelling, the ongoing fighting that has, as you say, intensified in the north, east and south of this country. Jonathan Joseph has the very latest.
The terrifying moment Ukraine's largest nuclear facility came under Russian attack. CCTV shows a fire breaking out in a training building outside the plant's perimeter. The Zaporizhzhia power station supplies about a quarter of Ukraine's electricity. Amid global outrage, Russian forces are now in control of the site. The head of the UN agency which oversees nuclear facilities said the blaze was put out, averting fears of a nuclear disaster similar to Chernobyl.
It's important to say that all the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all, and that there has been no release of radioactive material. The systems we have to measure the radiation are fully functional as well.
However, Ukraine's leader accused Russia of nuclear terror.
We need to stop the Russian military. Scream to your politicians. Ukraine has 15 nuclear units. If there is an explosion, it is the end of everything, the end of Europe.
The strike also led President Zelensky to speak again to US President Joe Biden, who, like other world leaders, urged Russia to cease its military activities.
It's very difficult to believe that it wasn't done deliberately, but in any event, it is unlawful to attack a site like this, not to do your due diligence on it, and to keep bombarding it.
As foreign ministers from NATO, the G7 and European Union meet in Brussels to decide what more they can do to end the fighting, Russia has blamed the attack on the nuclear site on Ukrainian saboteurs, calling it a monstrous provocation. Western leaders are considering even more sanctions on Russia and warn Moscow they are prepared for all eventualities.
Ours is a defensive alliance. We seek no conflict. But if conflict comes to us, we're ready for it. And we will defend every inch of NATO territory.
China has also called for restraint as the destruction in Ukraine goes on. Warehouses to the east of the capital amongst the latest targets. In Kiev, the shelling is now more sustained and coming closer to the centre. Few are daring to venture out onto the streets as preparations to take on Russian forces continue. In the south of the country, the port city of Mariupol has been besieged by Russian forces. The deputy mayor told the BBC they were trying to get it to capitulate by creating a humanitarian crisis, as those there suffer a third day without water and electricity. Fighting is also continuing here in Kharkiv, as more of Ukraine is destroyed by a Russian invasion, which shows no sign of ending soon. Jonathan Josephs, BBC News.
Well, as the fighting rages on and the Ukrainian people deal day in, day out with ongoing Russian shelling, the defiant President Volodymyr Zelensky continues to address his people, sometimes twice a day, sometimes switching between Ukrainian and Russian, speaking occasionally directly to the Russian people. But in the last few hours, we've heard from him, and he has spoken to the international community. Occasionally, we hear his frustration that more needs to be done. He often thanks the international community for their support, but just have a listen to what he had to say about a potential no-fly zone being put into place.
People of Ukraine, you survived the night that could have stopped the history of Ukraine, the history of Europe. Russian troops attacked the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. The plant could be like 6 Chernobyls. The Russian tankers knew what they were shelling. They fired direct fire at the station. This is a terror of a new level. Ukraine has 15 power units, and the memory of Chernobyl is lost to the Russian tankers. Russian people, I want to address you how it is even possible. We were together in 1986. We fought the consequences of the Chernobyl disaster. You must remember the glow over the destroyed power station. You must remember the evacuation from Pripyat and the 30-kilometer zone. How could you forget it? And if you have not forgotten, then you must not be silent. You must tell your authorities and go out into the street and say that you want to live on the land without radioactive contamination. Radiation does not know where the Russia is, where the border of your country is. Through all the night, I was in touch with partners, with leaders of other countries, in order to have a response from the world. I felt that the world is shocked. The UK is convening a Security Council about this attack. The IAEA is convening a committee for round-the-clock response. It is necessary to strengthen sanctions against the state of the terrorists. It is necessary to immediately close the sky over Ukraine, because only this guarantees that Ukraine will not fire missiles and air bombs at our facilities. I am grateful to all our heroes from the National Guards who defended the station and tried to stop the enemy. I am grateful to the firefighters who put out the fire. But a lot depends on you, on the citizens of Ukraine, ordinary people, residents of Energodar. You understand the threat of the station better than anyone, because you live near it and you see the occupiers. Stop them, drive them away, let them understand that the Energodar is Ukraine, that Ukraine is not a place for nuclear ashes. Citizens of Ukraine, the enemy has brought on the territory of our country most of his forces, and for the 9th day we have been saving our state from this invasion. Ukrainian cities have not seen such inhuman cruelty against our state since Nazi occupation. Chernihiv, Oktyrka, Kharkiv again, Mariupol, they are purposefully destroyed. They destroy infrastructure, destroy people, residential areas. Only yesterday, in Chernihiv, Russian bombs killed 47 people. Peaceful civilians. Kharkiv, they simply destroy Kharkiv with rocket artillery and airstrikes. Russia destroys. It destroys Kharkiv. How it could happen? This morning, in Zhytomyr, a rocket hit a school building, hit children. This is the reality when the fraternal Russia comes. Yesterday, at the negotiations in Belarus, we agreed on the creation of humanitarian corridors where the people suffer the most. We will see today how this agreement works. Our defense inflicts heavy losses on the enemy. We killed almost 9,200 occupiers. We beat them near Nikolaev, near Kharkiv, near Kiev. The capital remains a key target for the invaders, but they will not break us. They will not break our state. Never, whatever they do, no matter what they do, they will lose, because we are at home, we are on our own land. They are constantly preparing provocations. Now they prepare a provocation in Kherson, where they are going to show a performance of a fictitious rally in support of Russia. And for this purpose, they brought into the city aliens, local tourists. They want to make a TV picture as if Kherson is no longer a Ukrainian city. I want to remind you that this was which started in so-called People's Republic in Lugansk and Donetsk. Kherson residents, I appeal to you, show that this is your city. You can stop it. Don't listen to anyone. Listen to your children. Listen to your heart. You are Ukrainians, and I want to say that Ukraine will not give up its own. We are fighting against a very powerful enemy that prevails in terms of the number of people and equipment, but which is 1,000 light years away from us, from normal people who have dignity. Show it. Demonstrate our national flag. Demonstrate our national anthem, our national spirit, and show to the occupiers that in Kherson they can be only temporarily. And no one and never they could take your city of Kherson like any other Ukrainian city, the city of our state. Glory to Ukraine.
You're watching BBC News. Well, you were listening there to President Volodymyr Zelensky remaining defiant and continuing to speak directly to his people to tell them to stay united despite the difficulties that this nation continues to face and the very dangerous, frightening situation that has developed 9 days into this conflict. Let's speak now to Dr. Paul Norman, Director of Birmingham Centre for Nuclear Education and Research. Dr. Norman, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. We were just hearing there from Volodymyr Zelensky, who has said or described this situation and the attack on the nuclear power plant as nuclear terror. Just give us a sense of how risky and dangerous the situation was.
I think there's a balance of factors probably to consider here. Obviously, attacks on nuclear plants are almost unprecedented. But in fact, they are fairly well protected. They're fairly sort of robust in terms of the thick pressure vessels that they have, which are about a foot thick of steel. They have meters thick of concrete containments. So they are fairly sort of secure against earthquakes, explosions to some degree as well. But of course, if you subject any structure to a significant amount of bombardment, there could be potential issues, and nuclear plants are no exception.
Yeah, we heard there from the Director General of the IAEA earlier, who said that of the 6 units that were operating, there was only one, and that was at 60%. Does that make a difference to the situation there, or is it just as dangerous and risky?
I think it's largely really the fact that fuel is in reactors. You know, we're probably familiar with incidents such as Chernobyl, of course, itself in the Ukraine, and the Fukushima accident in Japan. And they both relate to slightly different aspects, which in principle could occur during some sort of attack or shelling like this. The Chernobyl reactor back in the 1980s exploded under its own sort of instability. But of course, in theory, if you did launch rockets, missiles, and so on at a reactor with sufficient force and opened it up, then some of that inventory from the reactor will escape to the surrounding environment, which is, of course, what happened in these 2 accidents. The Fukushima accident slightly different in that it was not a direct impact from the earthquake itself. It was following on from loss of electricity supply that took off after the tsunami wave came in, and eventually the reactor started to overheat and you went into a meltdown. So in principle, that sort of thing could be caused by the loss of cooling systems. You don't necessarily have to directly impact the reactor core immediately in that sort of scenario. So there are different sorts of possibilities. As I stress, reactors are pretty robust structures that are designed to take explosions, aircraft impacts, withstand earthquakes and so on. But as I say, it depends on the level of these sorts of things as well.
Okay, Dr. Norman, thank you very much for giving us a sense of what's the risks involved in what happened there overnight. Thank you. Let's now go to Vastislav, who is a resident of a city that's under siege, and for security reasons we can't give the exact location of where he is. But Vastislav, just tell us about what's happening where you are.
Hi, the city is under attack. It's bombing all the time. The place where I was living, the region in my town, is bombed right now. And today I was driving on my car, getting back some people from that region, my mother, and the bombs were bombing the houses with the people. And it's normal for this place, for this situation. It started 9 days ago. I just came to the church office, and this place became the shelter for the almost 200 people right now. Today, I transferred my wife and my kid, newborn kid, to another town, and I stayed here to help all my friends and my people who around me and this town to bring them food. And every day new people come. Some people, when they under attack, they came here without anything. They don't touch take any documents. They do not eat. And when they came, they have like shaking hands for 3 days. And some people doesn't get out from the safe place, maybe 36 hours when they came for the first time. But for us, the people from church office, once again, please.
Are you getting any access? Are you getting any access to food, water, any other kind of help from the outside?
We call it this with our guys the hunting. We are going to find the food, take the water, find the gas for the cars, and take all the people to bring from the bombing place to the safe place. And it's we get up at 6 o'clock until 3 o'clock. We're driving, we're searching, we're trying to convert money on the cards to the physical money, because it's hard to buy food with the card.
We're hearing also in the last 24 hours that Ukraine and Russia has agreed to a humanitarian corridor. Are you seeing any evidence of that at the moment to try and get the injured out?
Yes, some of our safe houses are getting humanitarian. We must have such soon this day. We hope to get it, and we will bring it to the another safe houses. We will bring it to another people who is stayed under the houses. It's not a safe house. Under 9 levels of the living rooms, it's not safe house. It's under level, so it's not safe house. Today we gave food and water to 100 people at the at the corner of the town, at the bombing right now. Today we gave food and water for the people at the line of the war. So yeah, we have difficulties. with the water, we have difficulty with food, and humanitarian is coming right now.
Yeah, Vyacheslav, thank you so much for joining us, and stay safe in these very difficult, challenging times. Thank you. Well, with me now here in Lviv is Tatiana, who has come from a town just outside of Kiev. She's come here to seek refuge with her family. Thank you, Tatiana, for joining us here on the program. Just tell me a little bit more about what was happening in your town and why you left.
In my town, the 7 rocket was destroyed. Soldat army. And in my town, a lot of little children around Kiev, one of the most big city with small children.
So the Russian army is there?
No, but they are very nearly. Today was взрыв, rocket attack. A lot of people cannot move because real station is very far. But a lot of people help army. My husband help army.
Your husband is still there?
Yes.
So you've come here with your children?
Yes, with my daughter and with my friend, with small children.
And do you feel safe?
In Lviv, yes, because we understand that Russians don't need Lviv and another city in these places. But rocket can fly very far and not safe and very scary. But I please, people for all the world, Ukraine needs your praying. Please fire the light of your heart and give for us, for Ukraine, because light of your heart can help not support like food, but support for heart and for God.
Tatiana, thank you so much for joining us here on the program. Well, as you can see, it's a very upsetting situation for so many people. Tatiana has been separated from her husband, who remains in their village to support the fight and the army. This is a situation right across this country. We will be following developments here on BBC World News and BBC News, so do stay with us for our ongoing coverage.
Hello. For some of you, it's been a sunny Friday so far. For others, a soggy one. And that balance isn't going to switch much as we go through the rest of today. This satellite imagery shows a strip of cloud, which is actually just thinning in situ rather than moving one way or another. It may thin a little bit this afternoon across some parts of eastern Scotland into the Pennines, parts of the Midlands. So chances of turning a bit brighter here, but still outbreaks of rain across many eastern areas from it. East Anglia, well, many here stay dry. Winds coming in from the southeast. It's further west, though. Sunny spells, 1 or 2 isolated showers, bit of a northwesterly breeze, but temperatures of around 9 or 10 Celsius. Coolest of all down some of those North Sea coasts. Into this evening and overnight, area cloud and patchy rain. Well, it comes confined mainly to eastern counties of England. Away from that, with some clear skies and only 1 or 2 showers around, it is going to be a colder night tonight more widely. Widespread frost, the blue colours here in Scotland, Northern Ireland, down to -4 and -5 for a few, but a chance of frost still possible. Wales and western parts of England. And that frost risk will be there throughout this weekend. Increasing chance of some lingering fog too. But the general story this weekend, especially for those of you who've got the wet weather at the moment, it will turn drier and brighter. Now for Saturday, first of all, that cloud, outbreaks of rain and a bit of a cold breeze continues across some eastern parts of England. And through the day, after some early morning sunshine, we'll push towards the southwest and southeastern parts of Wales.
That if I work that hard and in the end they tell me You are not allowed to stay here anymore. We will send you back.
Are you familiar with this?
The smugglers were liars.
What's your story?
Women especially are victims of violence.
Take part and send us your story.
We are trying always to understand this new culture. So you are not a visitor, not a guest. You want to become a citizen.
Info Migrants, your platform for reliable information. Stories that move people the world over. Information they provide. Opinions they want to express. DW on Facebook and Twitter. Up to date and in touch. Follow us.
In many countries, education is still a privilege.
Poverty is one of the main causes.
Some young children work in mineshafts instead of going to class.
Others can attend classes only after they finish working.
Millions of children all over the world can't go to school. We ask why. Because education makes the world more just. Make up your own mind. DW, made for minds.
Tiptoeing around a deadly conflict. India has been among the nations reluctant to call out Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We'll get analysis on what the motives are of the world's largest democracy and whether they are likely to change. Also coming up, from Volkswagen to IKEA, from BP to MasterCard, many companies have stopped doing business with Russia. We'll take a look at what experts call a shift in corporate responsibility. I'm Chris Colbert. Welcome to the program. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has voiced condemning Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This week, his country again abstained in a UN resolution deploring Russia's actions. And here's the likely motive. In December, Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin signed an arms deal worth billions. Russia will deliver its S-400 advanced missile defense system. India wants to protect itself against attacks from China and Pakistan. For more, let's bring in DW correspondent Charu Kartikeya in New Delhi. Charu, why does this arms deal have such a significance for Narendra Modi's government?
Well, Chris, I think it's not just this arms deal, but the entire gamut of this arms trade relationship that India has with Russia is very important for India. Of course, these figures are confidential, not released by the government, but a lot of analysts believe that anywhere from 60 to 85% of India's arms infrastructure is Russian-backed. This includes weapons, this includes missile systems, and the most important trade deal right now focuses around purchase of this S-400 missile defense system that Russia is selling to the US, selling to India. India has already purchased one unit, and I think 4 or 5 or more in the pipeline that need to become. This is something that India went ahead with in spite of the threat of American sanctions. And interestingly, US is yet to enforce those sanctions, which has made India feel encouraged to go ahead with this deal. So overall, this relationship is very important for strategic reasons as well as for defense reasons, which is possibly why India is resisting from taking a very clear-cut stand against Russia in international fora.
Charu, many companies from the West have been cutting their ties with Russia. How has the Indian corporate world been reacting to the Russian aggression?
I think, Chris, the Indian corporate world is waiting to take a cue from the government. And since the government is yet to take a clear-cut stand against Russia, the Indian corporates have also chosen to remain mum or remain cautious about what stand they would like to take on the Russian economy and doing business in Russia. So none of them have taken the stand, for example, like the stand that British Petroleum has taken. That is something that is missing in India right now. And I think that is largely because of the line that the government of India is towing right now, Chris.
Now, as Russia's ties with the West are deteriorating, are they likely then to intensify with India, as it is the goal with China, for example?
Well, yeah, Chris, that's $1 million question right now that everybody's tracking, from journalists to analysts. There is pressure, of course. Just 2 days ago, the German ambassador in New Delhi, he gave this interview to a media organization in which he said that Germany is hoping that India will change its voting pattern at the United Nations. Now, that's a very clear-cut statement. But we haven't yet heard what German Chancellor has told Indian Prime Minister, for example, or what US President, for example, has told Indian Prime Minister very categorically. The countries, these Western nations, are also trying their best not to give out this image that they are pressurizing India to take a clear-cut stand. But yes, they are nudging India to take a clear-cut stand. They are indicating that they are not too happy with the stand that India has taken, especially at the UN. They're nudging, but it's still a tightrope walk that India and the West, both of them, appear to be doing, Chris.
DW's Charu Kartikeya in New Delhi. Charu, thank you. Well, India's neighbor Sri Lanka is already going through an economic crisis. Fuel reserves are low, as are foreign currency reserves to import it. And rising oil prices amid the Russia-Ukraine conflict are making a bad situation worse.
It's one long line of trucks waiting to get fuel. But with the oil price skyrocketing to more than $110 a barrel, Sri Lanka can't afford much of it. And even when gas stations do get the delivery, problems persist. I've been here since 7 a.m. yesterday. The fuel came, but now they said there is no electricity to pump it. That's because power plants have run out of fuel too. As for hydrogen power, reservoirs are dried up, and with monsoon season 2 months away, there is little hope for things to improve soon. Authorities have no choice but to cut power supply.
Sri Lanka is right now experiencing lengthy power cuts up to around 7.5 hours a day. This is due to 2 reasons. One is being the natural cause that we are depleting our reservoir water levels. Therefore, we need to curtail the generation of hydropower. The other one is due to non-availability of forex or exchange, and we cannot import the necessary fuels.
With the power off, stores are serving customers in the dark, if at all. Streetlights are out. A $1 billion credit line from India aims to alleviate the situation, all while Sri Lanka's lack of funds is getting worse by the day. And that again is due to the war. After all, Sri Lanka's main source of income are tea exports and tourism. For both, Russia and Ukraine are important markets, and for now, sidelined.
Many multinational companies are halting operations, expansion plans, and canceling services and products in Russia. That is prompting some to ask whether Russia's invasion of Ukraine marks a shift to how firms respond to conflict.
The exodus of firms of Western multinationals from Russia is unprecedented. Leading brands are taking cover to avoid a financial or reputational hit. Many boycotted the country before sanctions targeted their operations. No industry has been spared, from the auto industry to the tech sector.
The tech platforms right now are really doing a delicate dance in terms of, I think it's important for them to stay operational in Russia, as it's one of the few tools that Russian activists can use that is not controlled by state media. It's one of the few ways of trying to get information out to counter what is coming from the Russian government. And so they are trying to both stand up to the country, but also not go so far that Putin just pulls the plug totally on them being available.
Other companies are bracing for the impact of their exit on their balance sheets. BP's split from Russian energy firm Rosneft could result in a $25 billion write-off, while potentially reducing its global oil and gas production by as much as a third. Many other Western firms have done the exact same thing, exiting the market or suspending some or all of their activities. Brands are trying to send a clear message about where they stand, and not just by boycotting Russia.
I had a conversation with their executive team over the weekend, and I kind of asked them a hypothetical question. Imagine it was World War II and Airbnb was around, how would we want it to have helped? What would we have wanted to do? It's just a hypothetical exercise. But when you do exercise like that, you realize that you would regret not doing more if you could have and didn't.
Airbnb plans to offer housing to up to 100,000 people fleeing Ukraine. And whether it's a boycott or philanthropy, major Western firms want to highlight how they are taking a stand following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, showing there's no separating business from geopolitics.
For more on this, I am now joined by Alison Stewart-Allen, founder and CEO of International Marketing Partners. Welcome back to the show, Alison. How surprised are you by this pretty much united stand of Western companies in reaction to Russia's war on Ukraine?
Well, I think the list of companies leaving is massively growing and growing quickly. I think what is absolutely the right thing to do is for these companies to cease trading there. The real question is whether they are just suspending operations temporarily or whether they are permanently withdrawing from the Russian market. For some, the Russian market is a significant source of their revenue, and this will be a very damaging commercial decision. However, the upside of that is that they build trust with the range of stakeholders, their consumers, their suppliers, their employees, their investors. So no doubt these companies will have weighed this up before making such a decision.
Do you see this as a major shift when it comes to responsibilities that corporations have?
Well, it's certainly very interesting that so many companies are taking action. And the real test is going to be when we look back at these companies in 3 years, 5 years' time, to see if, in fact, the promises they've been making are still being honored at that point, or are these just temporary opportunities to get people like us to talk about them? Hopefully it's a bit more meaningful than that. And we also, of course, now expect companies to take a stand on things like this.
Now, this war has changed a lot here in Europe when it comes to the perception of how things are going in this union. Do you think that companies will be more sensitive when it comes to doing business in countries with geopolitical risks? I mean, can we expect them to take a stand, even, if in markets that may be more important than the Russian market is to them?
Well, I think they will. I think we expect them to. And, if you think back to Colin Kaepernick and Nike's position, saying, no, we're going to back this American football player who took the knee, that was a risky decision, you could say, for Nike to potentially alienate several of its consumers. In effect, what it's done is it has improved our perception of the Nike brand as a brand that has values that it honors. And so I do think companies are expected now, and the leaders, it's not just the brands, it's actually the leaders now as spokespeople on geopolitical events. And yes, this factors into their risk assessment when they do business in different parts of the world.
Alison, at the same time, companies have been declaring their solidarity with war-torn Ukraine, but the margin for error is really thin here. A German supermarket chain, for example, published an ad which read, "Freedom is a provision," against the backdrop of a Ukrainian flag. Now, that caused a lot of backlash. How far can and should companies go in trying to market their solidarity?
Well, I think the way it works is you don't market your solidarity. You just take the decision. And you maybe don't need to make a lot of noise about the decision. You do the decision because you're driven by the values and the ethics of that decision, not because you're hoping to grow market share as a result of it.
Alison Stewart-Allen, Head of International Marketing Partners, thank you for your thoughts. And that wraps up our show. I'm Chris Colbert in Berlin. Thanks for watching.
Not just another day. So much is happening all at once. we take time to understand. This is The Day, an in-depth look at current news events, analyzed by experts and critical thinkers.
This is The Day.
Weekdays on DW. Some are driven by merciless greed. Others are fighting the destruction. Land grabbers are exploiting the Amazon rainforest. Indigenous peoples are now bravely opposing them. A long-term report from the heart of Brazil starts March 9th on DW.
The US and Europe did little to counteract this relentless offensive, other than make token protests. They failed to react when government forces used chemical weapons again. In September 2016, US President Obama reached an agreement with Putin to divide Syria into two operational zones. He no longer demanded Assad's departure. The US was much more concerned with defeating ISIL. At the end of 2016, after weeks of bombing, Syrian government forces retook Aleppo. The country's second largest city had been an opposition stronghold and a symbol of hope.
أعتقد بعد تحرير حلب سنقول الوضع ليس فقط السوري وليس فقط الإقليمي بل أيضا الدولي قبل تحرير حلب وبعد تحرير حلب. هنا تحول الزمن إلى تاريخ.
While Assad remained in power, Obama's term ended in 2017, and Donald Trump became US president. Trump's relative inexperience and his perceived closeness to Vladimir Putin may have encouraged Assad to authorize further chemical attacks in April 2018.
And we begin tonight with a horrific attack overseas and the forceful threat here at home. The pictures coming in, a warning, they are difficult to look at. Children being hosed off, treated after an alleged chemical attack in Duma. President Trump responding on Twitter, vowing a big price will be paid, slamming Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, calling him, quote, an animal.
I believe that the Assad regime thought they could get away with it. I think they had seen a year more of Donald Trump, a disorganized, erratic, inattentive president. The first 5 days I was at the White House, the U.S. had to decide what the response would be.
This time, the US responded and bombed several military targets. They were backed by France under President Emmanuel Macron.
Le conseiller diplomatique du président m'a téléphoné pour m'informer. Mais quand nous avons fait ces mini-frappes, le message qu'a reçu Assad, c'est « ils sauvent la face, mais ils ne feront rien contre moi ». Donc nous, on croyait avoir fait une démonstration de force. Lui, il l'avait perçu comme une démonstration de faiblesse.
You know, everybody's, done these political promises, and we're going to get out of war, we're going to end these wars, these are no good. It was a huge mistake. If Assad fell, who was going to take over was going to be a very radicalized component.
The West did not make any further military interventions, opting instead to impose sanctions on Syria. But sanctions had little impact on the government's military capability. As Assad gradually took back control of more and more of the country, his critics claimed that he saw himself as his country's Mahdi, or savior.
He thinks he's the Mahdi. That's one of the problems. And sometimes he acts like al-Mahdi when he speaks with his surroundings and friends. This is what we heard from our friends in Damascus.
إذا كنا سنبارك لشيء فهو لأساس هذا الانتصار، للشيء الأهم وهو انتصار الإرادة.
But a third of the country still remained beyond Assad's control. The Kurds, alongside European and American special forces, controlled the northeast. Turkey controlled the northwest to contain the Kurds and back the opposition in Idlib. In the south, a large zone was controlled by US forces. And Israel carried out regular airstrikes against Iranian positions in Syria. To completely reclaim the rest of his country, Assad would ultimately have to confront all of these conflicting forces.
المطار بمرحلة من المراحل كان في عليه قلص بشكل مستمر وكان ينقطع زمو لأيام فلساعات. طرق كثيرة يعني كان الهدف هو خنق مدينة دمشق وحقيقة خنق سوريا كلها من خلال قطع طرق وقطع التواصل بين البلاد.
Vladimir Putin came to visit the Russian base in Syria, but the war was becoming expensive for him, and the outcome was still uncertain. Starting a war was one thing, ending it was quite another.
We had a number then of follow-up discussions with Putin. I believe that the Russians were very much interested in reducing the Russian troop presence in Syria, but to do that, to avoid losing their entire investment in the country, they had to have a more stable Assad regime.
In 5 years, the Russians had not only kept the Syrian government in power, but had also largely eliminated and marginalized the moderate opposition. Articles criticizing Assad appeared in the Russian media, suggesting they might have preferred someone with a less checkered history in power. But when Assad lost support from one ally, he always seemed to identify another to turn to for help.
بشار الأسد حتى لو رغم روسيا وإيران بأن يرحل يغادر ما بيغادر. ممكن يتفقوا بأنه يقتلوه أو يصفوه بس هو بيقاتل للآخر. وقت اللي بوتين أعلن عن سحب شكلي للقوات فوراً بشار الأسد زاد القوات الإيرانية وطلب من إيران أنه تنوجد أكثر بسوريا فبيعرف يحافظ على نفسه.
I have no doubt that they will put out feelers. They already have. We've even had some Americans go over. Assad himself are very good at understanding how to try to gain leverage against opposition or other countries that are pressing them. And absolutely, I expect him to reach out.
In fact, there were a couple of occasions when we tried to reach out to them in order to free American prisoners, hostages that Assad or his surrogates still had in prison, and we had no success with that. We believe that Assad at that point was simply carrying out Iranian orders and that there was really no chance we could reach an accommodation with him. I had no desire to see Assad remain in power, but I didn't see Assad as the real cause of the problems in Syria. The central threat was Iran.
And it was the Iranian presence in Syria that made the US under Trump keep large numbers of troops in northeastern Syria. But Assad has been left walking a tightrope. He has had to tread carefully to avoid provoking major powers like the US or exhausting the patience of his backers, Russia and Iran. He also faces serious domestic challenges. His country is in ruins. Half of the pre-war population of Syria have been forced from their homes. Most of those remaining are destitute, with 80% of people living on less than $2 per day. The COVID pandemic has made the situation even worse. Even Assad's own Alawite community has shown signs of discontent. Fresh protests have broken out in some cities reclaimed by the government. There is pressure on the Syrian government to make peace with its remaining opponents and concentrate on reconstruction in the territory under its control. But it lacks the funds to rebuild the country, and its backers, Russia and Iran, are either unable or unwilling to come to the rescue. Assad has also approached the EU and certain Gulf states to help fund the reconstruction.
He will tell the Gulf state that give me the money in order to separate myself from Iran. And he will go to Iran. He'll say that raise your help because otherwise I will be fallen under Russia. He will go to Russia and tell it you need to help me more because I'm falling under Iran. And he will go to Europe telling them you need to help me for the reconstruction. I need your money. Otherwise there will be a new wave of refugees. And he will go to US. You need to cooperate with me in the security matters because we have a lot of files for all these terrorists and ISIS. This is how we play this game from a lot of years.
What keeps you awake at night?
What keeps me awake at night? Many reasons that could affect any human life. Could be personal, could be your work.
Your job?
Could be your job, could be personal. I'm a human.
We're taking you live now to Brussels, where NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg is speaking after a meeting of NATO foreign ministers. Let's listen in.
Invasion of Ukraine, which NATO and the whole world condemn. This is the worst military aggression in Europe for decades. With the cities under siege, schools, hospitals, and residential buildings shelled, reckless actions around a nuclear power plant last night, and many civilians killed or wounded. The days to come are likely to be worse, with more death, more suffering, and more destruction. As the Russian armed forces bring in heavier weaponry and continue their attacks across the country. At our meeting today, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba addressed his NATO counterparts, and allies expressed their solidarity and deep respect for the courage of the Ukrainian people and armed forces. We had warned for many months that President Putin was intent on invading Ukraine. That is why NATO allies made tireless efforts to find a diplomatic solution. At the same time, we made clear that Russia would pay a very high price for renewed aggression against Ukraine. Russia is paying that price now. This is President Putin's war, one he has chosen, planned, and is waging against a peaceful country. We call on President Putin to stop this war immediately, withdraw all his forces from Ukraine without conditions, and engage in genuine diplomacy now. NATO allies have stepped up support for Ukraine, helping to uphold the country's right of self-defense as enshrined in the UN Charter. Today, ministers addressed our immediate response to the crisis and the longer-term implications for Euro-Atlantic security. We have already strengthened our deterrence and defense on land, in the air and at sea. Allies from North America and Europe have sent thousands more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We are deploying the NATO response force for the first time, and we have over 130 jets at high alert and over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean. We will continue to do what it takes to protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous, with even more human suffering. NATO is not seeking a war with Russia. The Kremlin's ambition is to recreate a sphere of influence and deny other countries the right to choose their own path. So ministers discussed the need to support partners who may be at risk, including Georgia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Russia's aggression has created a new normal for our security, where fundamental principles are contested through the use of force, and we face the threat of conflict for years to come. There is much at stake: how we organize relations between states, whether democracy or authoritarianism prevails, and ultimately what sort of world we want to live in. Ministers agreed that NATO's relationship with Russia has fundamentally changed for the longer term, but we remain committed to keeping channels for diplomacy and deconfliction open, to avoid any unintended escalation, misunderstanding, or miscalculation. There is one lesson we can already draw from this crisis. To keep our nation safe, we need North America and Europe standing together in NATO in strategic solidarity. At this dangerous moment, no country and no continent can go it alone. President Putin has failed to divide us. NATO is more united, more determined, and stronger than ever. We're also working closer with like-minded partners. Today we were joined by the European Union, as well as Finland and Sweden. In response to Russia's aggression, we have decided to strengthen our coordination and information sharing with Finland and Sweden. Both countries are now taking part in all NATO consultations about the crisis. And this afternoon, I will join a meeting of EU foreign ministers to address the crisis and our response. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to BBC, the back.
Thank you. I'm James Lando, BBC. Can you tell us a little bit more about what sort of options were considered about helping countries like Georgia and Bosnia? Secondly, can you tell us a little bit more about whether NATO allies discussed what more military support could be provided for Ukraine? And thirdly, was the issue of no-fly zones even discussed at this morning's meetings? Thank you.
NATO has provided support, and NATO allies have provided support to Georgia, to Bosnia and Herzegovina and other partners for many years. We helped them with capacity building, reforms, strengthening their defense and security institutions. We also have a training center in Georgia. We also have common exercises. And of course, we have different kinds of activities with different countries, different partners. We didn't make any final decisions, but it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support these countries. And this is part about scaling up things we already do on strengthening the defense and the security institutions, reforms, training, but also potentially adding more activities in support of these countries. Because what you have seen with Ukraine is that they may be at risk, exposed for even more intervention, subversion, and potentially even attacks by the Russian armed forces or the Russian Federation. NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. I think we have to remember that allies have provided support to Ukraine for many years, and now they're stepping up different types of Ukraine of support, and this is crucial in this critical time for Ukraine. On a no-fly zone, it was mentioned at the same time. Allies agree that we should not have NATO planes operating over Ukrainian airspace or NATO troops on Ukrainian territory.
CNBC.
Thank you, Secretary-General Steve Sedgwick, CNBC. Is there any evidence that the support that NATO and its allies have been pouring into Ukraine so far is going to change the tide of battle? Although the Russian advance has slowed in some places, it is still advancing. Is there anything that NATO is doing that actually could possibly turn the tide in the battle in Ukraine? And secondly, if I may, sir, have the events around the nuclear facility, the nuclear plant in Ukraine and the ramifications from that changed the mindset of NATO at all? I just wondered what the conclusion was in the meeting about that. Thank you.
The reckless actions around the nuclear power plant last night just highlights the danger of this war. War is dangerous, and to have military operations, conflict, fighting going around the nuclear power plant adds to the danger. This just makes it even more important that President Putin end his war and withdraw all Russian troops from Ukraine and engage in diplomatic efforts in good faith. So that was the message from ministers today, and it's just underpinned by the potential danger of also a nuclear disaster related to this war, or as part of this war.
Your first point was about, is there anything about the military ammunition and supplies that are going into Ukraine? Is that changing the battle at all? Is it likely to?
Yeah. What we've seen is that President Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces. And they have been able to push back, to fight back, and to slow down the Russian advances. And this is first and foremost a result of the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces, and also the support and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the leadership, President Zelensky, which has really strengthened the morale of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people. We have helped them because NATO allies have trained and equipped the Ukrainian armed forces for many years. We started in 2014. And the NATO allies, especially the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also Turkey have provided equipment, military aid, and we have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces. And they are now on the front line. So this support has proven to be crucial for the strength of the Ukrainian army. And we are now stepping up support with more supplies. And I think also we have to realize that, compared to where the Ukrainian army was in 2014, the training NATO allies have provided, the equipment NATO allies have provided since 2014 has made the Ukrainian army much better trained, much better equipped, much better commanded, and much stronger. And this is the reason why they are able to push back the way they are able to do.
Okay, go to Interfax Ukraine. Thank you. I have a follow-up question on my colleague from BBC. Secretary General, even General Breedlove, former SACEUR, expressed an opinion that NATO and US have to provide, as soon as possible, help to Ukraine and to close partially, with humanitarian purpose only, sky in Ukraine. All Ukrainians are begging for this. Do you think at some point allies can review this position? How long it will take, and will be enough of Ukraine to be destroyed by Putler? Thank you.
What is taking place in Ukraine now is horrific. It's painful, and we see human suffering, we see destruction at a scale we haven't seen in Europe since the Second World War. And I would like to commend the courage of the Ukrainian people standing up against the Russian invasion, standing up against Putin's forces. And that's also the reason why we are stepping up our support, and also why NATO allies have implemented the most severe sanctions ever, and also why we are mobilizing support from the whole world in condemning and calling on Russia and President Putin to end this war. At the same time, we have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine, because that will be even more dangerous, more devastating, and will cause even more human suffering. So we have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes. And our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries, and causing much more human suffering. So that's the reason why we make this painful decision to impose heavy sanctions, provide significant support, stepping up support, but at the same time not involving NATO and NATO forces directly in the conflict in Ukraine, neither on ground or in the airspace.
Spiegel.
Markus Becker with Der Spiegel. Mr. Secretary General, you said that the aim is to make Mr. Putin withdraw his troops unconditionally. So what if he doesn't comply? Is there any other off-ramp for him? You can think of any opening for negotiations, and if the sanctions don't make him back down, is there a plan B or even an exit strategy for the West? Thank
you. So we are imposing severe costs on Russia, as we warned. We told him, President Putin, that if he invades Ukraine once again, there will be significant costs for him to pay. And that's exactly what we are doing now with unprecedented sanctions. Of course, these will also have long-term effects, and they are working also over time. Then allies are providing support, humanitarian support, financial support, but also military support to Ukraine, helping them to withstand the Russian invasion. And then, of course, together with the whole world, the UN General Assembly, we are also calling on Russia to engage in diplomatic efforts, to see if there are any political off-ramps, a way out. But then Russia has to sit down in genuine diplomatic efforts to find a solution. So far, they have not been willing to do so. A minimum should be to find agreements on a humanitarian corridor or humanitarian corridors to get civilians out and humanitarian aid in. I hope that at least that could be a first step, I welcome all efforts to try to find some kind of agreement on humanitarian support.
Polish TV. Dominika Jasic, let me go back to rumors from a few days ago about Poland and Bulgaria. It was rumors in media that Poland and Bulgaria gave some military fighter jets to Ukraine and allows Ukraine to use the military airport. Could you comment this, and could you also comment the remarks of the Latvian Minister of Foreign Affairs, who told for the BBC that NATO should consider all options? Thank you.
We had a meeting of NATO foreign ministers today, and I had the NATO summit on Friday. And in both those meetings, I have clearly stated that we should support Ukraine. We should continue to provide, also NATO allies should continue to provide military support to Ukraine, different types of support. But we will not be part of the conflict. And that is the NATO position, and I convey that message because I strongly believe that if NATO become directly involved in the conflict, we will see more human suffering, more civilians killed. And that's the reason why we need to step up support, impose heavy sanctions, call for Russia to engage in a political solution, but not involve NATO. Our main responsibility, our core task, is to protect and defend 1 billion people living in 30 allied countries. We are doing that by increasing the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, deploying for the first time the NATO response force, but we are not going to be part of the conflict with Russia in Ukraine.
Okay.
Well, I met President Duda recently. We discussed many aspects and challenges related to the Russian invasion, brutal invasion of Ukraine. And you saw the statement from President Duda on the Vask airbase that Poland is not planning to send in any airplanes to Ukraine.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
Secretary General, on his way in, the Latvian Foreign Minister said it was time to go from a deterrence mission to a full-scale defence mission. So, was there any discussion of sending further troops in addition to the ones that you've deployed in recent weeks? And as you talk about a new normal, was there any discussion of making some of the recent deployments permanent?
We need to distinguish between NATO's immediate response and longer-term adaptation of our posture in the eastern part of the alliance. When it comes to the immediate response, we have already significantly increased our presence. With now over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, 130 planes on high alert, and thousands of more troops. I recently visited NATO troops, US troops, German troops and other troops in Romania. I met them in Estonia and also in Poland. So this is the immediate response, and we will do what it takes to defend and protect all allies, and if needed, we will further increase that presence. But at the same time, we started at the meeting today the discussion about the more longer-term changes to our presence, posture, deterrence and defense throughout the alliance, but especially in the eastern part. And today we have some presence in the eastern allied countries. We have the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland. We have some presence also in Romania and in the southeast. We are now seriously considering a significant increase of that presence, both with more troops, with more air defense, with deterrence by defense, through defense, not only by sending a message of NATO presence. So this is, as some ministers formulated it today, it's about the difference between deterrence by presence or the deterrence by defense. We have started that discussion. We will have a defense ministerial meeting on the 16th of March. There I expect more details. We also will, of course, base our decisions on advice from our military commanders, and then we will take the necessary decisions. But we have some time, it's not a lot of time, but some time to take that more long-term decision, because we have already implemented immediate responses by a significant increase in the eastern part of the lines.
Ukrainian. All right, that is NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg there speaking in Brussels after a meeting of NATO foreign ministers. Just to sort of cover off what he's been talking about, he's been calling on Russia's President Putin to engage in diplomacy, saying that NATO has a responsibility to ensure that conflict does not spread beyond Ukraine, but also making it very clear that NATO's core task is to keep its 30 nations safe, saying we are not part of this conflict. NATO is not seeking a war with Russia. Interestingly, when he was asked about the request for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, or for NATO to enforce a no-fly zone, he said that was discussed, but that he said we shouldn't have NATO planes protecting Ukrainian territory. That would risk a direct contact with Russia and a potentially very dangerous escalation in this conflict. All right, let's go over to Jonah Hull, who joins us now from Lviv. Jonah, as NATO is discussing how to support Ukraine without actually putting boots on the ground, the fighting, of course, continues, and the situation is changing by the hour. Just bring us up to speed.
Yes, lots of developments, of course, across the sort of battlefield. The main one at that nuclear power station in Zaporizhia, where a fire broke out overnight amid fighting between Russians and Ukrainians at the nuclear power station, the biggest in Europe. 6 nuclear reactors there. The fire was brought under control after 4 hours. The power station is now in the hands of Russian forces, but the Ukrainian workers are still on site and still operating. And the IAEA, based in Vienna, says no release of radioactive materials has been detected. The reactors are not affected. All systems, including radiation monitoring, are fully functional. The head of the IAEA has called for an urgent meeting of the parties to this conflict. He suggests Chernobyl as the site, very symbolic location that would be. He says he'll host it himself. The time is now for action, he said, for the parties to recommit to the principles of nuclear safety to ensure similar things can't happen at Ukraine's other 4 nuclear installations. On the actual fighting front, from the south to the north, lots going on. The Russian focus continues, it seems, to be on making gains in the south. The city of Mariupol on the Black Sea, surrounded, besieged, appalling scenes emerging from that city. It is cut off from heat and water, also from internet and mobile connections, making it difficult for comms, pictures and news to emerge from the city. But what looks to be happening there is a dreadful siege and near constant bombardment as Russia tries to extend its gains along the Black Sea coast. Similar things in Kharkiv, a much bigger city, also surrounded, also under near constant attack, albeit a relative lull during the course of the day has seen a huge stream of people trying to flee that city. Long, long lines of cars, some of them bearing handwritten notes in the windscreen saying children, noting that they are carrying families and children in the vain hope perhaps that will buy them some protection. And to the north of the country as well, dreadful scenes in Chernihiv, a city with no notable military advantage to be had. 47 civilians dead, the latest death toll there from strikes overnight. We heard from talks on Thursday that an agreement has been reached about humanitarian corridors, something the Ukrainians have been calling for. We don't yet know when, where or how those will be applied, but it is extremely clear that the need is dire and increasing all the time.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you for that update, Jonah Hull there in Lviv. The UN Human Rights Council has voted overwhelmingly in support of investigating alleged Russian rights violations in Ukraine. Kiev's ambassador to the UN hailed the moment as historic.
The message to Putin has been clear. You're isolated on a global level, and the whole world is against you. Those from Russia directing and committing violations against my people should be paying attention. The evidence is going to be collected, you're going to be identified, and you're going to be held to account.
And Ukraine's foreign minister has commended the UNHCR's ruling, but says there's still questions over how the international community will respond to Russia.
When bombs fall on your cities, when soldiers rape women in the occupied cities, and we have numerous cases, unfortunately, when Russian soldiers rape women in the Ukrainian cities, it's difficult, of course, to speak about the efficiency of the international law. But this is the only tool of civilization that is available to us to make sure that in the end, eventually, all those who made this war possible will be brought to justice.
We should point out that the foreign minister did not provide any evidence for those claims. The European Union has agreed to offer protection to refugees from Ukraine. They'll be given residency rights for up to 2 years. More than 1 million people have fled in just the last week. Poland has taken in half. Zain Basravi reports from the Ukrainian border town of Shigenya.
Roman is from Kharkiv, a city in ruin from Russian attacks. He's at the border to let go of everything he loves, turn back alone, and join the fight.
Страх, збентеженість.
Feelings? Fear, confusion, hate, anger. I don't even know. One feeling is I need to send my family to safety. And next everything will be all right. We will win for sure. Nothing else. We will save our country. Everything will be all right.
You don't have to know what he's saying to understand how he feels. A country torn in two. Small villages and towns like this one are the last hurdle to safety for the hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children amassing at Poland's border. The last checkpoint, the last long line, a last chance to say goodbye. The lucky ones board buses bound for cities in Europe. Others wait.
This line is long, but it is still moving. A week into this conflict, and the crowd, the traffic, the line at this border crossing, it's much smaller, and the system of getting across into Poland seems much more organized, much more efficient, but no less tragic for the people that are leaving their country behind.
Ukrainians trying to get to safety say they feel abandoned by the international community. They know help is coming, but not enough to stop Russian invaders destroying their cities, their homes, their lives.
Ukrainians are going to NATO, but NATO is not here in Ukraine. We need real help. Army, weapons, helmets and vests. Our army needs serious help. They really need weapons, and there is no weapon in Ukraine that would really destroy the Russians.
Each of these women have a husband or father or brother fighting to defend their cities or on the front line. They say they will never leave and help other Ukrainians however they can. At a place that divides two countries, Ukrainian families are being forced to divide themselves. Women move forward to preserve the country's future. Men go back to make sure they have a home to come back to.
We go live now to Zain Basravi. Zain, where are you now?
Well, Kim, we're in the border town of Rebene, just a little bit north of Medica. We've been hearing social media chatter that there's some sort of major evacuation happening from places across the border in Ukraine. So we've seen more of a rush since we've been here this morning. More and more people coming into Poland from across, from here at the Ukrainian border. And as such, there's also been more activity here at this makeshift relief point. More and more people coming to offer help. We've met some of those people here. I want to talk now to Tomasz. Tomasz, you're from Poland, you live in Lublin. Can you tell me a little bit about the work you're doing to help the Ukrainians crossing into your country?
Yeah, of course. I work for the voluntary organization in Lublin. The biggest help that we need currently is to provide the shelters for the Ukrainian refugees because they are just running out of the homes. They have one luggage with them, and we try to provide them with the most we can. The equipment for the places, the toys for kids, the food, medicines, everything. But I think the thing that we need most is the fundings because we are all running on the donations from the people, and without money we can't really help. We are buying a lot of things. We are buying even the floods. Our town, Lublin, is giving the floods to the people. We are organizing them. We are sending people from the border to the Lublin. Then we help them there. What we also need is the psychological help because mostly the children are in a real trauma. They saw things that I can't even describe. I can't even know what they feel. Their homes were destroyed. The fathers are fighting with Russians. It's just terrible what's happening. So what we need most is just financial support for our actions and just even a good word that will help us to just help these people, to give them their homes in Poland. At least we hope for not a long time. We hope that it will all end soon and the Ukrainian will win and they'll be able to go back to their homes. But for now, we just want them to stay safe in Poland, to feel like they are welcomed here. They can feel safe with their families, contact with their families in Ukraine. So we are doing the best we can to help them.
Well, I'm sure they appreciate your efforts. You talked about something very important, the impact on children. I'm going to speak to your friend Jenya now. Jenya, you have a 14-year-old brother, an unaccompanied minor who's crossing over. You're waiting for him here. Can you describe, have you been able to speak to him? How do you feel right now waiting for your brother to cross the border?
I really feel sorry for him that he has to experience all this stuff that is going with him. So he has to leave his home and move alone to another country. I just feel sorry for him, really. I cannot describe it even more.
Well, we hope he's with you and safe soon. Thank you very much, both of you, for speaking to us. So many cases like this. It's really become a matter of routine at border crossings between Ukraine and Poland to hear of such stories. And people continue to wait for their loved ones to cross over.
All right, thank you for that, Zain Basravi there on the Ukrainian-Polish border. Let's take a pause now and take a check of the weather. Here's Everton.
Hello once again. We've got more unsettled weather across northern parts of the Middle East, but it shouldn't be quite as unsettled as it has been recently. A fair amount of cloud just coming through here, so one or two spots of rain, maybe some wintry flurries too, some sleet and snow easing all the way over towards Afghanistan. Follow that line of cloud just around the central parts of the Gulf. Here in Qatar, not too bad actually, 27 Celsius. We've been faring quite nicely with our temperatures, southerly winds coming through. Winds may well start to switch as we go through Sunday, but we should still get up to around 29 degrees, and we do still have some wintry weather, some wet weather coming in across the Levant. It's also disturbed across parts of North Africa, quite a brisk wind for a time over towards the eastern side of the Mediterranean, but it's over towards the western side where we are going to see some wetter weather just leaking out of southwestern parts of Europe. Northern Morocco, northern areas of Algeria, Tunisia, seeing some wet weather. And the showers now starting to become increasingly widespread across West Africa as we go on through the next few days. They join up with the showers across the heart of Africa now, of course, pushing up towards the equator, those seasonal rains. Showers there too into Botswana, eastern parts of South Africa, seeing some lively showers over the next couple of days with the possibility of localised flooding.
Still to come here on Al Jazeera, some of the world's biggest companies, including Apple, Netflix and Airbnb, join a growing corporate backlash against Russia. And in sport, the cricket world mourns the death of Australian great Rod Marsh. Details coming up.
Frank assessments.
For China, it will benefit from the zero-COVID strategy if the rest of the world cannot get it together.
Informed opinions.
At all costs, Pakistan needs an Afghanistan that's stable.
Critical debate.
Vladimir Putin claims that NATO constitutes an existential threat to Russia, but it's precisely his actions that's created this insecurity in the region.
In-depth analysis of the day's global headlines. Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Examining the headlines.
What is the situation there right now?
It's worse than any kind of nightmare you could have ever dreamed of.
Unflinching journalism.
What is it telling us about India?
It's telling us that we're going down a very, very dangerous road.
Sharing personal stories with a global audience.
Here I am, meeting with people who share the same struggles, share the same stories.
Explore an abundance of world-class programming on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. Russia has taken control of Europe's largest nuclear plant. A fire at the facility in southeastern Ukraine has been put out, and international nuclear authorities say the plant's reactors were not damaged. NATO's Secretary General is accusing Russia of recklessly shelling the nuclear power plant. He spoke at a meeting between the alliance's foreign ministers. They rejected calls to impose a no-fly zone patrolled by NATO over Ukraine. Russian forces are intensifying the bombardment of areas around the capital, Kiev. Ukrainian officials say 47 people were killed on Thursday in a residential area of Chernihiv. Rescue work was suspended due to heavy shelling. Well, as I said, Russia is intensifying its bombardment of areas surrounding the capital, Kiev. Al Jazeera's Omar Al-Haj is in Irpin, which is just 2 kilometres from the front line. He says residential areas are being targeted.
As you can see, this building was shelled 15 minutes ago. As the residents say, this is a totally residential area. There is no presence of any military personnel.
Is there any casualties? Alexei, can you translate?
Одно попадание было в подъезд.
نعم لحسن الحظ.
Luckily, there are no casualties, as the majority or all the residents of this building were down in the shelter.
نعم حراس المبنى يقولون أن
This is a security guard, and he is telling us that all the residents were down in the shelter. Luckily, none was hurt in the bombardment.
التي سقطت على هذه العربة. لا يعني أنا أترك التعليق للصوت بصوت الانفجار.
От маленького, от children,
до
большого, до гуляка.
أنا نقدر
ليلى. будем стоять. Слава Украине.
نقول نصر لأوكرانيا.
слава. Пацаны наши делают.
النصر للأبطال والنصر لأوكرانيا. يعني نقدر بلا شك. يدعونا لأن نرى مكانا آخر.
He is asking us to go and see the aftermath, more destruction behind the building.
ما تزال تشتعل هنا. يعني ليلى أستطيع أيضا أقول أن ما يفاقم المشكلة هنا.
I can say that the problem is exacerbated as this city is only 20 kilometers from the capital. It is also difficult for ambulance to get deployed here or the fire brigade.
نعم نعم. تسمعين الأصوات ليلى؟
Now you can see the shelling. You can hear the shelling.
نعم. Alexei, can you ask him, is this his house?
Yes.
It's house? His house? هذا ما يفسر الحنق ليلى.
This is the owner of the house. His house is on fire.
نعم.
Смотрите, что твари делают, блядь. Палят пидорасты дома. Частные дома. Где жены, где все. Блядь,
كما تشاهدون.
это не фотомонтаж. Это все идет на живую.
She's owner.
Does she speak English? Can you translate?
бахнула в крышу.
She said like قالت أن هناك قذيفة سقطت على
She says that a shell fell on the roof of her house. Luckily, she was in the shelter.
Can you ask her when did that happen?
Тушить нечем?
Ну вот,
Нечем, не надо.
40 назад.
Подожди, да я тебе объясню.
Минут 40 назад.
This was about 40 minutes ago.
Они, сейчас их разбили под Гостомелем. Под Гостомелем разбили. Они идут сюда, ничего не могут сделать. Херачут зарадов со своих оставшихся. Мы их, блядь, похороним.
He said that now it's fights in Gostomel and Bucha. In Russians, they are very angry that they not succeed, so they are start to strike civilians.
نعم كما كنت أقول ليلى وكما علمنا من أشخاص من قبله كانوا يتحدثون قالوا ان كلما سمعوا اصوات اشتباكات.
He is telling us that the Russian forces are taking revenge on the civilians, especially when they are failing to make advances.
Right, Brett Bruin is a former director of global engagement in the White House under President Obama. He is also the president of the international consultancy firm Global Situation Room. He joins us now from Alexandria in Virginia. Thank you for your time. We saw there, obviously, very stark what is happening on the ground. On the diplomatic front, if you could call it that, NATO foreign ministers have been meeting today. I want to get your take on what NATO can actually do. How worried is it? It said it doesn't want to enforce a no-fly zone. It's made it very clear it doesn't want boots on the ground. What can it do?
I think there are several things, quite frankly, that NATO can and should do. The first is we've got to protect President Zelensky, and this could come in the form of security contractors that are serving as bodyguards, other key Ukrainian officials. Obviously, as we've seen from the report the Times of London did today, the Russians are trying, and this is the top priority, to eliminate Zelensky. The second thing is we've got to look at options in the airspace. We may not want to put NATO aircraft into direct combat with Russian planes, but there certainly are options when it comes to drones that we could provide the Ukrainian military that would at least help to reduce the bombardment of some of those civilian areas, trying to target more of those missile launchers, trying to push back against some of those Russian operations.
What are the calculations here, do you think, for President Biden about how much support to provide versus, how that all might be received domestically?
Well, I can tell you here in Washington, there is increasing pressure on the White House. You're seeing quite remarkably bipartisan support for cutting off U.S. importation of Russian oil, for taking stronger steps, including military steps, against Russia. So the political climate here is one that certainly is favorable for doing more. And I think the White House continues to try to push off some of that pressure, but it really is a question of how long they're going to be able to hold at bay the demands from both parties to do more.
What's your takeaway from the negotiations that have happened twice now between Ukrainian and Russian delegations? What does it say to you, I guess, that both sides are coming to the table despite remaining far apart on some of the key issues which actually led to Russia's invasion in the first place?
Well, look, it is a good sign that at least the channels of communication are open, and evidently they're able to agree on the most fundamental of issues, including allowing humanitarian corridors for civilians to get out of some of those conflict zones. It may be a building block towards a broader solution. A lot of speculation, obviously, and I would agree that Putin is showing no signs of wanting an off-ramp, and those that continue to insist that Putin is looking for a way out, I think misread his intentions. So we have to be clear. The prospects for diplomacy are pretty dim right now.
All right, thank you for that, Brett Bruin, former Director of Global Engagement at the White House under President Obama.
You bet.
Well, Russia is continuing to crack down on what it considers the spread of false information about its armed forces. Parliament has passed legislation to introduce prison terms of up to 15 years. People found guilty also face huge fines. The law is likely to target social media posts, as well as news on Russia's military losses and movements not verified by the Defense Ministry. And staff at one of Russia's most prominent independent television stations have resigned live on air.
Нет войне. Точно нет войне.
No to war was the final statement made on Rain TV. The channel is suspending operations after being threatened with closure by authorities. In its last seconds on air, the channel broadcast the Swan Lake ballet performance. It was often played on loop by Soviet TV and radio, either at times of political crises or after the death of a leader. Russian President Vladimir Putin says the blame for the current situation doesn't lie with his country.
We never had, and we were always saying that, we had no bad intentions towards our neighbours. And I would also advise them not to escalate the situation, not to introduce any restrictions. We fulfil all our obligations and will continue to fulfil them.
Well, governments around the world are not the only ones putting economic pressure on Russia. Let's take a look at some of the corporate giants striking back at the invasion. Airbnb said Thursday it's suspending all operations in Russia and Belarus. The company is working with hosts to provide housing for up to 10,000 Ukrainian refugees who are fleeing the war. Google has stopped selling online advertising in Russia, a ban that covers the search engine, YouTube, and other publishing partners. Apple has halted all product sales in Russia while limiting other services like Apple Pay and Apple Maps. Nike has halted all of its online orders, and the entertainment industry has also got involved, blocking several new film releases in Russia. Netflix says it will not add Russian media channels to its service. Dara McDowell is a political and economic risk consultant with a specialist focus on Russia. He joins us now from Russia. Thank you for waiting. Is this a sort of a longer-term shift of strategy, or is this just virtue signaling from these corporates?
I wouldn't say it's either at this point. There are three major factors motivating these corporate exits. First is prudential, second is financial, and the third is reputation management. When we look at the prudential, the first point is that we've seen a huge escalation of sanctions over the last week, with likely more to come. And as well, we are likely to see some countermeasures by Russia. We've already seen PM Mishustin has effectively introduced a ban on Western companies exiting their investments in Russia. So, if you think any corporate is going to be looking, 3 to 5 years down the road, they want stability, they want the ability to plan. And at the moment, it's very difficult to say what the business environment is going to be 3 to 5 hours down the road. On the financial side, the impact of these sanctions on the Russian banking system, the stability of the ruble, all of these things makes the Russian market extremely difficult. If you are selling a product in Russia, you're first off not able to determine whether your clients are going or customers are going to be able to pay for those services through the normal payment channels. And equally, if you're pricing this in rubles, what is that going to be worth? Next week, the week after, what are your payment terms? All of these things. And the third yes is reputational. At the moment, Russia is very clearly seen as the aggressor state in most countries of the world, particularly in the West. It's reputationally damaging, particularly for tech companies to be seen as engaging with Russia, given the repression that is looking likely within the country and its actions in Ukraine. And combined with financial and prudential considerations, it's just easier to exit the market. It's easier to go out, and it avoids a potential PR hit further down the road, while giving you also a positive PR hit right now.
All right, hey, thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry we have to leave it there. Darragh McDowell, they're a political and economic risk consultant, live from London. All right, let's go back now to our diplomatic editor, James Bays, who is live for us in Brussels with an update. James.
Yeah, Kim, we know that NATO foreign ministers meeting has been going on for some hours, a bit longer than we expected. We've heard from the NATO Secretary General. Let's try and find out more what was discussed behind closed doors in that foreign ministers meeting. So I'm joined by one of the foreign ministers, Eva Maria Limet, who is the foreign minister, Limet from Estonia. Can you tell us what the mood was in this meeting, particularly just hours after that battle around a nuclear power plant?
Today, at the extraordinary meeting of NATO ministers, of course, the mood was very saddened by the recent events, what we have seen in Europe. We have seen war started by Russia against Ukraine, against sovereign country, and with a massive amount of casualties so far. So this was the basis why we came together, and we discussed, of course, firstly, how to support Ukraine politically, but also practically, and also how to help with humanitarian aid. Also neighboring countries, because we see a huge amount of refugees at the moment in Europe. At the same time, of course, we discussed how to continue with the defense and deterrence of NATO own territories. These were the main aspects.
Now, the Ukrainian foreign minister joined you for part of the meeting by video link. We all know what he wants. He wants a no-fly zone. Why is NATO not considering that?
We discussed at our meeting today, of course, different options, how to help Ukraine to defend their country, because they have right to defend their country based on UN Charter. And of course, many NATO countries and many European countries give a different support to Ukraine, including defensive means. At the same time, NATO itself is not in war with Russia, and therefore we cannot we cannot make steps that would make NATO part of the conflict. At the moment, we see that Russia has attacked Ukraine, and we would like to support Ukraine in these very difficult circumstances.
You live next door to Russia. Your country used to be part of the Soviet Union. Do you feel threatened right now? And do you have enough NATO troops now in your country?
Estonia was occupied by the Soviet Union, Soviet Russia, for more than 50 years. And of course, based on our experiences, we must do everything possible not to let Russia invade its neighbors. Estonia, together with other Baltic countries, we are members of NATO since 2004. Therefore, we feel that our security is granted different ways as of those neighbors who are not in NATO yet. But of course, we think that the security situation in Europe has dramatically changed. Therefore, we here in NATO must assess the current situation and adjust our defense and deterrence posture. We must increase our defense. We definitely need more NATO presence in our region.
So how many more NATO forces should there be in Estonia and the other Baltic countries, in Poland and in Romania, long term?
Absolutely agree that we must have long-term solutions for which take into account current security environment, and we need definitely more troops and more different kind of defensive equipment to our region, which really helps to cope with the new challenges. And this is the topics where we here today at around the foreign ministers table gave political instructions and hope that ministers of defense will come up with practical solutions.
Finally, Minister, as you look at what the Russians have done in the first week of war. They don't seem to have reached their objectives of taking control of Ukraine. How worried are you that their onslaught is now going to get even more brutal?
We are very much worried because what we see people killing in front of our eyes. I mean, we have not managed to stop this war. And unfortunately, we see that Russia's steps are more and more brutal by every day. And also because of today's morning news about attacking nuclear facilities in Ukraine, it all means that the international community must come together and help to end this war with political means, with economic means, and also help to support Ukraine in this very difficult situation.
Foreign Minister, thank you very much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. The Foreign Minister of Estonia there at the end of this NATO Foreign Ministers meeting. Worth telling you that the participants in this meeting are going across the other side of town, and there is an EU meeting taking place as well. The whole idea to show solidarity and show that the international community is isolating Russia and the government of Vladimir Putin.
All right, thanks for that, James Bays there with Estonia's Foreign Minister. We will be monitoring, of course, that meeting, that EU meeting, when it happens. It's time now for sport. Here's Farah.
Kim, thank you so much. Well, Beijing's Winter Paralympics have opened under a cloud of controversy. On Thursday, organizers made a dramatic U-turn by banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from the event. But not everyone in Beijing is happy about it. Katrina Yu reports from the Chinese capital.
Beijing is once again welcoming international athletes to the city with the 2022 Winter Paralympics. And just like the Winter Olympics, which closed a few weeks ago, the event is again sparking debate. Russian and Belarusian athletes have been banned due to widespread condemnation over Moscow's invasion of Ukraine.
To the para-athletes from the impacted countries, we are very sorry that you're affected by the decisions that your government took last week in breaching the Olympic truce. You are victims of your government's actions.
Their exclusion was a sudden reversal of a decision by the International Paralympic Committee 24 hours earlier to allow them to compete. But that sparked immediate criticism and boycott threats by several Paralympic delegations. The Ukrainian team welcomed the announcement, describing the difficulties of traveling from their war-torn country to China.
A superpower wants to destroy my country, our country, and our presence here at the Paralympic Games is not merely a presence. This is a sign that Ukraine was, is, and will remain a country.
Organisers say tensions within the Paralympic village have been rising as the war in Ukraine intensifies. The 71 Russian team members and 12 from Belarus have been asked to leave Beijing immediately. Several other international sporting bodies, including FIFA and UEFA, have suspended Russian teams until further notice.
Our country has always adhered to the principle that sport is beyond politics, but we are constantly drawn into the politics because we understand the importance of sport in the lives of our Russian people.
Some Chinese internet users have denounced the decision to ban Russian and Belarusian athletes, saying the move is unfair. Chinese state media here are covering the war in Ukraine selectively, minimizing destruction by Russian attacks and emphasizing peace talks taking place between both sides.
Russian leader Vladimir Putin was a guest of honor in Beijing before the opening of the Winter Olympics last month. China's ambassador to the UN says the sovereignty of all countries must be respected, but its leaders have refused to condemn the invasion and continue to do business with Moscow. Beijing has repeatedly stated it's on the side of peace, but as the war in Ukraine escalates, that diplomatic tightrope is becoming increasingly difficult to walk. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Ukrainian tennis player Lena Svitolina says she was motivated by the fans to fight through to the quarterfinals of the Monterrey Open. The number one seed battled past Bulgarian qualifier Victoria Tomova in 3 sets to reach the last 8 in Mexico. Svitolina has vowed to donate all her prize money to the Ukrainian army. And the Cricket world is mourning the death of Australian great Rod Marsh. The former wicket-keeper died on Friday, aged 74. He'd been in an induced coma after suffering a heart attack last week. Marsh retired from Test cricket in 1984, having racked up 355 dismissals, which was a world record at the time. Okay, and that is all your sport for now. Kim, back to you.
Thanks very much for that, Farah. Well, that is the news hour. Don't go away, though. I'll be back in just a moment with the very latest of what's happening on the ground in Ukraine.
A reporter's retreat in a brutal civil war.
If the Commodore hadn't been there, the Israeli invasion would not have been so well reported.
The Commodore had become that journalistic centre.
You could be in a safe enclave, and then you went out into civil war.
I started off leaving this rather grand suite at the Commodore Hotel. The next room I was in was underground in a tiny prison cell as a hostage.
Beirut, the Commodore, war hotels on Al Jazeera.
Cairo, home to over 2 million stray dogs, many in a terrible state. Al Jazeera World follows those helping to save them and the remarkable journey to rescue Layali.
This dog has come all the way from Egypt after having a rope embedded into its neck.
Which takes an unexpected turn.
Very difficult to search for her.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Visa for a Stray Dog on Al Jazeera.
Sediment and development have altered the course of the river. It no longer flows to the sea, and around 10 years ago, it became more susceptible to red tides.
The bloom of algae causes discoloration in the water. I'm going to scoop some of this water out, and you can see there's a rust-colored tinge to it.
Tests by the Fisheries Department show the algae in the Göttingen River is of the Alexandrium species, which produces toxins. Rosli bin Ibrahim is a fisherman from Malaysia's Tumpat district in Kelantan.
In the 1990s, the Gedi River was clear. You could see the sand. We didn't have any problems here. Now the river is polluted and it smells bad.
Fisheries officials have issued notices banning people from selling or eating mollusks found along the Göttingen River. The area affected by the red tide is small, but news of the algae bloom has affected seafood traders in the area.
Russian forces are now in control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Ukraine after fighting sparked fears of a disaster. I'm Kim Vidal. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up, a show of unity against Russia. NATO allies gather in Brussels to discuss the war in Ukraine. Civilians pay a heavy price as homes are destroyed by Russian shelling near Kiev. And the EU offers protection to refugees with residency for up to 2 years as more people flee the fighting. Russian troops are now in control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Ukraine says Russian forces shelled the Zaporizhzhia facility, but the Russian Defense Ministry is making its own accusations that Ukrainian forces staged the entire incident. Leah Harding begins our coverage.
A firefight at Europe's biggest nuclear power plant. And a fire sparking fears of a nuclear explosion. But the world's nuclear body says the immediate danger is over.
All the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all.
The Russians are now in control of the facility after giving firefighters access to put out the fire. Earlier, Ukraine's president issued a dire warning, accusing Russia of the attack.
If there is an explosion, that's the end for everyone, the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe. Only urgent action by Europe can stop the Russian troops. Do not allow the death of Europe from a catastrophe at a nuclear power station.
The Russians, in turn, have accused Ukraine of staging the attack.
There's no doubt that the goal of the provocation staged by the Kiev regime at the nuclear facility is an attempt to accuse Russia of creating an area of radioactive contamination.
The nuclear facility's 6 reactors are located near the town of Energodar, an area contested by the Russian military and its separatist allies. The nuclear plant has been the site of defiant resistance by ordinary Ukrainians, using themselves as human shields to keep Russian troops away. The reality of a nuclear disaster is all too real to these people. In 1986, the Chernobyl nuclear plant exploded, thousands of people dying of the consequences of radiation and leaving a huge area of the country uninhabitable to this day. It is one of only 2 nuclear energy accidents rated at the maximum severity, the other being the 2011 Fukushima disaster in Japan.
We're very relieved, and I think possibly, what Japan has spent a lot of time doing over the last couple of years has been to put in anti-terrorism renovations at the various nuclear sites around Japan. So perhaps that's what's protected Ukraine in this instance as well.
The fire may be out, but the war around it rages on. Leah Harding, Al Jazeera.
Well, Charles Stratford has more now from the banks of the Dnieper River across from the Zaporizhia power plant.
So the nuclear power plant is around 5 kilometres across the Dnieper River. What we know is that it came under heavy shelling last night. We also know that Russian forces are in control of the plant now and that Ukrainian workers have been allowed to continue operating it, but under Russian supervision. The military here is saying that in the last 24 hours or so there have been a couple of shells fired from the southern side of the Dnieper River in this direction. We also know that there is ongoing fighting along that southern side of the river, up to the town at least of Vasilivka. These are becoming new front lines. The situation here on this side of the river, certainly amongst the communities here, is very calm. People are going about their day-to-day business as normal. But obviously, military operations around what is Europe's largest nuclear power plant have potentially terrifying implications. Russia has been heavily criticised by the international community for its military operations around there. Russia itself says that these explosions in and around the plant were caused by what it described as Ukrainian saboteurs, Ukrainian provocateurs. The Ukrainian president is describing Russia's actions around that plant as being nothing short of nuclear terror.
The Ukrainian team that's been holding peace talks with Russia says the stakes are high for both sides. They've been outlining some of the negotiating positions Moscow has taken.
They are arriving usually one day before we come. They are pushing actually us for the humanitarian missions and ceasefires because this brings too much damage to the image of the Russia. Because they're bombing civilians, and it's obvious now to every person in the world. So I think that their main target for the closest sessions is to try to show that they are not so cruel as they being seen right now by the whole world. Yesterday we actually agreed for the very important point for the process and the protocols, how to do the humanitarian corridors and how to evacuate people who want to go away, especially also like it's including the foreign students. We have about 5,000 Indian and Chinese students in Kharkiv and Sumy and other places.
Well, Jonah Hull joins us now live from Lviv near the border with Poland. Jonah, so that's what's happened near the nuclear power plant. Give us a picture across the rest of the country.
Well, apart from the scene that Charles was describing around Zaporizhia, developments on the battlefield elsewhere in the south, in the east and in the north. In the south, along the Black Sea coast, of course, in the last couple of days, the towns of Kherson, the city of Kherson and the port city of Berdyansk have fallen to the Russians. The latest word is that the Russians are moving in on the big shipbuilding city of Mykolaiv, also Russian landing craft on the horizon opposite the very large port city of Odessa. The possibility, therefore, presents itself that Russia is trying not only to create a land bridge between Crimea and the eastern breakaway regions, but also to try and block Ukraine's access to the entirety of its Black Sea coast, cutting the country off from international shipping altogether. In terms of that land corridor, Mariupol, 500,000 people, a big port city, is the major holdout. It is surrounded, encircled and besieged and subject, we understand, to near constant attack. It's cut off from water and from heat, also from internet and mobile communications, making it very difficult to get news out of the city. But reports coming out present a pretty bleak picture within. It is still in Ukrainian hands, though, as is Kharkiv, 1.5 million people, a much bigger city in the east of the country, an ethnic Russian city, also under absolutely constant, near constant attack for the last few days, focusing on residential areas, a high civilian death toll there, a relative lull in the fighting there. On Friday, there seems to be, has resulted in a huge exodus of people. As many as can have jumped in cars and have formed long queues trying to escape the city. Many of those cars have handwritten, scrawled notes in their windscreens saying children, suggesting that they are carrying families and young people in the hope that will give them some protection. Big attacks to the north of Kiev, in the city called Chernihiv, 47 civilians, the latest death toll on Friday from attacks in the early hours there, and continued attacks at little dormitory towns on the outskirts of Kiev, a reminder of just how close Russian forces are to the capital, not yet encircling it. There is that convoy coming down. It's been stalled for 3 days, a whole volley of problems it's encountering, but when it gets going again, the prospect will be of a full encirclement of the capital, a fairly ominous sign of what is to come there.
All right, thank you for that update. Jonah Hull reporting live from Lviv in Ukraine. NATO foreign ministers are holding a special meeting on Ukraine. It comes as allies tighten sanctions on Vladimir Putin's inner circle. NATO Secretary General says the alliance has ruled out imposing a no-fly zone in Ukraine.
We have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine, because that will be even more dangerous, more devastating, and will cause even more human suffering. So we have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes.
Well, our diplomatic editor James Bays is live for us in Brussels. James, what else did the NATO Secretary General have to say?
Well, I think in many ways that was the most important point coming out of this, because you had repeated appeals from the Ukrainians for more assistance and direct assistance and that no-fly zone. I think it went to all of the foreign ministers of all the 30 NATO countries, and it was a resounding no. That would drag NATO into the war, and if NATO was involved in the war, you'd have the US as a NATO member at war with Russia, and you would have World War III. That's not the way the Secretary General put it, but I think that is the concern of how things would escalate if that happened. So they've been meeting here knowing they're not going to do that and working out what other things they can do. I think it was interesting that they talked about the situation in Bosnia and the situation in Georgia and strengthening the partnership there between NATO and those countries, worried that perhaps Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, will try to do something to destabilize those two countries. And as I say, they're not members of NATO, but they are partner countries. I have to add a little bit of a caveat there. There are other partner countries that in the past NATO hasn't helped. For example, most notable one, Afghanistan last summer was a partner country of NATO. So there's a limit to a partnership. If you're one of the allies, then there is the North Atlantic Treaty, which says Article 5, if any allies attack, then all of the other allies respond. And I think that's the other important thing that's gone on behind the scenes here. For the first time, discussions about making some of the troop presences that you've seen in recent weeks, all of those reinforcements sent, including many troops from the US, to the countries closest to Russia, the NATO members closest to Russia. Making that presence and that force posture, as they call it here in NATO, making that more permanent. And the Secretary General said that they are discussing sending a considerable number of extra troops to those countries in the long term.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you for that, diplomatic editor James Bays. Still to come here on Al Jazeera.
Нет войны.
Точно нет войны.
Staff at a Russian television station say no to war. Resign live on air as the government tightens its control of the media.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Hello once again, we've got more snow in the forecast for Japan. Yet more snow, I hear you cry. It's not been too bad recently because we have had area of high pressure just quietening things down. Here's our next weather system. This area of low pressure will slide across the Sea of Japan. More of that moisture pushing into cooler ground, higher ground, more snow coming in then as we go through Saturday. On the other side of the mountains, Tokyo getting up to a very agreeable 19 degrees Celsius. It cools off a little for Tokyo on Sunday, but the snow stays in place across a good part of Honshu, back into Hokkaido. Drier and brighter towards the south of Japan, drier and brighter too across the Korean Peninsula, easing across the northern parts of China. Southern parts of China, on the other hand, we'll see some wetter weather making its way through here. Hong Kong should be largely dry, but always a chance of one or two showers. Plenty of showers, meanwhile, across Southeast Asia. The showers, of course, nudging their way a little further northwards. Those seasonal rains just pepping up around the Malay Peninsula, easing up towards Thailand now. And we've seen some rain just gathering just around southwestern parts of the Bay of Bengal recently. This tropical depression brings some very heavy rain into northeastern parts of Sri Lanka. As we go through Saturday on into Sunday, it pushes into Tamil Nadu and punches its way further west.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Join the debate.
The erasure of Black people from the American and global story was very powerful.
On air or online, add your voice.
The comment section is right here. Join our conversation.
We are all protected when everyone is protected. It is not by being nationalistic about this.
You just look at it in a very different way. Share that perspective.
Men and men meeting each other, and they don't have any solutions. Let me put it clear for you.
The Stream on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Russia has taken control of Europe's largest nuclear plant. A fire at the facility in southeastern Ukraine has been put out, and international nuclear authorities say the reactors were not damaged. NATO Secretary General is accusing Russia of recklessly shelling the nuclear power plant. He spoke at a meeting between the alliance's foreign ministers. They rejected calls to impose a no-fly zone patrolled by NATO over Ukraine. Russian forces are intensifying the bombardment of areas around the capital, Kiev. Ukrainian officials say 47 people were killed on Thursday in a residential area of Chernihiv. Rescue work has been suspended because of the heavy shelling. Well, Al Jazeera's Soma Al-Haj is in Irpin, just 2 kilometres from the front line in northern Kiev. He says residential areas are being targeted.
As you can see, this building was shelled 15 minutes ago. As the residents say, this is a totally residential area. There is no presence of any military personnel.
Is there any casualties? Alexei, can you translate?
As you can see, this building was shelled 15 minutes ago. As the residents say, this is a totally residential area. There is no presence of any military personnel.
Is there any casualties? Alexei, can you translate?
Одно попадание было в подъезд.
نعم لحسن الحظ.
Luckily, there are no casualties, as the majority or all the residents of this building were down in the shelter.
نعم حراس المبنى يقولون أن
This is a security guard, and he's telling us that all the residents were down in the shelter. Luckily, none was hurt in the bombardment.
التي سقطت على هذه العربة. لا يعني أنا أترك التعليق للصوت بصوت الانفجار.
От маленького, от children,
до
большого, до гуляка.
أنا نقدر
ليلى. будем стоять. Слава Украине.
نقول نصر
لأوكرانيا.
لأوكرانيا.
слава. пацаны наши.
النصر للأبطال والنصر لأوكرانيا.
И будем помогать.
يعني نقدر بلا شك. هو يدعونا لأن نرى مكانا آخر.
He's asking us to go and see the aftermath, more destruction behind the building.
ما تزال تشتعل هنا. يعني ليلى أستطيع أيضا أقول أن ما يفاقم المشكلة هنا.
I can say that the problem is exacerbated as this city is only 20 kilometers from the capital. It is also difficult for ambulance to get deployed here or the fire brigade.
نعم. تسمعين الأصوات ليلى؟
Now you can see the shelling. You can hear the shelling.
نعم. Alexei, can you ask him, is this his house?
Yes.
It's house? His house? هذا ما يفسر الحنق ليلى.
This is the owner of the house. His house is on fire.
نعم.
Смотрите, что твари делают, блядь. Палят пидорасты дома. Частные дома. Где жены, где все.
كما تشاهدون.
Это не фотомонтаж.
Can you translate?
бахнула в крышу.
Да. She said like قالت أن هناك قذيفة سقطت على
She says that a shell fell on the roof of her house. Luckily, she was in the shelter.
Can you ask her when did that happen?
Samir Puri is a senior fellow in urban security and hybrid warfare with the International Institute for Strategic Studies and a former ceasefire monitor in eastern Ukraine. He told us why the initial days of the war have gone poorly for Russia's military.
There are so many mysteries about the Russian campaign as it's unfolded so far. But the one fact that we can be sure of is that Russia, unfortunately, has a considerable amount more of military power that it could yet apply to its offensive, that it could yet bring to bear across the cities that we've just seen the footage of that were already devastated, and to cities that have yet to be reached by the Russian advancing columns. But the question about the air power, I think there have been instances where Russia's air force are now deploying their munitions in a way that seems to support their advancing soldiers on the ground, perhaps in a way that the Air Force wasn't being used in the first few days of the campaign. To be fair to the Russian armed forces here, as Mike Tyson once said, everyone has a plan until they're punched in the face. And that's a good metaphor for warfare, which is no plan survives contact with the enemy. A test of a military's ability is its ability to see through the inevitable setbacks of war. Now, it could be a deliberate pause. It could be a pause enforced by a logistical breakdown. We don't know. There is some speculation that because those vehicles stayed in Belarus in their staging area for quite a long time, over December, January, it's possible that they sort of fell out of repair. And it's also possible that the Russian commanders were actually caught by surprise with that order to invade from just over a week ago. But at some point, that convoy will either be used to encircle Kiev or to assault it, or perhaps to do each of those in succession.
The European Union has agreed to offer protection for refugees from Ukraine. They'll be given residency rights for up to 2 years. Dane Bishravi reports from the Ukrainian border town of Shigenya.
Roman is from Kharkiv, a city in ruin from Russian attacks. He's at the border to let go of everything he loves, turn back alone, and join the fight.
Страх, збентеженість.
Feelings? Fear, confusion, hate, anger. I don't even know. One feeling is I
I need to send my family to safety. And next everything will be all right. We will win for sure. Nothing else. We will save our country. Everything will be all right. You don't have to know what he's saying to understand how he feels. A country torn in two. Small villages and towns like this one are the last hurdle to safety for the hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children amassing at Poland's border. The last checkpoint, the last long line, a last chance to say goodbye. The lucky ones board buses bound for cities in Europe. Others wait.
This line is long, but it is still moving. A week into this conflict, and the crowd, the traffic, the line at this border crossing, it's much smaller, and the system of getting across into Poland seems much more organized, much more efficient, but no less tragic for the people that are leaving their country behind.
Ukrainians trying to get to safety say they feel abandoned by the international community. They know help is coming, but not enough to stop Russian invaders destroying their cities, their homes, their lives.
Ukrainians are going to NATO, but NATO is not here in Ukraine. We need real help. Army, weapons, helmets and vests. Our army needs serious help. They really need weapons, and there is no weapon in Ukraine that would really destroy the Russians.
Each of these women have a husband or father or brother fighting to defend their cities or on the front line. They say they will never leave and help other Ukrainians however they can. At a place that divides two countries, Ukrainian families are being forced to divide themselves. Women move forward to preserve the country's future. Men go back to make sure they have a home to come back to. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Shigenya, Ukraine.
Russia is continuing to crack down on what it considers the spread of false information about its armed forces. Parliament has passed legislation to introduce prison terms of up to 15 years. People found guilty also face huge fines. The law is likely to target social media posts, as well as news on Russia's military losses and movements not verified by the Defence Ministry. Staff at one of Russia's most prominent independent television stations have resigned live on air.
Нет войне.
Точно нет войне.
No to war was the final statement made on Rain TV. The channel's suspending operations after being threatened with closure by the authorities. In its last seconds on air, the channel broadcast the Swan Lake Ballet performance. It was often played on loop by Soviet TV and radio, either at times of political crises or after the death of a leader. Dos Jabari has more from Moscow.
There are very few independent media organizations left, and those that are very worried about their future. But I just want to first talk about that TV Rain departure. It was really something to see them give a nod to Russian history. Of course, the Swan Lake Ballet, Tchaikovsky's ballet, debuted in Moscow in 1877. And since it was used during the Soviet era, during times of crises, and it was also broadcast during the attempted coup in 1991 in this country, which led eventually to the fall of the Soviet Union. It's really known as a symbolic ballet, and this channel that was founded in 2010 really delivered a final message that nothing is forever, and that the political leadership in this country also has to remember this country's history. Also been hearing from a very prominent editor-in-chief, one of the well-known Russian journalists, who shared the Nobel Peace Prize last year, Dmitry Muratov, who is the editor of the newspaper Novaya Gazeta, and he said that he is not sure his newspaper will survive until next week. And this is a publication that has seen 6 of its journalists murdered over the past few years. So they've survived a lot of things, but now this editor-in-chief, who's very well known globally, has said that basically everything that's not propaganda is being eliminated. So dark days ahead for sure for this country's media.
Some other news now, and Australian cricket legend Shane Warne has died at the age of 52. His management say he suffered a heart attack. Our sports correspondent Andy Richardson joins me now. Andy, I mean, shocking news for a man who was larger than life in the cricketing world.
He really was, and I think even though he retired a few years ago, he's such a present in our lives for people who love and watch cricket because of his work in the commentary box. And for the last 20 or 30 years or so, since he made his debut in the early 90s for the Australian Test team, he has articulated and been so central to everything that is cricket. He performed the art of something called leg spin, which for a lot of people who watch Al Jazeera will be a complete unknown to them, but it's a very complicated bowling technique that he brought to the masses and popularised. And he has amazing statistics. He took 708 Test wickets during his Test career, which puts him second on the all-time list. But he was so much more than statistics. He was a showman. He embraced everything that came with cricket and everything that came with being a high-profile sports star. And he elevated the game. And he elevated Australia, and he elevated everything that he did and took part in. And in the latter stages of his career, he was part of the Indian Premier League, the T20 game, which again has done so much to continue to sort of popularise cricket in different parts of the world. And I think this is going to be a huge shock to so many people because he commentates and has something to say about every aspect of cricket. And just 10 or 11 hours ago, he was tweeting his condolences about the death of another great former Australian cricketer, Rod Marsh, who died at the age of 74. So there was no suggestion that there was an illness or that there was anything wrong with him. So a lot for the cricket world to digest, and I'm sure we're going to get tributes coming in from all around the world in the coming minutes and hours.
In his heyday, not to say that recently wasn't his heyday, but when he was at the top of his game, he was making headlines for a lot of things, wasn't he? I know there was something about being caught taking a bribe for giving information about a game or something along those lines.
Yeah, he pushed the limits of everything he did. He took a ban from cricket for taking an illegal diet drug, a diuretic that he said he got from his mum.
Yeah, apparently his mum just wanted him to look slim, wasn't it?
That's right. So I mean, there was always that sort of air of Shane Warne that he was on the edge of doing things right or wrong. But when it came down to it, he was a brilliant bowler, a fierce competitor, loved the biggest stage. He loved playing Australia's great rivals, England. Before every series, he would say, I've invented a new ball that's going to fox the English for the coming weeks. And it was often made up, but it was all part of the show of being Shane Warne, and that's what he was about, and that's what he brought to cricket, and that's what the game needed.
Left many a batsman shaking in their boots. All right, thank you for that. It's our sports correspondent Andy Richardson there. This is Al Jazeera, and these are the top stories. Russia has taken control of Europe's largest nuclear plant. A fire at the facility in southeastern Ukraine has been put out. International nuclear authorities say the reactors were not damaged. NATO foreign ministers are holding a special meeting on Ukraine. It comes as allies tighten sanctions on Vladimir Putin's inner circle. NATO's Secretary General says the alliance has ruled out imposing a no-fly zone over Ukraine.
We have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine, because that will be even more dangerous, more devastating, and will cause even more human suffering. So we have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes.
Staff at one of Russia's most prominent independent television stations have resigned live on air.
Нет войне.
Точно нет войны.
No to war was the final statement made on Rain TV. The channel is suspending operations after being threatened with closure by the authorities. Ukraine says at least 47 bodies have been recovered from the rubble in Chernihiv in the wake of Russian strikes. Rescue efforts in the area have been suspended because of the Russian attacks. Officials in Mariupol are warning of a humanitarian catastrophe. as the besieged city endures heavy bombardment. The governor says power has been cut and water and food supplies are running out. Russia is continuing to crack down on what it considers the spread of false information about its armed forces. Parliament's passed legislation to introduce prison terms of up to 15 years. And Australian cricket legend Shane Warne has died at the age of 52. His management says he suffered a heart attack. And those are the headlines. News will continue here on Al Jazeera right after the stream. See you next time. Bye-bye.
There's a wave of sentiment around the world where people actually want accountability from the people who are running their countries. And I think often people's voices are not heard because they're just not part of the mainstream news narrative. Obviously, we cover the big stories and we report on the big events that are going on, but we also tell the stories of people who generally don't have a voice. I remember when I was a child, my dad said, never be afraid to put your hand up and ask a question. And I think that's what Al Jazeera really does. We ask the questions to people who should be accountable, and also we
with my aunt, she's living outside Kiev, and her family was torn apart. Some part of her, they were planning to leave on 2 cars, and one car managed to get away, and her car with her daughter and some other kids was encircled. So they are staying in their home, sleeping in the basement, and are very terrified.
How long do you think that the Ukrainian forces defending Kiev, other cities as well, but particularly the capital, can hold out?
Well, I don't know. I think that they could hold out for weeks, maybe months, because the spirit is very, very strong. But we don't know how Russia would react. And I think Russia would probably try to use both during the siege. I mean, heavy bombardments and trying to cut off electricity, food supplies, things like that. Mm-hmm. So it does look terrible for Kiev for the coming weeks, I think.
And just one other question. What awaits your family at the border? What are conditions there like? I've just heard from one of my own relatives who left Ukraine via the Polish border that there was a terrible press of people, almost a kind of a mob atmosphere, people desperately trying to get across.
Well, Poland is the main route which Ukrainians are taking, so that's why we decided to take the southern route over Romania or Moldova. We don't know yet exactly how they will come. But here is the situation more or less under control, I would say, especially on the Romanian border where I am. So I've heard a lot of positive reports that Romanian police and other services are very, very helpful.
Thank you so much. We'll be right back to you with some more questions in just a moment. But let me go now to Christoph. And Christoph, one manifestation of this surprising unity that I referred to earlier is the amazing reception that has been given to the refugees who are streaming out of Ukraine, already 1 million displaced people, including by countries that had shut their borders in 2015. And I'm thinking especially, as we saw, of course, Syrian and Afghanistan refugees entering Europe. And I'm thinking in particular of Hungary, Viktor Orban's Hungary, Orban known to have friendly relations with Putin. Do you think that in the wake of what we're seeing in Ukraine, Mr. Orban may be reconsidering his attempt to maintain those friendly relations and perhaps looking at more solidly joining the rest of the EU members? Or is this a temporary unity?
I think it's somewhere in between. I think there's a misunderstanding what the position of countries like Hungary and Poland was in 2015. And since we misunderstood what they meant then, we now try to understand it in the terms of that time. Poland and Hungary were never as xenophobic as they were portrayed in Western Europe, especially in Germany. It is also, if you look to refugee law, it is a difference whether people are coming over thousands of kilometers, going through a lot of countries where they would be secure, but decide to go on further for economic reasons. And that is a good reason. I don't say they shouldn't do that, but it's a difference whether there are coming people from your neighboring country where is war, and you are the first place where they can be secure. Then you welcome them in a different way in comparison when you have the feeling, well, they could have been secure somewhere else, but they're nevertheless coming. That was the misunderstanding in 2015 in Germany. I don't want to defend people like Kaczynski or Orban, but we shouldn't
Kaczynski
exaggerate.
Being the Polish leader, of course.
We shouldn't exaggerate.
But just a brief word on Orban. Do you think we will see a new, solid EU unity with him? He, as you know, of course, has been backsliding on rule of law.
No, not solid. It will be, I think everybody has now a little bit getting in that we need solidarity. And if you divide the West or you divide the European Union, it will be to your disadvantage. Before the war, there was this feeling, you know, I can get my personal advantage even if I am not solidary with the rest of the Union. And I think this has passed.
Let me go to Jessica. And in her address to this special meeting of the United Nations General Assembly this week, Jessica, German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock said the following, and I quote, "Russia's war marks the dawn of a new era. It's a watershed moment. It requires each and every one of us to take a firm and responsible decision and take a side." Are we seeing an Iron Curtain, a new Iron Curtain go down across Europe? Take a side?
Well, this is truly a turning point in German and in European history. What we've seen from this new government, the statements from Chancellor Scholz last weekend and from Minister Baerbock at the UN, this shows a complete shift in our entire foreign policy and security policy. What they're not doing is trying to divide Europe. On the contrary, this is a call for unity between democratic partners in Europe. What Russia has done, let me put it like this, no country in Europe has, no great power in NATO has tried more than Germany to maintain those close ties with Russia. In fact, Germany has been starkly criticized for months for not taking a harder line. So this is definitely not a call for a new Iron Curtain. On the contrary, Germany wanted to negotiate this phrase Dialogbereitschaft, the readiness for dialogue that Minister Baerbock was constantly stating in the past weeks, has come back to haunt her. And her statement at the UN showed that Germany has read the writing on the wall. They're serious about not just pursuing dialogue, but taking action.
If Putin is the anti-hero of the current crisis, Ukraine's president is his opposite number, delivering emotional appeals that are rallying support both at home and abroad.
Good morning to all of you Ukrainians. A lot of fake information appears now on the net, alleging I'm calling on our army to surrender and there are evacuations. I am here. We will not quit our resistance. We will defend our country, because our weapons are the truth. Our truth and the fact this is our land, our country, and our children. And we will defend all this. That's all. This is all I wanted to tell you. The capital, Kiev. The whole country is under fire from Russian forces. Amidst it all, a Ukrainian president who addresses his people, and the European Union, almost daily via video message. We are fighting for our rights, for our freedoms, for life, for our life. And now we are fighting for survival. And this is our main motivation. But we are fighting also to be equal members of Europe. A political novice and a well-known actor, Zelensky came to power 3 years ago. Today, in the middle of the war, the lawyer from a Jewish family has become a leading figure. Does he have what it takes to become an icon of freedom?
And let me put that question to Roman. Roman, would you have thought, let's say, months ago, that President Zelensky would wind up being this kind of figure, would wind up playing this kind of role? And I'm also curious what your family and others in Ukraine are saying about him.
Well, absolutely. It's a very interesting transformation. Zelensky was a controversial figure among Ukrainians who call themselves patriots. So the former president Petro Poroshenko was criticizing him harshly for not doing enough against the Russian aggression. And he was very controversial. And remember, just a few weeks ago, he was also criticized for trying to go after Poroshenko, to trying to put him on trial, things like that, and for not preparing enough for the Russian aggression. This is all forgotten now. He's a real hero now, and not only in Ukraine, but also abroad. I managed to meet him at the Munich Security Conference just a few days ago. And he made a very good impression. He made a very good speech, very strong. He's a former actor. He knows how to talk to the public. But he managed to find the right words. I think this is his number one strength, to find the right words at the right moment. And Ukrainians have rallied around him, his critics as well. And this is a very astonishing development.
And Roman, what do you think is likely to be President Zelensky's fate?
Well, I hope he survives. He will probably have to leave Kiev sometime later, I don't know, but it looks very much like that. But for the moment, he has chosen to stay, just like millions of Ukrainians as well, and just like the mayor of Kiev, the former box world champion Vitaly Klitschko, which is also an example of astonishing courage. Both Klitschko and Zelensky are now heroes here in Ukraine. They were before, but that admiration for them has grown much, much stronger. And this is a very good example for all Ukrainians who stay and who fight.
Christoph, not least in response to those very emotional appeals from President Zelensky, Western countries are now outdoing themselves with offers of weapons and military support to Ukraine. We're also seeing a number of EU countries calling for fast-tracked EU membership for Ukraine. Do you think all of that is likely to deter Putin or provoke him?
First of all, the unity is not as big as it seems from the outside. First of all, Germany was not ready to deliver weapons for defense.
But now it is,
first.
as we heard from Jessica.
Okay. Yes, now they're doing something.
And that's very surprising.
Zelensky is asking for more, and certainly we are not sending tanks. NATO could close the airspace over Ukraine, but we all know that they won't do that, although it would make a huge difference. But then, of course, there's a risk that would mean World War III if NATO would get engaged with Russian forces. So, yeah, and if you look at this fast-track membership, already very important countries spoke out against it. Germany, France, the Netherlands. So if people asking too much, then it rather splits the West or the EU. As long as you are on a certain level, which might not be enough, but everybody can agree on, it looks like unity. But if you go further, then the unity is not so reliable anymore. So I'm a little bit cautious about. And you asked about Putin. Will he be convinced? I think Putin lives in his own world. And what news gets to him and to his head, we don't know about that. He is surrounded now by almost 20 years by yes-sayers and people who are not challenging him. So I don't say that he is crazy. I would never use those words. I think he is rational, but he is rational in his own world. And the world in which Vladimir Putin is rational might not be the real world. And that makes it dangerous. So if he gets all these signals of unity of the West, or whether he still thinks, the West is decadent, in the end they won't do anything which really hurts them, that we don't know. The test is out.
Jessica, I want to get your comment also on the offers of weapons support. And I wonder how surprised you were to hear even EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, for the first time, offering weapons and military support to the tune of 500 million euros, not a paltry amount. Is that helpful, or does it risk actually importing the conflict into the EU?
This conflict is already a European conflict, let's be clear. And the threat of World War III, the threat of nuclear war that we face it with or without NATO action on setting up a no-fly zone. This is an incredibly volatile, dangerous situation. And the EU, first and foremost, made the right decision to support President Zelensky and answer his call for military aid. To not do so would have been to basically put the nail in the coffin of the Ukrainian resistance to this invasion. However, to your points around the threat of war with Russia directly, there are many people right now in Eastern Europe and in the Baltic states who are already saying, if we don't take more action now, this won't stop with Ukraine. All right? Vladimir Putin, in his own logic, in whatever reality he is currently occupying, he sees the former Soviet Union as something that needs to be reclaimed and re-put together. And this will not stop with Ukraine, just like it didn't stop with Georgia, it didn't stop with Crimea, all right? We need to start believing what he says.
And certainly, French President Emmanuel Macron had much the same to say after speaking with Vladimir Putin this week and hearing Putin tell him essentially that he plans to go all the way. Let me go back to Roman to find out whether you think the weapons deliveries to Ukraine are, in fact, getting there in time and whether they will make a difference.
Well, they certainly will make a difference. They already are, because we see that Ukrainian armed forces are able to stop Russian military columns with the help of those Javelin anti-tank missiles or laws from UK. So they are very, very important. And Germany delivering them, of course, it comes too late. But, well, I wouldn't say it's a game changer, but it is a significant force that Russia didn't reckon with, I think, when they were planning this operation. So it was good that the West, first of all, United States and United Kingdom, delivered those weapons in the weeks prior to the assault. Let me make one more point about what you've just been discussing, about Putin's plans, which go beyond Ukraine. I totally agree with that. And there is one thing that I'm thinking these days, and everything we see in Ukraine happening now, this war, all-out war, that most of us were not thinking about, and were thinking, well, that is not possible. This is something that they have been discussing on Russian state TV for years, in very exact the same details that we are facing in reality now. Those discussions on talk shows on Russian TV were ignored in the West. We thought it was crazy, but it was not. So I think we have finally to take seriously what Russians are saying and what they are discussing, because they used the 8 years after the annexation of Crimea to prepare the public in Russia, to prepare the Russian people that such an aggression against Ukraine is possible, that it is possible to divide Ukraine, and it is possible to go nuclear after Western Europe, or Eastern Europe, sorry.
Yeah, Roman,
so
we are
discussion Russian state TV about nuclear strikes against Poland or against the Baltic states. So we have to consider that.
Roman, we are hearing about increasing disillusion within Russia. We hear about protests. We hear about pushback, for example, from the board of the Lukoil oil company, surprisingly enough. Will any of that make a difference? Briefly, if you would.
I think yes. I'm hearing reports from Russia that makes me think Russia probably underestimated how quick the response from the West will be on the economic front and how heavy it will hit Russia, because there are already shortages of spare parts, shortages of medicine. And the Russians are really shocked that Western companies are leaving Russia. I think they didn't consider that.
Let me quickly come back to the topic of Western unity and solidarity and bring in an excerpt from President Biden's State of the Union speech this week. Many people feel that the Ukraine conflict has reset the button on transatlantic unity in a way that few would have believed possible just a year ago.
Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong. We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united. We prepared extensively and carefully. We spent months building coalitions of other freedom-loving nations in Europe and the Americas, from America to the Asian and African continents, to confront Putin. Like many of you, I spent countless hours unifying our European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning and precisely how we would try to falsify and justify his aggression.
Christoph, let me ask you about also here the durability of this transatlantic unity. Both Biden and the Secretary General of NATO have said, listen, Mr. Putin, if you think you're going to get less NATO by prosecuting this war against Ukraine, you're wrong. You're going to get more NATO. And we've heard a lot from NATO about how they are shoring up the defenses of the most vulnerable member states, for example, the Baltic republics. Realistically, how defensible are the Baltic republics? How strongly can NATO, in fact, act to help them?
Well, that is a weak point on our eastern flank. And we should be already now be very grateful to the Ukrainians for their resistance, because it buys us time to enforce NATO presence in the Baltic states. If you look at the map, there's a very small corridor which connects Poland to the Baltic states. It's just 60 kilometers wide. On the western side is Kaliningrad, where there's a lot of military Russian presence. On the other side, eastern side, is Belarus, which is also a state where you have Russian military on the ground. And if the Russians would be able to cut into that corridor and to cut it off, then it would be almost impossible to defend the Baltic states. And the Western, we will be tested. What we see now is not the real test. We will be tested in the next weeks, because if Putin decides to attack the Baltic states, the Western response or threat was always, you might occupy their territory. But NATO is 15 times the resources you have in Russia. Russia is 3% of the world economy. The West is over 40%. So we can come back with superior forces and take it away from you. And what is when Putin then says, okay, then I will send a nuclear-armed missile to Berlin or to Hamburg. What will the German society then do? Will we be ready to say, well, you can't enter a nuclear war right now. We don't believe you that you will do that. We will stand up anyway. And I'm not so sure how we will respond to these kinds of tests which are coming. We shouldn't be so sure that this is just Ukraine.
I'm sorry, we're almost out of time. I want to just get back to our title, if I may, and ask how isolated Putin truly is, with the request for a short answer. He's got China on his side. There are a whole host of states who abstained on that General Assembly resolution supporting Ukraine. So how long can he hold out? How much support does he have, briefly?
The number one question is, how much support does he have in the Kremlin? He is incredibly isolated. We see the pictures of him at the table. He's literally sitting there alone. The question is, can the Russian security forces step in and help isolate him further and remove him from power?
Roman, what do you think about that? Is Putin feeling isolated, or is he isolated or empowered?
Well, he is definitely isolated from the free world. I think that's what.
Unfortunately, bad sound there, I'm afraid, Roman. Try one more time.
I think he is isolated, but this is what he wanted.
Thank you very much for that contribution and those last words for this show. And thank you to all of you for joining in. See you again soon.
just another day. So much is happening all at once. We take time to understand. This is The Day, an in-depth look at current news events, analyzed by experts and critical thinkers. Not just another news show.
This is The Day.
Weekdays on DW. They've had no peace for 4 decades. The people of Iraq. Their country is devastated, and there's no end to the violence. How did it come to this? Key eyewitnesses reveal an unprecedented story.
Misery, no more life.
The great documentary series, Iraq, Destruction of a Nation. This week on DW.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Russian forces seize Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant. An early morning attack kills several people and sparks a fire at an on-site training facility. Officials confirm there's been no radiation leak. Ukraine says Russia is risking a major nuclear accident. Also on the program. Russian forces battle for control of more Ukrainian cities after taking the strategic port of Kherson on the Black Sea. Ukraine's leaders urge people to defend the country any way they can. As Russia restricts access to independent news media, including DW, its parliament approves new measures to suppress information about the war. And the women and children fleeing the war alone as men stay behind to fight. We report from Slovakia's border with Ukraine. I'm Phil Gale. Welcome to the programme. Russian forces have seized control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia in Ukraine's southeast. Ukraine says Russian troops fired shells at the plant overnight, killing several people and sparking a fire at a training building. Authorities say reactors were not damaged and that no radioactive material was released. World leaders have condemned Russia's attack on the plant, saying it risked a major nuclear disaster.
The largest nuclear power plant in Europe, seized by Russian forces. A relief to many. Only a training building was set on fire in the fighting, and Ukrainian emergency services were able to extinguish the blaze.
So it's important to say that all the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all, and that there has been no release of radioactive material.
Ukrainian authorities said several people died in the fire. Kiev blamed the fire on Russian projectiles.
The Russian tanks knew what they were shelling. They were aiming directly at the station. This is terror on an unprecedented level. We need immediate toughening of sanctions against the country, the nuclear terrorist. We need immediate closure of the sky over Ukraine. This is the only guarantee that Russia, at least, will not strike with rockets and bombs targeting nuclear plants.
But NATO allies were quick to rule out establishing a no-fly zone once again, although they were united in condemnation of the Russian attack.
Well, the attack on Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant is just one indication of how serious the fighting has become. The DW's William Glucroft can tell us more.
Deadly and dire may be the best way to describe what's unfolding in Ukraine, especially for civilians in cities around the country. They're facing aerial bombardment and shelling by Russian forces, and we can see that on the map behind me have a latest look the fighting. It shows where Ukrainian and Russian forces are most heavily engaged on the ground and where Russian forces are trying to make more headway. Now, much of that is in the south here. They're trying to move out west and east from the south, trying to connect with their forces into the east. Now, that could eventually at least cut off Ukrainian forces in the east, if not completely split the country into two between west and east. Now, in the north, we're seeing more fighting as Russian troops are trying to encircle the capital of Kyiv from multiple directions. It's very slow going for Russian forces. We've been hearing about supply issues, fuel shortages, these kinds of things that's slowing down a very, very intense Russian advance. But it's very important to say that what you see here is not necessarily Russian control of any kind of territory. That would require a lot more troops and resources than they actually have, especially when they're at the same time trying to make advances further into the country. So this is where the fighting is most taking place. And there's another threat that I'd like to talk to you about that we just heard in that report, and that is the nuclear power plants. Let's show you more closely what exactly that looks like. Ukraine gets 50% of its electricity from nuclear power, and they're coming from 15 reactors at 4 different locations around the country. Now, we also have the Chernobyl area. That was the 1986 meltdown. That's been a disaster zone since then. It's still uninhabited. Now, the reactors in the west so far appear to be pretty safe because there's not a lot of Russian troop activity happening there. Some airstrikes in the region, but nothing too intense as we've been seeing in the eastern and southern parts. And that is where you've heard is happening with the Russian attack, especially here on Zaporizhzhia. This reactor here, the largest one in Europe, that is what came under attack in the overnight hours. Now, what we're hearing is that nothing actually has dangerously happened there yet. The International Atomic Energy Agency and Ukrainian authorities are saying that although a Russian shell hit that reactor, it didn't, or hit the area, I should say, didn't actually affect any of the reactor. We can see here now what this looks like. About 120 kilometers south from the city itself of the same name, there's about 700,000 people who live in this city, just north of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Now, everything is said to be under control. We're told that Ukrainian authorities are in control of the nuclear power plant itself, but we are also told that it's Russian forces that are in control of the plant itself and the area around it. So even if Ukrainians are at the control panel, it's still a very, very uncertain situation. Now, as we said, the IAEA, the Director General of that organization, Mario Grossi, he called the situation unprecedented. He also stressed that there's been, so far, no release of radiation and the monitoring systems are functional. And he's offered to actually personally go to Chernobyl to meet with Ukrainian and Russian officials to negotiate a deal that would protect the power plants from further fighting and further attacks.
Let's get more on this from the Executive Director of the Vienna Centre for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation, Elena Sokova. Welcome to DW. What's your assessment? How dangerous was the Zaporizhzhia incident?
Thank you for having me. The Zaporizhzhia incident is dangerous on many levels because it happens for the first time in a country where we do have operating nuclear facilities, nuclear power plants. We never had a war situation or military action where we had operational nuclear power plants. Having said that, what we know about the current situation is something that probably should relay some of the fears, the worst fears of those who follow it. First, what we know is that the projectile or the fighting that was there hit a facility that is not a reactor itself. It is on the site of the old nuclear power plant, but it is away from the reactor. The fire was put down, And the reactor, actually the nuclear power plant has 6 reactors. Only one of them currently operates. And none of the fire or the projectiles hit the nuclear reactor, the operating one.
Understood.
We also hear that it operates normally and there was no release of radiation.
And is the possibility of war part of the safety planning that goes into the construction of nuclear power plants?
I wouldn't say that it goes into the construction of power plants in terms of the war operations. So it is an unprecedented situation. But we also learned from the Chernobyl accident and catastrophe, from Fukushima, that there should be put additional measures, safety measures for crisis situations. And the reactor at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, where this incident happened overnight, is one of the reactors, first of all, is different from Chernobyl reactor. Even if we do have a situation where with direct fire on the reactor, first of all, it has a containment vessel, which it can probably withstand even a plane crash. And second, it has built-in safety features that will stop a reactor. There probably could be a release of radiation, but it will not be on the scale of Chernobyl by any means. But it is dangerous to have the war and military conflict around the facility, because for the safety of reactors, you also need to have a constant pumping of water to cool the reactor so that it doesn't go critical. The water at this point is even more important, the supply uninterrupted, than anything else. So that's where we are in terms of the assessment of what could go wrong. But obviously, people never planned for nuclear power plants to operate in conflict zone.
Understood. So, and of course, the fear that we as non-nuclear scientists have is that a nuclear power plant like Zaporizhzhia could be used as a weapon. You seem to be saying it's a possibility, but it would not be the catastrophic event that people are talking about.
You are correct. There is a big difference between a nuclear weapon and a nuclear power plant. That there is no comparison in terms of the impact that it could have. Even though we're all worried about possible release of radiation, but we lived through, at least some of us, through Chernobyl catastrophe and for more recently, Fukushima meltdown. So what we conceivably have maybe something closer to Fukushima event, rather than an event that would be a result of a use of nuclear weapons, God forbid. But we also should be cognizant of the fact that the Ukrainian operators and staff who works on the nuclear power plant are there. They have full control of the reactor and its operations. And if situation deteriorates further, they should be able to shut down a reactor and prevent any release of radiation.
Okay, so thank you for providing that reassurance, Elena Sokova from the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation.
My pleasure.
Well, a number of Ukrainian cities remain under heavy bombardment. The Black Sea port of Kherson is so far the only major urban centre to fall under Russian control since the start of this invasion more than a week ago. Ukraine accuses Russia of deliberately targeting civilian structures. Meanwhile, people around the country appear determined to resist.
All over Ukraine, people are getting ready to fight. In Lviv, those with combat experience teach those who have never held a gun before.
I came here to get some understanding of what to do, how to defend myself, and how to survive if the enemy comes.
And while it's still calm in Lviv, devastation elsewhere could give an indication of what could come. This is what the outskirts of Kiev look like. With Russian forces advancing in the east and south, President Vladimir Putin claimed that his so-called special military operation is going to plan.
Russian soldiers and officers are acting bravely, like true heroes. Our troops fight with persistence and full understanding that their cause is right.
In the south, Russian troops and their tanks have taken control of the key Black Sea port of Kherson. They are also pressuring the port city of Mariupol. There's no water or electricity in the depths of winter. To the east, Ukraine's second largest city, Kyiv, is still standing despite Russia's advances. But heavy bombardment has left buildings in ruins and dozens of civilians dead.
If we fall, God forbid, next will be Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Georgia, Moldova, Poland, and then they will go to the Berlin Wall.
A second round of talks between Russian and Ukrainian negotiators has met with some progress as the two sides agreed to establish humanitarian corridors in some areas. For those residents who have not or could not yet escape, any such corridors could provide some desperately needed respite.
Let's go to Ukraine then and join DW correspondent Matthias Bullinger in Lviv in western Ukraine. Welcome, Matthias. What's the latest?
Yeah, there has been fighting again in these hotspots that we've also seen some of it in these reports. Mariupol is still being surrounded, mostly cut off communication. We are also hearing electricity and water being cut there. The situation, of course, is quite worrying and is one of the places where a humanitarian corridor to bring in humanitarian relief would be really needed. And today I have also spoken to people who have fled Kharkiv and other places of Ukraine. The situation is very bad. A lot of places have been bombed, have been destroyed. Towns around Kharkiv and also the city center of Kharkiv. People have been telling me that they were really scared. They were sitting in their apartments or in the bomb shelters and were really scared with everything that came down. The city center of Kharkiv, of course, has been destroyed quite badly. Fighting is also going on around Kiev, in the suburbs of Kiev. It doesn't seem that the line has moved a lot, but fighting is certainly severe and ongoing.
Right, and a glimmer of good news, if I can put it that way, is that Ukrainian and Russian representatives do appear to have agreed humanitarian corridors for people to leave the country. How are people there taking that news?
Well, it's badly needed. Humanitarian corridors are badly needed, but let's be careful. They have agreed in principle to establish those. There are no specific agreements on where they will be and when and how they will operate. All this is going to be figured out in the future. But for now, we don't know that yet. Of course, people, especially, of course, in these places, if they get the news, they need these corridors.
And it's interesting just watching the streets behind you, which do appear quite quiet, though we have seen people sort of going about their normal business. It's easy to get the idea that the whole country is at war, but clearly it's a very patchy business.
Yeah, I've been to the railway station earlier where refugees keep arriving from all parts of the country, not only from Kharkiv and Kiev, the most fought-over places, or Mariupol, but also from other places where war has not yet hit, but people are expecting things to happen there. Odessa, for example, in the south, and also the eastern town of Dnipro, which is one of the major industrial hubs as well. So people all over the country are scared. Most of the fighting is happening in the north, in the east, and in the south. This part, western Ukraine and central Ukraine, is relatively untouched if you don't count the refugees coming in, the difficulties in providing them with shelter and food. But there have also been air raids, but basically these areas have been less targeted, and the city here in Lviv is operating normally. Shops, not all shops are open, of course, but like basic necessities, you can buy stuff in the stores, and public transport is running, and the telephone, internet, electricity, everything. There is, of course, some pressure on the people here as well. People have also enlisted for the army. There is a curfew. People cannot be out on the street in the evenings. There's also it's also forbidden to sell alcohol, for example, in the street. So normal life has been affected, but it's not what we are seeing from the eastern and southern parts of the country.
All right, thank you for that, Matthias. Matthias Bullinger in Lviv in western Ukraine. Well, for people in frontline cities like Mariupol, the situation is worsening. And for some, agreements to create humanitarian corridors to escape come too late. Our next report contains some disturbing images.
Another shell hits Mariupol as medics wait for their next call. But with phone services knocked out in parts of the city, they don't always know where to go. Often they go door to door, searching for anyone injured and in need of treatment. Here they find an elderly woman. Her house was hit by a shell. She's still in shock as she's taken by ambulance to a makeshift hospital. But sometimes help comes too late. Doctors were unable to save a 16-year-old boy struck by a bomb that exploded on a football field. Far away from the fighting, a plane carrying medical supplies has arrived in the Polish capital, Warsaw. The World Health Organization has sent 36 tons of aid, including surgical materials, to treat 1,000 people.
If the military conflict escalates, we're going to see many more really vulnerable people who are running away, who will need a lot of support.
But first, the cargo will have to be transported by road to places where the aid is urgently needed.
So I think I'll go back. Do you want me to go? The supplies will be moved into truck to the border with Ukraine, and then further to support the affected health system.
That means it'll likely be days before the medical shipments reach frontline cities. In Mariupol, which is under siege by Russian forces and cut off, it's already too late.
Well, NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg has insisted that the alliance is not part of this conflict and is not seeking war with Russia. However, he did say the alliance is on high alert and ready to defend member states which do not include Ukraine. He was speaking following a special summit of alliance foreign ministers in Brussels.
We have already strengthened our deterrence and defence, on land, in the air and at sea. Allies from North America and Europe have sent thousands more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We are deploying the NATO response force for the first time, and we have over 130 jets at high alert and over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean. We will continue to do what it takes to protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous, with even more human suffering. NATO is not seeking a war with Russia.
Let's get more on that meeting from DW correspondent Terry Schultz, who's at NATO headquarters in Brussels. Welcome, Terry. So what else did the NATO Secretary-General have to say?
Well, while I was listening to the Secretary General, I was actually thinking about how this monologue would be heard in Kiev and in the other Ukrainian cities where people are pleading day after day for NATO to enforce a no-fly zone. And so the Secretary General made clear, as he has on previous occasions, that this is just not going to happen, that, in fact, no NATO ally has an appetite to be engaged in a war with Russia, which is what would happen if it needed to enforce a no-fly zone, to close the airspace over Ukraine. And he said, in fact, not just that this would engage NATO allies with Russia, but that it would not make it safer for Ukraine, that this would not help Ukraine in its self-defense. So if I were the Ukrainians, I would not be taking any solace from what we're hearing out of NATO headquarters today. And that's actually what I was thinking as I listened to the Secretary General, that NATO territory will be defended, but there's very little that it's willing to do at this point to help Ukraine as an alliance of 30 nations.
As you say, Ukraine has repeatedly accused the West of having blood on its hands if it stands by and watches this invasion. Talk us through how individual NATO member countries, however, are dealing with this.
That's the only way that countries have been willing to help Ukraine on a bilateral basis. And I mean, this has been going on for years. The United States has been helping train the Ukrainian military. NATO itself has had trust funds, has tried to help Ukraine improve its military infrastructure. And you've seen countries send bilateral assistance now, but simply the Ukrainians say it isn't enough. And if you think about the fact that you can't fly in supplies, resupply is a huge problem. Perhaps some of the military equipment that they had now has been either damaged or destroyed, and there are very few ways that you can get anything new, any resupply, even if it's committed, to the Ukrainians. I mean, basically the only way you can do this is by land now through Poland, and certainly that is happening along with humanitarian aid, but the Ukrainians are saying it's simply not enough, and that's also what we're hearing in an intelligence briefing that I just received from a senior Western intelligence official. They're very worried about the resupply. The Ukrainians are fighting back better than anyone anticipated, but simply at some point their supplies are going to run out.
Right. And the fear, of course, is that Russia will not stop at Ukraine. How seriously is NATO taking those concerns?
That is a serious concern, and it's being taken ever more seriously, as we saw the French President Emmanuel Macron speak with Putin yesterday and come out of that conversation saying he is not willing to pull back his troops, and things are going to get much worse. And so now we're also hearing that officials are taking more seriously Putin's threats to expand, to retake more space that was part of the Soviet Union. You're looking at countries like Moldova, Georgia, where you already have Russian troops stationed in small areas like they were helping in eastern Ukraine in those rebel-held territories. And there's real concern in Moldova, for example, that Russia may try to come in and meet up with those troops, a couple of thousand of them that are stationed currently in Moldova. And so, yes, they are taking that very seriously, as there seems to be nothing that is going to deter Vladimir Putin.
All right, thank you for that, Terry. DW correspondent Terry Schultz at NATO headquarters. Well, the past week has seen German Chancellor Olaf Scholz overturn several major long-standing policies. He suspended the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, boosted the military budget and sent weapons to Ukraine. But there is a step he's not prepared to take, sending troops to fight, as he made clear on a visit to a military base near Berlin.
War raging in Europe and German troops sent to defend NATO's borders. Olaf Scholz may have expected that his first visit to Army Command would come under different circumstances. The pre-planned meeting was dominated by Russia's attack on Ukraine and fears of an escalation. Afterward, the German Chancellor appealed for calm.
It
is very important that we keep a cool head, that we're very clear and decisive and remain cautious. That is our task, that there is no expansion of this conflict beyond Ukraine. Scholz again ruled out sending forces to Ukraine's defence. It is absolutely clear to us that there will be no NATO military involvement in this conflict. DW's Nina Hazer was there.
Now, the new German Chancellor also reiterated again that NATO will not engage directly in Putin's war against Ukraine, and that Germany is still working towards finding political and diplomatic solutions for this war. But it seems that Germany has also now understood that there is also no way around effective military deterrence.
The week began with Scholz breaking with decades of German foreign policy, announcing a €100 billion package to upgrade the army and the delivery of weapons to Ukraine. Those supplies are reported to include thousands of portable missile defence systems left over from the former East German army 3 decades ago. Officials in Berlin wouldn't be drawn on the details. I can't confirm what kind of weapons or equipment they are. I can confirm, however, that on the part of the armed forces, only material that is safe will be sent. Before he left the Bundeswehr command, Scholz paid tribute to soldiers killed in Afghanistan. A moment to reflect on the cost of war after a historic week for Germany and the world.
Well, there have been ongoing protests against this war inside Russia, and now the government has introduced new laws to clamp down on dissent. On Friday morning, Russia's parliament, the Duma, passed legislation banning the spread of information critical of this war or of Russia's military forces, violations which can carry prison terms of up to 15 years. Free speech advocates say censorship has already increased. The country's media watchdog has restricted access to DW and to other international media websites. And the popular radio station Echo Moscow and the independent TV channel Dozhd have closed down. Well, DW Russia correspondent Emily Sherwin's normally based in Moscow but has been working here in Berlin since the Kremlin closed down our bureau there and revoked journalist accreditation. Welcome to the studio, Emily. We'll start with this legislation. Significant?
Yeah, I think it's significant. This is an attempt to fully silence all criticism and to kind of solidify the fear that I think already existed even before the military invasion that we're seeing now, because there's been, quite a bit of a crackdown going on against all opposition voices anyway, this past year as well, 2021 as well. And now, since the invasion, the media was told that they're only allowed to use official sources. They were warned not to call the war a war. And now with this new law, essentially anyone who talks about the war as a war, who talks about it as an invasion, can be, accused of not following the official line. That means that any critical media kind of becomes impossible. And the same is true about social media, because even a social media post could be considered spreading false information. And there have been precedents in Russia as well where that kind of thing has happened, where someone has been put in prison for a social media post.
So with all these independent channels being closed down, where are Russians going to for uncensored information?
Well, it's getting increasingly hard, especially because, as I was saying, social media is kind of increasingly being blocked. There is still Telegram, which is a messaging service where there are also channels for news. That seems to be accessible still in Russia. That's quite a significant source of news for especially young people, and young people who do get their information from the internet also are downloading VPNs, so they can essentially they can hide their IP addresses and pretend to be in another country outside of Russia so they can access information freely. Of course, particularly the older generation is watching state media, and, the information there, the narrative is totally different. Russia is fighting this kind of liberation operation against neo-Nazis in Ukraine. If you kind of listen to state media, that's the line there. And of course, it's also important to say that, all of these things, with things getting harder and harder online, it's more and more of an effort to find out information. So the question is whether people who aren't really that bothered about politics will make the effort.
Right. And there have been these rumours circulating for the last day or so that Russia is about to impose martial law. What are you hearing about the mood back home?
Well, the rumors initially were that it was going to happen today. That hasn't happened so far. The Kremlin's spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, has called that rumor fake. And indeed, if Russia did introduce martial law, that would mean that they were recognizing that this is a war and not just a special operation to liberate Ukraine and so on. That, though, has, I think, made the atmosphere, you know, along with all these laws that we're seeing passed, one of kind of fear and confusion, a bit of panic. I've been speaking to people back in Russia. Many people are trying to leave the country. In fact, there are reports that many flights are booked out. People are trying to get to countries where they don't necessarily need visas. And there are reports that it's difficult to book flights. And sanctions, of course, in the meantime, are also biting. You know, with the ruble falling and Western companies leaving the market. For example, today there were long lines outside of IKEA because people were trying to, you know, buy furniture as the company announced that it was stopping, you know, it was closing within Russia. So quite a bit of panic and confusion, I think, but also normal life continuing.
Right. So given this narrative, this liberation narrative that Russia is putting, that they're saving Russian speakers from a Holocaust in Ukraine, do we presume then that if most people are hearing this and accepting this line, that most people actually support this war?
Well, it's pretty hard to know. There have been official polls. One government pollster says that over 60% are in favor, 66, I think they say. And independent analysts that I've been speaking to and reading information from put that number at more like 50%. So that's still a pretty big chunk who are watching state media, I think, especially in difficult times when there are sanctions, times when the ruble is unstable, people kind of turn to official sources of information. And of course, it's a generational question as well. The younger generation, a lot of people have been telling me they can't talk to their parents anymore because they're living in a kind of parallel world with this war happening. And the other indication, I guess, would be that there have been these protests that you mentioned as well. Since the beginning of the war, over 8,000 people were arrested at opposition protests, and opposition activist Alexei Navalny, who's jailed, of course, has also said, called on people to take to the streets again this weekend. We'll have to wait and see, but, you know, people are scared, and with these laws coming in, they have a reason to be.
OK, thank you for that. DW Russia correspondent Emily Sherwin. Well, just over a week ago, most Ukrainian children were going to school or kindergarten. Now many are fleeing with their mothers while their male adult relatives are required to stay and fight. Helpers in neighbouring countries say many children are arriving traumatised. DW's Tessa Walter reports from Slovakia's border with Ukraine.
A roof over their heads, even if it's just a tent, and a hot meal. Here in Vyshne-Niemieckie, Slovakia, they've found shelter from the attacks of the Russian army in their homeland. Oksana arrived here from western Ukraine just a few hours ago with her 2 children. I was so afraid for my children. We had to flee. All of us had to flee. I don't know what to do now. Oksana is relieved that she's safe here for the time being, but she still can't comprehend the whole catastrophe of the war. I don't want to call myself a refugee. I want to go back home, where my children were happy. I want to. I'm just so scared. Lydia also just made it across the border with her children. She's afraid for her husband, who can't be with his kids right now, but has to fight the Russian soldiers. We are all worried. But what should we do? My husband told us to go, and then we went. We may never see each other again. This is not right. If we all have to die, we want to die together. It's not right that my husband is in Ukraine and we are here. You don't want to leave your home. Like Lydia and Oksana, thousands of women and children are fleeing Ukraine for neighboring countries. The families here are trying their best to hold up. Especially the mothers do all they can to shield their children from the horrible situation they are in. But when you speak to them a little bit longer, you realize just how traumatized they are by the war in their home country. Marian Letzo is one of the volunteers who takes care of them.
They are sad. It's not very surprising because yesterday they had normal lives and today they are here in Slovakia, and I believe they didn't plan to come here, so it's different for them. They have different lives now.
For now, they can only wait until their feet will be on solid ground again.
Let's hear from Save the Children's head of news, who's in Romania. He's in the city of Siret, which is on the border with Ukraine. Dan Stewart, welcome to DW. Perhaps we could start with you describing the situation there at the border.
Well, what we've seen on the border in Romania, on the border with Ukraine, in recent days is just a steady stream of refugees coming across, all day long in the bitter cold. I don't think the temperature's got above freezing here for days, and as your piece just said, it's mostly women and young children coming across. When they arrive, they're feeling a real mixture of sheer exhaustion. More than anything, many of them have been on the road for days, having fled unimaginable dangers behind them, but also there's relief at finally being safe for the first time in a long time for many of them, and then many of them are just don't know what is going to happen next. Some people know where they're going, some people don't. I spoke to one family when I asked them what their plans were. They'd been on the road for 4 days, and they just said that they couldn't even begin to think of that yet. They just needed to sleep first and foremost.
And who are you helping and how are you helping?
Well, Save the Children, we're on the border. We're right on the border with Ukraine. We are distributing toys to children who come across the border. Who, it might seem a small thing, but you really do see children's faces light up when you can present them with a stuffed toy at the end of the ordeal that they've been through. But kind of more fundamentally, we're also providing warm clothes. Warm socks have been in high demand. Warm blankets for people coming across the border, as well as food and essential hygiene kits. So things like nappies, diapers, toothpaste, soap, that kind of thing.
Right, and it's hard to comprehend as an adult what this must do to one's mind going through this sort of trauma. What sort of effect is this likely to have on children?
Well, I think that the answer to that is probably that it depends to a certain extent on what comes next. There is no doubt that these children have been through incredibly traumatic experiences. Everybody I've spoken to, tells of blaring sirens, hiding in basements, hearing loud bangs in the distance. One family told me that they had to abandon their car on the way to the border because the roads were destroyed and they had to walk through fields. Another told me that they had to that they kind of picked their way through the embers of destruction. Now, what will the long-term impact of this be on children? Well, it's going to be very difficult for them to recover. But what we do know is that children are incredibly resilient, and with the right support, the vital thing is that we get them the right support now. So as Save the Children, we are providing safe spaces where children can play and be supported by our specially trained teams, and that will help them start to recover from the experiences they've been through. Now, we need to do more of that. We know that we're only at the start of this crisis, and we're rapidly scaling up in Romania, but also across the region. And we're also inside Ukraine as well, working through local partners who have, even during the fighting, when it's been safe enough, been able to help children and families with some essential supplies and medicines.
And do you have any understanding of their understanding, of the children's understanding of what's happening, of why they've had to put all their stuff in suitcases and run for their lives?
It's difficult, and it's from their parents that you try and pick up this understanding. So I've asked a number of parents, what have you said to your children? How do you explain something like this to them? And one mum told me that they were fleeing the country, and they went past the children's grandmother's house to pick her up. So you had 3 generations of this family all fleeing the country together. But when they got to their grandmother's house, the fighting came too close. The sirens went off, and they had to hide in their grandmother's basement for a while. And then this was the point at which this 29-year-old mum told me that, she needed to, she felt like she needed to tell her 4-year-old daughter the truth. And so the question is, how much do they comprehend what's going on? And I think what, this 4-year-old girl, what she feels is she's afraid. She's scared. She knows that something's going on that's horrific, and that her parents are going through an incredibly terrible time. But she doesn't fully comprehend what's going on. And in fact, when I was speaking to Anna and her daughter, Anna actually, she was really struggling to tell me what happened, and she started breaking down actually. And at that moment in time, her 4-year-old daughter came up just as Anna was wiping away her tears, and showed us a bracelet that a new friend in the child-friendly space where we were talking had just made her. And so she had been incredibly scared, and her mum had said that. But again, with the right support, children are so resilient. With the right, when they have the chance to play and make friends and be somewhere safe, they can start to bounce back. And that's one of the amazing thing about children, and the vital thing about what we need to do now is make sure that as many children as possible are having that same experience as Anna's daughter, to have somewhere where they can, recover and play and, start to get over the traumatic experiences they've been through.
OK, thank you so much for sharing those stories with us. Dan Stewart from Save the Children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, every day brings more Ukrainian refugees to Germany, arriving however they can. More than 6,000 Ukrainians arrived in Berlin's main train station on Thursday alone, travelling on special rail services. DW has met some of the volunteers there to lend a hand, amongst them survivors of previous conflicts.
A journey people never thought they'd have to make. Thousands of refugees are arriving at Berlin's main train station. Among them, women, children, grandparents, and many international students. All of them fleeing the war in Ukraine, exhausted after days on the move.
I met so many people who helped me, with open hearts and so much love. And I hope this love will help, that we will manage this. My husband stayed in Kyiv, my family, my mother. I'm so worried about them. Sorry, I can't talk anymore.
We're safe now, so everything's okay. Like everyone there, we just felt so hopeless. But we made it here. We were so scared, everyone was.
So it was a terrifying and a horrible experience of my life. I'll never ever forget. Never ever.
Volunteers are picking people up from the platforms and bringing them here to get some help. This is where they can get a hot drink, warm clothes and medical attention.
Alongside the aid organisations, dozens of volunteers have just turned up to help in any way they can. Many are offering to translate for people, others are handing out food and clothing. This helper fled to Germany from Syria 7 years ago.
I know exactly how these people are feeling. They've left their homes, their loved ones. They just want a safe life.
Some people are planning to stay in Berlin for now. Many have friends or family here. Others want to travel onwards. Refugees from Ukraine can take the train for free in Germany and elsewhere in Europe. For many, this is just one stop on an even longer journey.
Julian Palka is a member of the German Parliament for the Greens. He joins us from the Polish city of Lublin, which is on the border with Ukraine. Welcome to DW, Mr. Palka. What have you seen of refugees fleeing the fighting?
Thank you so much for having me. I visited the border crossing here in Medyka yesterday, and I will visit another one tomorrow. And people are coming with little to no belongings at their hands, at least those who come by bus or by foot. And it is, of course, devastating to see people that have left almost everything behind, at least for the next few months. But the solidarity among the Polish civil society and also from other countries is tremendous. I've seen volunteers from the Netherlands, from Denmark, Spain, Italy, France, and this could really be a breaker in Europe against the anti-refugee policy and feeling among the society. At least this is what I hope. And I think it is one of the very few bright moments we're seeing these days. Right now, roughly 100,000 people are coming to Poland every day, similar on other borders to Ukraine, neighboring countries. And experts think that this will continue at least for the next week.
And why do you think there has been this universal outpouring of welcome across European countries, where it was much spottier in 2015 when there was even resistance from some countries? What do you think has changed? What is different?
Well, I can only speculate. I'm not a professor. I can only share my observations, but I think that this conflict is so close to Europe, and the influx is coming from a European neighboring country, from the Ukraine. We share borders with Ukraine and with Ukraine people. They are among our societies, and I think the aggressor is one that we all know very well, and that has a long history in Syria and also in Ukraine. With strong military interventions. And so I think this could be one explanation, but I'm happy to hear others and their views. That will certainly also come over the next weeks, because this is really outstanding what we're seeing these days.
Despite the apparent welcome, we have had multiple reports from Asian and African nationals being met with hostility at the Polish border. Are you aware of those concerns?
Yes, I've also seen the videos, and I also met some of the people who tried to cross the border and were rejected there and were threatened by the police. It is, to me, still unclear whether those aggressions were coming from Ukraine or officials or Polish officials. This is something I cannot confirm, but yes, I can confirm that this discrimination happened there at the border, and is something that we cannot accept under any terms. People on the move, regardless their nationality or their look, have the same rights and the same need for protections as Ukraine nationals.
Good talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Julian Palka, a member of the German Parliament for the Greens.
Thank you very much.
You're watching DW special coverage of Russia's war with Ukraine. Here's a recap of today's main developments. Russian forces have seized control of Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia, a nuclear power plant. Ukraine says Russian troops fired shells at the plant overnight, killing several people and sparking a fire at a training building. World leaders have condemned the attack, saying it risks a major nuclear disaster.
The largest nuclear power plant in Europe shelled by Russian forces. A relief to many, only a training building was set on fire, and Ukrainian emergency services were able to extinguish the blaze.
So it's important to say that all the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all, and that there has been no release of radioactive material.
Ukrainian authorities said several people died in the fire. The attack sparked a furious reaction from Kyiv. The Russian tanks knew what they were shelling. They were aiming directly at the station. This is terror on an unprecedented level. We need immediate toughening of sanctions against the country, the nuclear terrorist. We need immediate closure of the sky over Ukraine. This is the only guarantee that Russia, at least, will not strike with rockets and bombs targeting nuclear plants. But NATO allies were quick to rule out establishing a no-fly zone once again, although they were united in condemnation of the Russian attack.
Well, a number of Ukrainian cities remain under heavy bombardment. The Black Sea port of Kherson is the only major urban centre to fall under Russian control since the invasion began more than a week ago. Ukraine accuses Russia of deliberately targeting civilian structures. Meanwhile, people around the country appear determined to resist.
All over Ukraine, people are getting ready to fight. In Lviv, those with combat experience teach those who have never held a gun before.
I came here to get some understanding of what to do, how to defend myself, and how to survive if the enemy comes.
And while it's still calm in Lviv, devastation elsewhere could give an indication of what could come. This is what the outskirts of Kiev look like. With Russian forces advancing in the east and south, President Vladimir Putin claimed that his so-called special military operation is going to plan.
Russian soldiers and officers are acting bravely, like true heroes. Our troops fight with persistence and full understanding that their cause is right.
In the south, Russian troops and their tanks have taken control of the key Black Sea port of Kherson. They are also pressuring the port city of Mariupol. There's no water or electricity in the depths of winter. To the east, Ukraine's second-largest city, Kyiv, is still standing despite Russia's advances. But heavy bombardment has left buildings in ruins and dozens of civilians dead.
If we fall, God forbid, next will be Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Georgia, Moldova, Poland, and then they will go to the Berlin Wall.
A second round of talks between Russian and Ukrainian negotiators has met with some progress as the two sides agreed to establish humanitarian corridors in some areas. For those residents who have not or could not yet escape, any such corridors could provide some desperately needed respite.
So just time to recap the latest developments in Ukraine. Russian forces have seized control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant at Zaporizhia in Ukraine's southeast. Ukraine says Russian troops fired shells at the facility, killing several people and sparking a fire at a training building. Authorities say no reactors were damaged and no leak of radioactive material has been detected. World leaders have condemned Russia for risking a major nuclear disaster. More on this around the clock, of course, on our website, dw.com, and on the app. I'll be back in a couple of minutes at the top of the hour. Have a good day.
Donbass keeps living, working, and dreaming of a peaceful future. Without Ukraine.
Абсолютное большинство уже не может себе представить в составе Украины, потому что между нами кровь. Слишком много крови, слишком много погибших, близких, родственников, соседей, знакомых. Очень трудно найти человека, который хотел бы возврата в Украину. Те же 2-3%, которые хотят возврата в Украину, но они, увы, хотят возврата в Украину прежнюю, до 2014 года. А то, что мы видим сейчас, что происходит с Украиной, здравомыслящий человек не может никак смотреть вот в эту сторону.
Никогда. Никогда после этого всего мириться или возвращаться в Украину никогда.
It's impossible, just because of the war crimes done in Donbass.
La gente de aquí no quiere estar dentro de Ucrania después de lo que han hecho. Esto lo tienen que comprender de una vez.
Более 25 тысяч гражданских объектов разрушено. Только 315 школ и детских садов уничтожены. Более 2000 стариков, женщин, детей убиты. Как можно все это пережить?
И мы выгоним эту всю фашистскую нечисть, которая хочет прийти на нашу землю. Мы не разрешим ей сюда зайти. Это наша земля, мы здесь живем.
So what we've got to do is identify the threats that we have.
It's crazy.
Confrontation, let it be an arms race.
Who is on offense? Very dramatic development.
I personally am going to resist.
I don't see how that strategy will be successful.
Very critical time.
Time to sit down and talk.
Russia's defense ministry claims that a military provocation at Zaporozhye nuclear power plant was an apparent attempt by Ukrainian forces to blame Russia for creating a radioactive hotbed. That's after sabotage groups allegedly attacked the Russian-controlled plant overnight. Amid battles between the Ukrainian army and local militia forces, homes in the Lugansk and Donetsk republics are caught in the crossfire.
Here in Crimea, efforts are being made to supply people who desperately need that food.
Russia starts supplying humanitarian aid to the city of Melitopol, and RT speaks to some of the people on the ground. Also coming up, anti-Russian sentiment heats up with some prominent Western politicians calling for Putin's removal to end the conflict in Ukraine. You're watching RT International. My name's Peter Scott, and wherever you're joining us from, welcome to 30 minutes of news and analysis. Now, as the conflict in Ukraine enters its 9th day, let's take a quick look at some of the latest developments. Several steps have been taken to further prevent escalation of the conflict. In a second round of bilateral talks, Russia and Ukraine agreed to open humanitarian corridors to ensure the safe evacuation of civilians, along with the delivery of food supplies and medical aid. Meanwhile, the Russian Ministry of Defense and the Pentagon established a hotline, although US officials claim they have no troops in Ukraine. The EU also announces a suspension of near-border cooperation with both Russia and Belarus, and elsewhere the situation in the media sphere remains tense. That's as our sister channel, RT America, has stopped broadcasting after more than a decade on air. And our Telegram channel has reportedly become unavailable in a number of European countries. Russia's media watchdog has blocked the BBC and Deutsche Welle services in the country, claiming they have been deliberately spreading misinformation about the goals of Moscow's operation in Ukraine. Further details coming up in today's programme. Russia has slammed what it calls Kiev's monstrous provocation at Europe's largest nuclear power plant, Zaporozhye. A defense ministry spokesperson gave details on the attack on the Russian-controlled plant overnight and claimed it was an attempt to blame Russia for causing a radioactive hotbed.
Last night, the Kiev nationalist regime attempted to carry out a monstrous provocation on the territory near the power plant. On March the 4th, at about 2 a.m., while patrolling the protected area near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, a Russian patrol was attacked by a Ukrainian sabotage group. To provoke return fire on the building, they fired at the Russian servicemen from the windows of the training complex, located outside the power plant. A Russian patrol responded with small arms fire, suppressing the Ukrainian firing points in the building of the training complex. Drawing back, the Ukrainian saboteur group set the training building on fire. Prompt statements from President Zelensky on the alleged threat to the nuclear power plant and his talks with Washington and London leave no doubt that the Kiev regime's provocation at the plant was an effort to accuse Russia of creating a hotbed of radioactive contamination. This is evidence of the Kiev regime's criminal intent or Zelensky's complete loss of control over the actions of Ukrainian sabotage groups involving foreign mercenaries.
Meanwhile, President Zelensky claimed it was Russian forces who fired at a nuclear plant, and a fire in an adjoining territory was caused by shelling from both sides. He also said the attack on Zaporozhye was a threat to world security. Journalist Richard Medhurst says the allegations of deliberate targeting of the power plant by Russian forces are unfair.
I really don't see the strategic value in that. I think there's enough negative attention towards Russia. I don't see why Russia would go and attack a nuclear site for absolutely no reason. Nevertheless, there was a bit of an exaggeration, and I think a lot of hypocrisy too. So no matter what side of the story you want to believe, there is a lot of hypocrisy in how it's been handled by the media, because let me tell you something. When Zelensky said that this is the first time in history that a country has shot at a nuclear site, it's just simply untrue. I mean, just last year, Israel sabotaged 2 nuclear sites in Iran, and I didn't see anywhere near the same kind of outrage that we're seeing now. And it turns out that all these headlines that Russia shelled a nuclear site are just simply not true. It was a training building adjacent, and the reactors are completely undamaged, and everything is thankfully safe. There's an absolute double standard in terms of civilian deaths and also in terms of nuclear strikes. Again, I literally cannot count the number of times that Israel has struck an Iranian nuclear sites. It's also struck a nuclear site in Iraq in 1981, and then again, reportedly a nuclear site that hadn't been finished in Syria in 2007. So it's a very, very long list, and there wasn't anywhere near this kind of outrage.
And over in the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics, locals continue to endure intense battles between the Ukrainian military and local militia forces. We have footage of a Ukrainian command post being destroyed.
This is a nightmare. How is it possible? Just look at this. It's a residential building. A friend of mine lives here with her children. Luckily, they managed to get out.
In eastern Kiev, warehouses flattened by Russian shells. You could hear the continuous rumblings of this attack from the centre.
Just over a week ago, you would often see crowds outside the Opera House to enjoy an evening of the arts, maybe some kind of performance. Now, all you really see, crowd-wise, are queues outside the few pharmacies that are still open.
Tatiana's been queuing for 2 hours for her medicine. She tells us she wants to deliberately speak in Russian to make this point.
No one needs a Russian world or Putin. He should get out of here. We have a peaceful and free country.
The Russians claim their attack is going to plan. A plan apparently meant to not target cities or civilians. James Waterhouse, BBC News in Kiev.
Let's get the very latest now from our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who is in Kiev. And Lise, bring us up to date with what's been happening today.
Well, the air raid sirens are sounding. They've been sounding regularly throughout the day, and there are more explosions today, a greater barrage of explosions constantly on the edge of this city, keeping a close eye. The That armoured convoy, the column that we've reported about for many days, still remains on the edge of the city. It hasn't moved at all in the past 4 days. The explosions mainly land around the edges of the city, but there was one which came much closer today. We're not sure what the target was, but it landed not far from the very heart of the city. So this city, this capital city, continues to be threatened, but it's more a sense of foreboding about what could lie in wait, especially for people here. Even if they're underground, they're constantly scrolling on their phones, looking at what's happening, the intensive shelling of places like Mariupol to the south, Gdynia to the north, cities being encircled, civilians on the run. There's a hope against hope that all of that won't come to Kiev, but people have to be prepared. And what we're seeing on the streets, the face of the city has been transformed beyond recognition. First of all, if I look beneath, there continue to be eerily empty, but there's much more barriers being put up, much more checkpoints, much more soldiers at all the key intersections, and there's fighting on the outskirts of the city, often at close quarters between Russian and Ukrainian forces.
So how worried are people, Lise, that it's going to, as you said, get closer and closer to Kyiv and eventually reach Kyiv?
Well, they're worried enough that many have left. The train station is besieged every day, every time there's a train leaving. The area is packed with people. The area around the train station has become a makeshift parking lot because people go, they get out of their cars, they leave their cars, leave their lives behind, never knowing at this point in the war when, sadly, perhaps if ever, they'll be able to come back to their homes, but they hope against hope that they can. People are living underground, more than 15,000 people at one count a few days ago. According to the mayor, were living underground, and the metro stations here are built really, really deep. Above ground, they're magnificent, marble stairways, mosaics, but they were built in the 1960s to withstand a nuclear attack. It was during the Cold War. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and they feared an attack by Western forces. Now they're there because they fear an attack would come to the city by Russian forces. President Putin has made it clear since he launched what he called his special military operations 9 days ago that he regarded the government here in Kiev as a puppet government of the West. He described it as threatening. He describes it as neo-Nazis and criminals. So he's always made it clear that Kiev was in his sights, but how far is he willing to go to achieve that?
Lise, I can hear rumbling in the background where you are.
Yes, that one is a car. That is a car. My great camera person is laughing because, I mean, a car is actually quite an extraordinary thing in these days to actually see a car. I mean, if I look down, the traffic lights are blinking yellow the whole time because there are no cars on the streets. The curfew is going to kick in shortly. But thank you for asking. That was on the streets and not in the air.
Absolutely. No, of course, we are first and foremost worried about you, Lise, and how you are and your safety. But I wanted to ask you why we still have you on air. We've been talking, obviously, about the third round of talks potentially between the Ukrainians and the Russians. Is there any hope amongst people that those talks can come up with any kind of answer?
Well, when you're in a war like this, and a war that could potentially get worse, much, much worse, you take every opportunity to try to end it. And that is what President Zelensky has said from the start. He's skeptical. Many are skeptical. When the red lines of Russia are so deep red and seemingly unmovable, it's hard to see how they will make any progress. The last round of talks, though, achieved an important objective: opening humanitarian corridors. Absolutely crucial when people need food, water, the wounded need to be rescued, the dead need to be buried. This is a situation of deepening suffering. So that's important. They're still working out the logistics, though, of how to make that happen. The last round, the Ukrainian delegation said, "We're really sorry. What we really wanted to achieve was a clear sign that we could bring the war to an end." It's a good sign that the talks are happening again. Often when your two sides are at daggers drawn, they often say, well, it's a good sign that they agreed to meet again. So let me take that as a benchmark, if you like. But in a war which gets worse by the day, there is a real desperate hope that the war can end sooner rather than later.
Lise, as always, stay safe. Thank you very much indeed. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Duzet, joining us from Kiev there. Well, of course, the war is heading towards Kiev, but it already has happened in many places across Ukraine. I'm joined now by Igor Lyman, head of the Department of History and Philosophy at Berdyansk State Pedagogical University. He fled Berdyansk, which has been occupied by Russian military. Igor, if I can speak to you. Igor, thank you for joining us here on BBC News. Let me ask you, first of all, tell me exactly what's been happening where you are.
Good afternoon. I'm really from the seaport of Berdyansk, the Sea of Azov. At the first day of the war, at 5 a.m., Berdyansk was attacked by Russian rockets, and several days later, Berdyansk was occupied by Russian troops. So now the town is under occupation, but even in such circumstances, Berdyansk inhabitants, unarmed inhabitants, more than 1,000 persons, the next day after occupation meet near the city council and protest against Russian troops without weapons against Russian soldiers. Of course, they were afraid, but as for me, they are heroes, and they were with Ukrainian flags. They cried, "Go away from Ukraine." The same day, a Russian soldier killed a local man who didn't gave him his mobile phone. So situation in Berdyansk is not good, but in comparison with other cities is light versions. And in comparison with not cities, but villages around Berdyansk, because we have terror of Russian troops in these villages now.
You say that the inhabitants are meeting and protesting in Berdyansk. It is indeed very brave. Do you know how the Russian occupiers are reacting to that?
After 5 hours of confrontation, Russian soldiers came to their automobiles and left downtown, but they just removed to other places on the town.
How difficult is life for you now? Because I know that you're in a camp, aren't you? You were forced to leave to another area, I believe.
Yes, and during this way, I have seen a lot of terrible things. And for example, distance of 90 kilometers, we spend 20 hours for this distance on the roads, on the one of places. But I'm happy that I have friends, by the way, in Europe. I'm a scientist, and I am in European Coast project, Women in the Move, about migrants. So it's twist of fate that we 2 years studied migrants, and now I became among them. It's terrible.
It is. Igor, it's been really good to talk to you. Thank you so much for telling us your story.
Not at all.
Well, before we move on, let's bring you some news we've just had in. The BBC has been talking in the last few minutes. The Director General, Tim Davie, has said the BBC will temporarily suspend the work of all of its BBC News journalists and support staff in Russia after authorities there passed legislation which the Director General, Tim Davie, said appeared to criminalise the process of journalism. Of course, we know that access to BBC websites has been restricted in Russia. Just hours after the corporation brought back its shortwave radio service in Ukraine, there's restricted access to BBC sites, and also other sites have been blocked as well. So this is the reaction from the BBC that it's going to temporarily suspend the work of all its BBC journalists. It will continue, though, its BBC News service in Russian will operate outside of Russia, so not from the inside of Russia for now. That's the very latest on what has been very much a media war with regards to the invasion of Ukraine. The media very much in the forefront of the war between the two sides. Let's move on now, because as time passes in this war, it's clear that Russian forces are gradually stepping up the severity of their attacks and bombardments. We've seen key infrastructure targets being hit, such as the nuclear plant overnight and the TV tower earlier this week. And that huge column of troops stationed on the northern approach to Kiev hasn't gone away, though according to some military analysts, it's bogged down in mud as the snows thaw. So what path is the war likely to take in the days ahead? Our security correspondent Frank Gardner has his assessment.
So here's the strategic picture in Ukraine on day 9 of this invasion. The areas in red, as you can see there, are the ones that Russian forces control, still attacking Ukraine from 3 angles, from the north, the east and the south. Now the big news is that overnight, Russian forces, incredibly, have shelled the largest nuclear plant in the whole of Europe at a place called Zaporizhzhia, right here. And it started a fire, causing global outrage. It's been condemned by leaders all over the world as reckless, horrific, unacceptable. It's been called nuclear terror by the president of Ukraine. Mercifully, the fire is out. We're told there is no increased radiation. Russian forces are now in control of that plant. But it's not the only nuclear plant in the whole of Ukraine. There are other ones. You can see at Khmelnytsky here, at Rivno, and up in Chernobyl, which Russian forces control, the plant that exploded in 1986. Now, most of the action, most of the fighting has been down in the south, down here, where Russian forces have burst out of Crimea, expanding eastwards, encircling the town of Mariupol, cutting off electricity, food, water, making an absolutely horrendous time for the residents there. There is a lot of fear and speculation in Ukraine that there's an amphibious assault about to be launched on Odessa. If they do that, Russia will be in control of pretty much the whole Black Sea coast, cutting off Ukraine from the sea.
Well, let's look in closer detail now at some of the key aspects of Russia's advance in this war. I'm joined now by military expert Justin Crump from the company Sibylline, which carries out country risk assessments and has been focusing closely on Ukraine. Justin, it's really good to have you in the studio so we can together go through the assessment of what is happening in terms of the military in Ukraine and also potential plans going forward. Let me ask you first of all, let's bring up the BBC map that we have been looking at today. And I want to talk you through what is happening in terms of the area, because as you can see here, the parts in red, as Frank was saying earlier, are the areas under Russian control.
Yes.
Talk me through this.
Yeah, so the key area, obviously, that we're focused on very much is Kiev at the moment. So the pincers closing on there, as you mentioned, the giant convoy, which effectively is their rear area troops north of Kiev, preparing for operations to encircle the capital. But we're also looking at this thrust that's coming in from the northeast that's trying to approach the river. It's taken them days because of the mud, but they are getting there. And of course, the south, where they've been advancing very quickly. Some of the best Russian forces are in the south. They're the ones that engaged the nuclear power station last night in the battle there. They're the ones pushing to Odessa, as Frank just said. And of course, Donbass, which is where the majority of the Ukrainian forces were in the southeast before the war. The destruction of those forces is a huge Russian effort. They put a lot of effect on Mariupol, trying to capture Mariupol, and of course destroying the Ukrainian army between there and Kharkiv. And there's not a lot of reporting from that area, but the fighting there is very intense.
And if we have a look at the map just one more time very briefly, because the river that runs right through the country, the Dnieper River, that is a key strategic point. And I don't think it's said enough, isn't it? In times of war, rivers and bridges are hugely important. Talk us through why they're important.
It's one of those things, we think modern warfare, people seem to forget about geography completely. And we do have advantages with things like helicopters, but the reality is, we've seen with the Russians, you've got to get your fuel up, and that comes in trucks, and they really go on roads. It's very important because Kiev is really the only river crossing of the Dnieper where it is. There's a hydroelectric dam in the north, which actually is probably the priority Russian target right now, is to capture that. It's the only way across the river that can't be blown up. There's about 5 or 6 other bridges, and then the South Bridge is the ring road around Kiev. So those are 2 key objectives for the Russians. Otherwise, their forces are actually completely separated from each other. They can see each other on either side of the river, but they can't connect. And of course, also in the southwest, and the approach on Odessa is held up by a river there, where there is 1 bridge. The next one is 60 miles up. So the Russians have to capture the bridge in Mykolaiv as well.
Let's talk about the devastation that we've seen so far in certain parts of the area. Clearly, civilians are suffering. Whether or not they are being strategically targeted is a different story. What more can you tell us about that, about the approach that Russians are taking? Because, you know, the question some are asking is, are Russians using their full potential? If not, when will they start using?
Well, quite. And they started fighting effectively the wrong mission with the wrong mindset. They came in on what they thought would be a peacekeeping sort of task. I think they were told that civilians would be laying down flowers in front of the tanks. Obviously, that didn't happen. And that's not really how the Russian military is optimized to work. It's designed to be a brutal weapon. And they've moved to that now. So the way that they're actually kind of looking at things is much more, much more dangerous now. They haven't gone as far as deliberately targeting civilians, but they don't care if civilians are in the way. So things like the 2S7 artillery piece, which we just showed, it's the largest piece in the Russian arsenal. It's the biggest vehicle they have. It's about the size of one of the guns of HMS Belfast. So it's a naval gun, essentially, on a land platform. They upgraded them in 2019. We're beginning to think there might have been a reason for that. And they are weapons that fire out to 45 kilometres and smash hard points. They're also nuclear capable. The shell they could fire, if it ever came to that level, with battlefield nuclear weapons, which Russia has and believes in, that's about twice the size of the Beirut explosion that we remember, the Beirut port explosion. So the destructive power of these weapons is fantastic if they want to go to that. They haven't escalated that far yet. They're about halfway up their escalation chain, but they just don't care about civilian casualties now.
And very briefly, because we have running out of time, unfortunately, I can talk to you all day, though. What is the way out of this conflict?
Really, I mean, I think it's inevitable that
will
Russia
Ukraine
will win.
be able to hold out?
Well, Russia will win, but what does winning look like for Russia? They'll take the ground, and they'll be faced with an insurgency for sure, with the Ukrainian resistance. And estimates are that can go on for 10 to 20 years. The Russians will use brutality to try and stop it, and an insurgency is hard and complex. I think the biggest fear is what will Russia go on to do next if there isn't an off-ramp in this, you know, if they're trapped in an economic corner, and if they take decisions today about military mobilisation.
Okay, Justin, it's been really good to talk to you, Justin Crump. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll have you on again to talk further in the coming days. Thank you very much. Well, let's take a look at the humanitarian situation now. The United Nations is warning that on top of the 1 million refugees who have already fled Ukraine, millions more could be forced from the country if the fighting is prolonged. Well, let's take a look at this map. It shows the extent of the exodus. The larger arrows that you see there are the greater population flows. So refugees are crossing into all neighbouring countries in the West, including Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, Moldova. A lot of them, those you can see there, are going to Poland. Well, we're going to a position now on the Polish border where Kasia Madeira is there for us. And Kasia, you've been covering this story now since the beginning. What is the latest? The influx just keeps coming and coming, doesn't it?
The numbers feel overwhelming when you talk about over 1 million people having left Ukraine, fleeing their country from the fighting. It feels like a number that is just unimaginable. When you think about over 700,000 people have fled Ukraine to come just to Poland alone, it's difficult to comprehend. But when you see what is happening on the ground, this is one border crossing, one snapshot of a long border, and these scenes are repeated time and time again. Thousands of people crossing the border every single day. This is just one crossing across this long border between Poland and Ukraine. And then when the people come, they're tired, they're exhausted, they've had very long journeys. They come here and they wait for the next part of their journey. They wait for transport to take them onto the next reception centres where they're able to gather their thoughts, get something to eat, and then think about what happens next. Now, the UK Home Secretary, Priti Patel, was here on the border. She was on the very border itself. She didn't come here, she didn't see this, but she was on the border itself, and she spoke about the Ukraine family scheme whereby Ukrainian nationals who are settled in the UK can bring family members over. But when you look at the sheer scale of the number of people who are coming over all the time, this is day after day after day. We've been here since Saturday and the scenes don't change. Is it enough? The EU has opened its borders. It's talking about a longer term process because it understands that these people will be here for some time given the uncertainty of what is happening back in Ukraine. It's talking about a temporary protection directive so that the people that are coming over who have had to flee their homes can work, can get access to medical care, can get their children into schooling in other countries within the EU. The figures are simply overwhelming, and the fear is that they will continue to grow.
Kasia, as always, thank you very much indeed. Kasia there on the Poland-Ukraine border. Much more coming up in just a few minutes here on BBC News. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye for now.
Good afternoon. Well, Friday is certainly shaping up to be a tale of two halves. The western half of the country, well, you've had the lion's share of the sunshine so far today. There is a risk of a few isolated showers cropping up this afternoon. But further east, it's cloudy, it's grey. It was a misty, murky morning and there are some outbreaks of rain. This was Staffordshire earlier on. If we take a look at the satellite picture, you can see that stripe of cloud, that weather front that's sitting particularly to the east of the Pennines throughout the afternoon with the best of the sunshine further west. Now, that weather front will gradually drift its way eastwards. It's going to take its time in doing so, but it means we might see a slow improvement across eastern Scotland. A few isolated showers through Wales and southwest England. One or two of those could be quite heavy. Top temperatures throughout the afternoon, generally around 6 to 12 degrees. Now, that rain will confine itself to eastern England through the night tonight, and then we continue to see those skies clear. So temperatures are going to fall away. It's going to be a chilly start to our weekend, particularly in Scotland, with temperatures as low as -4 or -5 degrees in rural sheltered glens. Obviously, where the cloud and the rain is, we're going to keep those temperatures above freezing. But generally, as we go through the weekend, it is an improving story. It will turn gradually dry for all of us with some sunny spells. But at this time of year, you have to be careful because that could lead to some overnight frost. So if you are a gardener, take note. So yes, some rain to the east of England, which will gradually drift its way steadily westwards through the afternoon. It'll be light and patchy. The best of the sunshine, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England and western fringes of Wales and southwest England. In terms of the feel of things, temperatures generally at around 8 to 10 degrees at the high. But as we move into the second half of the weekend, high pressure is going to start to establish itself and quieten things down for all of us. So for the start of Sunday, expect a drier start. There could be a little bit more in the way of cloud around and still a bit more of a breeze down towards the southeast. But generally, it's going to be a dry day. There will be some sunshine coming through and on the whole, quite quiet for all of us. Temperatures will probably sit at around 8 to 10 degrees as a maximum, but with a little more sunshine, it may well feel just that little bit better out there. And looking ahead, that high pressure stays with us for Monday and Tuesday. The emphasis with the dry, settled story for a few days at least.
I'm Ross Atkins with Outside Source. This is the extraordinary story of climate change. Vaccines, Europe, the Taliban, China. There is an awful lot to consider. Let's take this stage by stage. Here's the BBC Stephen McDonald in Beijing. So help me understand the politics of this. Let's look at some of the international reactions. Tell us what you've been hearing. In practical terms, what does that mean? Next, we have to step back and let's just remind ourselves this is all part of the same story.
Piece the story together with Ross Atkins. Outside Source. Weekdays at 7 on the BBC News Channel.
Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. Join me and my international panel of guests as we examine the top news stories of the day. We'll talk about what's happening here in the UK, the United States and the rest of the world from a range of different perspectives. That's Context, Monday to Thursday at 9 on the BBC News Channel.
Let me be crystal clear. Forget everything else. It's time.
The thing you should be asking is for.
Have a seat.
Relax.
I've waited so long for this. I love you.
I love you too.
Escape to the magic of the movies with Oscar-winning films every Thursday.
Well, that will have them rolling in the arms.
I'm really happy.
That's good. It's perfect timing.
Oscar-winning films Thursdays on BBC4 and iPlayer.
This is BBC News. Welcome if you're watching here in the UK or around the globe. I'm Mariam Mashiri. Our top stories. World leaders condemn the Russian attack on Europe's largest nuclear power plant. It is now secure, though Ukraine's president accuses Moscow of nuclear terror.
We need to stop the Russian military immediately. Scream to your politicians. Ukraine is 15 nuclear units. If there is an explosion, it is the end of everything.
The International Atomic Energy Agency says the reactor wasn't hit and no radioactive material has been released. But the UK Foreign Secretary says those behind the attack need to be held to account.
We've called for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council. This is a threat to European security and stability, and we need those responsible to be held to account.
Meanwhile, Mariupol in the south of Ukraine has become a city under siege as power and water supplies are cut off by relentless Russian shelling. More than 1 million civilians have fled Ukraine. The EU says up to 4 million may try to leave and that it will welcome all refugees with open arms. Other news, Australian cricket legend Shane Warne has died at the age of 52. Hello and welcome back. Russian forces have seized Ukraine's largest nuclear power station after shelling it overnight and causing a fire. The authorities at the Zaporizhzhia site say the site is secure and radiation levels are normal. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry say several people have been killed and injured. Well, Ukraine's energy minister told Ukrainian staff are still running the plant, and while Russian military forces surround the outside of the site. It's in the southeast of the country and is the biggest in Europe. Well, President Zelensky has accused Moscow of resorting to nuclear terror and urged Russians to protest. Russia has escalated its air campaign against Ukrainian cities throughout the last 24 hours. An official in the besieged port of Mariupol has accused Russia of trying to force it to surrender by creating a humanitarian crisis. He said the city was being shelled continuously. It's facing a third day without water, electricity or proper sanitation. Well, Kyiv in the northeast has been reduced to rubble, and Ukraine says at least 50 people were killed by Russian airstrikes in the northern city of Chernihiv. The Polish Border Guard Agency has confirmed that more than 672,000 people have fled Ukraine to Poland since the war began last week. More than 99,000 people crossed the border only yesterday. Well, the NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg has said the alliance must ensure that the conflict in Ukraine does not spread beyond that country. Speaking after a meeting of NATO and other Western foreign ministers, he said it was agreed that NATO planes and troops should not operate in Ukrainian airspace or territory confronting Russian forces. Mr. Stoltenberg added that NATO had seen evidence that Russia was using cluster bombs in Ukraine and other weapons that would be a violation of international law.
We have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes. And our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries and causing much more human suffering.
Well, that's Jens Stoltenberg. Let's take you to the United Nations now. These are live pictures we are getting of the UN Security Council meeting in a special session today to discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This is an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council at the moment to discuss what is happening. We will, of course, bring you any lines we get out of that meeting as and when we get them. It looks like delegates are just milling around awaiting the beginning of that meeting, so we will bring you that as soon as we get it. In the meantime, Russia's attack on Ukraine has led to an almost unprecedented level of international unity, with 141 countries voting in favour of a UN resolution condemning the invasion and calling for the immediate withdrawal of its forces. But India and China abstained. Well, let's take a closer look at the relationship between China Russia and India. Let's speak now to Professor Harsh V. Pant, who is a Professor of International Relations with King's College London's India Institute. Professor, it's good to talk to you. Thank you for taking the time. Let me start by asking you, what is the relationship that India has with Russia and how does it play on the international stage?
Well, India has a long-standing historical relationship with Russia that goes back to Cold War period, where the two were very close partners. But it has been changing ever so slightly and I think significantly since the end of the Cold War. So we have seen, for example, the Indian dependence on Russian weaponry, which used to be very, very high, going down to a certain extent. And we have seen the relationship strategically changing as India has moved closer to the West, to the US, and Russia has gone much closer to China, and Russia has, in some ways, challenged the existing order, whereas India has been interested in preserving the liberal international order. So I think there are differences there, but the relationship dates back to the Cold War period, and they have a historical and very stable relationship so far.
How much pressure has that relationship been put under, given what's happening right now?
I think the relationship is under unprecedented pressure, unlike anything we have seen in recent past. There is clearly a lot of sympathy for Ukraine, both in the Indian public as well as in sections of the Indian government, where I think Indian governments, if you look at the responses that India has made over the last few weeks, they have changed, where India was not talking about territorial integrity and sovereignty to one where India is openly talking about these issues and the centrality of international law, and how it regrets the fact that diplomacy has not been given a chance, which is basically aimed at Russia, which has been the aggressor in this case. So, there is expectation in the West, in particular, given the strong ties between West and India, that India would certainly support the isolation of Russia. India has restrained itself from doing that so far, but I think that that policy is coming under pressure, although it's very unlikely to change.
And where does China fit into all of this in terms of India keeping a global eye on the Chinese?
Well, exactly. I think that's the point that Indian policymakers tend to make, that look, for India, the most important challenge at the moment strategically is China. Operationally, it is China. Indian forces are facing an unprecedented onslaught of Chinese forces along the international border with China, which is contested. And Chinese have mobilized a lot of their military hard power, and India has mobilized a lot of its military hard power on its side. And given India's dependence on Russia, almost 60 to 65% of India's defense inventory is Russian vintage. India really cannot afford to marginalize or publicly antagonize Russia. And I think that's the conundrum India faces, and China is at the very heart of this conundrum.
OK, well, it's really, really interesting to get your point of view on all of this. Professor Harsh V. Pant, it's good to talk to you. Thank you. Well, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. Police in northwest Pakistan say a bomb blast in a mosque during Friday prayers has killed at least 50 people. It happened in Peshawar. An official said dozens have been injured in the suspected suicide attack. The BBC's Aziz Ullah Khan is at the scene of the attack.
This is the main street known as Kuchari Sardar, from where the suicide bomber entered from that area. He first attacked over the volunteers who were standing over there, and later on he opened fire on the police personnel who were on the duty of the mosque. This is the central mosque of the Shiite community in Peshawar city, known as Jamia Masjid Peshawar. And here about more than hundreds of people were at that time present for the prayers. The suicide bomber entered from here and he opened fire on the security personnel, whereas some volunteers were also on the duty. He entered into the hall of the mosque and he exploded himself over there. There are reports that 2 attackers entered into that area, but the police officer says that they have the evidences of only one person who attacked the mosque, whereas they say that they have started investigation, they have cordoned off the area, and they are trying to locate that who was behind this attack. The mosque is totally destroyed, and the mirrors and the debris are everywhere here. Now they are planning for the funerals of those who were killed in this attack. Azizullah Khan, BBC News, Peshawar, Pakistan.
The former Australian leg spinner Shane Warne has died in Thailand of a suspected heart attack. He was just 52. The cricketer is widely regarded as one of the greatest bowlers of all time. A veteran of several successful Ashes series against England, Shane Warne also won the Cricket World Cup. Off the pitch, he was known for several controversies and for having a colourful private life, but also as a distinguished TV commentator. Well, I'm joined now by Eleanor Roper, who is at Lord's Cricket Ground. And Eleanor, what more do we know about how Shane Warne died?
Well, we have very little detail at the moment. Shane's management have released a statement. They say that he was on holiday in Thailand. He was on the island of Koh Samui, where he was found to be unresponsive. We know they say that medical professionals did try, but were unable to save him. All they've said is that his family have asked for privacy at this time, and we know that he leaves behind 3 children.
Regarded as by many as probably the best spin bowler of all time. Tell us more about his amazing career.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, a legendary cricketer. He took 708 wickets in his 15-year Test career with Australia. That is the second most of all time. He also holds the record for the most number of Ashes wickets taken. I think that's 195, let me double check, 195 dismissals in the 36 Ashes Tests that he played. So Warne retired from Test cricket. That was back in 2007. He continued to play 2020 though, until he decided to retire from all formats of the game. That was in 2013. And as you mentioned earlier, he went on to have a really successful career as a pundit, as a commentator, and really was a name that transcended the sport of cricket. Now, one video that's been circulating this afternoon is of his dismissal of Mike Gatting. That was in the 1993 Ashes, regarded as the ball of the century, a name that transcends the sport, and the world of cricket has been paying tribute this afternoon. OK, Eleanor, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take you live one more time to New York, to the UN Security Council, where the countries of the Security Council are holding an emergency meeting. The Under-Secretary General is talking right now. Let's take a quick listen.
Resolutions. What we are witnessing in Ukraine today is inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. Only diplomacy and negotiations can achieve a truly lasting solution to the current conflict. The fighting in Ukraine must stop, and it must stop now. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Ms. De Carlo for her briefing, and I now give the floor to Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi. We're hoping the connection will be working from the airplane. We cannot hear you.
Well, they are having problems that many of us have when we're trying to do these kind of Zoom calls or meetings. Well, that is the UN Security Council having technical issues. It's an emergency meeting, a special session that has been called in terms of what is happening with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Of course, a reminder to all of you that Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council and will therefore be present at this meeting. Let's move on now, though. We'll come back to that if anything interesting happens we want to bring to you. But for now, let's talk about what is happening in terms of the invasion, because the head of the World Bank is warning now that the war in Ukraine is a catastrophe that will cut growth and push up living costs. David Malpass says global food prices are likely to increase as Ukraine's vast exports of sunflower oil, maize and wheat have come to a halt. He also warned that it's the poorest members of society who will feel the most impact of rising fuel and food prices. Here's our business correspondent, Theo Leggett.
The war in Ukraine is first and foremost a humanitarian disaster, but it's also an economic catastrophe. Critical infrastructure has been destroyed, and it's impossible for trade to pass through the country's ports because of the fighting. But the government has received billions of pounds in emergency support from the EU, the IMF and the World Bank to fund vital spending.
We should be able to fulfill as a government, to execute our key functions, to pay pensions, salaries, other protected expenditure, as well as support our army and fulfill our debt obligations.
OK, something has happened at the UN Special Security Council meeting. Let's go live there. Barbara Woodward, the UK representative, is talking now. Let's have a listen.
And it is difficult
to see how Russia's actions were compatible with its commitments under Article 56 of the Additional Protocol of the Geneva Conventions. It must not happen again. Even in the midst of an illegal invasion of Ukraine, Russia must keep fighting away from and protect the safety and security of nuclear sites. Colleagues, President Putin said yesterday that the special military operation, or as everyone else calls it, the war, was going to plan. Everyone around this table knows that is not true. President Putin misjudged the strength, resilience, and will of the Ukrainian people to his invasion. He underestimated the world's condemnation of his actions. 141 votes in the General Assembly and the unprecedented sanctions on Russia demonstrate the strength of the global response. Every day this war continues, the destruction it brings to Ukraine, the suffering it inflicts on Ukrainian and Russian people, and the risks it poses to international peace and security increase. This must stop. We call on Russia to end this violence, withdraw its troops, and enter into serious peace negotiations. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their statement. I will now try and give the floor to Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi to give his briefing to the Council.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Very good. So I will try to proceed with my briefing on the current situation in the Ukraine, and especially after the events last night. We have been in contact with the Nuclear Regulation Agency of the Ukraine from the very beginning of the conflict, and we have been receiving updates and information from them without interruption. In general, the situation could be described as follows. The nuclear installations and nuclear facilities in Ukraine are quite important. 4 big sites, 15 reactors and associated facilities, plus the site of Chernobyl. Regarding Chernobyl, already last week, we were informed, and it was so confirmed afterwards, that the Russian special military forces took charge of the site. At the same time, the operators of the plant, of the Chernobyl plant, continued to run the day-by-day operations over there. A few days ago, we were informed again by the Russian government that military forces were moving in the area of Zaporozhye nuclear power plant with the similar mission to take over control of this facility. We got information in the sense that their advance towards the perimeter of the nuclear power plant was met with opposition and some group of civilians obstructing the access to the plant. Finally, this happened, and last night, in the early hours of the morning, we got information that a projectile had impacted a building adjacent to the block of reactors, 6 of them. The projectile impacted this building and a fire ensued, which was after some time put out by the fire brigade at the station. We confirm through our contacts at the regulator, but also directly from the plant, we were able to confirm that no security or safety systems had been compromised, neither the reactors themselves had been hit by this projectile. Only, as I say and repeat, this building which caught fire, and perhaps you saw some images of that in the social media. After this, the operation of and at the plant had continued. We consider from a technical point of view that operation continues normally, although, as I have stressed to the border governors of the IAEA, there is no, of course, normalcy about this situation when there are military forces, of course, in charge of the site. In terms of the next steps, we continue our permanent contact with the Ukrainian authorities, governmental, nuclear regulatory, and also Energoatom, the company which operates these facilities, and also operators there. This is or constitutes the basis of the regular updates, more than 10 or 12 at this point, which you have been seeing on the websites of the IAEA. At the same time, today, I indicated in the morning my readiness to travel as soon as practicable to Chernobyl in order to consult, of course, with our Ukrainian counterparts, but also, if necessary and when necessary, to the forces in charge, in order to establish a stable framework so the observance of the basic principles of safety and security, starting with the physical integrity of the facilities, can be observed. Basic elements of this initiative proposal have already been shared with the Ukrainian counterparts and the Russian authorities, which are at this point evaluating that. We believe that having received a direct request for assistance, it is our duty at the IAEA to heed this call and to try to provide assistance. Needless to say, in particular, Madam President, to your body and the distinguished representatives over there, that this mission of the IAEA, if and when it takes place, would not, of course, have anything to do with the political and diplomatic aspects that are in the purview of the Security Council. This mission would be strictly restricted and circumscribed to the safety and security of the nuclear installations in Ukraine, which are evidently, and as facts have shown, under constant danger of damage and accidents. So, Madam President, I hope these basic elements will help you in the evaluation of the situation. We request members of the Council, as I have done in Vienna at my Board of Governors, to support my efforts as Director General and those of the IAEA in order to ensure a basic element in this very difficult situation, which is the safety and the security of this important infrastructure of the country. I thank you very much, Madam President, and I will be ready in case there are questions or particular points that might not be clear to clarify them. I thank you very much, and I excuse myself for the pure quality of my connection. As you know, I'm airborne now. I'm on my way to Tehran to deal with another issue which is of direct interest of the Council, which is the hopefully solution of the outstanding aspects of the nuclear power program in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Grossi for his briefing, and we'll now continue with the list of speakers and then come back for any questions to the briefers. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to thank USG Di Carlo, and we're happy that we could listen to DG Grossi, and I'd like to reassure him of our full support in his efforts on the issue on the issue that we're discussing today. Dear colleagues, 10 days into the so-called special operation, which in reality is the operation How to Invade Your Neighbor, and we are in the midst of a large-scale human tragedy running towards an overall catastrophe for Ukraine first, but for Russia as well, and as we see every day, with serious implications for the wider Europe. Thousands have been killed, with at least 2,000 civilians. According to UN reports, some 12 million people are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. 1 million have already fled the country, the fastest and largest mass exodus of people in conflict situations in decades. Well,
we're going to come out of this emergency meeting of the Security Council where we heard from the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, talking about the damage done or not done to the nuclear facility in Ukraine. I want to take you, though, straight to Brussels, where the EU Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, and the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, are giving a press conference. Let's listen in.
It's united and it's acting. And we're grateful to have this partnership because it is making a difference. I think we know something else, and the President alluded to it. Unfortunately, tragically, horrifically, this may not be over soon. And so these efforts that we're making together, we have to sustain them. We have to build upon them. We have to get to the point together and with, as the President said, so many other countries around the world who are united in their abhorrence of what President Putin has unleashed. We have to sustain this until it stops, until the war is over, the Russian forces leave, the Ukrainian people regain their independence, their sovereignty, their territorial integrity. We're committed to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Well, that was the end of the press conference given by Ursula von der Leyen and Antony Blinken. Ursula von der Leyen a little bit earlier in the press conference telling reporters who had gathered there that the EU is ready to adopt more Russia sanctions if the war doesn't stop. That's what Ursula von der Leyen had to say. And that meeting happening at the same time, that press conference happening at the same time as that special emergency meeting of the Security Council in the United Nations to talk about the latest on the Russian attack and the hitting of that nuclear reactor in Ukraine. We have more on all of this in just a couple of minutes' time here on BBC News. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye. This is BBC News. Welcome if you're watching here in the UK or around the globe. I'm Mariam Mashiri. Our top stories. World leaders condemn the Russian attack on Europe's largest nuclear power plant. It's now secure. Ukraine's president accuses Moscow of nuclear terror.
We need to stop the Russian military immediately. Scream to your politicians. Ukraine is 15 nuclear units. If there is an explosion, it is the end of everything.
The International Atomic Energy Agency says the reactor wasn't hit and no radioactive material has been released. NATO's Secretary General says there is evidence Russia is using cluster bombs in Ukraine in breach of international law, and again rules out a no-fly zone.
The days to come are likely to be worse, with more death, more suffering, and more destruction.
Meanwhile, Mariupol in the south of Ukraine has become a city under siege as power and water supplies are cut off by Russian shelling. More than 1 million civilians have now fled Ukraine. The EU says up to 4 million may try to leave and that it will welcome all refugees with open arms. Hello and welcome. The United Nations Security Council is holding an emergency meeting to discuss the way in which Russian forces captured Ukraine's biggest nuclear power plant. The UN's political affairs chief has said attacks on nuclear power facilities are contrary to international humanitarian law. The Zaporizhzhia facility was shelled this morning, triggering a fire. The authorities say the site is secure and radiation levels are normal. Well, the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry say several people have been killed and injured. The plant is in the southeast of the country and is the biggest in Europe. Well, President Zelensky has accused Moscow of resorting to nuclear terror and urged Russians to protest. Russia has escalated its air campaign against Ukrainian cities throughout the last 24 hours. Well, an official in the besieged port of Mariupol has accused Russia of trying to force it to surrender by creating a humanitarian crisis. He said the city was being shelled continuously. It's facing a third day without water, electricity or proper sanitation. Kyiv in the northeast has been reduced to rubble, and Ukraine says at least 50 people were killed by Russian airstrikes in the northern city of Chernihiv. The Polish Border Guard Agency has confirmed more than 672,000 people have so far fled Ukraine to Poland since the war began last week. More than 99,000 people crossed the border just yesterday. Well, meanwhile, the NATO alliance has rejected calls from Kiev for it to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine, saying this could lead to wider war with Russia. We start our coverage with this report from Ukraine from James Waterhouse.
In these times, what happens in one part of Ukraine is instantly seen by the rest of it. Europe's biggest nuclear power plant, the latest to come under attack and horrify this besieged country and the wider world. Emergency crews said they put the fire out at Zaporizhzhia and that the nuclear reactors are safe. It's now, however, in Russian hands. We're told staff are still being allowed to do their jobs.
Russian troops attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. It's maybe 6 times the size of Chernobyl. The Russian tanks knew what they were firing at. They directly hit the plant. This is terror on an unprecedented level.
In nearby Enyohodar, the mayor says war crimes have been witnessed. Claims of an armoured convoy of 100 Russian vehicles shooting at people who came in its path. This Russian advance from the south is making gains, and Mariupol is feeling its force. It continues to be under siege, under heavy bombardment. Authorities have described a genocide and want NATO troops to help.
The situation from humanitarian side is terrible because city lives for 3 days without any supplement, without any electricity, water, sanitary system, heating system.
Chernihiv in the north has been partly turned to rubble by airstrikes. 47 people are known to have been killed.
My parents live right here, nearby. It's hard for me to speak. This is a nightmare. How is it possible? Just look at this. It's a residential building. A friend of mine lives here with her children. Luckily, they managed to get out.
In eastern Kiev, warehouses flattened by Russian shells. You could hear the continuous rumblings of this attack from the centre. Just over a week ago, you would often see crowds outside the Opera House to enjoy an evening of the arts, maybe some kind of performance. Now, all you really see, crowd-wise, are queues outside the few pharmacies that are still open. Tatiana's been queuing for 2 hours for her medicine. She tells us she wants to deliberately speak in Russian to make this point.
No one needs a Russian world or Putin. He should get out of here. We have a peaceful and free country.
The Russians claim their attack is going to plan. A plan apparently meant to not target cities or civilians. James Waterhouse, BBC News in Kiev.
Well, let's take you live to New York now, where the UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting, and we can go there live and listen to Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the United States representative to the UN, talking at this emergency meeting called after that attack on that nuclear facility.
In the world. To my Russian counterparts, this council needs answers. We need to hear you say this won't happen again, as our UK colleague just stated. We call on you to withdraw your troops and weaponry from Ukraine. We call on you to respect Ukraine's borders, its people, and the UN Charter. We call on you to respect your own troops enough not to send them into an unjust war or on a suicide mission against a nuclear power plant. We call on Russia to abide by its international law obligations. The world demands that Russia abide by international humanitarian law, which prohibits intentionally targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, and allow humanitarian agencies full and secure access to people in need of aid. The United States and our partners have called for a briefing this Monday on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. We support the urgent work by humanitarian organizations on a humanitarian pause to allow for safe passage and the delivery of humanitarian supplies. President Putin must stop this humanitarian catastrophe by ending this war and ceasing these unconscionable attacks against the people of Ukraine. Mr. Putin must stop this madness, and he must stop it now. Cooler heads must prevail. Russian forces are now 20 miles and closing from Ukraine's second largest nuclear facility. So this imminent danger continues. We narrowly avoided a disaster last night. The international community must be unanimous in demanding Russia's forces stop their dangerous assault. And as I've said before, the people of Ukraine are counting on us, and we must not let them down. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie Monsieur Grossi et Madame Di Carlo pour leurs interventions. La France est gravement préoccupée
is seriously concerned about the risks for the safety, security, and nuclear safeguards that are a result of the Russian invasion. This is why, with its partners, France has asked the Security Council meet urgently. On the 24th of February, Russian forces entered the Chernobyl zone. The team running the facility was retained and requisitioned by Russian military. On the 27th of February, strong, loud detonation was recorded near a center for waste storage in Kiev. This morning, a fire was declared in the largest nuclear facility in Europe after the Russian attack. As indicated by the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs, France strongly condemns this attack on the integrity of a nuclear structure, which we need to guarantee and guarantee its security. The results of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine are possibly devastating for human health and the environment. In 2009, Russia approved with the rest of the General Conference of the IAEA a decision according to which any armed attack on and threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principle of the United Nations Charter, international law, and the statutes of the body. Russia, in this circumstance, also needs to adhere to the resolutions of the agency and the General Conference. Russia should immediately cease its illegal activities, which are dangerous, in order to restore control to the Ukrainian authorities on all nuclear materials and facilities within the internationally recognized borders of the Ukraine. Russia should also authorize regular and unfettered access to the facilities for the team running the facilities so that they can do their jobs and safely. We call for the full respect of the Convention on Nuclear Safety and other relevant conventions. France supports the efforts of the General Director of the IAEA for ongoing monitoring of the safety and security of nuclear facilities in Ukraine, who is in close contact with Ukrainian authorities. We would ask the Director General of the agency to use all instruments available to the agency to support Ukraine's efforts in order to ensure the safety and security of all facilities around the country. In this regard, France fully supports the proposal of the Director General of the IAEA for negotiations about commitments between the parties to the conflict in Ukraine in order to ensure respect of the 7 principles set forth during the Board of Governors meeting of the 2nd of March 2022 with regard to the implications of the situation in Ukraine in the areas of safety, security, and nuclear safeguards.
Okay, well, that is the Special Representative of France at the United Nations. This emergency meeting of the Security Council is ongoing to discuss the seizure of Europe's largest nuclear power station overnight by Russian forces. I want to talk a little bit more about what happened there. I'm joined now by Professor Tom Scott, who is a professor in materials at the University of Bristol and also an expert in molecular and nuclear energy. Professor Scott.
Hello.
Tell me a bit more about what you make of what's happened in Ukraine with that huge nuclear power station. Are you worried?
Well, this is unprecedented. We've never had a situation before where there has been ground fighting around a nuclear power plant that's been operating. And of course, it's very worrying that there could have been much greater collateral damage from the fighting that was going on. I think we're very fortunate that we haven't had more of a situation. And it's certainly very reassuring that the radiation levels are normal. They have not changed overnight because of the fire or any other incident on site.
So who's monitoring those radiation levels? How reassured can we all be?
So radiation levels are monitored by networks of sensors, which are distributed within the reactor buildings and around the site. Some of those sensors will have a live feed through to the IAEA, and some of them are publicly visible through the internet when the internet's available. And so it's been possible to monitor a small number of the monitoring stations to be able to assure that ourselves that the radiation levels haven't changed. And of course, that's also the message which the IAEA is giving out very clearly, is there is no radiological issue at that site at the time being.
So what's the difference between this site, which I believe is Europe's biggest, and Chernobyl, which of course many people know about still?
Yeah, so this reactor site is using a different version of nuclear technology. Chernobyl was very old technology, RBMK type reactors. But the key thing about Chernobyl is it had a graphite reactor core. And part of the issue with the Chernobyl disaster is that reactor core, the graphite set on fire. Now, this reactor station with its 6 pressurized water reactors has no graphite. And so graphite fire isn't possible. But the other beneficial feature of these plants is they're pressurized water reactor types, but essentially you have a steel pressure vessel with the walls about 20 centimeters thick steel, and that keeps the reactor core in one place. And then outside of that, you have a bioshield, which is a thick concrete shield. Now, these 2 features, the pressure vessel and the bioshield, are safety features for the reactor. They keep the reactor with the radioactivity in the core, but also it means that they're quite resilient to any kinetic perturbation from the outside, which obviously is fortuitous in this circumstance.
OK, Professor Tom Scott, it's been really interesting to get your insight. Thank you so much for talking to us.
My pleasure.
Ukraine's second city, Kyiv, near the Russian border, remains under siege. Thousands of people have taken refuge in the city's metro station, living in train carriages and frightened to go above ground. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford is there.
Well, there are thousands of people living underground here in Kharkiv now, some 3,000 in just this one metro station, and there are adults and children here. People have brought their pets as well, and just a few bags of belongings. And they came here in particular after there were two big explosions up above. We've seen the destruction, we've seen the ruins. People felt it in their houses, they were terrified, and they ran down here, and they've been living down here ever since. They're trying to make it as normal as possible. They have toys, they have blankets, but there are people living in train carriages in the middle of this city. And one woman just told me, she said, we are Russian speakers. We actually, some of us used to respect Vladimir Putin. We didn't have a problem with Russia before, and now they're bombing us here in this city. People don't understand this war. They want it to end as soon as possible. They've been asking for help from anyone who can help from the outside to end it as quickly as possible, because for the moment, they're living underground. Their nerves are on edge. People here are crying when they're talking to us, and they have no idea what the future holds. There are people in massive long queues of cars trying to head out of this city whilst there's no shooting or relatively little shooting, just trying to get to safety.
Well, that is the situation in Kharkiv. Of course, many people throughout the UK and indeed around the world have been wanting to send help and aid to various areas in Ukraine. We can talk now to Saleh Saeed, CEO of the Disaster Emergency Committee in North Greenwich in London. Saleh, it's good to talk to you. Thank you for talking to us. Let me ask you first of all about what your appeal is asking for and how successful it's been so far.
Thank you. Well, the scenes unfolding in front of our screens over the last week have been received with horror and shock across the UK by the British public here. We've launched our appeal yesterday, the Disasters Emergency Committee, the DEC, which brings together the 15 leading international aid organisations who have a presence both in Ukraine and in neighbouring countries. And the overwhelming support that we've received from the British public has been phenomenal. In the space of just one day, we've raised an amazing £55 million for the aid effort. That's money that's going to help provide basic essential aid such as food, water, blankets, trauma care for the children that have been traumatised, psychosocial support, healthcare, and of course support to hospitals and clinics. This is aid that we are prioritising now over the coming weeks and months, and the British public are still continuing to give in their thousands up and down the country. I must also thank the UK government for supporting this appeal to the tune of £20 million. And we expect and hope more funds will come over the coming days and weeks.
And you're talking about the amount of support you've received, which has been amazing. You've also had some support from the royal family. Talk us through that.
So 3 generations of the royal family, Her Royal Highness, Her Majesty, the Queen, His Royal Highness Prince of Wales, and Prince William, have all donated to the cause, to the appeal, and we're completely grateful to their generosity and their support. We've also had support from celebrities across the UK, companies, corporates, trusts and foundations. But essentially, this is a public appeal, a call to action for the British people. And the British people have responded in their thousands all across the nation, from Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England, and have contributed millions of pounds. As I said, £55 million. This is our biggest ever appeal since the tsunami of 2004, and I think that demonstrates the scale of the emergency and the scale of the need, and of course the outpouring of support and goodwill to the people of Ukraine.
And what are the immediate needs of the people in Ukraine that you are going to be helping?
As I'm sure many of your viewers have already seen on your previous article, people have been left homeless. Over 1.3 million Ukrainians are now refugees in neighbouring countries. It's feared that up to 4 million people could be preparing to flee now as we speak, and up to 7 million people will sadly could be displaced in Ukraine. They're having to leave their homes, their livelihoods, their jobs, their possessions, and sometimes family members behind, and only taking what they can carry. That means they need food, water, blankets, warmth, shelter, and of course, those that need it, medical treatment and healthcare. That's why we've launched this appeal in the UK, and that's why we're appealing for support and help.
And you've raised an astonishing amount in just a single day. I mean, this clearly has touched the hearts of so many people.
Absolutely, and we're hearing stories of children giving their pocket money, pensioners slicing some of their pension funds, and of course even the big corporates, trusts and foundations are prioritizing now to give to the Ukraine appeal, and it has touched millions of hearts up and down the land. There's organizations are now creating marathons, dinners, sports events, and everything else they can think of in order to support the humanitarian aid effort in Ukraine.
Okay, well, it's been so good to talk to you, Saleh Saeed, and thank you so much for everything that you are doing.
Thank you.
The NATO Secretary-General, Jens Stoltenberg, has said the alliance must ensure that the conflict in Ukraine doesn't spread beyond that country. Speaking after a meeting of NATO and other Western foreign ministers, he said it was agreed that NATO planes and troops should not operate in Ukrainian airspace or territory, confronting Russian forces. Mr. Stoltenberg added that NATO had seen evidence that Russia was using cluster bombs in Ukraine and other weapons that would be in violation of international law.
We have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes. And our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries, and causing much more human suffering.
Nearly 20,000 Russian artists are demanding a withdrawal from Ukraine, including many stars of the classical music scene. Well, our next guest is a soprano, a flautist and a composer. I'm joined now by Natalia Shenichnikova, a Russian musician and composer. Natalia, thank you so much for talking to us here on BBC News. Can you tell me, first of all, on your thoughts of what is happening now in Ukraine?
Yes, good evening. So I always stay always in contact with my friends and colleagues there, so who are sitting in shelters and metro stations, and some of them have children, some of them waiting for giving birth for a child, and someone had a dead mother who can't to bear, and it's because it's always that will be always shooting from and bombing from the sky. They can't do anything because it's always the flights always jumping their bombs, and it's not possible to do. I mean, many people will leave who can leave, who can't leave, they stay. Russian will destroy Ukraine, but it's just a step. It's not logical. It's not a logical acting.
Natalia, tell me, I know that a lot of musicians and people who are renowned and well known in terms of the Russian music and entertainment community have spoken out. How big a difference is there between people who live in Russia speaking out and those like you who live in other countries?
So the also musicians who are living in Russia, a lot of them are speaking against war openly, against Putin, against all this what's happened now to Ukraine, because we don't want that it will happens from our name. And now there are really there are new laws which depress people that you can have 20 years of prison if you say that is not war operation but a war which really killing people, just normal people.
Okay. Well, Natalia,
yes. They will be pressed to the end.
Okay. Natalia, I'm afraid we've run out of time, but it's been really, really good to get you on the programme and to get your point of view as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us on BBC News. I'm back in just a few minutes' time. Do stay with us on BBC News. Bye-bye for now.
Good evening. It has been a day of mixed fortunes. For many, we've seen quite a lot of cloud around, and yes, at times it has been wet. This was Lincolnshire this afternoon. It never really progressed above that low cloud, misty, murky story, and there's been some rain just fringing away from eastern Scotland, but certainly sitting to the east of the Pennines down into the southeast corner. Now, behind that front, there was quite a clearance, and there was some lovely spells of sunshine to be found. This was Cumbria just a few hours ago. And it looks likely that that drier and brighter story is going to win out as we go through the weekend. So certainly drier, a little bit more sunshine around, but overnight frost and fog could be an issue as we go through the weekend. Now, over the next few hours, that weather front is going to grind to a halt across the far southeast corner, but high pressure builds in behind, and that's going to keep those skies clear, and temperatures are going to fall away like a stone across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Wales. Here we'll see temperatures just below freezing, down into the southeast corner underneath that cloud and those outbreaks of rain. Temperatures holding up at around 5 or 6 degrees, but once again it's going to start off rather grey, drab and dreary, I'm afraid, and some of that rain may well just drift a little bit further west as we go through the afternoon. Best of the sunshine then to start off our weekend. Certainly the further north and west you are, a bit more of a breeze at times, and temperatures, well, they're likely to hold up at about a maximum of 10 degrees, so that's just a little bit under par for this time of year. Now, as we move into Sunday, that high pressure hopefully starts to establish itself a little more across the country. And finally, that nuisance weather front that we've seen for a couple of days really decays and eases away. A bit more of a breeze, though, across the south, and that could just drive in a little more cloud, particularly first thing in the morning. But hopefully that cloud will thin and break into the afternoon, and temperatures should peak in the drier, brighter moments of around 8 or 9 degrees. Now, as we move out of Sunday into Monday morning, it's certainly worth bearing in mind that with those clear skies, those temperatures are going to fall away. It is going to be a cold and frosty start for many first thing on Monday morning. But Monday into Tuesday, dry, settled and sunny for most, but those temperatures on the chilly side for the time of year.
With outside source. This is the extraordinary story of climate change. Vaccines, Europe, the Taliban, China. There is an awful lot to consider. Let's take this stage by stage. Here's the BBC's Stephen McDonald in Beijing. So help me understand the politics of this. Let's look at some of the international reactions. Tell us what you've been hearing. In practical terms, what does that mean? Next, we have to step back and let's just remind ourselves this is all part of the same story.
Piece the story together with Ros Atkins. Outside Source. Weekdays at 7 on the BBC News Channel.
To ask for anything.
Let me be crystal clear. Forget everything else. It's time.
The thing you should be asking is for.
Have a seat. Relax.
I've waited so long for this.
I love you.
I love you too.
Escape to the magic of the movies with Oscar-winning films every Thursday.
Well, that would have been rolling in the arms.
I'm really happy.
That's good. It's perfect.
Oscar-winning films, Thursdays on BBC 4 and iPlayer.
Let's take you straight to the UN Security Council emergency meeting where we're listening in on the Russian UN representative.
The Zaporizhia nuclear power plant were not damaged. Their condition is as follows. The first has been disconnected for repair. The second and third have been temporarily disconnected by the decision of the station's management. The fourth is operating at 690 megawatts, and the fifth and sixth are being cooled. According to the assessments of IAEA leadership, which were set out in the press statement dated March 4th, the operation of the nuclear power plant continues normally. Nothing threatens the safety of the 6 power units. The radiation monitoring systems at the station are fully operational, and there is no threat of a release of radioactive material. I would like to remind you that in 2014, Ukrainian nationalists already tried to destabilize the situation at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant and in the city of Enerhodar. Western states ignored this egregious case back then, and it could have potentially led to disaster. And at the time, we drew attention to this serious incident. Now, when the Russian military is doing everything to ensure the safety and security of Ukrainian nuclear facilities, a massive anti-Russian propaganda campaign is unfolding based on absurd allegations that Russia is allegedly trying to create a source of radioactive contamination. And I urge you to think, what would be the point of us doing this? We are the best positioned to be aware of and on top of the situation. We are the most interested in maintaining nuclear and general security in Ukraine, physical and nuclear security to be properly maintained and ensured in Ukraine. We are Ukraine's neighbors. Together with the people of Belarus and Ukraine, we lived through the tragedy of Chernobyl, and so we are more interested than most in maintaining a normal radiation situation throughout the territory of Ukraine. I would like to emphasize once again that the danger to the civilian population of Ukraine is not emanating from Russian troops. It is coming from Ukrainian nationalists who are holding the civilian populations of a number of large cities hostage and carrying out acts of sabotage and provocations, one of which is what we are now discussing. After that, they attempt to blame Russia for all of it. Yesterday's incident at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is a clear illustration of this. And your reaction to this incident and your attempts to blow it into a global scandal, my dear Western colleagues, leave no doubt that the radicals and extremists in Ukraine were and are under your close guardianship and protection. They have a sort of carte blanche from you. For the sake of your Ukrainian project, you're ready to forget about the future and well-being of ordinary Ukrainians, just as for 8 years you tried to ignore the systematic shelling of the civilians of Donbass by the armed forces of Ukraine. We urge you to calm down your mentees who, in the worst traditions of ISIL terrorists and their Idlib associates, are hiding behind civilians, placing heavy weaponry and multiple rocket launchers in residential areas. In Mariupol, nationalists have detained 60 citizens who were on their way to the humanitarian corridor that was established and forcibly transported them to the 34th local school, which has been mined. Now these terrorists are using civilians as a human shield and blackmailing the advancing forces of the Donetsk People's Republic with their readiness to blow up a school full of hostages. These terrorists are preventing those civilians wishing to leave the cities from doing so. This practice is affecting not only Ukrainians, but also foreign citizens. The number of foreign nationals who are being forcibly held by Ukrainian nationalists is shocking. In Kharkiv, this includes 3,189 citizens of India, up to 2,700 citizens of Vietnam, 202 citizens of China. In Sumy, this includes 576 Indian citizens, 101 Ghanaian citizens, and 121 Chinese citizens. In Chernihiv, there are 9 citizens of Indonesia being held. Yesterday in Kharkiv, nationalists fired on a group of Chinese citizens who were trying to independently leave into Russian territory, and 2 of them were injured. The Russian military is doing everything to ensure the peaceful evacuation of foreign nationals. Thus, in the Belgorod region at the Nekhotievska and Sudza checkpoints, as of 6 a.m. today, 130 comfortable buses were standing ready in order to leave for Kharkiv and Sumy to rescue Indian students and other foreign citizens. Checkpoints have been equipped with temporary accommodations, rest facilities, and hot meals. Mobile medical stations have been deployed with stocks of medications. The evacuees will be later transported to Belgorod and subsequently brought home by air. I would like to draw your attention to another egregious episode regarding which we would like to hear clarification from the Secretariat's rapporteur. The Telegram channel of the so-called Territorial Defense of Kramatorsk published a message about the requisitioning of cars of UN mission personnel. And if the Secretariat is not aware of this, we are ready to provide the relevant materials. And that message states, and I quote, "Sorry, but the goal justifies the means. We have requisitioned UN vehicles as we need them now." End of quote. According to the nationalists, and I quote again, there is full understanding on the part of the UN. There were no official statements or protests from the UN, end of quote. We're extremely concerned that UN mission vehicles could end up in the hands of, or could have already ended up in the hands of terrorists and be used for terrorist purposes. If the Secretariat is really aware of this situation, as the nationalists claim, then we would like to receive an explanation of why the UN did not inform member states of this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Well, that was the Russian representative, the Russian ambassador to the United Nations, Vasily Nebenzia, talking to the emergency meeting of the Security Council. A reminder, of course, that Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council. Lots being said there. Very important to just reiterate that a lot of what the Russian ambassador was saying has not been verified by any foreign media, and a lot of what he was saying also goes directly against what we have been hearing from witnesses on the ground, as well as our own correspondents, in particular what he was talking about in terms of Ukrainian citizens in cities being taken hostage by terrorists, Ukrainian citizens being frightened by their own Ukrainian forces. A lot of what he was saying needs to be taken with a, let's be honest, a huge pinch of salt. Now, the media and disinformation very much in focus today, because the BBC says it has decided to temporarily suspend the work of all BBC News journalists and their support staff in Russia after the Russian parliament passed a law making it a criminal offence to spread what it calls fake information about the armed forces. Well, those convicted face prison sentences of up to 15 years. Meanwhile, the country's media regulator has restricted access to the BBC and other independent news websites and services. Well, let's talk now to Jonathan Munro, the interim director of BBC News. Jonathan, thanks for talking to us. Let me ask you, first of all, why has the BBC made this decision?
We've got two responsibilities here. The first responsibility is for the safety and welfare of our own staff in Moscow. And the second is a responsibility to the audiences to report freely and fairly the story that we believe to be true. And the two things aren't compatible at the moment, because free reporting involves using words that have just been outlawed by the Russian authorities. And that in turn will lead to prison sentences and other punishments meted out on our staff. So we can't operate in a way that the BBC needs to operate in Russia for the time being.
So the BBC will not be operating from within Russia, but there will still be BBC reporting on Russia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're not able to use our correspondents and reporters, many of whom will be familiar faces and voices to your audiences, for the time being, because they're personally responsible for what they say on air. We do have lots of journalists in London and elsewhere who've got a lot of knowledge about Russia, including former correspondents who have been based in Moscow over the years and follow the worlds of diplomacy and politics carefully. So they'll be at the forefront. They're here, they're safe from any Russian action. And in that way, we will keep our audiences informed without compromising the safety of our staff.
But you won't be pulling your staff out of Russia for now?
No, we're not pulling our staff out. All options remain open, and we, of course, will do ultimately what we need to do to keep them safe. But our staff who live and work in Russia are staying put, and we very much hope to get them back on air and online in the near future. But we're taking a pause on doing that because this is brand new legislation, and we don't know in truth what the level of enforcement will be. We don't know what the practical implications are, and we don't want to find that out the hard way by finding that someone has said something which we believe to be true or used words which are now outlawed, like war or invasion. And find that we're then punished in a completely draconian and unacceptable way. Let's not beat about the bush here. This is an extremely depressing day for free reporting and analysis of what's happening in Russia. As you've just been showing, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council is essentially outlawing free reporting. And with our responsibility as an employer, we have to do the right thing. But we hope it's extremely temporary, and we'd like to get our analysis back online from Moscow as soon as we can.
Jonathan Munro, thank you very much. Ukraine's cybersecurity authority says it is fighting the world's first hybrid war in cyberspace, as well as on the ground. The ministry says it's facing constant cyber attacks against its government and infrastructure networks, with citizens as well as officials now being targeted. It claimed that its cyber defences are repelling most attacks and defends its use of voluntary hackers to attack Russia. Well, let's get more now with our cyber reporter, Joe Tidy. Tell us more about what has been happening, Joe, because this is a huge element to the story, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and this is the first press conference from the SSSCIP, the cyber authority in Ukraine. We know that it's chaos. We know that there are hacker groups who are hacking Ukraine from either Russia or Belarus or wherever in the world. We also know that there are a lot of hacking groups attacking Russia as well from inside Ukraine and again around the world. Not to mention, of course, the hacker collective Anonymous have waded in as well. So we are seeing all sorts of low-level attacks taking place. But one thing we haven't really had so far is an insight into what's happening on the ground in Ukraine in terms of cyber. And this was a good insight for us from the deputy chair of the SSSCIP. And he said that although they aren't necessarily talking about the attacks, they are receiving a lot. They say that they are being relentlessly bombarded with cyber attacks, either from Russia or wherever they are coming from. And he said that the tactics have changed as well in the last few days. They are no longer just attacking government and military websites. They're also attacking the officials who work for those places as well. So he is saying that this is, although quiet on their front, publicly, it's not quiet at all. They are fighting an unprecedented war on the two fronts of both on the streets with kinetic warfare and also in cyber.
In my opinion, we have all necessary instruments to defend our cyberspace, and it's not possible to win a cyber war and to lose a conventional war. And these two wars, as a part of this hybrid war with serious conventional component, is happening first in history. And I believe that cyber war can be ended with the end of conventional war. And we will do everything to make this moment closer.
Well, Mr. Zora says that one of the reasons why these attacks coming from Russia, from the nation state, aren't getting through is because their defences are much better. They say they've been attacked so much in the past. It's true. In 2015 and 2016, they were hit with hacking, which is believed to come from Russia, which made power cuts across cities in Ukraine. They say they're dealing with those and they are able to repel the attacks from Russia. One of the things that they've done since the invasion, which is very controversial, is they have created an IT army of Ukraine. So this is an official government-sanctioned group on Telegram. Now 270,000 volunteer hackers from Ukraine and around the world have joined, and they are coordinating and celebrating attacks on Russia on this group. And we asked them in the press conference whether or not that's potentially irresponsible, because, of course, the fear is that an attack from a civilian might only be cyber vandalism like we've seen so far, mainly on Russia, it has to be said, but also they could escalate. So at the moment, we're seeing low-level attacks, things like websites being taken down in Russia mostly, or websites being defaced with anti-Putin messages, things like review bombing, where people are going on to Russian business websites and they are leaving reviews, 5-star reviews, but also messages to the Russian people in support of the Ukraine struggle and the Ukraine war. But of course, there are concerns that what if a hacker accidentally gets himself or herself into a critical network? And we don't, of course, know where these hacks come from, and things could escalate quickly. But this is what he had to say about it. He said that although they can't condone illegal activity, things have changed now.
We do not welcome any illegal activity in cyberspace. We believe that every part should be responsible with their actions. But the world order changed on 24th of February. We have a martial law here in Ukraine. And I don't think that appealing to moral principles works, since our enemy doesn't have any principles.
It is an extraordinary thing to hear what is a cyber authority of a government saying to people, hacking is effectively legal. That's what effectively they are doing now. They said that they're only attacking civilian networks and that this is a volunteer-led organization. But of course, if you look at the Telegram group, there is so much in there that it's about attack the railways, attack the power networks of Russia. And it's being condoned and applauded essentially by the Ukrainian government. It is an extraordinary situation that we are in where that is now the case. And of course, we don't know who is behind these attacks. We don't know which countries could be throwing their own military hackers into the fray, because it is literally chaos at the moment. The one thing that we haven't seen, though, as I will stress, is we haven't seen any kind of nation-backed, really sophisticated, really disruptive cyber attack, the likes that we expected and feared from Russia, which is a cyber superpower after all. They've caused power cuts in Ukraine. They've also launched a very disruptive and uncontrolled cyber attack called the NotPetya attack in 2017, which is aimed at Ukraine. But because it was a supply chain attack, it meant that it spread around the world very quickly and caused about $10 billion worth of damage. So there are concerns that that sort of thing may still happen. But at the moment, there hasn't been a major cyber attack so far that's changed the things on the ground or changed the war and the conflict in itself.
Joe, thank you very much indeed. Joe Tidy there. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has roused fresh concerns for other European countries in close proximity to Russia. Well, one of those concerned include Finland, which shares a long border with Russia. For the first time, a majority of Finns favour joining NATO, according to a poll published this week. This comes as Finland's president is meeting US President Joe Biden in Washington. We can go live now to the Finland-Russia border and speak with our World Affairs editor, John Simpson, who is at the Finnish side of the border crossing point. John, let me ask you first of all, how are Finns reacting to what is happening in Ukraine?
They've been deeply shocked. Over the last 10, 20 years, relations between Finland and Russia have been really good. People have passed across this border in their thousands pretty much every day to do their shopping in Finland, spend their money and then go back home. There's been absolutely no problem whatsoever. And then just in the days immediately before the actual invasion of Ukraine, the mere thought that Finland might be interested in joining NATO caused the Russian Foreign Ministry to issue quite a kind of blood-curdling threat to Finland and also to Sweden to say, if you do anything like this, there could be really serious military consequences. Now, what were military consequences? Nobody knew, but it did sound like certainly a half threat that there could be some form of invasion. And so the opinion in this country just swung around from the support for neutrality, which they've pretty much always had, through to, as you was just saying, the support for the idea that they should maybe get under the umbrella of NATO.
And the President of Finland is meeting Joe Biden in the White House at the moment, and that, I suppose, tells us all we need to know about where Finland is facing right now.
Yes, well, I mean, the support of the United States is really, really important for the Finnish government. It's a very cautious government. It's learned that over its decades of being on Russia's border. Very, very unwilling to just sort of make a quick jump and say, OK, we'll apply straight away for NATO. But I spoke to a member of the government here who although he certainly wouldn't say that Finland will go for NATO membership, he made it clear that they were going to be considering it really, really carefully. Part of the idea of getting American support in the event of any kind of a threat from Russia.
And John, are there many Russians crossing the border into Finland, as I hear there have been?
Yes, there's a constant, it's not a flood by any manner of means, but there is a constant flow across. I mean, we've seen buses here coming across packed with Russians who prefer not to show their faces. I spoke to a Russian student who came through, very emotional about what's happening, really anxious to get out of the whole atmosphere that's building up.
Zelensky, a comedian who had no experience of politics when elected less than 3 years ago, is now leading his country in the fight against a Russian invasion. Well, our correspondent Jonah Fisher, who met him in his campaign trail in 2019 and the days after, has put together this report.
Всім добрий вечір. Лідер фракції тут.
Ukraine's wartime president now has admirers all round the world.
My name is Vladimir Zelensky.
3 years ago, when I first met him, he was just an actor and comedian.
And that's it. I'm normal, human.
And you're running for president?
Yes, I'm running.
Back then, the prospect of a President Zelensky seemed far-fetched.
Benny Hill. Yes, it's more understandable than Monty Python.
At that point, Zelensky's main qualification was that he'd played the part of the president in a comedy TV series.
Доброе утро, господин президент.
In the TV series, Zelensky's president, Vasily Goloborodko, was the breath of fresh air that Ukraine needed, taking on the rich oligarchs. So Zelensky's election campaign cleverly blurred the lines between TV and real life. And people loved it. He went into polling day in the lead.
Are you ready to be president?
I don't know. The people will decide it in the evening. I'm ready.
When evening came, Zelensky was confirmed with a landslide victory.
So there we have it. Fact will follow fiction.
What enabled Zelensky to win the election was his savvy use of social media. Ukrainians basically live on Facebook here, and that was his direct channel without going through mainstream media, which is owned by competing parties and oligarchs, that sort of thing. He communicated directly and in a very passionate, empathetic way to Ukrainians.
Sworn in with a flourish, Zelensky set out trying to deliver on his many election promises. First among them was a pledge to end the war with Russian-backed militias in eastern Ukraine. And there were some good initial signs. This was a prisoner swap. He was at the airport to greet those coming home.
We have to do all the steps to finish this horrible war.
But do you think this is a new chapter in relations between Russia and Ukraine?
I think this is the first chapter.
But the next chapter of the Zelensky presidency was a painful one, a cameo role in a blackmail saga, which led to the impeachment of Donald Trump.
We had, I think, good phone call.
Zelensky's acting skills for once deserting him. In the last couple of years, Zelensky's presidency has rather drifted. Visits to the trenches have highlighted the lack of peace, while promised reforms have stalled. Then came invasion, and Zelensky and Ukraine have not rolled over.
I never remember any situation or event when I was working for him that he would give up his principles and values. And this is probably that Russian President Vladimir Putin underestimated. Nowadays, he shows himself as a serious leader that, of course, can make some kind of irony, and that his communication skills are very appropriate. But at the same time, we understand that he is serious about defending the values of our country.
Zelensky's journey to this point has few parallels. With the Russians now closing in, does his remarkable story have one final twist? Jonah Fisher, BBC News.
Stay with us on BBC News. Plenty more to come. Bye-bye.
Good evening. It has been a day of mixed fortunes for many. We've seen quite a lot of cloud around, and yes, at times it has been wet. This was Lincolnshire this afternoon. It never really progressed above that low cloud, misty, murky story, and there's been some rain just fringing away from eastern Scotland, but certainly sitting to the east of the Pennines down into the southeast corner. Now, behind that front, there was quite a clearance, and there was some lovely spells of sunshine to be found. This was Cumbria just a few hours ago, and it looks likely that that drier and brighter story is going to win out as we go through the weekend. So certainly drier, a little bit more sunshine around, but overnight frost and fog could be an issue as we go through the weekend. Now, over the next few hours, that weather front is going to grind to a halt across the far southeast corner, but high pressure builds in behind, and that's going to keep those skies clear, and temperatures are going to fall away like a stone across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England and parts of Wales. Here we'll see temperatures just below freezing, down into the southeast corner underneath that cloud and those outbreaks of rain. Temperatures holding up at around 5 or 6 degrees, but once again it's going to start off rather grey, drab and dreary, I'm afraid, and some of that rain may well just drift a little bit further west as we go through the afternoon. Best of the sunshine then to start off our weekend. Certainly the further north and west you are, a bit more of a breeze at times, and temperatures, well, they're likely to hold up at about a maximum of 10 degrees, so that's just a little bit under par for this time of year. Now, as we move into Sunday, that high pressure hopefully starts to establish itself a little more across the country. And finally, that nuisance weather front that we've seen for a couple of days really decays and eases away. A bit more of a breeze, though, across the south, and that could just drive in a little more cloud, particularly first thing in the morning. But hopefully that cloud will thin and break into the afternoon, and temperatures should peak in the drier, brighter moments of around 8 or 9 degrees. Now, as we move out of Sunday into Monday morning, it's certainly worth bearing in mind that with those clear skies, those temperatures are going to fall away. It is going to be a cold and frosty start for many first thing on Monday morning. But Monday into Tuesday, dry, settled and sunny for most, but those temperatures on the chilly side for the time of year.
With outside source. This is the extraordinary story of climate change. Vaccines, Europe, the Taliban, China. There is an awful lot to consider. Let's take this stage by stage. Here's the BBC Stephen McDonald in Beijing. So help me understand the politics of this. Let's look at some of the international reactions. Tell us what you've been hearing. In practical terms, what does that mean? Next, we have to step back and let's just remind ourselves this is all part of the same story.
Piece the story together with Ros Atkins. Outside Source. Weekdays at 7 on the BBC News Channel.
Today at 6, Russia steps up its bombardment of large parts of Ukraine as NATO warns the conflict is about to get worse. We'll be reporting from inside the country's second biggest city of Kyiv, where residential buildings have been reduced to rubble by constant Russian shelling.
This is so far from normal. It's kind of hard to even describe, and these people have no idea what they're going to do next.
Europe's largest nuclear plant is hit by Russian forces overnight. The fires are now under control. Ukraine says Moscow is resorting to nuclear terror.
The Russian tanks knew what they were firing at. They directly hit the plant. This is terror on an unprecedented level.
And Ukraine's borders, the refugee queues grow longer there. More and more people are trying to flee.
And here, the impact of the crisis on energy supplies has caused a surge in wholesale prices. The cost of gas in the UK is now 13 times higher than a year ago. And in other news, tributes are being paid to the Australian cricket legend Shane Warne, who's died at the age of 52.
And stay with us on BBC News for continuing coverage and analysis from our team of correspondents in the UK and around the world.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC News at 6. We are live in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, where Russian forces continue to advance on the city. Overnight, they attacked a nuclear plant, Europe's biggest at Zaporizhzhia. The fires and shelling sparked fears of a nuclear leak, which led to Ukraine's President Zelensky again calling for a no-fly zone over the country. If we take a look at the map now, the areas in red show the gains Russian troops are making. They control large parts of the south and are targeting the city of Mariupol, which, if captured, would cut off Ukraine's access to the Black Sea. Another key target is Kharkiv in the east, Ukraine's second largest city. Well, our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford has this special report from inside Kharkiv, which has been bombarded by Russian forces for much of the week.
As we drove into Kharkiv, it looked like half the city was heading out. A flow of families who've endured days of bombs and explosions. Many wrote the word children on their cars, hoping they wouldn't be targeted. A few miles on, others stood with bundles of belongings, waiting for a bus to take them out. Any bus, to anywhere. Svetlana told me shells had been landing close to her home. I asked how she's coping. She said she isn't. It's been a week with barely any sleep. This is what's keeping Kharkiv awake. 2 days ago, there were homes and businesses here. We saw no sign of any military facility. Just more destruction across the road at the local shops. And men searching for medicine among the ruins to use for soldiers. It is scary, but this is our city, Maxime tells me. We don't want to run anywhere. So Ukraine's second city has moved underground. Their whole lives now playing out on these platforms and on trains that stopped when the war began. Above ground, shops are running out of food. Down here, people live off handouts.
I really am scared about myself and about my family. So we take documents and just came here.
There are now thousands of people living underground like this here in Kharkiv for more than a week now. And the parents are trying to make it as normal as possible for their children. They brought toys, they're getting food down here. But this is so far from normal. It's kind of hard to even describe. And these people have no idea what they're going to do next.
This family's been down here for 3 whole days now. We hope for the best, but we're prepared for the worst, he says. At least we have food and air, and the children are okay. The power is down in this region, so we found people tapping into the mains from the metro in the underpass, charging their phones, a vital connection to the outside world. These couples had surfaced for air because they said the concentration of grief underground was too much to bear.
It's scary because we don't know what's coming tomorrow. Nothing is changing here. Nothing's happening.
Kharkiv has already suffered so much, but it fears this war has barely started. A city of Russian speakers who can't fathom why Russia is now destroying their lives and their houses. Sarah Rainsford, BBC News, Kharkiv.
While Russian forces are steadily making gains in this war, as urban areas are cut off by troops. In the city of Mariupol, in the south, which is under siege, the mayor says food is running out and there's no water, heating or electricity. The Russian advance is also gaining momentum in the east and north, with continued shelling and artillery fire that we can hear within just a few kilometres of our base here. The sound of air raid sirens is more regular throughout the day now in Kyiv. And there's been international condemnation of Russia's assault on a nuclear power plant, the biggest in Europe. Here's Jeremy Bowen.
Across Ukraine, Russia is trying to bring its strength to bear. This was Borodyanka, northwest of the capital. Not much is left standing in Bucha, one of Kyiv's satellite towns. Russia's attempted rapid assaults hit fierce Ukrainian resistance. The Russian army's answer to that is firepower. And after a night of fighting much further south, Russia has seized the nuclear power plant at Zaporizhia, the biggest in Europe. The reactor is safe, but it's hard to imagine a worse place for a firefight. Kyiv railway station is the gateway to relative safety far west near the Polish border. And it's the start of separations. No one knows how long they'll be apart. 50,000 people a day crowd the Lviv platform, almost all women and children. I'm really worried about my 3 kids, she said, and I want to come back, but now I'm very scared. Ahead, up to 12 hours, rammed into an overcrowded carriage on the most uncertain journey of their lives. The people who couldn't fight their way on board waited for the next one. They grabbed what mattered most to them. And there's the pain of parting. All the heartbreak of the war was on Alexander's face. He just put his wife and 2 small children on the train. He wouldn't let go of a toy ambulance his 8-year-old son had given him as he said goodbye. Men have to stay to fight. This man used an app to translate for us his attempt to reassure his wife.
She also asked me to leave. I said that we will fight to the end. It will be easier for us to fight when you are safe.
No one knows their journey's end. The evacuees, or the husbands and fathers they left behind. On the edge of Kyiv, some volunteers are in position, still trying to get organized. The professionals, better armed and trained, are closer to the front. Kyiv is the biggest symbol of Ukrainian independence, and that makes it the biggest target for the Russian army. They're still a reasonable distance in that direction. The city's there. It's big and it's sprawling, and in a lot of people's minds here at the moment is the question of whether President Putin will order the kind of assault on the capital that he's ordered on cities elsewhere in the country. First lesson for the new soldiers, loading bullets into a magazine. Most at this territorial defense center were boys of 18 and 19.
I am studying economy.
And I'm studying biology.
They have the same patriotism, courage, and sense of invincibility of other generations of young men who volunteered to fight in Europe's wars. Their parents will pray they don't learn the same brutal lessons. The older men were more apprehensive. On the bus, they all cheered for victory and death to their enemies. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Kyiv.
Well, as we've been hearing, the attack on the Zaporizhzhia plant led to global condemnation. There's no indication of increased levels of radiation in the area, but the international nuclear watchdog says it's deeply concerned. Our science correspondent, Victoria Gill, now takes a look at what those concerns might be.
Warfare at a nuclear power plant. The blaze, which was quickly extinguished, was in a training facility. And critically, it didn't affect any of the 6 nuclear reactors. The reactor building complex is about 1 kilometre long, and now only one of the reactors is reported to be operating, with the rest safely shut down.
We, of course, are fortunate that there was no release of radiation and that the integrity of the reactors in themselves was not compromised.
Ukrainian emergency crews tackled the fire, but nuclear experts say the situation is still precarious.
We're not looking at another Chernobyl accident, but the primary concern here is that the electricity supply gets cut off. It stops the pumps from working that cool the reactor, and if that were to happen, the nuclear fuel inside would melt down. So it's really important that the Russian forces, the Ukrainian forces, stop firing in the direction of the nuclear power stations.
This loss of cooling was what caused the nuclear disaster at Fukushima in Japan in 2011. But while that was triggered by a natural disaster, a tsunami, the invasion of Ukraine has brought conflict close to working nuclear reactors. With the Russians now controlling the site, the immediate danger has passed, but concern remains over why a nuclear plant was a military target. Victoria Gill, BBC News.
Well, the humanitarian situation just gets worse day by day, hour by hour. The United Nations is now warning that on top of the 1 million refugees who've already fled, millions more could be forced from this country if the fighting is prolonged. Now, this map, it shows the extent of the exodus. The larger arrows there, and the bigger they are, the greater the population flows. Refugees are crossing into neighbouring countries to the west. Well, more than 100,000 people have fled to Moldova, and our correspondent Lucy Williamson reports from the Palanka border crossing point, about 30 miles from the Ukrainian port city of Odessa.
When Odessa flinches, Palanka catches the blow. The fear in Ukraine's southern cities reflected in the queues, the emotions spilling out at this once little-known border post. A bus to an emergency shelter, oversubscribed. An official loses control. There's a 5-year-old waiting, he shouts. Move back. Svetlana had been waiting for a visa to join her husband in the UK. With the conflict spreading and her passport stuck at the British embassy in Lviv, she's crossed into Moldova without it. It's impossible to understand what's happened, she said. We're living in the 21st century. People are just hoping for the best and holding on to the end. Katya also arrived today from Odessa with her sister and 3 children after they saw a ship destroyed in a huge explosion.
The kids were asking what's going on, and we said it was fireworks. What are you going to say to a kid? You can't tell them it's a war out there.
Video from Odessa this week showed the men left behind, filling sandbags, ready for a Russian invasion. Russian landing craft was spotted off the coast yesterday. And today, at Odessa's train station, panic. The numbers here are being driven by Russian operations in the south of Ukraine. This border is squeezed between 2 separate wings of Ukrainian territory, and refugee agencies here say that if Odessa comes under attack, these numbers will surge again. The EU's head of foreign affairs says this migrant crisis could dwarf the last one Europe faced in 2015.
In 2015-2016, Europe was shocked by 1 million people coming from Syria. Now, in 4 days, we already have almost 1 million people. And Ukraine has 40 million people. If the Russians continue bombing the cities the way they are doing, if you were Ukrainian, what do you do?
Each day at Palanka, thousands make that same calculation, the same half solution to war. Crossing a border might protect you from danger. it doesn't always protect you from fear. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Moldova.
In Moscow, the parliament has passed a law making it a criminal offence to spread what it calls fake information. The conflict in Ukraine cannot be referred to as a war. Vladimir Putin calls it a special military operation. Anyone convicted could receive a 15-year prison sentence. Access to the BBC and other independent news websites and services is also now restricted following action by Russia's media regulator. Caroline Hawley has that story.
Facing growing international isolation, growing pressure, President Putin can't and won't travel far himself these days. But he did find time today to attend remotely a ceremony inaugurating a new passenger ferry, and claimed that Russia had no ill intentions to its neighbours. He warned them not to escalate tensions, and he said Russia would continue to develop in spite of sanctions. Anyone not towing the Kremlin's line is now being silenced. No war, the last words of a final gathering of staff at TV Rain, once a symbol of young, independent liberal journalism. They resigned live on air and left viewers with a pointed message. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake aired when the Soviet Union collapsed and in other times of turmoil. This morning, in the lower house of Parliament, another big move in the information war. Though in Russia now, you're not allowed to use the word war.
All these companies, from Instagram to others, are located in the United States. It's clear they are used as a weapon. They carry enmity, lies. We must resist this, protect the armed forces.
They rubber-stamped a law to impose hefty jail sentences on anyone spreading what the Kremlin sees as fake news about the military.
I think when you are frightened of a free and open press, you are frightened of yourself and your own people.
The BBC now says it's temporarily suspending the work of all of its journalists in Russia while it assesses the implications of the new law. Protests against the invasion have already led to thousands of arrests over the past 8 days, but the demonstrations are still relatively small scale. State propaganda exerts a powerful influence, and Russians will now be left even more in the dark about what's really happening in Ukraine.
The Russians have made much slower progress on the ground than they had hoped for. They'd hoped, in fact, for lots more popular support from Ukrainians in the eastern half of the country, which simply hasn't happened. But Putin is now, to quote Shakespeare, so deep stepped in blood that he's not going to turn back. His survival, I would suspect, in the Russian political system depends upon him carrying this war to a victory.
So for President Putin, it's increasingly vital to control the narrative as his war claims ever more Ukrainian and Russian lives. Caroline Hawley, BBC News.
Lise is here, our chief international correspondent. We've been talking a lot about that column of heavy armour heading this way. It seems to be bogged down, the snows are thawing and it's stuck in mud, but it is still there, a present danger that everyone is worrying about.
Yes, you say coming this way. That's the big question. This endless and guessing game about Vladimir Putin. Is he using it just to have this ominous threat just poised on the edge of the city, putting the entire city on edge as they watch the devastation wreaked across the city? Cities encircled, people running out of food, running out of water, not able to rescue the injured and bury the dead, and the blistering attacks on residential areas. Is this a warning to the people of this capital that used to be, before a time of war, nearly 3 million people? This could be your fate if you don't surrender. We see in the city every day, the city being transformed, more and more of what they call these hedgehogs, these metal barriers to stop the tanks, the spiked barriers. So the soldiers on the streets, the security services are preparing for this convoy to come in, and perhaps people are preparing, some of them leaving, some of them getting more supplies underground, and wondering when and how will this convoy move in, and what will be this city's fate, and that will be the fate of Ukraine.
Indeed, overall. All right, Lise, thank you. Lise Doucette there. Well, I'll be back a little later on with some final thoughts, but for now, from Kiev, it's back to you, Jane, in the studio in London.
Clive, thank you for now. Well, here the government has said that visas given to people fleeing Ukraine and joining relatives in the UK will last for 3 years rather than 1, as originally announced. The scheme was also extended earlier this week to cover more family members after criticism that it was too limited. Our special correspondent Lucy Manning has been speaking to people here who are struggling to get reunited with loved ones.
Yeah, we are at King's Cross now, and we are going to fly to Poland.
Vitaly is on a rescue mission from his life in London working for Facebook
To meet our family.
to his mum and sister Anna and Victoria, who have travelled for 36 hours from central Ukraine to make it across the border to Poland. They've taken their cats but left the rest of their life behind. Vitaly has flown to Poland hoping to bring them back to his home in London, except he can't. Government rules say he hasn't lived in the UK long enough.
I cannot do this because there are requirements from the government that I need to have the settled status to be allowed to bring my family to the UK.
If you're talking to the government, what do you say to them about wanting to bring your sister in and mother in?
I think that UK government should also help Ukrainians at least for people like me to be able to bring my family to the UK so I can take care of them.
His sister Anna won't now finish her high school, but she wants to go on to university.
It would be great to come to the UK because this country has much more possibilities to have a better life.
Scottish businessman Jock Mendoza
like Ukrainians, like Americans, like people everywhere, want the same basic things. Good jobs, clean air and water, the chance to raise your kids in safe neighborhoods, to send them to good schools. How in the world does President Putin's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine help you achieve any of these things?
If hating Putin has been part of your narrative for years, well then, this conflict escalation must be a great chance to achieve several goals at once. Saving Ukraine is best served together with demonizing Putin or going as far as labeling him nuts.
Well, I met with him many times, and this is a different Putin. He was always, as Senator Rubio said, this was an ex-KG man. He's descending into something that I personally haven't seen before.
Clinical psychology, the paranoid typically accuse their supposed persecutors of doing exactly what they themselves are planning. Putin implausibly accused Ukraine of massing forces on the borders of the breakaway Donbass region to carry out a genocide against Russian speakers, in a distorting mirror of his own intentions.
But I began by asking what these folks ultimately want.
The measures we are introducing, that large parts of the world are introducing, are to bring down the Putin regime.
The goal is getting rid of Putin, one would suppose, even though in this case a correction did come from the UK government. The hints are out there still. A very well-known British tabloid speculated on who could take Vlad's seat. That's what they're calling him now. Should he be taken down in a coup?
With the stakes mounting and the West applying pressure on the Russian economy, the chances of Putin being removed from power in a coup has become more likely.
The question is, are the voices of the Western media and the people in charge there being heard in Russia? On the one hand, probably yes, because people do come out and do protest. But on the other hand, for a number of reasons, the demos aren't as huge as some would want them to be. Plus, the chance that these protests are mostly anti-war rather than anti-Putin. By the way, just for the record, Russian opinion polls show that since the Russian military campaign began, the president's approval rating has only gone up.
While it looks like the whole world has turned its back against Russia, in the Serbian capital of Belgrade, some people have poured onto the streets to voice their support. In this video taken just minutes ago, we can see a massive crowd of people marching through the city, many holding both countries' flags while the Russian national anthem is loudly played. Although Serbia has condemned Russia's operation in Ukraine, it has refused to introduce sanctions against Moscow. Well, that's all for this hour. For all the latest developments on the conflict in Ukraine, head over to rt.com. My name's Peter Scott, and thank you for watching.
When old truths seem wrong, when old rules just don't hold, and a new world is yet to shape out, disdain becomes the etiquette, and engagement equals betrayal. When so many find themselves worlds apart, we choose to look for common ground.
The massive sanctions war against Russia is having a profound impact on the global economy. Instead of just punishing Russian citizens, consumers in the West and the developing world will also experience economic pain. Globalization itself is being interrupted. The great separation is upon us.
Большинство из пострадавших это были мирные жители. На местах их дислокации были обнаружены массовые захоронения мирных жителей, даже беременных женщин.
Он однажды меня спросил: мама, как ты относишься к этим событиям, которые произошли в Одессе?
Более 25 тысяч гражданских объектов разрушено. Более 2000 стариков, женщин, детей убиты.
Непонятно, по каких причинам украинский народ просто уничтожает сам себя.
Никогда, никогда после этого всего мириться или возвращаться в Украину никогда.
Is your media a reflection of reality? In a world transformed, what will make you feel safer? Isolation or community? Are you going the right way or are you being led somewhere? Which direction? What is truth? What is fake? In a world corrupted, you need to descend. So join us in the depths, or remain in the shallows.
The world is driven by dreamers, shaped by thinkers and those with vision.
Who dares, thinks. We dare to ask.
командир, придет снимать сколько хочешь. Скажешь, когда там. Сознание есть, советские мы солдаты. Не наркоманы, не идиоты, не пьяницы. Родину защищаем. Эти лезут нас заходить, а мы защищаемся, не хотим, чтобы фашисты здесь были, мразь-то. Они фашисты, одно слово. Никакой там Украины нет. Там сейчас мразь одна в Киеве сидит. И попы мразь, и Киев мы ненавидим за то, что допустил народ на нас, на нашу землю прошли нас валить. Не мы к ним пришли, они к нам пришли. Это наша земля, а не ихняя. Стоим здесь, чтобы меньше отсюда народу погибло, меньше хат разваленных было. Чтобы заводы заработали, стройки, садики, все. Дети шли в школу. О чем еще можно говорить, все. Это грязная площадь. Да. Убирать тряпку. Да.
Мы не против украинцев как нации. Мы воюем не с украинцами. У нас здесь половина людей украинцы. Мы воюем с украми, с великими украми, нацистами, перевертышами. И это нужно понимать нормальным украинцам. И воюем мы за свою землю.
То, что произошло 12 декабря 2014 года, не помещалось, наверное, в голове ни одного жителя Донбасса. Каким-то образом Порошенко смог договориться с руководством ополчения о ротациях армии. Ополчение Донецкой Народной Республики предоставляло гуманитарный коридор для того, чтобы украинская армия могла выйти из аэропорта без потерь. Но Украина воспользовалась этим совершенно с другой целью. Вместо того, чтобы выйти, они наоборот начали заводить по этому гуманитарному коридору туда свои войска.
Ротация киборгов под присмотром боевиков и телекамер. Украинские солдаты сменили часть коллег в Донецком аэропорту. Проехали туда через блокпост.
Has agreed on Thursday to set up humanitarian corridors. No word yet, though, on how or when these would be implemented. In the meantime, people across the country live in fear, face uncertainty, and a new generation is growing up with another war. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Lviv, Ukraine.
NATO foreign ministers have held a special meeting on Ukraine. It comes as allies tighten sanctions on President Vladimir Putin's inner circle. NATO's Secretary General says that the alliance has ruled out imposing a no-fly zone over Ukraine. But as our diplomatic editor James Bays reports now from Brussels, Kiev says it needs more support.
Foreign ministers met at NATO and then at the EU to discuss what more they can do to help Ukraine as their fears grow that the Russian campaign will intensify.
We are now witnessing a full-fledged war in our borders, a war unleashed by President Putin against Ukraine, and a completely unjustified war that's creating a lot of civilian casualties, with the use of arms strictly prohibited by the Geneva Convention.
NATO and EU countries have already agreed to supply weapons to Ukraine and to put in place some of the toughest sanctions in history. But the Ukrainian foreign minister, who addressed them by video, wants much more direct support, including the imposition of a no-fly zone.
We are ready to fight. We will continue fighting. But help us. If you don't, I'm afraid you will have to share responsibility for the lives and sufferings of civilian Ukrainians.
This was the response from NATO's Secretary General.
Our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries and causing much more human suffering.
At a news conference with the President of the European Commission, the US Secretary of State warned that the conflict in Ukraine may well be a protracted one.
Unfortunately, tragically, horrifically, this may not be over soon. And so these efforts that we're making together, we have to sustain them. We have to build upon them.
Here at NATO headquarters, there is a section from the Berlin Wall. The history of the alliance can be divided into the period of the Cold War and then the period after this wall fell. The Secretary-General believes the alliance has now passed a new milestone, what he's calling a new normal. And for the first time, foreign ministers have been discussing a permanent long-term presence of many more troops in the NATO countries closest to Russia. James Bays, Al Jazeera, at NATO headquarters in Brussels.
Joel Rubin is a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. He joins us now live via Skype from Chevy Chase in Maryland. Good to have you with us, Joel. A couple of hours ago, we spoke to a Ukrainian MP who's also on the board of management of a children's hospital in Kiev, where many desperately sick kids have been unable to be evacuated. They're down in the basement, away from the life-saving equipment that they need, the equipment that keeps them alive, like dialysis machines. She was pleading with us, or pleading with the world through us, to implement a no-fly zone over Ukraine so that these kids could get back to the equipment they need to save their lives. Was NATO right today to say, no, we're not implementing a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
Well, it's great to be with you, and thank you for having this discussion. The no-fly zone as a construct is an incredibly military-heavy operation. It's not just a call for a no-fly zone and then aircraft cease. What this would mean is that NATO would be directly engaging Russian military aircraft, and if the aircraft were to fly, NATO would be obligated to shoot them down. So that's what we're talking about here. And it's a horrible conundrum that Vladimir Putin has aggressively and illegally invaded his neighbor, a democratic ally, Ukraine, to try to colonize it and throw in a puppet government and threaten the West, threaten the world, quite frankly, with use of nuclear weapons if he doesn't get what he wants. He didn't expect to get bogged down in the conflict like he is now, but this is the dynamic that we're stuck with. And so NATO is keeping the pressure on, but this no-fly zone could potentially lead to a direct war with Russia between the United States and Europe that could incredibly cascade out of control very quickly. And that's the problem that the policymakers are looking at right now.
All right, so Ukraine fighting for its own survival then,
Yes.
and as it does so, it's massively outnumbered by Russian forces. NATO continuing to supply arms to help Ukrainian forces fight off the Russian invasion. The longer this goes on, the longer Ukraine fights against these overwhelming odds, the bloodier this conflict is going to get, the more innocent civilians will be killed and injured. To what extent is NATO then culpable for the deaths of those people if this war gets bloodier and bloodier?
Well, first and foremost, NATO is not culpable for the killing of civilians. There is one individual culpable for that, and that is Russia's President Vladimir Putin. He could immediately stop this assault right now if he wanted to, but he's not. And he's indiscriminately bombing civilians in cities, killing women and children in untold numbers because he wants to take over a country through force. Other actions are also underway, such as highly effective sanctions that are tanking the Russian economy, isolating Russia diplomatically, pushing Russia into a corner. In many ways, we see the reaction. 3/4 of Russia's military is right now entrenched in this fight, and the Ukrainian people are valiantly fighting back, and they are getting military resupply, getting it from Germany in ways that no one anticipated only a week or so ago, getting the kinds of anti-tank missiles that they need to defend themselves. So NATO is part of that puzzle and trying to push back against Russia and to get Vladimir Putin to back off. That is critical, because if he does not back off, we're going to see this bloodshed regardless of who he's fighting. He needs to pull back, accept a negotiated outcome, and stop killing innocent civilians in Ukraine.
It's always good to talk to you, Joel. Many thanks indeed once again for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joel Rubin there in Chevy Chase, Maryland. Ukraine's second city, Kyiv, was one of Russia's first targets. Now, despite heavy shelling, the city is still under Ukrainian control. Al Jazeera's Charles Stratford reports now from a village not far from Kyiv. Just a warning, Charles's report contains some graphic images.
Maxim was at home with his girlfriend when the shells started crashing into his village. Shrapnel ripped through his arm and face.
It happened so quickly, the explosions. I heard something flying over us. I was covered up to my waist in rubble and something started burning. I tried to free myself. Then I tried to get my girlfriend. I was so weak, I couldn't pull her out.
Emergency services rescued Maxim's girlfriend. She's suffering heavy concussion and is too weak to talk. The bodies of 3 civilians lie in the morgue. A woman died in the operating theatre as doctors tried to save her life. This woman, who was afraid to talk on camera, says Russian soldiers let her family escape, but as they drove away, a bullet ripped through her husband's hand. Why did they tell us everything would be okay? Why wasn't there an evacuation, she says. We drive to the village. There's the sound of shelling and machine gun fire in the distance. The shells had slammed into houses on the side of this hill. Piles of rubble line the street. At least 30 homes were destroyed. Heavy Russian shelling of this village last night. At least 3 people were killed. A number of others injured. We understand that there are people still in the village, but we've just heard shelling in the distance and machine gun fire in the forests on the way. Thousands of cars, many of them filled with terrified families, flee south from Kharkiv. Many of the cars have a sign reading "Children" on the windscreen, a desperate attempt to protect those inside.
We are leaving everything behind us. We have been trying for 5 days to get out, but couldn't because of the shelling. It's simply hell. We are going to Dnipro, and after that, we don't know.
Alexei shows us his car that was damaged when a Russian rocket landed close to his home.
I've just spoken to friends in Kharkiv. They tell me it's worse than yesterday. They are shelling civilian areas. So many buildings are on fire.
People have painted over road signs with angry insults directed towards Russian President Vladimir Putin. In expectation of a Russian army advance, this one reads, "Welcome to hell." Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Yakovlivka, Ukraine.
Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith has just arrived in Donetsk, in the separatist-held east of Ukraine. He sent us this update a short while ago.
Russia's defense ministry says fighters from the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic armies are continuing now to move through territory in the eastern Ukraine, what is considered traditional area of Donbass. Now, before Vladimir Putin launched his invasion of Ukraine, the forces in Donetsk and Lugansk, the separatist groups, as they were called, only controlled about a third of the territory of Donbass that they lay claim to. And this is the territory that has been recognized by Moscow as now these new republics of Donetsk and Lugansk. But there's 2/3 of this territory that rests still in the hands of Ukrainian forces. Russia's defense ministry says it's through there that, with the help of the Russian army, the Donetsk and Lugansk fighters are making progress. For the last 7 or 8 years, the front lines really haven't moved much in that territory, but in the last week or so since this invasion started, then maybe advances of up to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 kilometers have been made into the territory that remains in the hands, or was remaining in the hands, of Ukrainian forces.
The Russian government has approved a law that could imprison people for 15 years if they're convicted of spreading false information about the military. Most independent media have been shut down or told by the state regulators what they can and cannot say. Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari is in Moscow.
No to war was the final statement broadcast on Russia's last independent TV channel, TV Rain. All its employees walked out in protest against what they see as severe government censorship. And in its final seconds on air, it showed this: a nod to Russian history, The Swan Lake Ballet performance was broadcast on state TV in the Soviet era, either at times of political crises or after the death of a leader. It was famously shown in 1991 during the attempted coup that contributed to the end of the Soviet Union. For many here, it's now become a symbol of broken dreams and political instability. TV Rain was founded in 2010 with the motto, "Talk about important things with those who are important to us." Now, after the start of Russia's so-called special military operation in Ukraine, this channel is no longer able to continue because of government interference. On Friday, both houses of parliament passed a new law aimed at targeting media outlets that are accused of spreading fake information. It is now a criminal offense to spread what the government considers misinformation about its military, a crime which could land a journalist in prison for up to 15 years. Members of the Russian government believe this is crucial in protecting the armed forces.
Taking into account the situation that is happening in the media space, all those IT companies, starting from Instagram, let's say, and others are located in the United States of America. It is understandable that they are used as weapons. They are bringing hatred and lies. We must counter it and protect our armed forces.
The hammer of state censors have also targeted one of the most well-known radio stations in the country. Echo of Moscow took to the airwaves in August of 1990, shortly before the fall of the Soviet Union the following year. Its motto, "All significant points of view about events should be presented," no longer appears to apply to journalists in Russia. Tatiana Felgengauer was a journalist working at both TV Rain and Echo of Moscow.
It's terrible. It's a catastrophe, a true catastrophe, an absolutely terrific mistake by Vladimir Putin, who decided to plunge Russia into this, I will say it again, catastrophe. And I'm terribly scared, both for my country and for Ukraine. I'm terribly ashamed in front of Ukrainians. It's incredible for me to realise that the president of my country started this, and I'm afraid that there's nothing good ahead for my country and for me as its citizen.
Russia's independent media are slowly disappearing, accused of falsely depicting the war in Ukraine. Novaya Gazeta is one of the last independent newspapers here, and its editor, Dmitry Muratov, who shared the Nobel Peace Prize last year, says his paper could be on the verge of shutting down. That's because, according to him, anything that's not propaganda is being eliminated. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
The European Union has agreed to offer protection for refugees from Ukraine. They'll be given residency rights for up to 2 years. Zain Basravi reports now from the Ukrainian border town of Shegenya.
Roman is from Kharkiv, a city in ruin from Russian attacks. He's at the border to let go of everything he loves, turn back alone, and join the fight.
Страх, збентеженість.
Feelings? Fear, confusion, hate, anger. I don't even know. One feeling is I need to send my family to safety. And next everything will be all right. We will win for sure. Nothing else. We will save our country. Everything will be all right.
You don't have to know what he's saying to understand how he feels. A country torn in two. Small villages and towns like this one are the last hurdle to safety for the hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children amassing at Poland's border. The last checkpoint, the last long line, a last chance to say goodbye. The lucky ones board buses bound for cities in Europe. Others wait.
This line is long, but it is still moving. A week into this conflict, and the crowd, the traffic, the line at this border crossing, it's much smaller, and the system of getting across into Poland seems much more organized, much more efficient, but no less tragic for the people that are leaving their country behind.
Ukrainians trying to get to safety say they feel abandoned by the international community. They know help is coming, but not enough to stop Russian invaders destroying their cities, their homes, their lives.
Ukrainians are going to NATO, but NATO is not here in Ukraine. We need real help. Army, weapons, helmets and vests. Our army needs serious help. They really need weapons, and there is no weapon in Ukraine that would really destroy the Russians.
Each of these women have a husband or father or brother fighting to defend their cities or on the front line. They say they will never leave and help other Ukrainians however they can. At a place that divides two countries, Ukrainian families are being forced to divide themselves. Women move forward to preserve the country's future. Men go back to make sure they have a home to come back to. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Shigenya, Ukraine.
Time to get some sports news. Here's Andy.
Thank you, Adrian. Well, one of cricket's all-time greats, Shane Warne, has died. The Australian suffered a suspected heart attack while on holiday in Thailand. He was just 52 years of age. The leg spinner played 145 test matches, took 708 wickets, puts him second on the all-time list.
Warney was an all-time great, a once-in-a-century type cricketer, and his records will live on forever. We all grew up watching Warney, idolising him.
Shane Warne, followed by a round of applause. And the cricket world paying tribute on social media. The former captain of India, Virat Kohli, said, "Life is so fickle and unpredictable, I cannot process the passing of this great of our sport, and also a person I got to know off the field. RIP, greatest to turn the cricket ball." Retired West Indies player Sir Viv Richards tweeted, "Unbelievable, I am shocked to the core. This cannot be true. Rest in peace, Shane Warne. There are no words to describe what I feel right now. A huge loss for cricket." Another former England captain, Michael Vaughan, simply wrote, "Love your king," next to a heartbroken emoji. So a very sad story that has rocked the world of sport, but inevitably we do have to come back to the events here. Day 9 of the invasion, and a lot of claim and counterclaim about an extraordinary, what seems to be an extraordinary attack by the Russians on a nuclear plant. Ukraine says it's a war crime and that some Ukrainian troops were killed in the attack. The plant is safe and secure now, secured by Russian troops, we're told. But the Russians have been speaking at the UN Assembly saying it is all lies. Much more from Ukraine at the top of the hour.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi
yokku-yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
It is 7 o'clock. This is Sky News live in Lviv with a special programme on the war in Ukraine. Our top stories. A dangerous escalation. Russia is condemned for shelling Europe's largest nuclear power station.
If we allow those principles to be violated with impunity, then we're opening a Pandora's box in every corner of the world.
As the UN Security Council discusses the attack, the Russian representative blames Ukrainian saboteurs and calls it an attempt to rekindle artificial hysteria. Over 1 million refugees on the move, the Home Secretary launches a new scheme to allow Ukrainians to join family members in the UK. The BBC suspends its operation in Russia after a law was passed imposing up to 15 years in jail for spreading fake news about the military. And we hear the voices of Ukrainians displaced, encircled, or under bombardment.
About a week ago, me, my 2 children and my husband had to leave Kiev, leave our apartment and all the things we have to run away from Russian aggression.
Good evening from Lviv in the west of Ukraine, a country which is no stranger to nuclear calamity and which last night survived a near miss after an attack on its biggest nuclear power station. Russian troops seized control of the facility after heavy shelling which caused a fire. There does not appear to have been any damage caused to the reactors at the plant, nor any leaks, but the action was condemned by NATO's chief as reckless. Meanwhile, key cities around the country remain under sustained Russian bombardment. That includes the capital, Kyiv, where tonight police said that at least 7 people, including 2 children, were killed in an airstrike. Sky News has witnessed preparations in that city for a Russian onslaught, with citizens, including young women, preparing to take up arms for the first time. Our special correspondent Alex Crawford reports now from the capital as the city prepares.
Welcome to hell, the sign says. At the entrance to the capital on the outskirts of the city, they're hunkering down and preparing to fight with all their might. But they're taking every precaution, and they've asked us to keep the location here secret and protect their identities. What do you have to do think?
Shoot. Just shoot. Shoot. And protect my home. That's all. It's easy.
All around the city, they are building defences. They've seen the pummelling of other cities, and with a 40-mile convoy of Russian military hardware sitting on the edge of the capital, they believe they're next. There are several warnings of mines ahead. The streets are scattered with scrap metal spikes and tyres. And huge metal anti-tank hedgehogs, anything to slow the advance of the Russian troops. There's frenetic activity inside the dozens of civil defence stations, where every room is piled high with donations. There's water supplies, food?
Yes.
Water, food, sleeping mats.
Yes.
Yeah. Soldiers and civilians are working in unison. These are the ones who've opted to stay behind whatever happens. These people ran businesses, had careers just over a week ago. Their lives now put on hold and almost certainly changed forever. But with time running out, we were told over and over again how much they needed tougher international action.
Nobody knows what Putin can do today or even tomorrow. And we need actions right now, not next week or next month. It will not work. So we need actions yesterday.
This is what they're preparing to take on: Russian military hardware and soldiers, all edging ever closer to the capital. These pictures were released by the Russian Defense Ministry, purporting to show their troops entering the Kiev region. The videos come after US defense officials claimed, without providing any evidence, that they believe the convoy had stalled and was having logistical issues. The capital civilians believe it's only a matter of time, but insist they're ready.
I can't explain you what the feelings of our Ukrainians in here is, because everyone has relatives, has their loved ones who are under fire right now, or who was wounded right now, or who was killed right now. It's impossible to explain to people who don't live in such of despair. But this despair, it's not despair, oh, we are surrendered. No, it's despair, we will win. We will go, we will fight you back to hell, where your place is.
Many of these people hadn't picked up a weapon over a week ago and now barely flinch at the sounds of war.
9 days ago, I was a teacher about the makeup, and I worked with students and showed them how to make the makeup, and everything was very peaceful.
Does that worry you, hearing sounds like that?
It's
Are
okay,
you scared?
it's normal for me already.
It's normal life. Your life has changed so
yeah,
much.
It's just like no fear. I don't feel anything inside already.
Her friend is a graduate in biochemistry and is still studying her master's.
No purpose for this. So why do they do this? I want to fight also, because this is my country, this is my home, my thoughts, my family, all of my, pressures, everything is here. And I would like to be this, that way it was before.
Taking Ukraine's capital remains the Russian prize, and the people here know that. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Kiev.
Well, in the past 48 hours, we have seen an intensification of the Russian onslaught against key cities and infrastructure in this country. But with NATO's Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg claiming that cluster bombs have been used by Moscow in their bombardments, a violation of international law, there are concerns that the Russian attacks are becoming increasingly indiscriminate. The nuclear plant attack overnight was on the Zaporizhzhia power station near the city of Enerhodar. It is Europe's largest nuclear plant and among the biggest in the world, responsible for 20% of Ukraine's electricity. Russian forces are now advancing on Mykolaiv. The city of 500,000 is the last stop on the route to the crucial economic hub of Odessa. And in the north, with a huge Russian military convoy stationary near the capital, attacks are intensifying. 7 people, including 2 children, were reported killed in an airstrike in the village of Markalivka today, and authorities in Borodyanka say they fear 100 people might be buried under the rubble of houses there. Sky's Alex Rossi reports on Ukraine's nuclear near miss. OK, well, clearly we've lost the sound on that report from Alex Rossi. We'll fix that for you and we'll go back to Alex Rossi's report a little later on. Well, the UN Security Council has been holding an emergency meeting in New York following Russia's attack on Ukraine's nuclear power plant. Sky's Sally Lockwood joins us from Washington. And Sally, I mean, the difference between the stories of what happened from the Russians, according to Russia, and the Ukrainian, just a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. It's not clear if anything was achieved in this emergency session by the UN Security Council that was held again in New York today. There was another one just a week ago where they called for the immediate withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine. Well, their demands were reduced drastically today, and they just wanted an assurance for a very fundamental, very basic rule of engagement that nuclear power plants would not be attacked during this conflict. Now, we heard from the representatives of the Security Council, including the UK ambassador, Dame Barbara Woodward, who said that this is the first time that a state has attacked a fueled and functioning nuclear power plant. She said it's difficult to see how Russia's actions are compatible with the Geneva Convention. Now, we also heard from the US representative to the UN, who expressed concern about the fact that Russian forces took Chernobyl nuclear power plant around a week ago, and that the workers there, the Ukrainian workers there, continue to be on shift and have not had a shift change since it came under Russian control, which of course is not a sustainable situation and is of growing concern. And she also raised the issue that there are Russian forces around 20 miles away from a second Ukrainian nuclear power plant. She said disaster was averted last night, but that the danger remains imminent. Now, have a listen to the US ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, and then listen to how the Russian representative responded.
By the grace of God, the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe last night. Russia's attack last night put Europe's largest nuclear power at grave risk. It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. 141 nations across the world have called loudly and clearly on President Putin to stop this brutal, unjustified, unprovoked attack. Not only has he not listened, We've just witnessed a dangerous new escalation that represents a dire threat to all of Europe and the world.
Today's meeting is another attempt by Kiev authorities to kindle artificial hysteria around what is happening in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. Today, we have once again heard lies about how Russian troops attacked the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And this is all part of an unprecedented campaign of lies and disinformation against Russia. As a result of negotiations with the management of the power plant, an agreement was reached to place it under the guard of the Russian military.
The emergency session at the UN Security Council was essentially looking for an assurance from Russia that no nuclear power plant would be attacked again during this chaotic, confusing and very concerning invasion of Ukraine. Well, we didn't get that today, as you heard there from the Russian ambassador to the UN. He called these allegations that this plant was attacked lies and accused the Ukrainian officials of whipping up hysteria. Now, one thing I should say is that a US defense official gave an off-camera briefing and raised the concern that they don't know exactly who is in control of this nuclear power plant that was attacked last night. And the other concern they have is the level of expertise these people have who have taken control of the plant. Now, we are expecting to get an update from the Pentagon in the next few moments. There is a briefing going on at the moment, along with a briefing at the White House. In fact, this line has just dropped while I've been speaking to you, and that no leaders at the Pentagon have spoken to the Russian military since the Ukraine invasion began 9 days ago, a spokesperson said. The deconfliction line does work, though, and that Russians picked up when they tested it. So that deconfliction line that was announced yesterday between the US and Russia, it does appear they have communicated on it during a test, but that no leaders at the Pentagon have spoken to the Russian military since that invasion of Ukraine began 9 days ago. Joe Biden, though we do know, spoke to President Zelensky last night after this attack on the nuclear power plant, seeking an update from him. He's also got advice from senior US nuclear security officials here in the States, and he's adamant that he will protect every inch of NATO territory and that no American troops will set foot in Ukraine. De-escalation does remain Joe Biden's strategy, but this continues to be tested every day at the moment. And with the situation in Ukraine growing increasingly urgent, the threats growing increasingly dangerous, there is growing pressure on the US president to intervene.
Yeah, OK, Sally, thank you very much. Well, a few moments ago, we lost sound on a report from Alex Rossi. Let's try again now. And here is Alex's report on the attack on the nuclear facility.
It is a journey through remote towns and villages to get close enough to see the power plant, which is now under Russian military control. From territory still held by Ukrainian forces, Major Valentin Yermolenko
over here?
points out where the fighting has been most intense. The closeness of this war to these nuclear reactors has caused warnings of disaster and international condemnation.
Русские люди, я хочу обратиться к вам. Как это вообще возможно? Мы же вместе в 1986 году боролись с последствиями Чернобыльской катастрофы.
On the horizon, steam hangs over the plant, a sign that it is still functioning. But the haze over the buildings makes it difficult to see the damage where the Russian shelling started fires. The nuclear power plant is just over there across the Dnipro River. It's about 4 miles from our position here. Now, this is close as we can get safely. We've been brought here by a military escort. We've been asked to keep low because there is the danger of incoming fire. Now, there is still fighting going on to the right of the plant. And if anything was to happen to it, well, it would add a really worrying dimension to this conflict, it would have implications not just for Ukraine, but for all of Europe.
Пожежа на Запорізькій АЕС триває.
These pictures show flares lighting up the plants as the Russians launched their assault. The CCTV network recorded as the tanks rolled in. Grainy pictures, but it's clear just how dangerous this situation could become.
Шантаж є зараз. І саме для цього це все було зроблено. І ви знаєте, я на колінах стою перед мешканцями міста, яке з того боку Дніпра, Каховського моря, які буквально голіруч, без зброї, пішли на танки, на це зло, щоб захистити все людство. Зараз оці українці захищають своїми тілами все людство, і ми захистимо.
Russia claims it's only firing at military targets, but this school in Zotomir tells another story. So many families are being displaced by this war. These were residential buildings in the city of Chernihiv, but look at them now. As the emergency services try to put out the flames, residents don't know where to turn.
Это кошмар какой-то, как так можно? Вы просто посмотрите вот туда.
And as the Russian invasion moves further into the country, more and more people are fleeing. This queue at a checkpoint just outside Dnipro goes on for miles and miles. Many more families will be forced to run before this conflict is over. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Zaporizhia.
Just the most awful scenes around this country. What about the diplomacy? NATO ministers meeting in Brussels have again rejected demands by Ukraine for a no-fly zone to be enforced across the country. But the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, says Russian President Vladimir Putin is continuing to violate international law.
It's also about an assault on some very basic principles that we established together after 2 world wars to make sure that we wouldn't see another one. If we allow those principles to be violated with impunity, then we're opening a Pandora's box in every corner of the world for this to happen again and again and again, and the peace and security with all of the deficiencies that we've known over the last 80 years. But nonetheless, peace and security that we've been able to establish, that will be gone.
Well, Sky's Laura Bundock is in Brussels this evening. Laura, did anything significant come out of this meeting between the Americans and the Europeans?
Well, it's been billed as a massive day, the biggest day yet of diplomacy. NATO, G7, EU leaders all meeting and all keen to be seen meeting. Shoulder to shoulder they stood in this huge display of Western unity and of collective consensus and agreement. Jens Stoltenberg said, look, if Putin sought to divide us, he's only made us stronger and brought us together. But did anything really happen? Well, that's the trickier question. NATO's already committed to reinforcing, to strengthening its eastern flank. The UK sending in another 1,000 troops to Estonia to help there. Liz Truss meeting her Baltic counterparts this week, well aware of the threat, the worries they have as Russia advances into Ukraine, worrying about their borders they share with Russia. Big questions, though, as to what can happen next, what more can be done. Many saying more should be done, but what does that really mean? And there is, I think, a serious realization that Putin's actions have damaged forever and changed forever the relationship between the likes of NATO and Russia. Jens Stoltenberg saying today that Russia's aggression has created a new normal for our security where fundamental principles are contested through the use of force. adding that we face the threat of conflict for years to come. So some pretty grim assessments. What else can happen? Well, another out of the EU commitment to sanctions packages, the EU discussing the need to reduce the bloc's reliance on Russian gas and Russian oil. These sanctions very much aimed at the Russian economy, at Putin's economy, at Putin's war machine. Liz Truss saying, and they need to tighten the vice around Putin's war machine. But of course, for all the solidarity and the strong statements, as we've been seeing, Putin's advance continues. Well, the West has very little option but to carry on talking. The problem is, at the moment, the Kremlin clearly isn't listening.
OK, Laura, thank you very much indeed. And more pressure tonight also on Boris Johnson for a no-fly zone from a prominent Russian supporter in the UK. Let's go live to Westminster and our deputy political editor, Sam Coates. Good evening, Sam. Tell us more about all this.
That's right. We've been hearing for days about Boris Johnson's caution over a no-fly zone in Ukraine, worrying that that would put Britain, indeed the West, at war with nuclear power Russia. But today, one of his own party donors, Ukrainian-born Alexander Temenko, told me that that's exactly what he thinks should happen. Mr. Temenko, who was born in southern Ukraine, in an area now pretty much dominated by Russians and under Russian control, says that there should be some kind of no-fly zone, if not over the whole country, then just over the West. Let's hear what he had to say to me earlier.
President Zelensky and Ukraine diaspora in cross-world calling to government, police, using your authority and make a decision to close airspace around Ukraine, and Ukraine is help Ukraine. If you cannot close and create all non-flight area across Ukraine, do that on the western part of Ukraine. It's a vital decision for save life of millions of people.
Boris Johnson is looking at President Putin, a man who is repeatedly raising threats of using nuclear weapons. If he judges, the West is intervening.
I know a lot of military people. Putin can give command. Is it possible? Because he's insane and unpredictable person. But I don't believe for middle level, from generals and colonels, would perform his order.
So you heard Mr. Temenko there talk about the insane but not evil Vladimir Putin. Mr. Temenko is making other suggestions to Boris Johnson, who he speaks to privately and has given money to more than 20 Conservative MPs. He is also calling for the UK and indeed European countries to turn off the gas taps from Russia. But Mr. Temenko, who is an energy boss, said that that would mean a rise of prices of about 30% from where they are today. Prices already much higher than they were this time last year. So a significant pain to be shouldered by the British people, indeed the whole of Europe, if they're to do that. But he said it was necessary to defend the price of democracy.
Sam, thank you very much. Our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, is here with me. So, Deborah, where are we tonight more broadly with this invasion?
They keep on pushing forward. The Ukrainians keep on trying to push them back. There's been significant fighting in the south of the country. You'll know that there was the city Kherson, which is the first one that really fell to Russian forces. There's been battles going for another larger city called Mykolaiv, which is fairly close by, again on the Black Sea coast. But we were told from the regional commander that Russian forces were pushed out of the city, but the fighting is still going on around the outside. Up in the north, there's still fighting around Chernihiv. A significant event happened there where you had this senior Russian commander who was shot dead by a sniper, Major General Andrei Sukovsky, who is the deputy commander of the 41st Combined Arms Army, which is part of the Russian ground forces, the most senior officer to die so far. He, along with two other senior Russian commanders, have been killed And Western officials, and this is the interesting part, Western officials believe that they were killed because they had to move themselves forwards to be closer to the front line where they're obviously in greater danger. Partly perhaps because of frustration at the lack of progress by this operation to try to regain some kind of initiative, ensure that the operation gets back on track and maybe sort of show leadership, you know, the command leadership, rally the troops. A really interesting perspective if that is the case. And then, of course, the encirclement around Kyiv, more attacks around the capital and that big column of the long column.
Is that moving yet?
It's moving slowly, but it's meeting resistance. A bridge has been blown up by the Ukrainian side, which has hampered the progress. And then they also have their own problems on the Russian side in terms of logistics, fuel, trucks breaking down. It doesn't seem as though they've very well maintained a lot of this equipment, but on the downside, it is moving forwards, and clearly the Russian firepower is ramping up.
Just finally, briefly, I mean, we've been hearing these fighter jets crossing the sky here, very low above us, and they would appear to be Ukrainian jets, and that is something, you know, that you wouldn't have predicted 9 days into this war, would you, with Russia's sort of air superiority?
That's really true, and actually a US defence official has said today that the majority of Ukraine's combat air power, so that's things like warplanes and helicopters, drones, surface-to-air missiles, they're still available to the Ukrainian military. And that means that Russia has failed to gain what's called air supremacy. So the ability, like the Allies had, for example, in Afghanistan, or in Iraq after they launched that invasion against Saddam Hussein. You don't want to compare or anything, but it's, you know, taking out the opposition. If you're an invader going into a country, taking out their ability to shoot your jets out the sky is important. And clearly the Russians have failed to do that in Ukraine so far.
Yep, Deborah, thank you very much. The Ukrainians continuing to put up quite a fight here. This is a Sky News special programme on the war in Ukraine. Coming up, we'll have much more on the pressure facing neighbouring countries from the refugee crisis triggered by the war here in Ukraine.
Just made their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. There are hundreds of these turbines, there are thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. This is a show of strength at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance. We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
Welcome back to Ukraine. The Home Secretary visited Poland today to launch a scheme to offer visas to Ukrainians with extended family in the UK. It comes as the refugee crisis triggered by the conflict continues to grow. A Ukraine appeal launched by the Disasters Emergency Committee raised £55 million in its first 24 hours. Sky's Alistair Bunker reports now on the escalating refugee crisis.
You can only imagine what must be going through their minds. Once they've crossed the border, the Ukrainian refugees are quickly put on buses and taken further into Romania. We went with them. Anya left home with her daughter, but not her husband. He stayed to fight. She's 8 months pregnant, so will almost certainly give birth without him, and without any idea if she'll ever see him again.
She's broken.
She left her husband behind.
So to Ucraina. Yes.
Where have they come from? Have they come from Kiev?
In Kiev? No, in Czernowitz. In Czernowitz. Наш дед. They had to run away.
Has she been able to speak to her husband? Can she phone him?
Yeah.
Is he okay? He's fine for now. We spent the day at the town football stadium. It's now a temporary camp to relieve pressure on the border. They are looked after well here. There is genuine tenderness for the arriving refugees.
Just a minute ago, I talked with one girl, and she wants to go home. That's it.
A little girl?
A little girl. She wants to go home, nothing else. She doesn't care what happened, wants to go home.
And this isn't home, of course.
It's not home. Whatever they go, it's not home, no.
I mean, it's going to stay with them for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Irina was 7 yesterday. She didn't have a party like all 7-year-olds should. Instead, she fled the war. And so when she arrived in Romania, late in the evening after a frightening day, the fire brigade did this for her. It was a basic act of human kindness. There's been a lot of that here. But Irina said she only wanted one present, to be with her papa. She's another child without her dad, because he stayed behind to fight for his country. Alistair Bunker, Sky News, on the Romanian-Ukrainian border.
This is a Sky News special programme on the war here in Ukraine. Coming up, we'll get more on that migrant crisis. I'll be talking to a senior minister from the Polish government as the country takes in more than 600,000 refugees from this country. Welcome back to Ukraine. You're watching a Sky News special programme on the invasion of this country. Our top stories this evening. There has been international condemnation after Russian forces shelled the biggest nuclear power plant in Ukraine. The UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting. Russia's ambassador has accused the West of artificial hysteria. The Home Secretary has been meeting refugees in Poland as a scheme allowing Ukrainians to join extended family in the UK opened. Well, one of the countries which is most closely touched by the war here is that country visited by the Home Secretary, Poland, a home now to thousands of refugees and a NATO member which is strategically threatened, of course, by this Russian aggression. Joining me now from Warsaw is Marcin Przydacz, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Poland. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. Just first of all, a quick word on this humanitarian crisis that is not at all, this humanitarian crisis that is engulfing your country. Will you be able to cope if many tens of thousands more come across?
Well, as for now, more than 600,000 Ukrainian refugees cross Polish border and they stay in Poland. Most of them, they have relatives down here in Poland. So we are a neighboring country. Ukrainians are somehow our brothers. The people-to-people contact were very active recently. So the vast majority of them found the shelter among ordinary Poles. For the rest, the government has provided the shelter, but we are strictly against any kind of refugee camps. What we want to offer them are regular flats, hotels, hostels, but the scale can be massive, can be even larger. So, of course, we should be ready for that, and we are getting ready to receive every single person who will be in need.
I mean, these numbers you just mentioned there could double, they could treble. I mean, this could be the worst humanitarian crisis in Europe.
Well, I hope that it won't be the case. It won't be this scenario a real case. To do that, we need to impose even more severe and robust sanctions on Mr. Putin and the Russian economy in order to really stop this hostile activity. This war must stop. And we are in the 21st century, and what we have been witnessing is the barbarian attack, invasion of one country named Russia on the innocent people in Ukraine. So we need to really stop it now. And the way to do that is, of course, not only support Ukraine diplomatically, politically, but also to hit somehow the Russian economy through blocking assets of oligarchs, through blocking the assets of all this Kremlin elite, through severe sanctions. And then, of course, if that won't help, we need to continue until Mr. Putin will be halted.
Well, I was going to say that there is a reality here, and that reality at the moment is that these sanctions are not deterring President Putin.
Well, because the European Union, I mean, all of members of the European community, I would say we are not bold enough. We just need to do more. We've been warning our friends from the Western community that they are too much dependent on Russian energy. We in Poland, a couple of years ago, basically, we decided to cut all the energy links with Russia. We built LNG terminal. We are building right now the Baltic pipe to the Norwegian shelf to get gas from our Norwegian friends. Unfortunately, some of our friends decided to build pipelines to get connection with Russia. Now, of course, they are dependent. They need to find a way how to get out of this difficult situation for them. Nevertheless, there are some sectors, financial sector, banking sector, decoupling of SWIFT. There were only 7 banks, Russian banks, decoupled from SWIFT. There are many more other banks to be cut off, and we need to do that. Otherwise, Mr. Putin will not stop. He will be bombing civilians in Kharkiv, in Kiev, other people in order to threaten them, and then he will be trying to show himself as the winner of this war.
And just be clear what I'm hearing there. Are you saying that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline should be just scrapped now?
Not only Nord Stream 2, remember that there is another pipeline on the Baltic, it's Nord Stream 1, which is still operational. There is still gas flowing from Russia to Europe. Yearly, Russia gets more than $130 billion for gas, oil and oil products from European Union to Russia. This is the money which was spent basically for missiles, tanks and weapons, which is being used by Putin right now against the civilians in Ukraine. This must stop. Russian economy has not that much, to be honest, to offer. No technology, nothing really, which is very much needed on the European market. So why the earth we are, as the European Union, so much dependent on gas? There are other providers of energy, and we should do that. And let's do that.
Okay, Marcin Prudach, thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you very much.
This is a Sky News special programme on the war here in Ukraine. Coming up, we'll be talking to the former US Defence Secretary William Cohen as NATO warns of more suffering and more destruction in this country.
Big stories don't always come from big cities.
I'm Lisa Dowd and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent, and this is where I grew up. We can reveal that the driver who hit Harry Dunn is 42-year-old Anne Sakoulas.
Just met the president and we never thought we'd get this far.
This is what they're up against, that the wind is the really big problems. It is back-breaking work and the smoke is thick. It's been working well. Water levels are dropping, but no one knows what impact further rain will have. What would you do if this place wasn't open?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
It's really scary. We're terrified.
In this community, I'm told that everybody knows someone affected by COVID.
Hopefully this will be the last wave.
I never knew they would make it. It's amazing.
Change seems tantalisingly close in this corner of the UK. Wales was the first to introduce the plastic bag charge. This is my patch, my specialism. It's also my home.
Inzamam Rashid and I'm Sky's North of England correspondent.
Welcome back to Ukraine, and we've heard an ominous warning from NATO about the situation across this country. Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said the days to come are likely to be worse, with more deaths, more suffering and more destruction. Well, I'm joined now by William Cohen, who served as the US Secretary of Defense during the Clinton administration and who was in office during the expansion of NATO in the late 90s. It's very good to have you on our programme tonight. We appreciate it. First of all, What do you make of this development today with the attack and very close shave for a nuclear power plant here?
Well, I think it's one of the most dangerous things that we have seen that Putin has unleashed. Whether it's been by design or accident, it's not determined at this point. But should he ever attack a nuclear power plant, and the risk is not confined to Ukraine. I know that we've had studies done in the past, whether an attack upon a chemical weapons plant or any kind of a nuclear facility, what the wind conditions would be, what the height of the explosion might be, but the dispersion of that radiation can be even predicted almost on a day-by-day basis. So this is something that other countries in the region, including the Russians themselves and others who are sitting on the sidelines, have to take into account in terms of whether or not they want to participate in helping to cripple the Russian economy as a way of deterring any further attacks upon nuclear sites or upon people in general, the Ukrainian people. We're going to see more suffering because Putin has intensified the attacks upon the population. Number one, he said, I will never move to attack Ukraine. He said that on multiple occasions, as did his foreign minister, Lavrov. And then he's attacked. He said he wouldn't target innocent civilians. He's attacking innocent civilians. So there's nothing to believe out of the mouth of President Putin. And we just have to see whether or not we can hold on long enough so those sanctions really bite into his economy in a way that there is a revolt from within. And then the Russian people right now are prohibited from even criticizing Russia, can't criticize the military. They aren't able to speak the truth to power, so to speak. So they've clamped down on the Russian people who are not seeing what is being done. If they did, then I think you'd see a much different reaction within Russia, something that Mr. Putin certainly doesn't want to see, is doing everything in his power to suppress.
No, it's very interesting. And what do you think about the invasion more broadly? And I'm thinking specifically of the resistance being put up by the Ukrainian armed forces.
Well, the resistance is extraordinary. The leadership of President Zelensky, extraordinary. I think that we are pleased and perhaps even surprised with the caliber of the Ukrainian military and being able to defend their people under extraordinary circumstances of being outnumbered almost 10 to 1 with major superiority on the part of the Russian military in terms of their weaponry. So they are fighting with limited capability under extraordinary circumstances. And frankly, they've inspired the world. That's why you have all of NATO countries who are united on this. We've even managed to suppress the Putin supporters in the United States for the moment. But I think the Ukrainian people have inspired the world. What I would hope is countries like India and especially China would help persuade President Putin that enough is enough. There's a way to settle this. There's a way to bring peace to Ukraine. There is a way that we can reassure the Russians that we are not trying to undermine their security. But I don't think he's interested at this point, and he's simply doubled down and intensified his killing machine. One thing that I've taken note of is that President Putin seems to sit at least a football field away from his advisors. Now, some have speculated he's concerned about COVID. I think there might be something more sinister involved in terms of keeping his closest advisors as far away as possible because of fear of a palace coup. I don't know that that's true, but it seems awfully strange. You could land an F-35 on an aircraft carrier, the distance that he's away from his advisors. Now, some of it may be to show I'm in charge, I'm the only one making the decision, or I may be petrified or paranoid about COVID, or I don't want to have any of the possible internal attacks coming. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think he's got a lot to worry about going forward as the Russian people start to suffer economically in a major way.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting thought. I just want to ask you about NATO expansion in general, NATO expansion in the 90s with Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic and so forth. Do you think that Putin has any point whatsoever about the threat, as he sees it, of that?
Well, I was at the, I attended the Munich Security Conference for 41 years, and I was there in 2007 when he was welcomed by all of the NATO countries. I mean, they were looking forward to embracing him, saying, welcome to this meeting, very important. Let's see how we can cooperate. At that point, there were not that many members of NATO. It started to intensify following that, as I recall. But nonetheless, he gave his Cold War speech in 2007. And so whether he was fearful that there would be more countries trying to get in remains to be determined. But I can tell you at that point, when he made that statement about the terrible tragedy of the collapse of the Soviet Empire, everybody was stunned by it. And I think at that point, many of the NATO countries were willing to find a modus vivendi for working with the Russians, saying how can we live in peace now that the wall has crumbled and there's an opportunity to reform the economic system in Russia and perhaps the security system to make them more comfortable with NATO and the Western world. I think he was determined from that point forward to say, no, I'm going to try to restore these countries who have, by the way, on NATO, we didn't impose NATO upon these countries. I would like to call it a jailbreak. Once the wall came down, once the jail doors were open, all of these countries fled into the arms of the NATO countries saying, we want to live free. We don't want to live under the heel and boot and under the roof, the prison roof of the former Soviet Union. So this was not a question of NATO rushing to expand itself, but rather those former Soviet republics rushing to embrace freedom.
Okay, we've got a minute left, Mr. Cohen. Is it inevitable, in your view, that President Putin does take all of Ukraine?
I think that is his goal, and it's conceivable he might be able to achieve that. But I think if he is to take control of it, he is probably looking at an insurrection, a long-term insurrection. And the question becomes, can he survive that in terms of the economic sanctions being imposed? My own view is that Putin believes that the West will fold on imposing these sanctions quicker than he will in terms of their impact upon his economy. We'll have to wait. I hope he's wrong. I believe we'll succeed in that regard, but the jury's out.
Okay, well, William Cohen, former Defence Secretary, it's been good to have you on our programme tonight. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
That is it from here in Lviv for now. Coming up in the next hour on Sky News tonight, much more from Ukraine. Cities across this country remaining under bombardment as Russian forces continue to prosecute this totally unjustified invasion of Ukraine. We'll have much more at the top of the hour.
Here at RT. See you next time, and remember, crosstalk rules.
So what we've got to do is identify the threats that we have.
It's crazy.
Confrontation, let it be an arms race.
Who is on offense? Very dramatic development.
I personally am going to resist.
I don't see how that strategy will be successful.
Very critical time.
Time to sit down and talk.
Большинство из
пострадавших это были мирные жители.
На местах их дислокации были обнаружены массовые захоронения мирных жителей, даже беременных женщин.
Он однажды меня спросил: мама, как ты относишься к этим событиям, которые произошли в Одессе?
Более 25 тысяч гражданских объектов разрушено. Более 2000 стариков, женщин, детей убиты.
Непонятно, по каким причинам украинский народ просто уничтожает сам себя.
Никогда, никогда после этого всего мириться или возвращаться в Украину никогда.
Is your media a reflection of reality? In a world transformed, what will make you feel safer? Isolation or community? Are you going the right way or are you being led somewhere? Which direction? What is truth? What is fake? In a world corrupted, you need to descend. So join us in the depths, or remain in the shallows.
When old truths seem wrong, when old rules just don't hold, and a new world is yet to shape out, disdain becomes the etiquette, and engagement equals betrayal. When so many find themselves worlds apart, we choose to look for common ground.
Russia's defense ministry claims that a military provocation at Zaporozhye nuclear power plant was an apparent attempt by Ukrainian forces to blame Russia for creating a radioactive hotbed. That's after sabotage groups allegedly attacked the Russian-controlled plant overnight. Amid battles between the Ukrainian army and local militia forces, homes in the Lugansk and Donetsk republics are caught in the crossfire.
Made to supply people who desperately need that food.
Russia starts supplying humanitarian aid to the city of Melitopol, and RT speaks to some of the people on the ground. Also coming up, anti-Russian sentiment heats up, with some prominent Western politicians calling for Putin's removal to end the conflict in Ukraine. Coming to you live from Moscow, you're watching RT International. My name's Peter Scott, and wherever you're joining us from, welcome to 30 minutes of news analysis. Now, as the conflict in Ukraine enters its 9th day, let's take a quick look at some of the latest developments. Several steps have been taken to prevent further escalation of the conflict. In a second round of bilateral talks, Russia and Ukraine agreed to open humanitarian corridors to ensure safe evacuation of civilians, along with the delivery of food supplies and medical aid. Meanwhile, the Russian Ministry of Defense and the Pentagon have established a hotline, although the US claims that they have no troops in Ukraine. The EU also announces a suspension of near-border cooperation programs with both Russia and Belarus. Elsewhere, the situation in the media sphere remains tense. That's as our sister channel, RT America, has stopped broadcasting after more than a decade on air. And our Telegram channel has reportedly become unavailable in a number of European countries. Russia's media watchdog has blocked the BBC and Deutsche Welle services in the country, claiming they have been deliberately spreading misinformation about the goals of Moscow's operation in Ukraine. And of course, further details coming up in today's programme. Now, Russia has slammed what it calls Kiev's monstrous provocation at Europe's largest nuclear power plant, Zaporozhye. A defense ministry spokesperson gave details on the attack on the Russian-controlled plant overnight, and claimed it was an attempt to blame Russia for causing a radioactive hotbed.
Last night, the Kiev nationalist regime attempted to carry out a disastrous provocation on the territory near the power plant. On March the 4th at about 2 a.m, while patrolling the protected area near the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, a Russian patrol was attacked by a Ukrainian sabotage group. To provoke return fire on the building, they fired at the Russian servicemen from the windows of the training complex, located outside the power plant. A Russian patrol responded with small arms fire, suppressing the Ukrainian firing points in the building of the training complex. Drawing back, the Ukrainian saboteur group set the training building on fire. Prompt statements from President Zelensky on the alleged threat to the nuclear power plant and his talks with Washington and London leave no doubt that the Kiev regime's provocation at the plant was an effort to accuse Russia of creating a hotbed of radioactive contamination. This is evidence of the Kiev regime's criminal intent or Zelensky's complete loss of control over the actions of Ukrainian sabotage groups involving foreign mercenaries.
Meanwhile, President Zelensky claimed that it was Russian forces who fired at a nuclear plant and a fire in an adjoining territory was caused by shelling from both sides. He also said the attack on Zaporozhye was a threat to world security. Journalist Richard Medhurst says the allegations of deliberate targeting of the power plant by Russian forces are unfair.
I really don't see the strategic value in that. I think there's enough negative attention towards Russia. I don't see why Russia would go and attack a nuclear site for absolutely no reason. Nevertheless, there was a bit of an exaggeration, and I think a lot of hypocrisy too. So no matter what side of the story you want to believe, there is a lot of hypocrisy in how it's been handled by the media, because let me tell you something. When Zelensky said that this is the first time in history that a country has shot at a nuclear site, it's just simply untrue. I mean, just last year, Israel sabotaged 2 nuclear sites in Iran, and I didn't see anywhere near the same kind of outrage that we're seeing now. And it turns out that all these headlines that Russia shelled a nuclear site are just simply not true. It was a training building adjacent, and the reactors are completely undamaged, and everything is thankfully safe. There's an absolute double standard in terms of civilian deaths and also in terms of nuclear strikes. Again, I literally cannot count the number of times that Israel has struck an Iranian nuclear sites. It's also struck a nuclear site in Iraq in 1981, and then again, reportedly a nuclear site that hadn't been finished in Syria in 2007. So it's a very, very long list, and there wasn't anywhere near this kind of outrage.
In the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics, locals continue to endure intense battles between the Ukrainian military and local militia forces. We have footage of a Ukrainian command post being destroyed by Russian drones. The post is understood to have been controlled by the Aidar Assault Battalion, a special Ukrainian military unit considered radical nationalist by Russia. We've also received footage of some of the damage in Gorlovka in the Donbass region, where shelling was reported. The city's mayor published this video of a home hit during the fighting, and emergency services have been trying to restore basic utilities like water and electricity. And as the fighting continues on the ground in Donbass, RT correspondent Sargon Hadaya sent this report from the air.
A military helicopter squadron flies daily from a Russian base on the Ukraine border to carry out tasks to protect Russia's borders and vital facilities. It also escorts military convoys supporting advanced military forces. Military helicopters are always on alert. The situation on the front line deep inside Ukraine is rapidly evolving. Russian military forces have taken control of many cities and towns, so air cover is needed to provide logistical and fire support when needed. We are escorting a Russian Armed Forces Mi-8 helicopter during its missions. The special military operation to protect the people of Donbass in Ukraine continues. Advancement on the ground is taking place on all fronts. Military action against radical nationalist battalions is ruthlessly being carried out.
Russia and Ukraine have agreed on creating humanitarian corridors for civilians in Ukraine, as well as delivering food and medicine to the conflict zones. During the second round of Russia-Ukraine peace talks in Belarus on Thursday, both sides agreed to evacuate civilians through safe zones. A ceasefire has been agreed in the evacuation areas, and President Zelensky has commented that the next 24 hours will be critical in establishing the corridors and beginning those evacuations. Meanwhile, Russia has sent its first batch of humanitarian aid to the Ukrainian city of Melitopol. In this footage, you can see the convoy heading to the municipality in the country's southeast. Over 100 tons of humanitarian aid for civilians have been shipped so far. And RT's Murat Gazdiev is in the city from where he takes up the story.
One of the most pressing concerns now is the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. The fighting there has severely disrupted supply chains and people are finding it difficult to find food. So here in Crimea, efforts are being made to supply people who desperately need that food with various canned foods as well as sugar, salt, buckwheat, the essentials to see them through the worst of the fighting. In all, more than 100 tons of desperately needed food, the delivery of which has fallen on Russia's emergency services. At stake are not only people's lives, but the goodwill of the population. The city of Melitopol, population 100,000. It was liberated by Russian troops largely without a fight. It is deemed somewhat safe and is the first destination for these humanitarian aid trucks out of Crimea. Russia's mission here is to liberate, not occupy, as stated by Putin himself. Within hours of delivery, thousands across the city headed for distribution points.
Go to the stores, look around the city, and you'll understand why we're here.
There are difficulties getting hold of products, medicine, and there are long queues everywhere.
Citizens are very happy. Peaceful people are happy.
As we spoke to more and more people, our understanding of what happened here over the last 8 years grew clearer. A violent ideological purge, a reign of terror by the nationalists and neo-Nazis, where any ideology but theirs, any positive opinion of Russia, was brutally suppressed. Murders, kidnappings, beatings, and threats abounded.
Yes, nationalists have come to the city, but you can't really identify them until they gather in groups.
The situation is better now, as earlier there was much destruction, looters robbing, taking away everything. It was madness. I support the Russian operation. We don't need such nationalism. We all need to live in peace.
While there wasn't all that much fighting here in Melitopol, that isn't to say there wasn't any. This Ukrainian T-64 reportedly tank was destroyed when it was caught by Russian units entering the city. It, along with a truck and apparently an armored personnel carrier, which were evidently blasted apart. The battle for Melitopol was brief and tame in comparison to other cities. The military's job here is done. The next phase isn't up to troops. It is prosecutors and investigators working to identify and arrest nationalists and neo-Nazis still in the city, those complicit in horrific crimes not only in the Donbass, but all over Ukraine. And as they work, we will learn the true scale of radical right-wing terror that gripped Ukraine for years.
Meanwhile, in the western Ukrainian city of Lvov, volunteers have been building a bomb shelter in one of its parks. It's designed to hold 100 people, and one local explained why he was there.
We are volunteering here and we helping to clean bomb shelter because Lviv is still not in danger, but we have to be prepared for Russian invasion. Everything changed in 1 hour, so I heard the bomb explosion in Kiev. I live in center, I live in peaceful district of the city, and it was immediately I understood that the war started and reality is different.
And with soldiers on both sides being captured, the mother of a former Ukrainian soldier was reunited with her daughter after she was returned home by Lugansk Republic forces. The Russian military has said it will allow those who surrender their weapons to go home. And here's that emotional moment.
Ой, спасибо, що привезли. Господи, спасибо, я кланяюсь. Мала не спала, кричала. Oh my God.
Ukraine's president has again requested that the West set up a no-fly zone over Ukraine or for more fighter jets to be delivered. He also demanded that more sanctions against Russia be imposed immediately. Ukraine's leader also claimed he didn't understand what security guarantees Moscow is seeking. In the Ukrainian city of Sumy, a nationalist brigade has allegedly shelled accommodation housing Indian students. That's according to the Russian Defense Ministry. 5 people are understood to have been injured in the attack, while the fate of another 11 is still unknown. The video you're currently seeing is from the local student coordinator, who says around 600 people remain stranded in the building with no electricity or water. We have been told that for some, the only drinking water available is melted snow. Ukraine has not commented on the situation yet. Indian journalist Salahuddin Zain shares with us what Indian students are going through right now in Ukraine.
It's a very bad situation there. Most of the students saying that they had to either walk out almost 50 kilometers, many of them without food, and many of the girls were close to the borders, were beaten even, and other students, there are reports of misbehaving with girls students especially. And at the Poland border especially, a student was saying that the situation was so bad that they were not allowed to enter. And after so much of a struggle, when they were allowed to go inside, there was so much, that discrimination against them, saying that the Indians are not allowed, Indians are not allowed. So it seems overall, within the Ukraine, and when they were crossing to the other borders of the neighboring country, Poland and all, nobody helped them. And the students coming to Delhi are telling their stories, horrific, horrible.
Meanwhile, Moscow is working to ensure safe passage for the evacuation of Indian nationals stranded in the conflict-hit country. It's estimated there are thousands still in the region. And we spoke to Denis Alipov, who's Russian ambassador-designate to Delhi, who says Moscow is trying to help, but there are serious logistical problems.
India reached out to us for help and we immediately responded to the request. We agreed to allocate buses to relocate this group of Indian citizens to Russia and then fly them to India. However, we are now incapable of helping them because they are stuck in the area where our military is not present. Now, the main thing is to ensure that they move to a zone not subject to Ukrainian shelling, so they can then be moved to Russian territory safely. Our rescue team is up and running and waiting for them. We saw the Indians themselves on TV and on social media saying they are the victims of attacks by Ukrainian extremists on the Ukraine-Poland border. According to them, they are subject to violence because of India's independent stance on the Ukrainian conflict at the UN Security Council and other international venues. We have said multiple times that India's independent foreign policy and its growing influence globally is welcome. Russia has never executed any pressure on India. As you know, Delhi is currently subject to US pressure, which I think is wrong and futile. When it comes to a fallout in bilateral relations due to the ongoing situation, this crisis will have implications for the whole world, and our ties are not the exception. The degree of this impact can hardly be assessed now. We believe that our relations are developing in the spirit of mutual interest and have a strategic nature.
Russian representatives abroad have faced unprecedented threats and attacks as a result of the conflict. Moscow's embassy in Paris has been vandalised with paint, while earlier its embassy in Australia was mailed 2 envelopes containing a suspicious white powder. Local authorities are now investigating. RT spoke to Russia's ambassador to France about the situation.
Someone threw balloons filled with paint at the Russian embassy, covering the front of the building. On the wall of the embassy's Orthodox church, they wrote words that I'm not allowed to say on air. We do our best to ensure our employees' safety and encourage them to take any necessary safety measures. We ask them not to leave their homes unless it is absolutely necessary. We suddenly came across some fake news that claimed Russian students had been kicked out of French universities. We conducted our own research and found out that wasn't true. Moreover, the heads of some top French universities promised that they will not expel Russian students because of the political situation. Now French President Emmanuel Macron is playing an active role in solving the Ukrainian crisis and talks regularly with the Russian president. France understands the need for a new European security system, but now we're at the very peak of the conflict. France has agreed to all the sanctions against Russia, including economic. They're risking their own companies. It's sad news. But I hope that soon they'll realise that these actions are damaging for their own economy. It's also sad to hear that the French Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Sports have banned Russian artists and athletes from performing in France. It's just nonsense.
Our sister channel RT America has ended its production after more than a decade on air. This comes after the largest US satellite dropped RT America early this week. However, not everyone agrees with the move, including a German-Finnish file-sharing site mogul and political activist who has voiced his support for the channel.
Unfortunately, RT is now subject to censorship in many Western countries because it tells the Russian side of the Ukrainian crisis story. I think it is important to access opposing arguments to form an educated opinion, and I recommend you make RT part of your daily reading.
RT has recently faced a string of bans amid the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. Google has removed mobile apps connected to Russian media outlets RT and Sputnik from its Play Store, and Apple has also removed the channel's applications. The European Union has banned the English language channel from the bloc, and it has also disappeared from UK broadcast platforms. That move earned praise from the British Culture Secretary, although she was criticised by some people online.
You appear to be praising the EU for shutting down free speech, and yet you call yourself a conservative.
Because of EU action, not British. The satellite broadcaster is based in Luxembourg.
As a conservative culture secretary, you should be standing up for the Western value of free speech, especially at a time like this.
Excellent, but why are you trumpeting this as if it had something to do with you? It was an EU action.
It is at the viewer's discretion to decide who is lying and who is not.
I prefer to hear two sides of the story. Censorship is never a good thing.
Because it was taken off air by the European Union, so we lost the signal.
Anna Ark, spokeswoman for the European Partnership for Independence, has shared her thoughts on the ongoing pressure on RT.
I was reading from a university professor who is an advocate on human rights and on democracy that these measurements are unconstitutional, taken Article 20 of the European Constitution. But I think that the precedent goes beyond legal terms in the field of politics and social terms, right? It is very concerning as a mature European citizen, a Democrat, to be aware that actually your rights, or in order to exercise your rights, are in the hand of the will and an opinion of third people. That leave us in a very weak position, and we need to understand that Europeans, we have very high value for democracy and all what it stands for. And of course, free media and the free choice that you can choose the sources of your information, so you can have an opinion, a workout, reflected, critical opinion about things, because you are able to pick and choose where to get information from, and it's not just served to you.
Amid the string of media bans Russia is currently facing as the crisis in Ukraine unfolds, Moscow has decided to also ban access to some Western media outlets like the BBC, Deutsche Welle and Radio Liberty. The Russian media watchdog claims that these platforms spread false information about the conflict in Ukraine. And many Western politicians are increasingly encouraging anti-Russian sentiment over the conflict in Ukraine. As well as calling for mass anti-war protests throughout Russia, some officials, such as US Senator Lindsey Graham, are even calling for the removal of the Russian president.
In Russia? Is there a more successful Colonel Stauffenberg in the Russian military? The only way this ends is for somebody in Russia to take this guy out. You would be doing your country, and the world, a great service.
Now, that controversial tweet did not go unnoticed in Moscow. A Kremlin spokesperson questioned the, quote, sanity of people who encourage such actions. RT's Ilya Petrenko delves into the speculation over Vladimir Putin's and Russia's fate.
What is it that all these speakers ultimately want? It must be peace in Ukraine, and apparently encouraging protests in Russia is a great method to achieve that.
Today we stand side by side with all Russians who do not want this unworthy war to be waged on their behalf, who courageously defend peace in the spirit of responsibility, and declare this both in Russia and abroad.
Выходите на площади и требуйте окончания войны. Это наше право, это ваше право.
Я умоляю вас сделать все возможное, чтобы остановить ненужную войну президента Путина.
It's all very personal and very Putin-oriented. Haven't you noticed?
My message to the people of Russia, you, like Ukrainians, like Americans, like people everywhere, want the same basic things. Good jobs, clean air and water, the chance to raise your kids in safe neighborhoods, to send them to good schools. How in the world does President Putin's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine help you achieve any of these things?
If hating Putin has been part of your narrative for years, well then, this conflict escalation must be a great chance to achieve several goals at once. Saving Ukraine is best served together with demonizing Putin or going as far as labeling him nuts.
Well, I met with him many times, and this is a different Putin. He was always, as Senator Rubio said, this was an ex-KG man. He's descending into something that I personally haven't seen before.
In clinical psychology, the paranoid typically accuse their supposed persecutors of doing exactly what they themselves are planning. Putin implausibly accused Ukraine of massing forces on the borders of the breakaway Donbass region to carry out a genocide against Russian speakers, in a distorting mirror of his own intentions.
But I began by asking what these folks ultimately want.
The measures we are introducing, that large parts of the world are introducing, are to bring down the Putin regime.
The goal is getting rid of Putin, one would suppose, even though in this case a correction did come from the UK government. The hints are out there still. A very well-known British tabloid speculated on who could take Vlad's seat. That's what they're calling him now. Should he be taken down in a coup?
With the stakes mounting and the West applying pressure on the Russian economy, the chances of Putin being removed from power in a coup has become more likely.
The question is, are the voices of the Western media and the people in charge there being heard in Russia? On the one hand, probably yes, because people do come out and do protest. But on the other hand, for a number of reasons, the demos aren't as huge as some would want them to be. Plus, the chance that these protests are mostly anti-war rather than anti-Putin. By the way, just for the record, Russian opinion polls show that since the Russian military campaign began, the president's approval rating has only gone up.
While it looks like the whole world has turned its back against Russia, in the Serbian capital of Belgrade, some people have poured onto the streets to voice their support. In this video taken just minutes ago, we can see a massive crowd of people marching through the city, many holding both countries' flags while the Russian national anthem is loudly played. Although Serbia has condemned Russia's operation in Ukraine, it has refused to introduce sanctions against Moscow. Well, that's all for this hour. For all the latest developments on the conflict in Ukraine, head over to RT.com. My name's Peter Scott, and thank you for watching.
Розпочинаю свою роботу з пропозиції.
In 2020, astronauts have arrived in the Dragon spacecraft powered by the American SpaceX rocket launched from the United States. Astronauts arrive via Russian Soyuz spacecraft from Kazakhstan's Baikonur Cosmodrome. 2 Soyuz craft are kept at the station to act as a lifeboat should the crew ever need to evacuate. A key stage in the human exploration of the moon and beyond, the ISS remains in use until at least 2024.
You are what?
Thick plumes of smoke rising. You can hear more blasts that are taking place. People were being asked to move away from this locality.
Minutes after a missile strike,
We're being told to leave this area because it's not safe.
meters from the site of attack.
The systematic targeting of the capital, Kiev.
Fearless view of war-zone Ukraine.
Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours.
When we say up close,
surface-to-air missiles were located in this area.
we mean up close.
Hello and welcome. I am Rajesh Pawar, and over next 1 hour, we will be bringing you all the latest updates on the 9th day of the invasion of Ukraine.
Russia attacks nuke plant, world on edge. This plant in meltdown will mean 100 times Chernobyl. Biggest global threat on invasion's day 9. No nuclear safety margins by firing forces. Zaporizhzhia secure, but for how long? If this nuke plant leaked, there will be a colossal disaster. As Russia takes control of Zaporizhzhia plant, hair-raising images of fire at plant surface. Nuclear disaster looms.
Russia has captured the nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia. There was intense fighting before it was captured by the Russian troops. There was some fire on the outskirts of the complex as well. However, there was no damage to the reactor. This attack on a nuclear reactor brings back the fear of 1986 Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Here is a report.
Hair-raising images of Europe's biggest nuclear plant. In direct line of fire by Putin's invasion army. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant's administrative building on fire. After barrage of heavy shelling by Russia, putting the atomic reactor in absolute threat. A small breach in the safety mechanism could mean catastrophe. Causing radioactive leak, placing millions in path of direct radiation. Super scary prospects of a nuclear meltdown. 100 times that of Hiroshima nuclear holocaust in heart of Europe. Spooking the world, scaring the continent out of its wits. Ukraine's 15 nuclear plants facing the doomsday scenario. A Russian army made no distinction between legitimate military targets and a nuke installation.
There is a real and present danger, and this is a nuclear incident on the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe. We demand to stop firing from heavy calibers on the nuclear power plant. The fire is a result of the shooting on the nuclear power plant. I repeat, the fire has started as a result of shooting by forces of the Russian Federation in the direction of the power plant.
While Russia took control of the nuclear power plant, biggest in Europe, the world panicked despite claims that the fire has been extinguished. Ukraine's President Zelensky sent an atomic SOS to the West.
Europe has to wake up now. Europe's largest nuclear power plant is on fire. At this very moment, Russian tanks are shooting at nuclear reactor blocks. These are tanks equipped with the thermal vision devices, so they know where they're shooting. They were prepared for this.
US President Joe Biden spoke to Ukrainian President. So did UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, urging Russia to allow emergency access to the plant for inspection. World has not forgotten the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear disaster, when a steam turbine leak during a routine safety check led to spewing of hazardous radioactive elements in the then Soviet city, putting millions in danger and turning the now Ukrainian region into a ghost city. Bureau Report, India Today.
Europe's largest nuclear power plant is right now under Russian control. It was captured by the Russian troops after heavy fighting with the Ukrainian guards. There were reports of fire around the nuclear reactor, which created a lot of tense moments around the world. Add to this are the threats of Mr. Putin using nuclear weapons against the NATO countries. The world is on edge whether Russia will use its nuclear arsenal against the NATO countries.
The biggest escalation in the Ukraine war yet, a nuclear turn to the ongoing conflict. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, Europe's largest, is now under Russian control after a fire in the plant that had the whole world holding its breath. Chernobyl, the defunct power plant, is also now filled with Russian troops and tanks, with Putin setting his eyes now on gaining control of all 15 nuclear power plants in Ukraine. The development comes hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin fired this dangerous warning to the United States and the world.
Now, in the Ukrainian land, our soldiers and officers are fighting for Russia, for a peaceful life, for the people of Donbass, to denazify and demilitarize Ukraine so that no anti-Russia that has been created by the West next to our borders didn't threaten us. With nuclear weapons as well, as it was happening recently, our people is proud of our armed forces. We will always remember our fallen brothers.
Russia has been resorting to nuclear saber rattling since the start of this war. In a matter of 9 days, 4 such nuke warnings have been fired by Putin and his deputies.
Ukraine possesses Soviet technologies and the means to deliver such nuclear weapons. We cannot ignore that real danger. Let me assure you, as a responsible member of the international community committed to its obligation to non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, Russia is taking every possible measure to prevent Ukraine getting nuclear weapons and respective technologies.
The first indication that Putin was taking this conflict to a whole new level, to a world-threatening nuclear level, was 4 days into the war, when he ordered a nuclear alert.
Dear colleagues, as you can see, not only do Western countries have unfriendly measures against our country in the economic dimension, I mean the illegal sanctions that everyone knows about very well, but also the top officials of leading NATO countries allow themselves to make aggressive statements with regards to our country. That is why I ordered Defense Minister and Chief of the General Staff to put Russian Army deterrence forces on high combat alert.
The latest developments in Ukraine, of Russia slowly taking control of all nuclear power plants, had caught the world's hackles up, and Ukraine President Zelensky has appealed to the world leaders to act immediately.
Треба зупинити російських військових.
The Russian propaganda was threatening everybody, we remember, to cover the earth with nuclear ashes. Now it is not just a threat, it is our reality.
Кінець Європи. Це евакуація Європи.
There's a reason the world is extremely worried about Putin's nuclear threats. His country has a powerful and extremely dangerous arsenal of nuclear weapons. Only the US, Russia and China have intercontinental ballistic missiles, and Russia has many options when it comes to delivery of nuclear weapons. Topol-M is one of the most recent intercontinental ballistic missiles to be deployed by Russia. It is the first to be developed after dissolution of the Soviet Union. The RSM-56 Bulava is a submarine-launched ballistic missile developed for the Russian Navy. It was developed in 2013 on the new Boray class of nuclear submarines. Kinzhal is a hypersonic cruise missile. It has a claimed range of more than 2,000 kilometers and an ability to perform evasive maneuvers at every stage of its fight. Putin's constant nuclear name-dropping have been deemed as posturing by Russia amid the war, a warning and reminder perhaps to the West that Russia is a powerful nuclear-armed country not to be messed with. Bureau Report, India Today.
The world is on edge as the Russian missiles today landed near Europe's biggest nuclear power plant. There was no report of any radiation leakage. However, any such accident could cause disaster. We have a team of experts who will break it down for you. Listen in.
Europe has to wake up now. Europe's largest nuclear power plant is on fire. At this very moment, Russian tanks are shooting at nuclear reactor blocks. These are tanks equipped with thermal vision devices, so they know where they are shooting. They were prepared for this.
On Friday, the war in Ukraine took a dangerous turn as Russia aimed bombs at Europe's biggest nuclear plant. Fortunately, the fire that was triggered by the bombing was controlled and a deadly disaster averted. But what if the bombings had directly affected the nuclear fuel cycle at the plant and led to a large-scale release of radioactivity in the air? That would have caused destruction of unimaginable proportions. Here's why. Any leak at Ukraine's major nuclear plants would affect Ukraine's major cities, Kharkiv, Kiev, Odessa, Mariupol and Kherson. So why is the world on tenterhooks? A fire can ruin a nuclear plant's safety mechanism heat and lead to radioactive leak. A leak could threaten nations far beyond Ukraine's borders. Millions could face radiation exposure. Ukraine and Europe would see blackouts. Ukraine's soil would be contaminated and beyond use for centuries. Ukraine has seen it before. In 1986 in Chernobyl, one of the world's worst nuclear accidents in terms of casualties and after effects. There have been other scares too since the world turned to nuclear energy. Apart from Chernobyl in 1999, a nuclear accident happened at a uranium facility in Tokaimura, Japan. In 1979, cooling systems failed in a power plant in 3 Mile Island, Pennsylvania. A Soviet submarine-developed radioactive leak was reported in North Atlantic Ocean in 1961, and an explosion contaminated 500 miles in Russia in 1957. So what have been the effects of a nuke meltdown then? Heat, pressure and steam builds up. Radioactive materials release that impact the environment and human life. Lakhs fall prey to radiation. Russia's strike at the nuclear plant has put the world on edge. Humanity cannot afford a nuclear accident, let alone one fueled by a war. Bureau Report, India Today.
The biggest tragedy of nuclear war is always humanitarian. Be it Fukushima, Hiroshima, Nagasaki or Chernobyl, we have seen the deadly effects of a nuclear disaster. History has taught us that a nuclear disaster or a nuclear war will spell doomsday. Have a look at this report.
The atomic mushroom cloud over Japan's Hiroshima and Nagasaki 77 years ago remains an iconic image of World War II. Thousands died within seconds. Others lived with lifelong scars. Generations felt the after effects. When America dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the blast produced enormous amount of heat and lethal ionizing radiations. Even today, its effect is felt in Japan. In children born with deformities and diseases, a horrible indicator of the lasting effect of radiation.
Worsening amount of radiation exposure decreases the WBC count, what we call as leukopenia. It causes radiation sickness, skin burns, vomiting, nausea, and it can be lethal up to 35% of population even in low dose exposure. Spontaneous hemorrhages, it can cause death even within 10 days of prolonged exposure. It affects the brain, acute hair loss, skin burns, eyes, cataract. It damages your blood vessels, spontaneous hemorrhages. It destroys your reproductive organs.
Conflict of this enormity has resulted not only in physical effect but also on long-term psychological issues.
The feeling that the world is unsafe, the feeling as that me, my family, my loved ones would be unsafe. The correlation between war and post-traumatic stress disorder has been long established. And this is not just for people who were there, but for generations to come, where this traumatic experience is passed on through stories.
After the Chernobyl disaster in April 1986 in northern Ukraine, scientists estimate the zone around this plant will not be habitable for 20,000 years. The impact of the radiation leak was felt even in countries like Sweden, France and Italy, whose fields got contaminated and people affected. Researchers have found evidence of elevated levels of cataract and albinism and lower rate of beneficial bacteria among wildlife. Even thyroid cancer among children who drank contaminated milk was reported. In 2011, an earthquake and tsunami led to the power loss in the Fukushima Daiichi plant. Explosions led to the release of radiation into air and ocean. 7 years later, a worker in charge of measuring radiation at the plant died of lung cancer caused by the radiation exposure. The attack on the nuclear plant in Ukraine has once again raised fear of the horrors of radiation leak. It would be pertinent to remember the lessons learned from history so as not to repeat it. Bureau Report, India Today.
As the intensity of Russian invasion grows on Russian cities, a lot of civilians have picked up arms against the invading Russians. An 81-year-old teacher in the city of Suma has picked up arms on the call of President Zelensky. Have a look at this report.
Russia is not calling this a war, but this is the destruction that Ukrainians are waking up to. This damage in the city of Bucha, northwest of Kiev. In the basement of a hospital in the capital, these babies came into this world to the sound of bombs and gunfire.
I came here on the first day of the war because I was pregnant, and 28 February I had my son. His name is Mark, and we are in safe here. The best personnel, the best staff in the world works here, and we are very proud of them.
The war is putting a strain on Ukrainian health services.
Most of our team have not left the building since February 24th. About 70% of staff stay here permanently. We take turns at work.
While the young come into this world oblivious, the elderly are getting ready to defend their rights. The Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has called upon citizens to take up arms.
Every person who comes to Ukraine with weapons will be killed by this gun.
81-year-old French teacher Piotr Vierko has answered that call as he prepares to defend his village and country.
Ukraine will fight until the end. Putin united Ukraine. You can put it this way. With his actions, actually, we came together. Political parties, religiously, literally in every way. We were never as united as we are now.
The Russian military continued to make gains. People like Pyotr are still holding out. With no electricity or heating for 3 days, he's still staying put. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera.
Foreign fighters have heeded President Volodymyr Zelensky's call to come and fight in Ukraine. Fighters from all around the world are coming in to fight alongside the Ukrainian army. A group of Thai youngsters is also preparing to fight the global superpower. Have a look at the journey.
Thailand knows a thing or two about fighting for its democracy. These former Thai Air Force members are now political activists, known for leading protests in 2020 against the military-backed government. Now they see a need for their services in Ukraine.
I have been involved in demanding democracy in my country and opposing tyranny. Ukrainians are also fighting for democracy and are now invaded by a superpower and a tyrant. So I asked myself what I could do for them. This is the reason why I applied.
Chanapong Pongpai has started recruiting others to join him. In just one day, he says he received 2,000 names of people interested in volunteering.
We fight for democracy here. They fight for their democracy there. We are like friends. It's the same feeling, the same ideology. To me, it's unfair to the Ukrainian people because the attack happened not only at a military base, but also at hospitals, kindergarten schools, and civilian areas. This is the reason why I want to go help them. If you ask me whether I'm scared to get killed, of course I'm scared.
The Ukrainian embassy in Bangkok is tasked with vetting the recruits. They need to provide proof of military training and have a clean criminal record. Pongpai said his training from 2 years in the Air Force could help the Ukrainians protect civilians, guard areas, and secure supply lines.
I want to tell Ukrainians that you are not fighting alone. Many people want to help you. Don't lose hope and feel that the world has abandoned you. Even if we are not a superpower, even if we are only a small light, we can shine a bright light to help you if we all join together. Please wait. We are in the process of coming to help you.
Thailand was among 141 countries at the United Nations General Assembly that voted to reprimand Russia for invading Ukraine and demand Moscow stop fighting and withdraw its military forces. While it's not clear if Pongpai or his friends will be accepted to help Ukraine, they've already begun to prepare, offering help from an unlikely corner of the world. Leah Harding, Al Jazeera.
That is all we have in this segment on Russia-Ukraine war on India Today. Keep watching India Today for further updates.
To understand elections, you've got to get to the heart of the action.
What's moving voters on the ground? You need to be out where the action is.
Our election coverage ensures that every voice is heard.
The most in-depth analysis and by far the most accurate exit polls.
India Today brings together decades of ground reportage with the A-team of psephologists.
Most accurate, trustworthy exit polls.
With so much at stake in these elections, there's only one destination for everything in Indian politics.
India Today TV, India's election destination.
You are...
Thick plumes of smoke rising. You can hear more blasts that are taking place. People were being asked to move away from to leave this area because it's not safe.
meters from the site of attack.
The systematic targeting of the capital Kiev.
Fearless view of war-zone Ukraine.
Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours.
When we say up close,
surface-to-air missiles were located in this area.
We mean up close.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Thick plumes of smoke rising. You can hear more blasts that are taking place. People were being asked to move away from this locality.
Minutes after a missile strike,
we're being told to leave this area because it's not safe.
Meters from the site of attack.
The systematic targeting of the capital Kiev.
Fearless view of war-zone Ukraine.
Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours.
When we say up close,
surface-to-air missiles were located in this area.
We mean up close.
All right, viewers, let's now get to you those visual images that have come and burnt into the memory space of anyone who's been glued on to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Visuals of bombardment in Kyiv city. The footage shows projectile falling and landing, followed by large explosions. As the smoke from the attack clears, people are seen running in the streets. The impact near is severe, with apartment buildings, pharmacies and cardiac hospital being targeted. The other big defining image that has come up in the last 24 hours, and this could pretty much, many suggest, change the trajectory of this war, is Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Zaporizhzhia has been attacked by Russian troops. Images show an administrative building set on fire near the power plant due to heavy shelling. The shelling site is close to the reactors. Authorities have claimed that if blown up, the disaster could very well be 10 times larger than Chernobyl. Zaporizhzhia is a big energy hub in Ukraine and has been under constant attack from Russian forces. Some of the Russian troops have also entered the area, and the smoke you see on your screen is from a fire near the nuclear power plant. Meanwhile, these images come from separatist region Donetsk. The entire city looks like a deserted city after heavy shelling. Residential areas, public places completely destroyed. Women, children have taken shelter in bunkers while Russian troops can be seen on the streets of Donetsk. Exclusive images from a Russian chopper. It gives you an aerial view of advancement of Russian troops in Ukraine. It shows massive buildup of Russian forces with tanks, light armored vehicles and more.
This morning on day 9, a Russian missile attack on the residential part of Chernihiv in northern Ukraine. The images show aftermath of that attack. Homes, cars, parks have been destroyed because of the shelling.
What's making the headlines and what's behind them?
DW News Africa.
The show that tackles the issues shaping the continent.
Life is slowly getting back to normal here. We're on the streets to give you in-depth reports and insights.
Our correspondents on the ground reporting from across the continent.
All the trends that matter to you.
In 30 minutes on DW. To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
Russian forces continue their advance on key cities in Ukraine. The onslaught has had an unexpected side effect. Vladimir Putin's war is uniting an often divided world. On To the Point, we ask, pariah Putin, isolated and angry?
To the Point. In 90 minutes on DW. They've had no peace for 4 decades. The people of Iraq. Their country is devastated, and there's no end to the violence. How did it come to this? Key eyewitnesses reveal an unprecedented story.
They were friends. The U.S., they knew what the consequences of these sanctions are, and they've lied to the world about it.
He behaved exactly like Saddam Hussein, and the poison spread from there onwards.
Misery, misery, no more life. The great documentary series, Iraq, Destruction of a Nation. This week on DW.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Tonight, Ukraine cities besieged and bombarded as Russian forces keep up the attack. Apartments and houses have been destroyed even as Moscow denies targeting civilians. There are more bombs falling in Kiev. Mariupol is surrounded and Russians are in control of the port city Kherson. Also coming up tonight, Russian forces attacked and seized Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant last night. Atomic observers say there's been no radiation released. Ukraine says Russia could easily trigger another Chernobyl. And the other casualty of this war, Russia's parliament outlawing criticism of the military. Independent Russian news channels are shutting down, and now international outlets, including DW News, are being blocked. I'm Brent Goff. It's good to have you with us tonight. Cities across Ukraine are coming under continued Russian attack. Authorities in the port of Mariupol saying the city is surrounded and running out of food. Another port city, Kherson, is already under Russian control. Meanwhile, the capital, Kyiv, has reported renewed missile strikes, some hitting residential areas. And despite the destruction, Moscow continues to deny that it is targeting civilians.
The aftermath of a Russian artillery attack on the outskirts of Kiev. The family who lived here barely escaped with their lives. Now they watch their home go up in flames.
I was opening the fridge and it fell on me. I could barely get out. My wife was in another room. She broke the window and got out as well. We went to the cellar, but it was burning, so we went to our neighbors.
In a village further to the west of Kiev, The people in this van were not so lucky. Witnesses say they were killed by Russian forces passing through.
When the convoy was driving here, one person went outside and he was shot. Our local medic and his son tried to take him to the hospital. They didn't let them, and we lost 3 people. No one wants to pick them up from the car because, well, there might be explosives inside.
Kiev itself has suffered massive damage under Russian bombardment. Security forces here are preparing for a possible ground assault. Satellite images show a large Russian convoy just outside the city. In the occupied city of Melitopol to the south of the country, Russian soldiers were handing out food. It's the second city in Ukraine said to be under the invaders' control after Kherson. Ukrainian officials say the cities of Mykolaiv and Mariupol have repelled attacks so far. Military analysts say the Russians are trying to establish a southeastern corridor between the Crimean Peninsula and the Lugansk region. If Russia's plan works, it would mean Ukrainian forces like this tank unit in Lugansk would be encircled on 3 sides. But spirits here are still high.
We're not allowing the enemy to advance, and we're defending our infantry. We won't allow it to be destroyed. We're backing them up. Gunners sweat his infantry blood, as we say.
Ukraine is hanging on, but seems to be losing ground. And the cost in human life rises every day.
Well, Ukraine says that it barely avoided a radioactive disaster at one of its nuclear power plants. On Friday, Russian forces seized control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia in Ukraine's southeast. Ukraine says that Russian troops fired shells at the plant, killing several people and sparking a fire at a training building. Authorities say the reactors were not damaged and that no radioactive material was released. World leaders, they've condemned the attack.
The largest nuclear power plant in Europe, seized by Russian forces. A relief to many. Only a training building was set on fire in the fighting, and Ukrainian emergency services were able to extinguish the blaze.
So it's important to say that all the safety systems of the 6 reactors at the plant were not affected at all, and that there has been no release of radioactive material.
Ukrainian authorities said several people died in the fire. Kyiv blamed the fire on Russian projectiles.
The Russian tanks knew what they were shelling. They were aiming directly at the station. This is terror on an unprecedented level. We need immediate toughening of sanctions against the country, the nuclear terrorist. We need immediate closure of the sky over Ukraine. This is the only guarantee that Russia, at least, will not strike with rockets and bombs targeting nuclear plants.
But NATO allies were quick to rule out establishing a no-fly zone once again, although they were united in condemnation of the Russian attack.
Well, the United Nations Security Council held an emergency meeting today following that attack on that Ukrainian nuclear power plant. Here's the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield.
By the grace of God, the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe last night. We all waited to exhale as we watched the horrific situation unfold in real time. Russia's attack last night put Europe's largest nuclear power at grave risk. It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe.
Well, for more now, I'm joined from Vienna by Gauhar Muhachanova. She is a nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament specialist. It's good to have you on the program. You know, we just heard the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe. How dangerous was this incident last night?
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's certainly dangerous to be shooting at a nuclear power plant and to have a fire there. But thank goodness the reactor building itself was not on fire. It was a training facility. So it's hard to say just how close we were to a nuclear catastrophe. But it's imperative that Russia stops attacking nuclear power plants in Ukraine.
Yeah, you say nuclear power plants. That's because there are several other power plants in Ukraine. I mean, should people, not only in Ukraine, but all of us here in Europe and around the world, I mean, should we still be on high alert?
I think yes. It's not clear what goals Russian forces were pursuing in firing at a nuclear power plant facility. Whether that was deliberately targeted or it was caught in the fire that was generally happening around the power plant. But as you said, there are several nuclear power plants, and the war is ongoing, and Russia's showing no signs of stopping or turning back, and so yes, it's certainly a cause of serious concern.
And do we know what kind of safety protocols there are for these nuclear power plants? For example, if Russian forces were able to take out a large part of the electricity grid in Ukraine, would these nuclear power plants, do they have their own generators so that they can continue generating power to cool the fuel rods inside the reactors?
Yeah, so as you said, it's important to keep the reactor core cool, because even if the emergency shutdown is activated and the operations are shut down, the core continues to be very hot. And these are pretty large reactors. These are VVR 1000 generating a lot of electricity and a lot of heat. So the core will continue to be hot, and it's important to keep it cool. Otherwise, we're looking at the situation of the meltdown. So every power plant would have a backup electricity supply source. And so if the main electricity line is shut and then the backup is shut, then yes, this is the catastrophe we're talking about. So that's important to keep in mind, that it's not just hitting the reactor building, but it's destroying the backup power supply that would be truly the cause for a very dangerous situation. And another vulnerability at the power plant is the spent fuel pond. So once you take the spent fuel out of the reactor core, it's still very hot and very radioactive, and it needs to spend some time cooling down at the site. What you don't want is, again, the cut of electricity supply to that site, or anything else that could cause a fire or somehow open up the spent fuel pond and lead to the release of radioactivity.
Yeah, it makes us realize how close of a call we had last night in Ukraine. Nuclear non-proliferation expert Gauhar Muhachanova joining us from Vienna. We appreciate your time and your insights tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has rejected Ukraine's call for a no-fly zone over the country, saying that would risk direct conflict between NATO and Russia and that it could spark a war across all of Europe.
We have already strengthened our deterrence and defense on land, in the air and at sea. Allies from North America and Europe have sent thousands more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We are deploying the NATO response force for the first time, and we have over 130 jets at high alert and over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean. We will continue to do what it takes to protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous, with even more human suffering. NATO is not seeking a war with Russia.
Also today, Ukraine's President Zelensky gave a live video address to people at anti-war marches in cities across Europe. I want you to listen to what he told the crowds.
This third minute I would like to dedicate to you, the people of Europe. I would like to call on you not to be silent. I would like you to come out onto the streets and support Ukraine. Support our efforts and support our fight. Because if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. If we will fall, you will fall. So please, don't be silent. Do not turn a blind eye on this. Come out and support Ukraine as much as you can.
DW reporter Akanksha Saxena was in Frankfurt, Germany, where anti-war protesters gathered to hear that address from the Ukrainian president.
Hundreds of people gathered here in the center of Frankfurt, the financial hub of Germany. Behind me, where a screen was set up, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made an emotional speech urging Europeans to stand together with Ukrainian people. He appealed to them to support the country against the Russian war on the country. He urged the people who were listening to him intently across different cities, including Frankfurt, Vienna, Paris, Prague, to not turn their backs to the Ukrainian people, to not be silent. He also observed minutes of silence for people who have died in the war, the countrymen who are at the front lines, and he also dedicated a minute for the people of Europe. He said, if Ukraine won't stand, Europe won't stand. The crowd cheered, and there were people who were emotional here with that speech. I spoke to some of them.
This is Europe, and we as Europeans, no matter where we are from, we need to show our support, our respect.
I hope that this reaches also more people in Germany and all over the world to take action and do everything they can and have possibilities to do for the Ukrainian people.
Seen in his eyes and in his words that he needs solidarity and the strength from all of Europe.
President Zelensky hopes to magnify the momentum which is building in Ukraine's support.
That was DW's Akanksha Saxena there, reporting from Frankfurt, Germany. The 2022 Winter Paralympic Games are now underway. They followed that traditional ceremony at the Bird's Nest Stadium in Beijing that did not include Russia and Belarus. Ukraine's athletes, however, they received a warm welcome, and some of them gestured their defiance in the wake of the Russian invasion. On Thursday, the International Paralympic Committee bowed to pressure and banned Russia and Belarus from competing. The Games run until March 13th. Stephen Beardsley's up next with DW Business News. Have a good weekend, everybody.
I'm scared that if I work that hard and in the end they tell me, you are not allowed to stay here anymore, we will send you back.
Are you familiar with this?
The smugglers were liars.
What's your story?
Women especially are victims of violence.
Take part and send us your story.
We are trying always to understand this new culture. So you are not a visitor, not a guest. You want to become a citizen.
Info Migrants, your platform for reliable information.
Facebook kicked out of Russia. Microsoft says it's left. For tech companies in particular, the past few days have been a balancing act. Can they satisfy pressure from Western nations while keeping perhaps critical services going in Russia? Also in the show, as sanctions start to bite and the value of the ruble collapses, Russians are starting to feel their country's isolation. And the war is having a ripple effect on commodities around the world. We'll go to Sri Lanka, where rising oil prices are making a bad situation worse. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Stephen Beardsley in Berlin. Russia has blocked Facebook and restricted access to Twitter across the country, saying the social media sites were discriminating against Russian news outlets. Earlier in the day, Microsoft announced it was suspending new sales and services in the country. It's just the latest U.S. tech company to make the move.
Its iPhone went off limits several days ago. But Apple's App Store and other services are still available in Russia. Like other tech companies, it's walking a tightrope, responding to Western pressure while trying to stay afloat in Russia's tightening information sphere.
The tech platforms right now are really doing a delicate dance in terms of, I think it's important for them to stay operational in Russia, as it's one of the few tools that Russian activists can use that is not controlled by state media. It's one of the few ways of trying to get information out to counter what is coming from the Russian government. And so they are trying to both stand up to the country, but also not go so far that Putin just pulls the plug totally on them being available.
Facebook lost that fight on Friday. Russia has also restricted Twitter. Other apps are trying to hold on. Spotify, meanwhile, closed its offices in Russia. It said its streaming app would remain. Tech companies are finding other ways to respond. Microsoft has helped prevent cyber attacks in Ukraine and neighboring countries. Other brands are focusing on relief efforts.
I had a conversation with their executive team over the weekend, and I kind of asked them a hypothetical question. Imagine it was World War II and Airbnb was around. How would we want to have helped? What would we have wanted to do? It's just a hypothetical exercise. But when you do exercise like that, you realize that you would regret not doing more if you could have and didn't.
Airbnb plans to offer housing to 100,000 people fleeing Ukraine. For the tech world, the line between business and geopolitics remains as thin as ever.
Earlier, we asked marketing expert Alison Stewart-Allen for her reaction to the united stand taken by Western companies so far in response to the war.
Well, I think the list of companies leaving is massively growing and growing quickly. I think what is absolutely the right thing to do is for these companies to cease trading there. The real question is whether they are just suspending operations temporarily or whether they are permanently withdrawing from the Russian market. For some, the Russian market is a significant source of their revenue, and this will be a very damaging commercial decision. However, the upside of that is that they build trust with the range of stakeholders, their consumers, their suppliers, their employees, their investors. So no doubt these companies will have weighed this up before making such a decision.
That's marketing expert Alison Stewart-Allen there. The departure of Western businesses from Russia has not gone noticed in the country, but the heavy sanctions affecting imports and money supply has Russians more worried.
Every single day, they're feeling their country's isolation a bit more. Stores are closing, the ruble drops. Soma payment systems function only partially, and people are getting more and more worried. It's a disaster for me, in any way, economically and mentally. The companies will be back. Prices for electronics have risen steeply, by up to a third. Ever more businesses are reacting to Russia's war in Ukraine. IKEA has closed its stores in Russia. Thousands of employees are losing their jobs. The car industry has come to a stop too, with Porsche and Volkswagen halting production. The West is all about crippling Russia and only uses Ukraine as a pretext, says Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. He says the sanctions are attacks on Russia's freedom. As long as we can still afford bread is an old Russian expression. In this bakery in Moscow, they're still making bread. They had been planning on an end of the pandemic and for tourists to come back. Now they are trying to figure out the future. We used to use Italian flour for our croissants. Now we're experimenting with product from different Russian mills. In this way, it helps us save some money. Experts find it hard to forecast how the country's economy will fare. As long as there is no ceasefire or peace agreement, no one should expect any larger companies to come back to Russia. To the contrary, the list of businesses leaving Russia will only get longer in the coming days.
Let's go to James Sweeney now in New York. James, it was a wild week on markets in response to this war. What stands out about what you've seen?
It's been a wild week on Wall Street, and we've actually had a week where the stock market's been dominated not by the data, but by geopolitics. Today, for example, we had a strong monthly jobs report, but that was put on the back burner for the latest round of Ukraine updates. And this has happened all week long. A barrage of news updates that have led the way for shaky moves and mixed reactions. So the answer is what this week has really been. It's been a week of typical market moves in a time of crisis. It's following the important lesson that uncertainty is the market's worst enemy. Look, we woke up every day this week to various headlines regarding this conflict. I've woken up in the morning to a series of positive reports. Midday, those stories would then be released that would favor a downturn, and then it's dinner time and my phone would explode with headlines favoring mixed reactions depending on your interpretation. And that's been all week long. And that uncertainty, not knowing what you're going to read next, has led the way for a shaky market leaning towards the downside and markets that have responded accordingly.
All right, so a lot of downsides this week with that wild ride. James, what should we expect coming up in the days ahead?
Well, for the days ahead, usually I'd say look at key data, the obvious answers, but key data hasn't been a market mover recently. It's one of the few times I've seen where the monthly jobs report didn't garner any response. But back to the question, the obvious answer would be, let's look for updates about the situation in Ukraine, Russian troop advancement, global sanctions. But here's something that should stand out. What should be in focus, energy prices, consumer reactions to that. Because this past week, crude oil and global Brent, they pushed well past the $100 a barrel level, and it's been in the headlines not as much as it should be. Prices are rising, people are feeling the financial pain. My social media feeds here in the US covered in angry reactions to the fuel pump prices. In addition, people not that happy with the White House, which is still, as we speak, paying Russia for oil, putting US dollars in their pockets for who knows how they're using those funds. So keep an eye on oil prices, possible sanctions in the coming days, because that should garner the headlines, and it will definitely move the markets.
All right, more and more pressure for those sanctions. James Sweeney in New York, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now to some of the other global business stories making headlines. The leaders of the World Bank and IMF signaled Thursday that they were ready to help Ukraine, while warning that Russia's invasion will have repercussions for the global economic recovery. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva said the conflict adds significant economic risk for the region as well as the world. Tesla has received a conditional license to begin production at its electric vehicle factory and adjacent battery plant just outside Berlin. The factory is set to produce over 500,000 battery electric vehicles a year, while the battery plant will generate over 50 gigawatt hours per year, outstripping European competitors on both fronts. Big brands are pledging large donations to aid organizations involved in providing humanitarian relief to those affected by the war in Ukraine. Toy maker Lego plans to give $16 million. Contributions of $5 million will be made by fashion group LVMH and retailers Amazon and Geronimo Martins. Well, Sri Lanka is already going through an economic crisis. Fuel reserves are low, as are foreign currency reserves to import it. And rising oil prices amid the Russia-Ukraine conflict are making the situation worse.
It's one long line of trucks waiting to get fuel. But with the oil price skyrocketing to more than $110 a barrel, Sri Lanka can't afford much of it. And even when gas stations do get the delivery, problems persist. I've been here since 7 a.m. yesterday. The fuel came, but now they said there is no electricity to pump it. That's because power plants have run out of fuel too. As for hydrogen power, reservoirs are dried up, and with monsoon season 2 months away, there is little hope for things to improve soon. Authorities have no choice but to cut power supply.
Sri Lanka is right now experiencing lengthy power cuts up to around 7.5 hours a day. This is due to 2 reasons. One is being the natural cause that we are depleting our reservoir water levels. Therefore, we need to curtail the generation of hydropower. The other one is due to non-availability of forex or exchange, and we cannot import the necessary fuels.
With the power off, stores are serving customers in the dark, if at all. Streetlights are out. A $1 billion credit line from India aims to alleviate the situation, all while Sri Lanka's lack of funds is getting worse by the day. And that again is due to the war. After all, Sri Lanka's main source of income are tea exports and tourism. For both, Russia and Ukraine are important markets, and for now, sidelined.
You've been watching DW Business. Before we go, here's a reminder of our top story. As Facebook is kicked out of Russia and Microsoft leaves, the past few days have forced tech firms to try and satisfy pressure from Western nations while keeping services going in Russia. That's it from me and the business team here in Berlin. You can find out more online, dw.com/business. Also check us out on YouTube under the DW News channel. Thanks for watching.
What's making the headlines and what's behind them?
DW News Africa.
The show that tackles the issues shaping the continent.
Life is slowly getting back to normal here. We're on the streets to give you in-depth reports and insights.
Our correspondents on the ground reporting from across the continent.
All the trends that matter to you.
Next on DW. To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
Russian forces continue their advance on key cities in Ukraine. The onslaught has had an unexpected side effect. Vladimir Putin's war is uniting an often divided world. On To the Point, we ask, pariah Putin isolated and angry?
To the Point. In 60 minutes on DW.
Why subscribe to DW Books? You'll meet your favorite writer.
My only objective when I write is to share what I find beautiful.
DW Books on YouTube.
This is a 15-year-old girl being gang raped. This teacher is beating a boy for talking back in class, while the rest of the class watches. And here a toddler is being hit by his mother for breaking a glass. Just because you can't see violence against children doesn't mean it isn't there. Make the invisible visible. Help us make violence against children disappear.
This is DW News Africa. On the program today, the Africans struggling to escape the conflict in Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of people are fleeing the fighting in Ukraine. Among them are tens of thousands of African students. We hear how one made it to safety and of her harrowing experience as she tried to get out of the country.
It was very tough. It was horrible. I remember I was shivering, literally, when...
Plus, countries around the world overwhelmingly denounced Russia's invasion of Ukraine in a UN vote. But why did so many African countries refuse to do so? Also coming up, we will meet the group of Malians calling for their country to ditch Western partners and strengthen ties with Moscow instead. And in another big development this week, one that some are calling a watershed moment for the planet, UN countries gathered at a summit in Nairobi agreed to create a legally binding treaty that they say will end plastic pollution. Hello, I'm Christine Mundwa. It's good to have your company. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has triggered a historic mass movement of people not seen in Europe in decades. More than 1 million people have already fled the country, according to the UN's refugee agency, and that number is growing by the day. Among those fleeing Russia's bombs are African students studying at universities in Ukraine. According to Ukrainian officials, there were about 16,000 of them before the conflict began. Some of them have reported receiving racist treatment from Ukrainian officials, who they say pushed them back as they tried to flee. Now, some African students are still in Ukraine and trying to get out, and others are in other European countries. Some have left for Africa, like one medical student who is now safely back home in Ghana. She shared her experience with us.
Together again, Priscilla Ajar and her father Samuel, after a terrifying week. The fifth-year medical student was studying at a university in western Ukraine when the war broke out.
It was very tough. It was horrible. I remember I was shivering, literally, when my school said that, okay, you guys could go home. I was like, which means that the school sees the intensity of it now.
There was similar fear back home in Ghana. Her family was closely monitoring events in faraway Ukraine, and not for the first time.
The anxiety is a reminiscent of what happened in 2014, because in 2014, my son was also in Donetsk, and the same issue happened, and they had to virtually run from Donetsk to the capital, Kyiv. So when the second one also started from last week, a whole lot of anxiety, emotional trauma, let's put it that way. The entire family was put into that.
Priscilla made for the border closest to her city.
And we took a bus. So after we just took a bus, and then after some time, the buses were not moving, vehicles are not moving anymore. So we had to trek for, I think, over an hour and a half. Yes, so that's how we got to the border. And then the border, it was messy. So many people, Ukrainians, Ghanaians, Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Egyptians, Indians, everybody in Chelsea is going there.
She crossed into Romania and, like many other Ghanaian students, made it back home safely. But Priscilla still has major concerns as the war escalates in Ukraine.
So let's say that they destroy everything in the country. The country has to go through redevelopmental stages again. So what's at stake for us? I don't know if our school buildings will be destroyed, whatever. So it's quite burdensome, and it's worrying, very worrying, that we don't know if we can go back to school, if we would finish, if we would complete. Are we going to go back to square one or what?
The answers might not come for a while, but being with family can be the great comfort Priscilla and others like her need right now.
Now, Priscilla Aja and others are safely home now, but many others are not. While some have made it out of Ukraine and are now in neighboring countries, there are still some African nationals stuck in Ukraine and trying to get out. Earlier, I spoke to Husseini Umar Madakawi. He's the chairperson of the Nigerian diaspora in Hungary. He was at the border between Hungary and Ukraine.
That we are here to assist Nigerians, guide them how to get to the city. We brought along with us from Budapest some humanitarian clothes, some winter clothes, and some food items for those who arrived from Ukraine. We help them, guide them from guided to Budapest, where the arrangement is made from what we hear for them to be evacuated.
Husseini, we were hearing or have been hearing accounts of Africans trying to leave Ukraine. They've been reporting that they've been not allowed into trains leaving Ukraine. They say they've experienced racism and ill treatment from Ukrainian officials that are on the ground. Are you still hearing accounts? Is this still continuing to happen as people try to leave Ukraine?
Well, we hear about this situation, but we cannot verify it because our job is limited to coming to Hungarian border. What's happening at the Ukrainian border, we have no idea, but we have people calling and making complaints that they are being taken off from the train, from the buses, but we don't know for what reason.
Husseini, how many people do you know of that are still in Ukraine and want to get out? What are they telling you?
It's very difficult to predict how many people are still in Ukraine because we don't have the actual number of them before now. So all I know that it's not only me, all the executive of NATO, Hungary, we share our phone numbers. They are calling us, getting to get information on what to do, how to come to Hungary, and what help can we offer them. We tell them what we can do for them. And some parents, of course, out of desperation, they are calling and crying and telling us that their children are dying, their children are in the border and they don't know what to do. We try to calm them down and tell them we are on top of the situation. In synchron with the embassy, we are trying to do our best to see what we can do for them, how we can help them. We guide many of them to the hotel, to a place where the charity organization is providing shelter for them. The NIDO Hungary now provide food for them. We have volunteers who go there to cook for them, and we share all the pictures of what we... Yes,
understood,
please.
But sorry, we're talking about the people who are still in Ukraine right now. We'll talk about those that have left. But for those who are still in Ukraine, what kind of support do they need to leave?
Many of them are on their way. So the question they ask mainly is that which is the easiest border for them to cross. So as I told you earlier, that as they are scattered in Ukraine, in different cities, whichever border is closer for them to go, that's where we will advise to go. So we don't restrict them to come into Hungary because some of them are not closer to Hungarian border.
Okay. And for those that have now managed to get out and are now, some are in Poland, Slovakia, and others in Hungary, where you are, what is their situation there?
The situation is still chaotic. We're trying to gather them, register them, put them in the hotel. We have charity organizations that offer, including some district counties, offer places for those coming in to accommodate them for a short period of time, and we are just directing them there.
That was Husseini Umar Madakawi speaking to us from the border between Hungary and Ukraine. Now, the first group of more than 400 Nigerians evacuated from Ukraine have landed in Abuja. The group comprised mostly of students. They arrived on a government-chartered flight from Romania's capital, Bucharest. They are among 14,000 Nigerian nationals who were known to be in Ukraine before the war began. That's according to the Nigerian Foreign Ministry's figures. Now, it is unclear if and when they can go back to Ukraine. Now, this week, the UN General Assembly overwhelmingly denounced Russia for invading Ukraine. But while most of the world stood together in rebuking Russia's aggression, many African countries opted to stay neutral and not take a stance. In a vote at the UN General Assembly, 141 countries voted in favor of a resolution that also ordered Russia to withdraw its troops from Ukraine. Only 4 countries joined Russia in voting against the resolution. Of the 35 countries that abstained, 17 are from Africa, and they include Zimbabwe, Uganda, Senegal, and South Africa. To talk more about that, we invited the analyst Anu Adeoye from the think tank Chatham House onto the program. He has been researching ties between African countries and Russia. I asked him why he thinks many African nations chose to abstain in that UN vote and to what extent that reflects the views of ordinary people in these countries.
I mean, ultimately, the reasons why a few of these countries, like South Africa and Zimbabwe, for example, gave for abstaining was the fact that they said that they did not see anything in the resolution that will have made peace easier to achieve in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So I think the surprising thing for me as an analyst is that if both of these countries thought the resolution was not well written, I think they should have voted it down instead of abstaining from the vote yesterday.
All right. As I was saying, you focus on Russia in Africa. That is the focus of your work. How would you characterize Russia's presence in Africa today? Is Russia a significant player in and on the continent?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how you define significance. But the truth of the matter is Russia has an eye on Africa. Since 2014, after it annexed Crimea in Ukraine, it has decided that it needs a pivot to find partners outside of the West. And Africa is one such place where it has decided to seek new partners. Russia's main strategy in Africa has been defense and security partnerships, but it is also trying to increase trade links with African countries. At the UN Security Council just earlier this year, it supported Mali, a country that it is growing closer to, by blocking the votes on ECOWAS sanctions on Mali. So that's part of Russia's strategy on Africa, to try and increase trade links, but also get some support for its position at multilateral organizations like the UN.
Understood. And let's stay on Mali, as you've brought Mali up. I want to specifically ask you about that country, because we know Mali has been battling this jihadist insurgency for just about a decade now. And last month, France and other Western allies announced that they will be withdrawing their presence from that country. And it's almost, it's been said that Russia is going to be filling that void. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, as you said, Mali has been battling some Islamist insurgency for almost a decade now. Last year, President Emmanuel Macron announced that he was going to reduce a number of French troops in the Sahel. And the way the Malians responded was to say that they were going to shop for new security partners. But I think there's more to this. There's obviously more to the story than just France drawing out some of their troops. As you well know, there have been two coups in Mali. First in August 2020, and secondly in May 2021. That has led to a rupture in relationship between France and Mali. And so in that vacuum, the Russian private military company called Wagner has stepped in to fill the role. And I think for people who don't know, Wagner is a private military company that is often deployed to hotspots around the world. They have fought in Syria, they have fought in Libya, they've been in Central African Republic, and now they are going to be in Mali to assist their partners in Mali.
All right, that is Anu Adeode talking to us there from the Chatham House think tank. Thank you, Anu. Let's stay with Mali, because not only was the country among those who didn't condemn Russia in that UN vote, but it is one example of a country seeking closer ties with Russia, especially as the long-standing relationship with the former colonial power France deteriorates. DW's West Africa correspondent Flourish Chukura is in the country, and she met a group who see Russia as the best partner for the country going forward.
Prêt pour la révolution. Prêt pour la révolution. Nous sommes le peuple. Nous sommes le peuple. Nous sommes le peuple.
Abat la France. Now that loosely translates to thumbs down France, and that's one of the major messages of this group, the Yerewolo movement. Now the Yerewolo movement has been growing very fast here in Mali. They started in 2019 with only 12 members, and now they tell me they can't even keep tabs with exactly how many people are members of the group. And many people here in Mali believe that this group is the only hope for the future of a truly independent Mali. Adama Ben Diarra is leading this movement. He was at the forefront of the massive protests that led to the ousting of the French ambassador and the French military. He is now a member of the transition parliament, and he is pushing for stronger ties between Mali and Russia.
It's only logical that we're pursuing a win-win relationship with Russia. Russia was our first partner after independence. And we found that Russia is sincere in their partnership. That's why we prefer Russia over France. Our choice is justified because Russia has never colonized any country.
Mali with Moscow runs deep. Mali receives most of its military equipment from Russia. Hundreds of Russian mercenaries operating under the Kremlin-linked Wagner Group are deployed in Mali. And most of the current military leaders were trained in Russia. Many even speak the language. Some observers, however, say strengthening the Russian-Malian relationship might not be the best solution in the long run.
Maybe today it just feels like the military answer is the best answer. So probably, you know, even if you look at world ranking, Russia would be a better option because it's the second, you know, military power in the world. But economically, it's not the best partnership for us. I think if we want to fix things, we have to fix us. We have to fix ourselves.
If it was up to the Yerewolo movement, Mali would cut ties to France entirely. That seems almost impossible, though, as French influence pervades almost every aspect of life here.
They're calling it a watershed moment for the planet. UN countries have agreed to create a legally binding global treaty to address plastic pollution in the world's oceans and rivers and landscape.
I see no objections. It is so decided.
The UN Environment Assembly voted unanimously at this meeting in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, for a resolution to end plastic pollution. It sets the stage for international negotiations designed to produce a treaty by 2024. The treaty would cover the full life cycle of plastics, including production, design, and disposal. The head of the UN Environment Programme said it was an historic step.
The bottom line is we will eliminate plastic pollution from our environment, and that is critical. And so without a doubt, this is a very, very big decision.
And for more on this, we've invited Richard Wohnung onto the program. He is the Deputy Director of the UN Environment Assembly's Africa office. He's also Climate Coordinator for Africa, and he joins me now from Nairobi, where the summit has been taking place. Welcome to DW News Africa, Richard. You've described the passing of this resolution as history being made. Tell us, why is it so significant, Richard? What will it change?
Thank you very much for having me. This resolution that have been adopted by the United Nations Environment Assembly UNIA 5.2 is quite very significant because we are at a time when the environmental challenges are actually on the weight of the entire world. And if you look at plastics, it's not just a menace to the environment, but as we speak today, every year 11 million tons of plastics are actually getting into the oceans and littering and destroying aquatic life and killing up to 100,000 marine animals. This is a huge issue, and this is the first time in the history of the world that actually a multilateral environmental agreement has actually been fostered by member states.
And tell us more about this resolution, Richard, this resolution that will effectively end this plastic pollution that you're talking about. What does it actually mean practically?
Yeah, what this means is that it paves the way to what is called an intergovernmental negotiating committee, which is going to put in place what is needed, the processes that are needed to actually result into a full treaty that is going to be globally binding. And this will take into considerations how plastic is produced, how plastic is designed, and how it ends up in the economy, not in oceans. And this is something that actually will result to creating jobs. Because I was speaking today, only 10% of plastics globally are actually recycled. That means 90% are not, and these also present opportunities. So what's going to happen between now and 2024 is that the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee will be set up, and then the treaty will finally come into force by 2024, just 2 years from today. And this is a very important opportunity for the world to actually address this critical environmental challenge.
Yeah, and in the event that it does come into force, as you're saying, this treaty, what would it mean for our daily lives?
What it will mean for our daily lives will be jobs, especially for our young people. In the African continent today, we have 12 million young people who are getting into the labor market and competing only with 3 million jobs. And in 18 years from today, we will have about 420 million youth that will be getting into the labor market. What this resolution does is that because it's globally binding, countries will then be able to domesticate this within their national legislation that will create the enabling environment for plastic to actually be recycled, for plastic to actually be turned into opportunities. Because we look across the entire African continent, we are seeing young people who are turning plastic waste into pavement tiles that are replacing concrete blocks. That's an opportunity for business. It will create an opportunity in which recycling will become the norm in countries, and that is really an opportunity for jobs. But more importantly, in about 18 years from today, we will have more plastic in our oceans than fish. Most of the people depend on fish for protein, and therefore means it is an opportunity to enhance food security, which is already a problem today. And so the resolution...
Sorry to interrupt you there. You're making the point about plastic being the menace that it is, and I'm thinking, is this not entirely a ban on plastic? Is that not what we should be aiming for? Of course, recycling plastic would be really helpful, but when do we get to a stage where we're actually banning plastic, or is that not practical?
We're getting to a stage in which we're introducing what is called a circular economy. How you produce plastics, how you repackage plastics will be in such a way that instead of the plastics produced and they end up in the environment, they will be recycled back into the economy, and that will create opportunities. And that will also provide an opportunity to look for alternatives. What else can be done rather than just focusing on plastics? Can we look at other alternatives in which opportunities can be created? And this, if we look at this, we are seeing young people who are using already water hyacinths. If you look at Lake Victoria in East Africa here, that water hyacinth that grows there, that grass is actually being used to turn into bags. And
Richard,
that create opportunity.
Richard, who are the biggest perpetrators when it comes to plastic pollution?
Plastic is actually a transboundary issue. Plastic produced in Africa will end up in oceans that borders different continents. Plastic produced in other parts of the world will end up in Africa. So if you look at it globally, there are 242 million tons of plastic that is being produced. Africa only contributes about 13% of these, because Africa produces roughly about over 60 million tons. And so at this point in time, it's how do we then turn this challenge into an opportunity? That's the most important, and that's what the entire global community has demonstrated today.
And just as you were saying, this resolution is not yet legally binding. A process has to happen for that to happen. Do you anticipate that it's going to be easy to get that through?
The 193 countries are agreeing on that resolution to create the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to pave the way for a treaty is already a very wonderful, powerful step forward. And therefore, because they recognize this, definitely the treaty will be realized, because the process to kickstart it and to move towards that treaty is already on the way.
All right, and thank you very much to Richard Wohnung, Deputy Director of the UN Environment Assembly's Africa Office. He's also Climate Coordinator for Africa. Congratulations, Richard, and thanks so much for coming on to fill us in on this historic development.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
And that's where we'll leave it today here on DW News Africa. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
Russian forces continue their advance on key cities in Ukraine. The onslaught has had an unexpected side effect. Vladimir Putin's wars uniting an often divided world. On To the Point, we ask, Pariah Putin, isolated and angry?
To the point. In 30 minutes on DW. Some are driven by merciless greed. Others are fighting the destruction.
When the invaders came to Brazil, they shot down the natives. Today, the government is trying to destroy the indigenous people with large-scale projects.
Land grabbers are exploiting the Amazon rainforest. Indigenous peoples are now bravely opposing them. A long-term report from the heart of Brazil starts March 9th on DW.
These are your 5 keys to safer food. Keep clean to prevent contamination. Separate raw and cooked foods to avoid cross-contamination. Cook thoroughly to kill microorganisms. Keep food at safe temperatures, either hot or cold, to prevent bacterial growth. Use safe water and safe raw materials to avoid contamination. Food producers are the ones primarily responsible for the safety of the food you buy. But you can protect yourself and your family from diseases in the home by applying the 5 keys to safer food. Use them. You also have a role to play.
This is DW News, and these are the latest headlines. Cities across Ukraine are coming under continued Russian attack. Authorities in the port city of Mariupol says the city is surrounded and running out of food. Another port, Kherson, is already under Russian control. Meanwhile, the capital, Kyiv, has reported renewed missile strikes, some hitting residential areas. Despite the destruction, Moscow continues to deny it's targeting civilians. Russian forces have seized a nuclear power plant in Ukraine's southeast. Ukraine says Russian troops attacked the facility, killing several people and sparking a fire. Atomic observers say no radioactivity has been detected. World leaders have condemned Russia for risking a nuclear disaster. The Russian government has introduced drastic new measures to clamp down on dissent against its so-called military operation. On Friday morning, the parliament passed legislation banning the spread of information critical of Russia's war or of its military. Violations could carry up to 15 years in prison. This is DW News. You can get more on our website, dw.com.
This is Russian shelling last night, striking a Ukrainian nuclear power plant, Europe's largest. Now, let that sink in. Had the reactor taken a direct hit or the electricity been knocked out, this could have become another Chernobyl or Fukushima. It didn't happen, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen. I'm Brent Goff in Berlin. This is The Day.
This is terror on an unprecedented level. The Kiev nationalist regime attempted to implement a monstrous provocation.
This just demonstrates the recklessness of this war and the importance of ending it.
If conflict comes to us, we're ready for it, and we will defend every inch of NATO territory.
It is playing with fire that really is beyond anything to do with logic or necessity.
The message to Putin has been clear. You're isolated on a global level, and the whole world is against you.
Also coming up, the kids of Ukraine. At a time when they should be playing and going to school, children are being forced to grow up much too quickly.
I want to. I'm just so scared.
To our viewers watching on PBS in the United States and to all of you around the world, welcome. We begin the day grateful that we are not ending this week under a radioactive cloud. Last night, Russian forces attacked Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The shelling did not hit the reactor or knock out power. The International Atomic Energy Agency confirming today that there was no release of radiation. Now, today, workers at the power plant said that they were carrying out their duties as usual, except they were doing it at gunpoint. Russian troops are in control of the power plant, which is located in southern Ukraine, and that is where Russian forces are advancing. Now, all of this happening just hours before an emergency meeting in Brussels of U.S., Canadian, UK, and European foreign ministers, in addition to NATO. Take a listen to what the head of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, said about that shelling of the Ukrainian nuclear power plant.
We condemn the attacks on civilians, and over the night we have also seen reports about the attack against the nuclear power plant. This just demonstrates the recklessness of this war and the importance of ending it, and the importance of Russia withdrawing all its troops and engaging good faith in diplomatic efforts.
That was Jens Stoltenberg speaking there. Turkey has offered to assist with that. Its foreign minister saying today in Brussels that Ankara wants to bring Russian and Ukrainian diplomats together at an international forum next week. It's yet unclear if that can happen. But what is clear is NATO will not impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Ukrainian President Zelensky has repeatedly called for one to prevent further Russian airstrikes.
We have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes. And our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries and causing much more human suffering.
Now, that said, NATO is helping. It's provided weapons and moved troops to secure its eastern flank. There's nearly 4,000 in Estonia and Latvia, countries bordering Russia. German troops have arrived in Lithuania, and French and U.S. troops are in Romania and Bulgaria. And this just might be the beginning. But it could also be the beginning of an expansion in NATO membership, exactly what President Putin does not want to happen. The invasion of Ukraine has dramatically swayed public opinion in Sweden and Finland, which are not members of NATO. Recent polls showing in both countries that a majority are now in favor of joining the alliance. Well, to talk about that tonight, I'm joined from Helsinki by Henry van Hanen. He's a Finnish foreign policy analyst and advisor to the opposition National Coalition Party. Henry, it's good to have you on the program. I think it's something like 53% of Finns are now in favor of joining NATO. Tell me why this is so remarkable.
Thank you, Brendan. Good evening, and thank you for having me here.
I would say that these polls, they indicate that there's been a sudden and historic change in Finnish public opinion on NATO membership. You see, for the last decades, the public opinion concerning NATO membership has been remarkably stable. And now, for the first time in history, the majority of Finns are in favor of NATO. And I think before these polls in recent times, the support for NATO had only been around 24 to 28%, and the opposition roughly 40 to 50%. And this was the case roughly a month ago. And I think it also indicates that the public opinion is not seen or will be an obstacle for Finland's possible NATO membership. And I think this majority support will increase the room for maneuver of Finland's foreign policy leadership as well.
Well, Henry, what about what we saw last night, Russian shelling of a Ukrainian nuclear power plant? A radioactive catastrophe could have easily been the result. In your opinion, how will this influence public opinion regarding NATO?
Well, I believe that these actions, they fall in line with the bombing of Ukrainian cities and civilians. And I think the more atrocities and reckless actions we witness by Russia in Ukraine, I think the more it will, of course, increase Russia's international isolation, as we saw, for example, in the UN General Assembly. But I think also, it creates this consensus in Finland that the security situation has radically changed, that we need to react in a profound manner. And I would say that this is basically the main cause for the increase, for example, on public opinion on NATO, at least for now.
So how close would you say is Finland now to actually applying to join NATO?
Well, the public mood is shifting in Finland, and Russia's actions have largely backfired as NATO is becoming a critical issue in Finland again. And I would say that there is a clear consensus that the European security has changed and perhaps even radically deteriorated. And while Finland is not facing direct military threats, it has become evident that we also need to reevaluate our relations with Russia. And I think we should expect a wide national and parliamentary discussion in Finland, and undoubtedly NATO is on the table as well. But we should not also forget that in practice, Finland is already basically more NATO interoperable than many NATO members. Finland has participated in NATO and other multinational activities concerning collective security. For example, the Trident Juncture or Baltops exercises, as well as NATO's annual crisis management exercises, in which the alliance basically rehearses this political military decision-making in fictitious Article 4 and 5 scenarios. So basically, we are a close partner with NATO, and increasing our cooperation at this time is only, I think, logical.
You know, Henry, in the last 10 days, we have seen so many security paradigms just shattered. I mean, think of German foreign policy, the big U-turn. We've got the European Union moving at lightning speed now with economic sanctions. I want you to listen to what the U.S. Secretary of State said earlier today about this in Brussels.
What the European Union has done over the space of a couple of weeks is quite simply remarkable. The speed with which it acted, the actions that it took, both with regard to sanctions and also support for Ukraine, are, I think it's not an exaggeration to say, historic. And it only further validates for us the importance of this partnership.
So there you've got Blinken lauding the EU, and now you and I, Henry, are talking about your country possibly joining NATO. Did you ever expect such a radical shift like this?
Well, Brent, honestly speaking, I think the speed in which the shifts and events unraveling in European security, it has been dramatic. And while Russia's military buildup in Ukraine have taken place for some months now, I don't think not many expected the seriousness of the developments that we are witnessing now. But I think it should be also noted that Finland actually never dropped the ball regarding our national defense. We have a very capable and significant defense force with a wartime strength of 280,000 soldiers and basically state-of-the-art material. And when other countries downsized their militaries and capabilities after the Cold War, Finland did the exact opposite, meaning that Finland has always prepared itself for conventional military threats as well. And I think in this sense, Finland is a security producer and not a consumer, regardless of it not being a NATO member at this moment.
Let me just ask you before we run out of time. I know Finland has a history of standing up to Russia. Your country fought the Soviet Union in 1939 and was able to largely hold Soviet troops back. Would you say that there are lessons from that time, that war, that can be applied to Putin's war in Ukraine now?
I would raise 3 points. I think number one is the importance of national defense. Now, while we have considered full-scale wars in Europe unlikely, as we see conventional military threats still exist, this means that maintaining a credible national defense remains important in our world. And I think Finland's performance during the Winter War demonstrates the continued value of conscription for small and lightly populated countries that are not shielded by military alliance structures. And I think number two is partnerships in defense cooperation. And like Ukraine, Finland fought alone, but received substantial foreign military aid that played a significant role in the war. So in practice, in times of crisis, these partnerships can be